Everyone in the village thought the rickety 40-gene wooden bow in your hands was junk, but they had no idea you were using it to exploit a system glitch with no upper limit. The young men practicing with spears burst into laughter. That weakling won't even be able to lift a bolt tomorrow. You ignored them, gritting your teeth as you placed your raw fingertips back on the blood-stained bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow missed the target, and your right arm went numb in an instant. But just then, a dazzling stream of data flashed before your eyes. Ding! Basic archery proficiency plus 2%. While others rely on luck when training, you've awakened the absolute panel. Every ounce of effort yields tenfold results. Watching the progress bar skyrocket, you licked your chapped lips and, enduring the excruciating pain, drew the longbow to its full limit once more. Go ahead and mock me all you want. When I grind my way to grand completion and take down top-tier beasts with a single arrow, I'll make every last one of you watch on your knees. You go without food or water, shooting basic archery 10,000 times a day, never stopping even if the tendons in your arms snap, yet despite all your effort, the villagers mock you simply because archers are incredibly difficult to train in this world. Even with massive time investment, it's hard to become a master archer. While others flock to the more expensive iron cavalry and spear units, you penniless as you are still stubbornly stick with that rickety wooden bow. All this isn't just because you're broke, it's because you've awakened the absolute panel. With it, any skill can reach grand completion through attribute points or proficiency, allowing you to leap forward and become this world's first master archer. Chapter 1, No Prey. The sky was growing darker by the minute. Before long, night would fall, completely shrouding the entire land. Chen stood among the crowd, and like the vast majority of them, he stood on tiptoe, straining his eyes to peer toward the distant horizon. Deep in the wilderness, the roars of beasts echoed from time to time. If the hunting party couldn't make it back to Earthen Fort before complete darkness fell, they would face endless darkness and beasts ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, Chen felt a tight grip on his arm. He looked down to see his mother standing beside him, her face pale as she clutched his arm, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Mom, don't worry. Dad and the others will be back soon, any minute now," he said gently, trying to comfort her. The woman nodded, then looked up, gazing anxiously into the distance. Chen scanned the area. The faces of over 100 people were etched with anxiety and panic. He sighed inwardly. He didn't know why, but after just dozing off on the subway, he'd woken up to find himself transported here. Today was his second day in this new world. This world resembled his previous life, but with one key difference. 10 years ago, a cataclysmic change had swept through the land. Birds, beasts, and even plants and trees had all transformed. Not only had they grown larger, but they'd also become savage, bloodthirsty, and extremely aggressive. Among humans, the awakened had emerged. Their mental powers far surpassed those of ordinary people. They could command wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Some of the top-tier awakened were even impervious to firearms, capable of destroying an entire town from his previous life with a single strike. Of course, the awakened are a tiny minority. Wherever they gather, cities gradually form, drawing survivors to them. It is said that some large cities are just like they were 10 years ago, with electricity, internet access, delicious food, and clean water. People still commute to work on the subway and maintain a 9-to-5 routine, just as they did in the past. Resources are, after all, limited. The vast majority of ordinary people are not allowed to enter these cities, not even the smaller ones, and can only set up camps to protect themselves and fend off the beasts. Forget about electricity, even basic safety can't be guaranteed. With shortages of food, medicine, energy, and daily necessities, they walk the fine line between life and death day in and day out. Take the body's original owner, for example. He was so starved he couldn't stand it anymore, so he snuck out and ate an unknown fruit in the wild. He ran a high fever for 3 days and eventually died, which is why he ended up taking over this body. Could it be something really happened? He couldn't help but clench his fists. Just then, from the wooden watchtower 7 or 8 meters high nearby, excited shouts rang out, "They're coming! They're coming! Really? Where? Where? Why can't I see them? I'm standing high up and can see far, but we'll be able to see them soon, too. Great! They've finally made it back." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Straining their eyes toward the horizon, they saw small black dots slowly appearing on the horizon, getting closer and closer. Everyone felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders, and the smiles on their faces grew wider and wider. However, as the group drew nearer, the smiles on people's faces gradually froze. There was a group of a dozen or so people, armed with bows, arrows, and spears, looking disheveled. Several were being supported as they walked, while others were carried on the backs of companions. Even those walking on their own bore various injuries. It was immediately apparent that they had no prey. The more observant among them even noticed that several members were missing. The group approached slowly and came to a halt in front of the suspension bridge. The leader had a square face and a stern expression. His right arm bore several bloody wounds, yet his face was now etched with remorse. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The man licked his chapped lips and whispered, "I'm sorry. This time, we encountered two mid-tier beasts. They attacked suddenly, and not only did we lose our original prey, but Juzi, Ahua, Xiaogaleal." Before he could finish, several people in the crowd felt the world spinning and collapsed. A commotion immediately broke out. Those around them scrambled to lift the fainted people and carry them home. The rest of the hunting party hung their heads in shame, not daring to meet the eyes of the elderly, the weak, and the women and children. Chen's body trembled slightly. People had died? 3 at once, no less. It seemed, in the original hostess memories, this was the incident with the highest casualty count. The square-faced man at the head of the group was none other than the father of the body's original host, the leader who had guided the people in building this earthen fort. Scattered sounds rose from the crowd. Some were quietly sobbing, others were sighing in despair, and still others were offering words of comfort. The hunting party entered slowly. The drawbridge at the gate was raised. The entire camp was enclosed by walls over 3 meters high, appearing impregnable and offering a rare sense of security. The wives and children of the wounded men watched their husbands' severe injuries with heart-wrenching pain, yet when they thought of the few who had set out with them that morning only to never return that night, they felt a quiet sense of relief. Those with only minor injuries left with their families. Before long, night had fallen completely, and the entire camp was plunged into darkness. They could only make out their surroundings by the faint light of the moon. "Guodong, your arm." The woman grabbed the square-faced man's right arm, tears streaming down her face. Chen walked over. Having been transported here only a few days ago, he was still struggling to adjust to his new identity. "I'm fine." Guodong shook his head, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. If I'd spotted those two beasts sooner, Juzi and the others wouldn't have." Smack! A firm, powerful hand landed on his shoulder. A bald, burly man spoke comfortingly, "Guodong, this isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, blame this damn world. Sooner or later, this would happen to any of us who survived. Go home and get some rest." He patted Guodong's shoulder again, then flashed a toothy grin at Chen, who was still looking grave, and headed back home with his family. "Dad, let us head back first." Chen spoke up, "My little brother's still at home." Guodong paused for a moment, then nodded. The entire earthen fort was plunged into a deathly silence. In the house next door, the fire flickered, and every now and then, the sound of crackling and faint, listless voices could be heard. "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat a little more." "Go to sleep. You won't be hungry once you're asleep." "But I'm really, really hungry." "Be a good boy. Once you eat that, there really won't be anything left." The voices gradually faded away. Guodong's face grew increasingly filled with guilt. Chen caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye and sighed inwardly. The father of this body, though a man of few words, was an upright and kind-hearted man. Every time he caught game, he would divide it equally among the people in the village, providing for the elderly, the infirm, women, and children, to the point where his own family struggled to make ends meet, causing many to harbor resentment. Lately, their luck had been poor, and game was scarce. The entire village had very little food, and everyone was going hungry. Winter was just around the corner. If things continued this way, there was a real fear that a tragedy, even cannibalism, might occur. Chapter 2, Skill Points and Leveling Up. The three walked in silence until they reached a house lit by a fire. "Dad! You're back!" In an instant, a gaunt, 12 or 13-year-old boy dashed out of the house and threw himself into Guodong's arms. He was Chen's younger brother, Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked up, scanned the area, and then asked with a hint of disappointment, "Dad, didn't you bring any food back this time?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his stomach began to growl. Guodong blushed and stammered, "There was a little setback this time. Next time for sure." "But that's exactly what you said last time." The boy blinked, his eyes crystal clear. The woman quickly pulled him away, scolding, "Can't you see your dad's injured? Be careful not to touch his wound." "She didn't dare say, this time, your dad almost didn't make it back." "Ha!" The boy followed the woman's gaze and immediately took a startled step back. "Dad, I'm sorry. What does this have to do with you?" Guodong ruffled the boy's hair, then turned to the woman and said, "Why don't you make some rice porridge? Do we have any money left? I'll see if I can go to Song Fort tomorrow to trade for some grain." "It's long gone. I even traded in the wedding ring you gave me." The woman shook her head, then walked into the house, scooped out half a spoonful of rice from the bottom of the jar, and set about making porridge. There wasn't much left in the rice jar at best, they could hold out for another week. Once that was gone, they truly have nothing left to eat. "Xiao Fan." Guodong waved at Chen and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine now, Dad," Chen said, trying his best to mimic the original hostess' mannerisms and tone. As far as he could recall, the original host seemed somewhat afraid of his taciturn father, which had led to a somewhat distant relationship, but for him, that was actually a good thing. Guodong opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he merely nodded and said briefly, "I'm glad you're okay." Dinner was thin porridge, mostly water, with just a few grains of rice at the bottom of the pot. The family of four licked their bowls clean, and Guodong, as the breadwinner, had another bowl. Afterward, they all went to rest. Chen and his younger brother slept in the western room, where the faint sounds of their parents' conversation drifted to their ears. It wasn't that he wanted to eavesdrop, the house was simply too crude, with poor sound insulation. "Guodong, do you know? I was so worried today, I was afraid you wouldn't come back, just like the others," his mother said, sobbing softly. "I'll be fine. Don't worry," came the man's voice, steady and strong. "But what about next time?" The entire room fell silent. Chen let out a soft sigh. "Don't let appearances fool you. Living from one meal to the next is incredibly hard, but many people don't even have a place to call home. In those cities, never mind whether anyone would be willing to take you in, just the dangers along the way alone would be enough to kill an ordinary person 10 times over. Only immense strength can keep you alive." He closed his eyes, and with a thought, something resembling a character's absolute panel from a video game appeared in his mind, incredibly lifelike. Realm, none. Level, 101. Constitution, 8. The average for an adult male is 10 points, the same applies below. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Spirit, 5. Skills, none. Potential points, 1 point day. In addition, there was a large plus sign right next to the level, standing out strikingly. This plus sign hadn't been there an hour ago. He had been transported here last night, and by tonight, it had been roughly 25 hours. When the data panel first appeared, he thought it was a hallucination. Only after checking and rechecking did he finally confirm that his system had been activated. This plus sign likely required the expenditure of potential points. Chen took a deep breath. A thought flashed through his mind, and just then, it seemed as if someone had pressed the plus sign behind him. Immediately afterward, a powerful surge of heat welled up from his heart and flowed to every corner of his body. Click, click. A series of faint sounds emanated from various parts of his body, accompanied by an indescribable sense of liberation. "Is this strengthening my body?" The thought flashed through Chen's mind. He could clearly feel the strength within his body grow slightly. A few seconds later, the surge of heat dissipated. If it weren't for the sweat pouring from his body and soaking through his clothes, he would have suspected it was all just a figment of his imagination. Clenching his fist, he could indeed feel a surge of power, something he hadn't felt before. Oh, right, system. He hurriedly checked, and sure enough, his stats had changed. Realm, none. Level, 202. Constitution, 8.8. Strength, 7.7. Agility, 7.7. Spirit, 5.5. Skills, none. Potential points, 0 1 day. His eyes lit up. He saw that all 4 attributes had increased by about 10%, barely meeting the standard for an adult man. No wonder he felt his body had grown stronger. He grew even more excited, sensing a glimmer of hope for his future. Unfortunately, his potential points had returned to 0, while everything else remained unchanged. It seems I'll need another day to gain a little more experience. Chen sighed. The plus sign next to his level had vanished, and the original 01 had changed to 02. It seems that to continue leveling up, I'll need to spend 2 potential points. I wonder how I can speed up the accumulation of potential points. 1 point a day, and now, without even food to eat, just living another day is a luxury. Chen muttered to himself he didn't have much time left. His gaze slowly drifted downward, landing on the skills tab, which was completely empty. So, was this a reminder to learn martial arts skills? But he hadn't heard of anyone in this earthen fort who knew martial arts. He himself remembered a few Tai Chi moves, but he learned them back in school. He practiced them half-heartedly and had long since forgotten them after entering the workforce. Besides, even if he knew Tai Chi, in a place where medicine was scarce, he certainly couldn't engage in hand-to-hand combat with beasts. If he were injured, he'd have to rely on self-healing. If the injury were too severe, he'd simply have to wait to die. If he were to learn a skill, archery would be best at the very least. Long-handled weapons like spears or staffs, the longer the weapon, the more powerful it is, and only then would swords and knives come into consideration. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Chen quickly made up his mind to learn archery. There weren't many iron items in Earthen Fort, and iron bows were likely even scarcer. Among his father's men, only 2 or 3 were equipped with longbows. The rest used spears, shields, and other melee weapons. As for firearms, those were valuable goods. Killing low-level beasts with them was child's play, so their prices were astronomical. But that didn't matter. He could start by making a wooden bow using wood, a broken bowstring, or tendons from beasts. It wouldn't be hard to gather those materials. Even if archery wasn't a martial art or combat technique, he could still learn it for self-defense and to join hunting parties in the future. After all, relying on others wasn't a long-term solution. He had to be self-reliant. Otherwise, in this cruel world, he wouldn't survive. Chen thought about this as drowsiness gradually washed over him, and he drifted off to sleep until early morning, when he was startled awake by a shriek from outside. Chapter 3, Unlocked Basic Archery. When Chen rushed over toward the sound, he saw a small hut already surrounded by a crowd, with murmurs of discussion rising and falling among them. How could Xiao Hong have been so desperate as to hang herself? Sai, her husband, didn't come home yesterday, and she lost her child years ago. Left all alone, she probably felt life was meaningless, so she took her own life, right? Why go through all that trouble? Serves her right. With a life like that, never knowing where her next meal will come from, death is a kind of relief. After those words were spoken, most of the crowd fell silent. It's true, rather than struggling to survive, it's better to die and be done with it. But death requires courage. Make way, everyone. Make way. A voice rang out as 2 adult men emerged, carrying the body of a pale, emaciated woman on a makeshift stretcher. Her tongue was sticking out a long way, a truly terrifying sight. At least for Chen, the sight made his heart race at first glance. However, everyone present had grown accustomed to it, or perhaps had simply become numb to it, so much so that even children under 10 dared to stare without blinking. Wodong was the last to emerge from the house, looking extremely remorseful, for if Juzi hadn't died yesterday, this woman wouldn't have taken her own life. His voice was slightly hoarse. He first offered some words of comfort to everyone, then turned to several adult men in the crowd and said, "Get ready. We're going out hunting in half an hour." The men exchanged glances and nodded. The deceased had passed on, but life for the living must go on. "When did you get here?" After the crowd had dispersed, Wodong walked up to Chen and asked. Not long ago. Chen still felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the sight of the corpse. Wodong nodded and turned to leave. Dad. Chen suddenly asked, do you have any spare bows and arrows? I want to learn archery. Wodong turned around, somewhat taken aback. In his memory, this son had been somewhat withdrawn and timid. Sending him to fight the beasts was essentially a death sentence. What's different today? I want to get stronger. Chen said from the bottom of his heart. I don't want to starve to death. A look of relief flashed across Guodong's eyes, though it was fleeting. We have bows and arrows. Go to the warehouse and find Uncle Zhang. Tell him I sent you. There are a few bows in there. Find the smallest one and give it a try. A few bows? Chen was taken aback. Last night, he assumed there were pitifully few iron bows in the camp. Otherwise, why would only 2 or 3 people be equipped with them? But now, judging by his father's tone, it seemed there were quite a few bows after all. Wodong glanced at him, as if reading his thoughts, and said gruffly, Archery isn't as easy to master as you think, or rather, it's very difficult. If you master it, you can kill beasts with a single arrow from 20 or 30 meters away. If you don't, it's no better than a knife. With that, he turned and walked away. A sense of foreboding welled up in Chen's heart. It seemed he jumped to conclusions. But since the words were already out, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and give it a try. The warehouse was located northwest of the camp. Along the way, there were few people in sight. Clearly, everyone was staying quietly indoors to conserve body heat. When he arrived, he was surprised to find several young men about his own age practicing spear techniques in the open space by the entrance. That was the theory, at least in reality. They were simply holding spears about 2 meters long and repeatedly thrusting them forward. Behind the youths stood a disheveled middle-aged man. Limping as he moved about, he corrected their form, calling out the commands retract and thrust. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, this must be Uncle Zhang, the man his father had spoken of. He took a deep breath and walked forward. Before he could get close, the limping man turned around and looked him up and down. The young men behind him also took this opportunity to pause their movements and eye him curiously. Uncle Zhang, my dad is. I know who you are. A strange smile played at the corner of the lame man's mouth. You're Guodong's son, the one who ate those wild berries a few days ago and nearly died, right? Chen gave an awkward smile. Are you here to practice shooting, too? I think I'll try archery first, Chen said. The young men exchanged glances, as if sharing some unspoken understanding. Here comes another one. The lame man's lips curled upward, and he said, follow me. No sooner had he spoken than he spun around abruptly and glared at the others. Still slacking off? Sweat more now, and you'll bleed less later, got it? The young men immediately shuddered and resumed their spear practice. Chen followed the lame man around the back of the house and was startled by the dazzling array of weapons. In what was a fairly spacious area, he saw all kinds of bladed weapons, swords, spears, halberds, shields, iron axes, and more, and even a few crude cannons. The limping man noticed Chen's gaze, the corner of his mouth curving slightly as he said, without gunpowder, they're useless. Here, that's the bow you want. Pick one out. Chen looked to his left and saw several longbows hanging on the wall. From left to right, they gradually increased in size. The smallest was only 1 meter long, while the largest was nearly 2 meters, almost as tall as a person. He swallowed hard, looked at the lame man, and said meekly, Uncle Zhang, how about I start with the one on the far left? I'll give you credit for having some self-awareness, kid. The limping man chuckled, took down the bow, and applied a little pressure. A buzzing sound filled the air as the bowstring vibrated rapidly, leaving no doubt that if it struck someone in the face, a superficial cut would be the least of their worries. It takes at least 40 gene of strength to draw this bow. Within 20 steps, you should have no trouble taking down a low-level beast with a single arrow. Give it a try. With that, he tossed the bow over to him. Chen hurriedly caught it, gripping the bow with his left hand while taking an arrow with his right. Aiming at a target not far away, he slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt the strain, gritted his teeth, and mustered every ounce of strength he had to draw the bowstring to its full extent before releasing it with a sudden jerk. Snap! A soft sound rang out as the arrow flew through the air. Chen felt his entire body shake, and his right arm was so sore he could barely lift it. But just then, the absolute panel in his mind underwent a subtle change. Skill, Basic Archery, LV01%. For a split second, Chen felt an urge to cry out in surprise, but thankfully managed to hold it back. He hadn't expected that simply picking up a bow and practicing a bit would unlock a skill, Basic Archery. Although the level was 0, the progress bar had reached 1%. Didn't that mean there was hope? By that logic, if he got his hands on a sword or a knife, could he similarly unlock basic swordplay or basic knife play? And if he threw punches even if they were just random, uncoordinated ones, might he unlock basic fist techniques? At that moment, Chen felt his whole body brimming with enthusiasm. The limping man frowned as he looked at Chen, whose eyes were wide and whose excitement was practically written all over his face. These days, do young people have such low standards for themselves? Just drawing the most ordinary bow makes him this happy? And the key point is you only drew it once, didn't you? Chapter 4, A Martial Artist? Ahem. A cough rang out, snapping Chen back to reality. The limping man fixed his gaze on Chen and said in a casual tone, "Kid, that bow in your hand is just the most basic kind. Beyond 30 meters, it doesn't do much damage to low-level beasts. Besides, you've only drawn it once. Look." He nodded toward the outside. "See those guys with spears over there?" Chen glanced outside and nodded. When they first started out, they also began by practicing with bows. Some even used a second-tier bow weighing 60 jin, but so what? Within 2 or 3 days, they couldn't keep it up. As he spoke, he glanced at the bow in Chen's hands and said, "Just a word of advice, you'd better follow their example and practice your spear work. That way, when you encounter beasts out in the wild, you'll have a fighting chance." Chen looked at the progress bar next to Basic Archery on his interface and felt an urge to grind it to the max. Whatever. The lame man wasn't surprised. Young punks are all like that, they won't learn their lesson until they hit a wall. Once he has drawn that bow a few more times and can't even lift his right arm, that's when he'll really feel the pain. "Uncle Zhang, can I try out those bows?" Chen asked with a smile. He had a question: would the progress bar for Basic Archery fill up faster the stronger the bow he used? "Sure." The lame man replied without hesitation. "The second bow is 60 jin, the third is 80 jin, the fourth is 100 jin, the fifth is 200, and the sixth is 300 jin. Which one do you want to try?" 300 jin? Chen's gaze fell on the black longbow on the far right, which was about as tall as he was. 300 jin, that meant he'd need at least 300 jin of strength and a single arm just to draw the bowstring? Is that already intimidating you? The lame man's lips curled upward. Never mind 300 jin, there are even people who can draw a 500 jin warbow and shoot down an iron-armored rhinoceros from 1,000 meters away. Iron-armored rhinoceros. Chen muttered to himself. In his memory, this was the top-tier creature among mid-tier beasts. Its body seemed clad in armor, and he heard it could even stop small-caliber bullets. "Uncle Zhang, is it an awakened?" he asked instinctively. After all, in this world, the awakened were the elite at the very pinnacle. No. Surprisingly, the limping man shook his head. "It's a martial artist." "A martial artist?" Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Only 1 in 10,000 can become an awakened. Ordinary people can hardly stand up to beasts without relying on firearms. The good news is that, with the celestial and terrestrial upheavals, humanity's limits seem to have been broken as well. The lame man muttered to himself, "These people temper their bodies and toughen their bones, gaining strength beyond that of ordinary people. These are the martial artists." At Zhao Family Fortress, just a few kilometers from our camp, there's a man who can draw a 300 jin warbow. He is a martial artist. Chen took a deep breath, feeling as if a door were slowly opening before him. With some excitement, he asked, "So, are there any martial artists in our camp?" "Not one like the one at Zhao Family Fortress, no. But there are some who are a bit less skilled, capable of drawing a 100-gene hardbow. Take the Wei brothers, for example. Both of them are skilled archers and the backbone of the camp's hunting party. However, they probably won't be staying here much longer. The lame man sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. So, how do martial artists compare to the awakened? Chen asked again. They're no match at all. The lame man looked at him. An awakened who has just awakened their abilities can easily be killed by a martial artist. But once they become familiar with using their abilities, killing a martial artist is as easy as turning over one's hand. Take that guy from Zhao Family Fortress, for example. Could he block a bullet? An awakened can. Some powerful awakened aren't even afraid of weapons of mass destruction. With a mere wave of their hand, they can destroy an entire town. They're simply not on the same level at all. Chen's mouth fell open slightly. Awakened, are they really that terrifying? He had a vague feeling that his system was probably related to martial arts. According to Uncle Zhang in front of him, pursuing the path of martial arts was a second best choice for ordinary people, with a very low ceiling. Is that really the case? Alright, kid, why do you have so many questions? The limping man shot Chen a disapproving glance and tossed the 60-gene bow hanging on the wall his way. Give it a try. Chen snapped back to reality, set down the 40-gene bow, and tried to draw the 60-gene hardbow. Halfway through, his face flushed red, and his right arm began to tremble violently. By the time he'd drawn it more than halfway, he simply didn't have the strength left and had to give up. This body was still a bit weak. The limping man smiled meaningfully. Want to try the 80-gene bow? No, that's okay. Chen shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze falling on the remaining bows. Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. In a couple of days, once he saved up enough potential points, he'd be able to draw this 60-gene bow, and the same would go for the others. Then, the lame man handed him a quiver of arrows and walked out. Out in the open area by the entrance, he drew the bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target 20 meters away. He demonstrated the basic form, then added, when drawing and shooting, remember the 3 levels. The wrist of your front hand must be level, the elbow of your back hand must be level, and the wrists and elbows of both hands must be level with your shoulders. This is the most fundamental technique. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh, and the arrow embedded itself in the earthen wall nearby. The lame man looked at Chen as if nothing had happened and said, "Practice here today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." "Yes, Uncle Zhang." Chen glanced at the arrow embedded in the wall and nodded. The lame man turned away, a flush spreading across his weathered face. He really wasn't very good at archery, otherwise he wouldn't be guarding the warehouse here. Chen took the bow and arrows, stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, held the bow in his left hand, and nocked an arrow with his right. It was probably his first time practicing archery so formally, so he was a little nervous. He took a deep breath. Then he slowly drew the bowstring back, squinting one eye to ensure that his line of sight, the sight, and the target's center were all aligned. Gradually, the bowstring was drawn to its fullest, emitting a creaking sound, and he felt immense tension in his right shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the 3 fingers of his right hand that were holding the string snapped open, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot out at high speed. As expected, it missed the target. Chen had long been mentally prepared for this. Only a genius could hit the bullseye right after starting to learn archery. He had at least that much self-awareness. Besides, that wasn't what he was really concerned about. The next moment, with a flick of his mind, the absolute panel appeared before his eyes. After taking a closer look, a smile spread across his face. Basic archery, LV 03%. In other words, even though that arrow had missed, it had instantly increased the progress bar by 2%. If he tried just 49 more times, he could raise the level of basic archery to level 1. Chapter 5, Is it hard? Not really. What do you guys think? How many days can he last? During a break, several young men gathered together and whispered among themselves. 2 days at most. 2 days? I'd say even 1 day is a stretch. Haven't you noticed that it's been less than an hour and he can barely lift his right hand? To be blunt, he'll probably give up by this afternoon. Now that you mention it, I just remembered once I practiced archery all day, and when I got home that night, I couldn't even hold a bowl, my fingers were all peeling. Hey, who hasn't been there? Compared to that, practicing with a gun is easier. If only we had a handgun, that'd be even better, one young man said with a silly grin. You're dreaming. Those unscrupulous merchants have driven gun prices through the roof. You have to trade several gene of grain just for a single bullet this size, it's outrageous. As the group chatted, the conversation shifted from Chen to other topics. In fact, Chen was indeed feeling completely worn out by now. His body wasn't as strong as a normal person's to begin with. Every time he drew the bow to full tension, it took nearly all his strength. After doing this more than 10 times in a row, his entire right arm was trembling, as if it didn't even belong to him. The only upside was that his proficiency had increased significantly. Basic archery, LV 0.28%. On one occasion, the arrow landed just a finger's width from the bullseye, instantly increasing his progress by 5%. Chen took a deep breath, raised his slightly numb right arm once more, and drew the bowstring. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the bowstring all the way back. The next moment, the arrow flew from his hand, soaring 3 or 4 meters before plunging into the ground. Are you out of your mind, kid? You're out of steam, don't you know you should take a break? The lame man's voice rang out. Chen turned around and gave him an awkward smile. Uncle Zhang is right. I'll rest for a bit. As he spoke, he sighed. Haste makes waste. Though he desperately wanted to max out his proficiency, his physical condition simply wouldn't allow it. Come here for a second. Let me massage your arm. Just then, the limping man spoke again. This time, not only Chen but even the few young men sitting nearby were stunned. Their expressions seemed to say, we never got this kind of treatment when we practiced archery. Put. The limping man sneered at the group, you call that archery practice? You're so weak and limp, those in the know would think you're practicing archery, but those who don't would think you're carding cotton. The group instantly turned beet red. Admittedly, they had slacked off a few times along the way, but that was because their arms were so sore and aching they simply couldn't muster the strength. Well, Chen said sheepishly, Uncle Zhang, maybe we don't need to go through with this? If you don't want to be too weak to pull up your pants after using the restroom, I've got no problem with that, the limping man shrugged. Chen let out a wail but steeled himself and said, well, then, I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Zhang. You should just said so earlier. You make such a big deal out of everything. The limping man hobbled over, muttering as he went. His words sounded rough, but anyone with a bit of sense could hear the concern behind them. Chen held out his right arm, and before long, a wave of pleasant relief washed over him. The fatigue from earlier seemed to vanish completely, and his body regained control of his right arm. It lasted about 20 minutes. Several times during the massage, Chen tried to pull his arm back, but the man stopped him with a glance each time. When the massage was over, Chen felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly said, Uncle Zhang, thank you so much for your trouble. The lame man waved his hand and said, compared to what your father has done for the people of the village, this little thing is nothing at all. Chen paused, beginning to understand. What Uncle Zhang was referring to was how his father had always worked tirelessly to ensure the survival of everyone in the village, young and old, men and women alike, wasn't he it? Kid, take a word of advice from Uncle Zhang, archery isn't that easy to master. Even if you can hit every target now, out in the wild, those are moving targets, they're not easy to hit. He glanced at the longbow and said earnestly. Uncle Zhang, I understand, but if I give up now, wouldn't that be giving up halfway? Chen looked him in the eye and said calmly. He finally managed to get the basic archery progress bar close to 30%. If he gave up now, wouldn't he have to start all over again? All that stamina would have been wasted for nothing. You're right. The limping man nodded, said, take your time practicing, and turned to leave. Of course, the few young men on the other side were in for a rough time. Chen watched his back and thought to himself, Uncle Zhang might seem like a rough and tumble guy who is always swearing, but deep down, he has a sensitive soul. If it weren't for his limp, he'd surely be my father's right-hand man. He let out a quiet sigh, picked up his bow and arrow again, and walked toward the target. Drawing the bow and knocking in arrow time and time again seemed like a tedious task to onlookers, with no immediate feedback. But for him, every shot taken with proper form increased his proficiency slightly. The closer he got to the bullseye, the more his proficiency soared. This undoubtedly invigorated him, and as he corrected his form with each shot, the physical exhaustion became bearable. "It seems I've underestimated this kid." The limping man glanced over and nodded slightly. Just based on this spirit of striding to do his best every single time, there wasn't a second person like him in the village. Perhaps he really could stick with it? Time passed bit by bit. At noon, Chen went back for lunch. Of course, this so-called lunch was no different from last night's dinner, still just a bowl of thin porridge. However, upon learning that Chen had been practicing archery, the woman scooped an extra spoonful into his bowl. "Xiao Fan, if it's too hard, you don't have to practice for now." She looked at Chen's bright red hands and felt a pang of heartache. Although she was pleased that Chen was so understanding and willing to share the burden with his father, she was even more worried. If the two of them went out hunting together and something happened, how would she, a woman with a child, manage to get by on her own? Chen, however, shook his head with a smile. Bitter? It really wasn't bitter at all. He was actually enjoying it. He quickly finished the thin porridge and rushed off to practice archery without delay, leaving behind his mother, whose face was filled with concern, and his younger brother, who looked completely bewildered. There's no other way. Time is tight. We have to make every second count. Chen sighed. The camp was already in a precarious state. If it suffered another blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet his experiences from his previous life had taught him that good fortune rarely comes alone, and misfortune often follows in quick succession. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. As he walked briskly, he kept an eye on the absolute panel. After a morning of practice, his proficiency in basic archery had reached 52%. Barring any surprises, he would be able to raise this skill to level 1 before nightfall. When that happened, there would surely be some remarkable changes. Chapter 6, Archery Upgrade. When he arrived at the open area in front of the warehouse, the field was empty except for the limping man. "Here so early?" The limping man was taken aback. Chen gave a wry smile. The man nodded without saying anything else. Chen picked up his bow and arrows, walked to the spot where he stood that morning, and continued practicing his archery. The first few attempts went well. He was able to draw the bow fully, but as he continued, it became increasingly difficult. Only after he strained every muscle and still couldn't pull it back any further did he reluctantly set down his bow and arrows to rest for a moment. Seeing this, the limping man came over, just as he had that morning, to massage and knead Chen's right arm. Uncle Zhang Chen looked at him, feeling quite embarrassed. To be honest, if the man hadn't helped him massage and stimulate his qi and blood that morning, his progress in basic archery would never have been this fast. The limping man shook his head slightly and said, "It's no big deal. I can tell you're really putting your heart into this, kid." Chen forced a smile. With his life on the line, how could he not be dedicated? When the massage was over, the lame man patted him on the shoulder, hobbled over to a group of young men who had arrived not long ago, and called out loudly, "I should get back to it, too." Chen muttered to himself, stood up from the ground, and resumed his archery practice. Time ticked by, and around 3 or 4 o'clock, a commotion from the crowd could be heard coming from the entrance to the village. Chen looked puzzled as he gazed into the distance. "The hunting party is back." Just then, a young man practicing spearwork shouted excitedly, "That's right. Looks like they're bringing back some game." Game! The others instinctively licked their lips. What did this mean? It meant every household would get a share and they'd have meat to eat that night. Seeing this, the lame man let out a soft sigh, waved his hand, and said, "Go if you want to, but once you've collected your share, remember to come right back." Though he said this, he knew full well that by the time they stood in line and collected their meat, it would be nearly dark. "Yes, sir." The men dropped their weapons and dashed off in a flash. Those little brats. The lame man grumbled behind them. He suspected they'd been faking their exhaustion earlier. So that's how it is. Chen had pieced together the whole story, but he wasn't nearly as excited as they were. If you rely on a mountain, it may collapse. If you rely on people, they may run away. Only when you're strong enough on your own do you not have to worry about going hungry. Of course, it was a tremendous blessing that his father and the others had returned from their hunt with a bountiful catch. "Aren't you going?" The lame man hobbled over and asked. "Uncle Zhang, I probably don't need to go, do I?" Chen flexed his right arm and smiled. "What about you? Why aren't you going?" The limping man gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "Someone like me is just barely scraping by. I simply can't stay in any of the other villages." He paused, glancing in the direction where the young men had disappeared, and added, "Going over there this early will probably just make people resent us. It's not too late to wait a few hours before heading out." Shen was taken aback for a moment, then whispered, "If we get there too late, we probably won't get any of the best cuts of meat." The lame man shot him a disgruntled look and said, "You little rascal, you sure know how to bring up the wrong topic at the wrong time. If you say something like that again, I won't give you an arm massage." Chen chuckled. He felt that Uncle Jean was actually quite an interesting guy. Another hour passed, and suddenly there was a whoosh. The arrow struck the bullseye without missing. At the same moment, Chen felt a warm current surge through his entire body. His earlier fatigue eased considerably, and the sensation was especially pronounced in his right arm. 2 or 3 seconds later, the warm current vanished, leaving him with the impression that it had never even been there. "My strength seems to have increased a little?" Chen clenched his right fist and muttered to himself, unsure if this was just his imagination. "Oh right, I can check the absolute panel, can't I?" He jolted awake, a thought striking him. Realm, none. Level, 202. Constitution, 9.8. Strength, 8.7. Agility, 7.7. Spirit, 5.5. Skills. Basic Archery, LV1 0%, Traits, Physical Fortitude LV1, Superior Arm Strength LV1, Slow Shot LV1. Potential points, 0 point day. Chen was taken aback, his mouth agape. He never expected the absolute panel to undergo such a massive change, especially the skills section, which had been completely transformed. He didn't panic, but instead scanned the screen from top to bottom. His Constitution attribute had increased by 1 point. His Strength attribute had also increased by 1 point. It really wasn't a hallucination just now, he exclaimed. If he remembered correctly, his Constitution had previously been 8.8 and his Strength 7.7 now. His Constitution was 9.8 and his Strength 8.7. No wonder he felt much less fatigued than before. The question was, how had these two attribute values increased? His level was still level 2, nothing had changed there. It's probably the effect of basic archery being raised by 1 level. His gaze swept over the other 2 attributes below, which hadn't changed, and finally settled on basic archery. After a full day of effort, basic archery had risen from level 0 to level 1. And now there was a trait listed next to it. What on earth was this trait? Was it an effect of leveling up? He focused his attention on physical conditioning, and instantly, a line of small text floated into his mind. Physical conditioning, each level increase in this skill boosts the Constitution attribute by 1 point. He then looked at Superior Arm Strength. Superior Arm Strength, each level increase in this skill grants 1 point to the Strength attribute. Whoa! Chen sucked in a sharp breath. He understood everything. Level 1 of Superior Arm Strength gave him 1 point of strength, so if it reached level 2, it would add 2 points, and so on. The Physical Fortitude trait worked the same way. Then what about Slow Shot? He muttered to himself. It seemed like it didn't boost any other attributes. Slow Shot, for every level the skill increases, the hit rate of archery increases by 30%. I see. Chen's body trembled slightly with excitement. He was beginning to understand. These so-called traits were like buffs: some boosted constitution, some boosted strength, and others enhanced skill effects. Later on, there would surely be traits that boosted agility and spirit as well. Most importantly, these traits could be upgraded. Take basic archery, for example, it's currently at level 1. If he raises it to level 2, all 3 traits will increase by 1 level. By then, he'll gain another point in constitution and another in strength. Even without further upgrades, most of his stats would be on par with those of a grown man. Plus, his hit rate would reach 60%. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the wild excitement in his heart, and set himself a small goal: to raise basic archery to level 3. A 90% hit rate, nearly 100%. With that skill to rely on, it should be enough for him to leave the camp and venture out on his own. Chapter 7, We've come to say goodbye. Just as the lame man had predicted, even after dark, those young men still hadn't returned. Not long ago, the camp had been heavy with a sense of despair, but now it was filled with laughter and the aroma of cooking meat. Gurgle. Chen's stomach let out an unwelcome growl. In truth, he'd been hungry for quite some time. What had kept him drawing his bow time and time again was watching the basic archery progress bar rise, bit by bit. After reaching level 1, he could clearly feel that drawing the bow to full tension was no longer as strenuous. He could fire 10 arrows in a row before his arms began to ache, and he still had energy to spare. The bad news was that each arrow he shot increased his proficiency by less than 0.5%. Even hitting the bullseye only added a little over 1%. In other words, he'd have to shoot at least 100 arrows all hitting the bullseye to raise basic archery from level 1 to level 2. The difficulty was 2 or 3 times greater than before. It's okay, I'll just take my time, he thought to himself. It would only take a day or 2, but what if he counted the nights as well? You kid, you really do practice archery to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. You didn't even notice it had gotten dark. The lame man's voice rang out. Uncle Zhang. Chen snapped out of his reverie, turned to look at him, and scratched his head. The lame man's gaze was gentle. He'd been bored all afternoon, watching Chen practice archery, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. He realized that this kid's archery skills seemed to be improving at an astonishing rate. That morning, he'd clearly been a complete novice, taking ages just to adjust his stance. But by the afternoon, not only was his form perfect, but 1 out of every 3 or 4 arrows he shot hit the bullseye. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this was a beginner. Some of the young men who started practicing archery earlier had spent 2 days just to hit the bullseye by sheer luck, and after that, they never managed to hit it again. He tried his best to stay calm and said, "It's getting late. I should go check on things by the gate, and you should head home too. Come back tomorrow morning." The aroma of meat wafting through the air was making his mouth water. Even if he went now and could only get some offal, it would still be better than going without. Uncle Zhang, go ahead. Chen nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Uncle Zhang, could I light a torch here later and practice a little more?" The lame man's eyes widened, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. You're going to keep practicing at night?" He was truly stunned. He'd seen hard-working people before, but never anyone this dedicated. Not to mention those young men in the entire village, there wasn't a single person more diligent than this kid. "Yeah." Chen laughed heartily. "I won't be able to sleep when I get back tonight anyway. Since I'll just be sitting around, I might as well keep practicing archery." "Uncle Zhang, is that a problem?" "If it is, never mind." He sighed inwardly. The lame man waved his hand and said, "It's no trouble at all. I'll light a torch for you here in a moment. If you want to practice, just go ahead." Chen was thrilled. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, his basic archery skill should reach level 2. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached from the distance, and the 2 men looked up simultaneously. They saw a middle-aged man walking toward them, holding a piece of meat. "Father!" "Guodong!" Both of them exclaimed in unison. Guodong nodded. It was clear he was in a good mood today. A rare smile graced his usually stern face. "Ren, this is for you." With that, he handed the piece of hind leg meat weighing nearly 2 jin to the other man. The lame man's eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the hind leg meat in Guodong's hand, he said emotionally. Guodong, why did you bring it over yourself? And why are you giving me such high-quality meat? It's nothing. Guodong waved his hand dismissively. You're the one who trains all the young people in the village. The village's future depends on them. You work so hard, you deserve this hind leg. Everyone knows it, and no one has any objections. Hearing this, the lame man slowly reached out and took the meat, asking, Did you have a good hunt today? Yes. A broad smile spread across Guodong's face. I had good luck today. I bagged 2 wilderness rabbits. The bigger one weighed nearly 50 jin. After skinning it, it was still just over 40 jin. The smaller one was over 30 jin as well. Every household in the village will get 1 jin of meat. That should be enough. On top of that, I'll give a little extra to those who always worked hard for the village. That's great. The lame man smiled too and sighed. I really hope every day from now on brings a harvest like this. Yeah. Guodong nodded in agreement. A brief silence fell, then his gaze settled on Chen, and he offered a faint smile. Xiaofan, come back with me. The meat's already cooked. We're just waiting for you to get back. Yes, Dad. Chen replied, and he was looking forward to it too. After saying goodbye to the lame man, the two walked one in front of the other along the bumpy dirt road. Your mom told me you spent the whole day practicing archery today? As soon as you put down your chopsticks at lunchtime, you came straight here? Guodong asked as they walked. Chen replied. Being alone with this man he called Dad did, in fact, make him feel a little uncomfortable. How did it go? It went okay. Chen asked tentatively. As long as it went okay, that's good. Guodong nodded and said, if you really want to keep practicing archery, whenever Uncle Wei and the others have time, I'll have them give you some guidance. It's thanks to them that you made such great progress today. Okay. Chen nodded. He heard the lame man mention that the Wei brothers could draw 100 jin, while their archery skills must be exceptional. Receiving their guidance would surely be quite beneficial. After Guodong finished speaking, silence fell between them once more. Fortunately, their home was just ahead, just around the corner. Just then, Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw that inside the main room of his home, in addition to his mother and younger brother, there were 3 or 4 middle-aged men, some standing, some sitting, who were clearly waiting for his father. Could it be that the celebration has already begun? He thought to himself, feeling a sense of unease for some reason. Tiangong, Tianyuan, what brings you here? Guodong's eyes widened with surprise. He hurried forward and said, You've come at just the right time. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you stay and eat here? The woman standing beside him was startled, but she smiled and chimed in, That's right. Dinner's already ready. Please, have a seat. After all, today's game was thanks to the Wei brothers' superb archery. Otherwise, how could anyone on 2 legs possibly outrun a wilderness hare, a creature built for speed? However, the group exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on the tall, middle-aged man at the front with a receding hairline, none other than Wei Tiangong, the eldest of the Wei brothers. Guodong. Wei Tiangong took a deep breath and looked at him. We've come here tonight to bid you farewell. Chapter 8, Here, there is no hope. Farewell? Guodong felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His outstretched hand froze mid-air. He forced a smile and said, his voice trembling slightly, Why leave out of the blue? Is it because you have a problem with how we divided up the previous catch? If so, we can talk it out, can't we? Anyone could tell he was panicking. The woman, holding the little boy, watched the scene before her in utter bewilderment. Her mind went blank, so much so that she even forgot to say anything to try to keep them from leaving. Chen was equally startled inside. He recalled what Uncle Zhang had said earlier, the Wei brothers probably won't stay much longer. Who would have thought it would come true so soon? Brother Guodong, it's not what you think. A man who bore a slight resemblance to Wei Tiangong but was somewhat younger stepped forward, though he seemed a bit too shy to meet Guodong's gaze. We have no objections to how the prey is divided, nor do we have any objections to you, Brother Guodong. Back then, it was you who inspired everyone to dig deep into the fortifications and repel the beasts. That's right, that's right. The two men behind the brothers nodded vigorously. Then why are you leaving? Cold sweat poured down Guodong's forehead. There weren't many adult men left in the village to begin with, and now 4 were leaving, including the 2 Wei brothers. Their departure would only make the already impoverished village's situation even worse. Chen's heart was in his throat. Of course, he didn't want these men to leave either. Wei Tianyuan glanced at his older brother, who gave a slight nod. Brother Guodong, I'm going to be honest with you, please don't get angry. Why would I? Guodong forced a smile. What he feared most were decisions made after weighing the pros and cons, because that meant there was no way to keep them from leaving. Wei Tianyuan took a deep breath and looked Guodong in the eye. Because there is no hope if we stay here. As soon as those words were spoken, it sounded as if something had shattered inside the room. Brother Guodong, all told, there are only about 100 of us here. There are fewer than 20 adult men, and even counting a few young boys, the rest are the elderly, the weak, women, and children. With so many mouths to feed, it's very hard for just a handful of us to support them all. Yes, it is very hard, Guodong said, his mouth opening and closing. But we held on until today, haven't we? We can keep going. What about us? At that moment, Wei Tiangong spoke up. His gaze was utterly calm. The Zhao brothers from Zheojiabao a few years ago, just like us, they could only draw a 100 gene hunting bow. But over the past few years, thanks to ample supplies of beast meat, they reached the late stage of the body tempering realm in martial arts and can now draw a 300 gene hard bow. If we had enough food, we could do the same. Guodong was instantly at a loss for words, overcome with shame. It was true, every time the hunting party brought back game, more than half the credit went to the Wei brothers, yet every time they returned, they were given only a tiny fraction of the spoils. Guodong. Realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, Wei Tiangong sighed and softened his tone. Take my advice, there is no future in staying here. Why not come with us to Zhao family fortress? There, not only is there plenty of food, but living conditions are much better. Most importantly, you'll be able to learn martial arts to strengthen your body. In this world, you need strength to survive. That's right, brother Guodong, come with us. Wei Tianyuan's eyes were filled with hope. The 2 brothers had given so much to the village, they had nothing to feel guilty about. Now, it was time for them to live for themselves, to become stronger, and to ensure their families would no longer have to endure a life of hunger and cold. Chen looked at his father if he wasn't mistaken. Sure enough, Guodong took a deep breath. His eyes welled up, and through his tears, he smiled and said, I understand, Tiangong. Going to Zhao family fortress is indeed the best choice. How could I blame you? All this time, if it weren't for your quiet dedication, the village wouldn't have lasted until today. Hearing this, Wei Tiangong and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, they also felt a faint pang of guilt. Brother Guodong, aren't you coming with us? Wei Tianyuan realized what was happening and hurriedly asked. No, thank you. Guodong smiled faintly, glanced at the houses in the distance, and said, before the settlement was even established, I promised everyone that I would lead them all to survival. You could say this settlement is the result of everyone's joint efforts. It couldn't have been built without a single one of them. Now, many of them are no longer with us, like Aquan, Dafei, and Juzi, but their families are still here. I cannot abandon them. As he finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the area, and the men present all had tears welling up in their eyes. Wei Tiangong took a deep breath, his eyes reddening. He reached out and gently patted Guodong's shoulder. Brother Guodong, take care of yourself. With that, he glanced at Chen and the others standing nearby, then turned and walked away with resolute determination. Brother Guodong, I'm sorry. Wei Tianyuan bowed and quickly followed after him. Brother Guodong, we're leaving now. Take care. Take care. The other 2 also cast a reluctant glance at him before turning and walking away. As the figures vanished completely into the night, even their footsteps became barely audible. Chen looked at his father, who stood there as if turned to stone, tears welling up in his eyes. Sigh. He sighed inwardly. Although he couldn't fully empathize, he could somewhat understand the complex emotions swirling within his father's heart. Of course, most importantly, the village's situation had grown even worse. He had to raise the level of basic archery as soon as possible. "Let us eat first, Guodong," the woman said, her face pale. Guodong, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her, and it took him quite a while to nod. Although dinner could be called hearty, the atmosphere at the table was eerily quiet. The woman placed several pieces of rabbit meat into Chen's bowl and said with concern, "Xiaofan, you've been practicing archery all day, eat a little more." "That's right." The usually taciturn Guodong finally snapped out of his daze and added a few more pieces of meat to Chen's bowl, making the little boy sitting nearby drool with envy. There were only 2 pieces in his own bowl, it was plain to see. "Dad, you should eat more." Chen was a bit flattered and hurriedly pushed the meat back onto the plate. After all, his father was the backbone of the family, and besides, once the Wei brothers left tomorrow, hunting would become even more difficult. "You eat it. I'm not hungry." Guodong gave a faint smile. Seeing this, Chen fell silent. The aroma of the meat in the bowl wafted toward him. Finally, he couldn't resist. He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed. He felt the rich fragrance fill his mouth. The meat was simply boiled and sprinkled with a little salt, yet it was so delicious it made him want to swallow his own tongue. Just then, a thought popped into his mind. Potential points plus 0.1. Chen froze in place. Chapter 9, The Second Level Up. Eating meat can actually increase potential points? The question popped into his mind. Unable to believe it, he looked at the absolute panel again. There was no mistake, the count had gone from 0 to 0.1. And the previous notification was still displayed before his eyes. An unknown anomaly has occurred in this world. After the anomaly, both animals and plants have evolved, becoming difficult to deal with. So it makes perfect sense that eating their meat would make a person's body stronger. He thought to himself. Combining this with what the Wei brothers had said, the meat of the beasts could indeed improve a person's physique. So, after I consume the beast's meat, the system directly converts it into potential points. Once I reach a certain amount, I can use them to strengthen my body. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was exactly how it worked. He quickly picked up another piece of meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. He had to admit, his mother's knife skills were truly impressive. The slices were all cut to nearly the same size. Potential points plus 0.1. The notification flashed in his mind once more. As he swallowed one piece of meat after another, the potential points on the interface began to rise rapidly. Watching Chen wolf down his food, Guodong and the woman exchanged a knowing glance and smiled at each other. It was clear that Xiaofan was truly hungry. However, Guodong's brow furrowed slightly. Without the Wei brothers, catching a wilderness rabbit would likely mean relying solely on traps. But traps were, after all, at the mercy of the weather. Exactly 10 pieces of meat, enough to increase his potential by 1 point. Chen stared at the interface, overcome with excitement. Originally, he would had to wait until around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow night to accumulate the 2 potential points needed to level up. But thanks to the beast's meat, he could strengthen his body to level 2 tonight. That meant not only would his strength increase, but practicing archery tomorrow would be much easier too. No. Tonight. Xiaofan, aren't you full yet? A look of concern flashed in the woman's eyes as she picked up the 2 pieces of meat from her own bowl and placed them in Chen's. Chen quickly pushed the meat back into her bowl, let out a deliberate belch, and said, "Mom, I'm full already. You should keep it for yourself." With that, before the woman could say anything, he stood up from his stool and said with a smile to Guodong, "Dad, I'm full. I'm going over to Uncle Zhang's place to practice archery for a while. Just make sure to leave the door open for me tonight." "What?" Guodong was taken aback. Not only him, but the woman was also startled. Only the little boy still looked completely bewildered. "Dad, Uncle Wei, and the others have left. Without any archers, hunting will be very difficult from now on. If I can learn to shoot a bow as soon as possible, I'll be able to help you sooner," Chen said earnestly. Wodong felt a warm current flow through his entire body and couldn't help but say, "Moved, it's just your thoughtfulness that matters." "I'm off," Chen said, turned around, and disappeared from their sight in just a few strides. "That kid seems to have grown up." Wodong looked at the woman, as if speaking to himself. The woman, however, wore a complex expression. She was both pleased that Chen was mature and willing to take on responsibility, yet worried that if he really went out hunting with the group, an accident might happen. But she also knew very well that sooner or later, Chen would have to go out with the hunting party. "I guess we have about an hour left." Chen glanced at his interface. Fortunately, he wasn't in a rush. As they walked on, the glow of a fire appeared ahead. They saw a bonfire burning on the ground, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Someone was actually roasting meat over it. "You're here." The limping man turned his head, gave him a calm glance, and said, "Want some?" "Uncle Zhang, if you're serious, I wouldn't mind having a bite," Chen said honestly, eyeing the rabbit meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. "Never mind then. I was just being polite," the limping man admitted frankly, blocking Chen's view with his body before nodding toward the bow and arrows set out nearby. Chen resisted the urge to flip him off, walked over silently, picked up the bow and arrow, and strangely enough, the moment his fingers touched them, a familiar sensation washed over him, as if he'd instantly gotten into the zone. He walked to the spot he'd been at earlier that day and continued repeating his previous movements. Before long, the limping man had finished his meat and was lazily leaning against the side, watching Chen's performance. After all, he had nothing better to do. Time ticked by. It was actually fine at first. He'd just finished eating and was full of energy, but after shooting more than 10 arrows, the fatigue he'd felt earlier in the day returned to his entire arm. It ached so badly that he often had to rest for 3 or 4 minutes after each shot. So, after an hour had passed, he'd shot a total of just over 20 arrows. Basic Archery, LV1 16%, Traits, Physical Strength LV1, Superior Arm Strength LV1, Steady Shot LV1. At this rate, I'll probably reach level 2 by noon tomorrow, assuming my arm can hold out, Chen thought to himself. "Kid, why don't we call it a night?" The voice of the limping man rang out from behind him. "If you keep practicing like this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to pick up a bow tomorrow morning." "I'll practice a little longer." Chen smiled at him. "Suit yourself." The limping man stood up and patted his butt. "To be honest, watching this for too long was getting pretty boring. I'm heading out. If the fire's about to go out, just toss a few more logs in. Here, the wood's right over there." The limping man waved his hand, walked into a room, and closed the door. "Phew." Chen slowly exhaled. "A break?" He'd love to, but time waits for no one. A thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the absolute panel. His spirits instantly lifted without realizing it. An hour had passed, and his potential points had reached 2. At the same time, a very conspicuous plus sign had appeared next to the small text that read level. "Finally, I can level up." Chen felt elated, recalling that addictive sensation of growing stronger. With a thought, he allocated his 2 potential points. Instantly, that familiar sensation returned. A powerful wave of heat surged from the depths of his heart, coursing through every limb and bone. A faint cracking sound echoed from all over his body, and his skin felt slightly firmer. Soon, the surge of heat faded away, leaving Chen feeling as if he hadn't had enough. Realm, none. Level, 304. Constitution, 9.8 plus 0.98. Strength, 8.7 plus 0.87. Agility, 7.7 plus 0.77. Spirit, 5.5 plus 0.55. Potential points, 0.1 point day. All my attributes have increased by 10%. Now, my physical condition is very close to that of a grown man. Chen nodded with satisfaction. What surprised him even more was that the fatigue he'd felt all over his body from a day of practice and the aching and soreness that had persisted even when he kept his right arm still had now completely vanished. This wasn't just true for his body, it was true for his mind as well. I never expected that strengthening my body just once would bring such benefits. Realizing this, Chen was overjoyed. If he used this wisely, he could practice archery from morning till night, just like a robot. Chapter 10, Am I overthinking this? Of course, there was also some not so good news. To raise his physical enhancement level from 3 to 4, he would need 4 potential points. At the current rate of 1 potential point per day, it would take 4 days to achieve that. If I could eat a little more cooked lean meat, maybe 2 days would be enough, he muttered to himself, a wry smile gradually spreading across his face. As one might imagine, even though the hunting party had a good haul today, the portion of meat his family would receive was meager. 2 Jin would be quite a lot. Tonight, he'd eaten nearly half of it by himself, while his father, the family's breadwinner, had eaten only a few pieces. This simply wouldn't do. I'd better focus on raising my basic archery level as soon as possible. There is no rush to strengthen my body after all, my father and the others aren't much stronger than average people. I can't keep putting them at risk. With that in mind, Chen took a deep breath and drew the bowstring. He immediately felt much lighter, no doubt a benefit of his physical enhancement. As his finger released the string, a whoosh sounded, and the arrow struck the bullseye. He adjusted his breathing, then fired a second arrow, followed by a third. In the wilderness far off, the roars of unidentified beasts rang out from time to time. After each roar, a deathly silence would settle in. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Chen felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his arms were aching terribly. Looks like that's all for tonight. He yawned and glanced at his skill bar. Basic Archery LV 176.5%. That's a bit faster than I expected. A look of relief spread across his face. It seemed that with another 2 or 3 hours of practice tomorrow morning, Basic Archery would reach level 2. Counting the time spent this afternoon and evening, level 3 should be achievable, right? If things went smoothly, he'd be able to head out with the hunting party the day after tomorrow. If they could bag some game, he wouldn't just survive, he'd grow even stronger. The next day, the night slowly faded away. A hint of pale white appeared on the distant horizon, and before long, dawn broke. The entrance to the camp was already crowded with people, mostly the elderly, the infirm, women, and children. Gaunt and emaciated, they watched the group of over a dozen people outside with mixed expressions. They knew these people were heading to seek refuge at Zhao Family Fortress. It was the strongest human settlement within 100 li of the area. Rumor had it that there was no shortage of food or clothing there, and those who lived inside were very happy. Of course, not everyone could gain entry to enjoy such generous treatment. Strong, able-bodied adult men could enter with their families, as could women under 40, but others such as frail men, the elderly, and children could forget about it. Now, the Wei brothers and their families were about to set off. Once they were gone, food in the camp would become even scarcer. Guodong stood at the very front of the crowd, tears welling in his eyes. Once they parted ways today, they would only meet again in the wilderness, and by then, they wouldn't be friends but rivals. Take care. He patted Wei Tiangong's shoulder excitedly, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces behind him. Take care, Guodong. Wei Tiangong also patted Guodong on the shoulder. Take care, Brother Guodong. Brother Guodong, if you ever come to Zheojiabao, we can help you get settled. That's right, Brother Guodong, we'll be waiting for you. Guodong shook his head. Once he'd made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Take care, everyone. Behind them, the family members also waved goodbye reluctantly to the familiar faces in the crowd. They didn't want to leave unless absolutely necessary, but staying any longer offered no hope. For a moment, the sound of weeping filled the air. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Tiangong and his group gradually receded into the distance, shrinking into a dozen or so tiny black dots before finally disappearing from sight. Brother Wei and the others are gone. A man with a crew cut said wistfully, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety about the future. Guodong turned around, looked at the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, go back. The rest of you, get ready, we'll go out hunting later. Tiangong and the others have left, but I believe that with our strength, we can still live well." The group was demoralized and began to disperse in small groups. Live well, could they really live well? Once the elderly, the weak, and the women and children had left, the group, which had originally numbered over a dozen, was suddenly reduced by nearly half. Including Guodong, there were only 8 people left. Ha ha ha. The bald man laughed. Not bad, we've still got 8 of us. Hearing this, the others all gave wry smiles. Among them, there were indeed a few who could have gone to Zhao family fortress, but out of consideration for their bond with Guodong, they were unwilling to leave at this moment. Baldy, you sure sound carefree, a round-faced man said irritably. Now that the Wei brothers are gone, we don't even have a single archer left in the group. It's going to be really hard to catch any game now. The bald man's smile froze for a moment, then he broke into a laugh again. What's the rush? We'll just use traps. The group was speechless. When we get back from the hunt, we'll practice our archery some more. It really won't work without some long-range attack options, Guodong couldn't help but sigh. He then looked around at the group. Shall we set off, then? The limping man hobbled back from the village gate and spotted a figure practicing archery from a distance. Young people really do have good legs, he's back already. He thought to himself. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Something wasn't right. He deep in among the crowd just now and hadn't seen this kid, it seemed he really hadn't. He walked over slowly and couldn't help but ask, just now, you didn't go over to the village gate, did you? Chen turned his head, smiled, and said, no, I came straight here after breakfast. The lame man's eyes widened. Uncle Zhang, you're talking about the Wei brothers leaving, aren't you? Chen fired another arrow and, taking advantage of a moment's lull, said, they came to see my dad last night. I was there at the time. My dad went to see them this morning, so whether I go or not doesn't really matter. That's true. The lame man nodded. The Wei brothers were determined to leave, it didn't matter who went to see them. Trying to persuade them to stay would only make things more awkward for both sides. His gaze then fell on Chen again, and he thought to himself that this kid seemed a bit different from the rest. Besides, he appeared to be completely absorbed in archery, seeming to genuinely enjoy it. Who knows? Maybe this kid really could take over the Wei brothers' positions in the village's hunting party. That's a nice thought. He shook his head. It was too difficult, far too difficult. It wasn't something that could be explained simply with a word or two. You lot, pull yourselves together. He walked over to the other side and began scolding a few young men. Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then immediately refocused his attention on the target. One arrow, another, and yet another. Chapter 11, Shooting at Moving Targets. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, a flash of inspiration struck Chen. Not only that, but a warm sensation washed over his entire body, not as intense as the heat he felt during physical enhancement, but it still significantly alleviated his previous fatigue. He could feel that his stamina and strength had increased slightly. I've finally reached level 2. Chen let out a sigh of relief and looked at the skills panel in his mind. Realm, none. Level, 304. Constitution, 11.78. Strength, 10.57. Basic Archery, LV 20%, Traits, Physical Fortitude LV 2, Superior Arm Strength LV 2, Slow Shot LV 2. It was clear at a glance that both his Constitution and Strength attributes had increased slightly. His Constitution, in particular, was nearing 12. The Level 2 Slow Shot trait also meant his hit rate was as high as 60%. I wonder how much proficiency I'll gain by firing an arrow now. He thought to himself, and couldn't wait to draw his bow and knock an arrow. This time, drawing the bowstring to full tension was even easier. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and hit the bullseye. Very accurate. Level 2 basic archery really does make a huge difference. Chen recalled how, while shooting, his mind was free of distractions and his focus was intense. The key was that once he began drawing the bow, his entire being automatically entered this state. The next moment, a wry smile crossed his face. Basic Archery LV 20.4%. At level 1, a shot that hit the bullseye would increase proficiency by about 1.2%. Now, it was only 1/3 of that. That means if I want to raise basic archery to level 3, I'll need to hit the bullseye 250 times. My constitution and strength have both improved now, so I should be able to complete one shot in about 2 minutes. That's 30 shots per hour, so 10 hours should be more than enough. A smile crossed his face, and he was once again filled with determination. Time passed bit by bit. At noon, Chen went back for lunch. His wife, feeling sorry for how hard he was working on his archery, added a few extra pieces of meat to his bowl. His potential points had also risen to 0.3. Although this was less than a tenth of the 4 experience points needed for the next level, Chen's heart was filled with gratitude. After finishing lunch, he couldn't wait to return to the open area in front of the warehouse to continue his archery practice. As if inspired, those young men also arrived shortly afterward, their eyes filled with a hint of respect as they looked at Chen. They hadn't quite believed what the lame man had said, that the young man practicing archery would still be here practicing at night, but throughout the entire morning, plus the whole previous day, they hadn't seen Chen slacking off even once. Besides, the Wei brothers had left, and life in the village would only get tougher from here on out. If they looked for another chance to slack off, they wouldn't be able to face themselves. An hour later, the lame man sat on the ground, massaging Chen's arms, and said with a complex tone, "You kid, you really do have some talent." He could see clearly that out of Chen's 10 arrows, at least 6 or 7 now hit the bullseye. If he were to tell anyone, no one would believe this kid was a beginner. Chen chuckled. There was no denying that it was mainly thanks to the system, but he had worked pretty hard, too. But if you keep practicing like this, it probably won't do much good. Just then, the lame man changed the subject. Chen's body jolted, his pupils widening involuntarily, and he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, Uncle Zhang?" The limping man looked up and gave him a glance. "I've seen that your archery accuracy is very high right now, which is a good thing. But have you ever considered that these are stationary targets? The beasts out in the wild aren't stupid. Unless you keep them from spotting you, given their speed." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. A jolt of realization shot through Chen's mind. He'd been fixated on the proficiency progress bar, full of enthusiasm, but trapped in that mindset, unable to step back and view the problem objectively. "Uncle Zhang, are you telling me to practice shooting at moving targets?" "Exactly." The limping man wore an expression that suggested Chen was a quick learner. "Although my archery skills are nothing to write home about, the answer to something like this is obvious even to a fool. Your progress has been nothing short of meteoric. You deserve praise, but it's still not enough." "I understand." Chen took a deep breath, then asked, "So how do I find moving targets?" The lame man realized he'd painted himself into a corner. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, he finally gave his answer, "I'll help you." Soon after, several young men witnessed the scene. The lame man stood to the side and tossed a target into the air, while Chen aimed at the target as it traced a parabolic arc and fired an arrow. Unfortunately, he missed. "Don't worry, take your time," the limping man said. "This time, I'll throw it a little slower. Focus." With that, he tossed the target into the air again. Chen narrowed his eyes, anticipating the target's trajectory, and fired another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the edge of the target wobbled slightly, flew backward, and finally landed on the ground. Chen exhaled and eagerly looked at the absolute panel. Basic Archery LV 225%. He was instantly both surprised and delighted. It had only been at 23% before, which meant that just this one arrow had actually increased the progress by 2%? And that was just a hit on the edge. If he could hit the bullseye, wouldn't he get at least 4%? Even if it wasn't the bullseye but just the edge, still 2% progress. That's 5 times more efficient than shooting at a stationary target. What a steal! What are you thinking about? Focus and keep going. The lame man's stern voice rang out. "Yes, Uncle Zhang." Chen shot him a grateful glance. At this rate, not only would basic archery reach level 3, but with a little more effort, level 4 would be just around the corner. To be honest, Uncle Zhang really is a great guy. An hour later, Uncle Zheng finally couldn't hold on any longer. His right arm felt as heavy as 1,000 jin, he simply couldn't lift it. He wanted to ask for a break, but upon seeing the fighting spirit in Chen's eyes, he changed his mind. I'm going to switch to my left hand next. I might not be able to control my strength as well as I did just now, so be prepared. Chen snapped out of his excitement over his rapidly rising proficiency and quickly apologized. Uncle Zheng, why don't we take a break first? We can practice again after we've rested. I told you to keep going, so just do it. Stop talking so much nonsense. He furrowed his brow and snapped irritably. But inwardly, he thought, I'm a grown man, am I really going to lose to a kid like you? And so it went, toss the target, shoot an arrow, toss the target, shoot an arrow. After nearly an hour, the limping man finally couldn't hold on any longer. Uncle Zheng, let us take a break. Chen felt bad and spoke up. After nearly 2 hours, he hit the target about 12 times. Although he hadn't hit the bullseye even once, his progress bar had already surpassed 50%. He hadn't actually expended that much energy. The limping man seemed to have noticed this and asked, Can you keep going? Chen hesitated. You come here. The limping man gestured toward a young man not far away who was craning his neck to look this way. I see you've been resting for a while too, just staring over here the whole time. Alright, I'll give you a chance, come take my place. The young man felt like crying but couldn't bring himself to. I'd only just sat down and glanced over a couple of times, for heaven's sake. Chapter 12, Maybe it's time for a new bow. After the limping man promised to let him rest an extra hour later, the short-haired young man scampered over. Hello, brother Fan. His face was beaming with a smile. He bowed and scraped, looking quite obsequious. Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the other's enthusiasm, especially since they were about the same age, and quickly waved his hand, saying, Don't be so formal. Just call me Chen. By the way, what is your name? Wang Ping, the Wang in King and the Ping in Plain. Wang Ping chuckled. Stop grinning like an idiot. Let us get started. The limping man interjected impatiently from the side, You saw what I did earlier. Just do the same. Yes, Uncle Zheng. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Thanks for your help. Chen said gratefully. After all, he was taking up someone else's time and energy. But if he didn't do this, his basic archery proficiency would improve much more slowly. At this critical juncture, every minute and every second was especially precious. I'll have to wait until I've mastered basic archery and gone out to hunt some game before I can truly thank him. He silently told himself. No problem. Wang Ping chuckled and said, Brother Fan, you're Uncle Guodong's son. Back then, if it weren't for Uncle Guodong taking us in all those years, we would been killed by beasts out there long ago. How could we have survived this long? This little favor is nothing. Ahem. Realizing he rambled on a bit too much, he quickly cut himself off, picked up the target, and stood where the limping man had been. Brother Fan, I'm going to start now. Chen took a deep breath, nodded, and focused on the task at hand. Their coordination was a bit awkward at first, but it improved as they went along, and his basic archery proficiency steadily rose. About an hour had passed. Wang Ping, thanks for your hard work. Seeing the other man struggle to toss the target aside, Chen slowly lowered his bow and arrow and said gratefully, Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. Wang Ping gave a wry smile. He simply couldn't go on any longer. His arms felt as if they were filled with lead. Seeing this, the man with the limp prepared to take over. Although his arms had recovered somewhat, it was uncertain whether he could last another hour. I'll take over. Just then, the young man who had been sitting and resting stood up. He was tall, at least 1.8 meters, but very thin, almost nothing but skin and bones. Everyone was taken aback. The limping man was no exception. He looked at the tall young man and said, Zhao Feng, your shooting form is the most precise among us. Since our time and energy are limited, you should go back to practicing your shooting. Wang Ping felt like crying but had no tears to shed. So, had he been called over simply because his shooting form was mediocre? Uncle Zheng, it's okay. I'll just treat this as a break. Zhao Feng flashed a smile, then turned to Chen and said, Wang Ping is right. It's only because of Uncle Guodong that my mother and I are able to live here. Hearing this, the limping man made no further objections and nodded slightly. And so, another 2 or 3 hours passed. During that time, in addition to the limping man, Wang Ping, and Zhao Feng, 1 or 2 other young men came over of their own accord to help. On the one hand, they wanted to repay Guodong for all the care he provided over the years. On the other hand, they could see that Chen truly had a natural talent for archery. The departure of the Wei brothers had greatly weakened the village's strength, so they needed to train someone skilled in archery as soon as possible. As for spearmen, they certainly weren't short of 1 or 2. During this time, Chen also figured out a pattern. When aiming at a moving target, the faster the target moved, the more proficiency he gained upon hitting it up to 3%. Of course, if it moved too fast, he simply couldn't hit it. Conversely, if it moved too slowly, almost like a stationary target, the proficiency gain from a hit was minimal. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and hit the target once again. In an instant, Chen felt a warm surge rise within him, spreading throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his previous fatigue vanished. Has basic archery leveled up? He felt a surge of delight, but at the same time, a strange sensation welled up in his heart. Here it comes! The lame man let out a loud shout and tossed the target once more. Chen narrowed his eyes. This time, the target arcing through the air not far away seemed to be moving in slow motion, as if in a movie its speed had slowed by more than half. What's going on? Though puzzled, his hands moved swiftly, or rather, it was pure muscle memory as he drew the bowstring to full tension and released the arrow. Thud! A soft thud echoed as the arrow struck the bullseye dead center. Nice shot! Even the limping man couldn't help but cheer at such a clean, precise shot. Then, as if coming to his senses, he wiped the smile off his face and snorted coldly, This time, you might ve just gotten lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Chen chuckled. By then, he had already seen that basic archery had indeed leveled up, and a 4th trait had been unlocked. Level 304. Constitution 12.78. Strength 11.57. Basic archery, LV 31%, traits, Physique 3, Superior Arm Strength 3, Slow Shot 3, Horseback Archery 1. Horseback archery, for each level gained, accuracy when aiming at moving targets increases by 30%. No wonder. It suddenly dawned on him, no wonder the target had seemed to fall much more slowly earlier. It was all thanks to this mounted archery trait. Not only that, but the previous 3 traits had also reached level 3, just as he expected. In particular, the slow shot trait gave him a hit rate of 90% when aiming at stationary targets, nearly 100%. With this level of skill, I should be able to go hunting, right? He thought to himself. Admittedly, if he could raise basic archery to level 5, the mounted archery trait would reach level 3, and his accuracy would also be 90%. That would give him the greatest chance of success. But he also noticed that although the arrow he just fired had hit the bullseye, it had only increased his proficiency by 1%. He'd have to hit the target 100 times while moving just to reach level 4, and the jump from level 4 to level 5 would be even harder. It would take at least 2 days. He didn't have that much time. The scene from the day after he arrived, when 3 people in the village died all at once, was still vivid in his mind. If he delayed even 1 more day, perhaps another member of the hunting party would die. Who knows, could it be his father? Besides, he also needed enough beast meat to convert into potential points to strengthen his body. It's risky, but if you want to survive, every choice a risk? Just look at the adult men in the village, their physical condition much better than his, yet they still go out hunting every day, don't they? Of course, if he could raise his basic archery from level 3 to level 4 between the afternoon and evening, both his safety and his chances of bagging game would improve significantly. What are you thinking about, kid? Just then, the lame man's displeased voice rang out. You're daydreaming at a time like this? Uncle Zhang, I was wondering if I should switch to a bow with more firepower. Chen grinned. Chapter 13, Li's settlement way too overpowered. The lame man froze for a moment, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. You mean you want to use that 60 gene bow? As he spoke, a strange expression crossed his face. If his memory served him right, hadn't this kid tried it yesterday? He struggled for ages and still couldn't draw it. Chen nodded earnestly. Uncle Zhang, after practicing these past 2 days, I think I might actually be able to draw that bow now. 2 days ago, his strength attribute was less than 8 points. He could barely draw a 40 gene bow. 2 days later, his strength attribute was close to 12 points, and drawing an 80 gene bow would likely be no problem at all. But that was too daunting. Besides, if he really had to use an 80 gene bow, he'd probably be exhausted after just a few shots. 60 gene was just right. The limping man was skeptical but nodded anyway, saying, "Then come with me." Shen smiled and followed him. He's going to use a 60 gene bow? The two men's conversation reached the ears of Wang Ping and the others, sparking a flurry of discussion. 60 gene, that's a 50% increase in difficulty. Can Chen really do it? Zhao Feng, haven't you drawn a 60 gene bow before? How did it feel? The group's gaze fell on the tall figure. Zhao Feng's voice was bitter. It was fine the first few times, but later on, I had to rest for over 10 minutes just to draw it once. By the end, it took more than half an hour. It's too hard, he shook his head. Since Fan Gu says so, he must be confident, right? Wang Ping said. He should be. I hope he can do it. I've heard that with a 60 gene bow, you can even take down some weaker mid-tier beasts. Hope flickered in their eyes. In the warehouse, Chen took down the 60 gene bow. Gripping the bow's body, he felt its heavy weight. The bowstring was thicker as well. At first glance, it looked like it would be a real struggle. Let us give it a try. The limping man shot him a glance, harboring no real expectations. He simply thought this kid was getting a bit too full of himself and needed reality to slap him back down to earth. Chen, however, was somewhat excited. He picked up an arrow, knocked it onto the string, gripped the bow with his left hand and raised it in front of him, then pinched the string with his right fingers and pulled it back inch by inch. The lame man's expression shifted from indifference to a sudden jolt of surprise, and finally, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. He pulled it back. He actually pulled it back? Did this kid really do it? Was he dreaming? Feels pretty good. A smile spread across Chen's face as he released his grip, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh. Uncle Zhang, I'll take this bow. He looked up at the lame man. Ahem. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the lame man's face as he said, "As long as you can draw it, this bow will do." Its lethal range is around 50 meters, about the same as that previous bow's 30 meters. If it were 30 meters, the power would be even greater, but it should be more than enough to take down ordinary low-level beasts. 50 meters? Chen nodded, though he felt the distance was still a bit too far to guarantee effectiveness. He looked up, his gaze falling on the remaining bows, especially the last one. That 300 gene bow, he wondered when he'd ever be able to draw it. But he believed that day wouldn't be too far off. That kid. The limping man standing nearby had watched his every move. He is quite ambitious. But judging by his performance these past 2 days, maybe he really does have what it takes. After hanging the 40 gene bow back on the wall, the two walked out of the warehouse, one in front and one behind. Ready? The limping man stood in his usual spot, watching Chen. Chen nodded, unconsciously licking his lips. He, too, wanted to see if his proficiency skill would increase after switching to a longbow that demanded even greater strength. As the target was tossed into the air, that familiar sensation welled up inside him once more. Whoosh! The instant the whistling sound pierced the air, the arrow plunged fiercely into the bullseye. The target was struck with such force that it was sent flying backwards several meters before slowly drifting to the ground. Nice work, kid. The lame man watched, marveling inwardly. If that arrow had hit a person, it would have been a certain death. Even if it had struck a mid-tier beast wearing armor, it would have pierced through and caused a wound, wouldn't it? Chen, however, hurriedly glanced at the system panel, and upon seeing it, his smile grew even wider. Basic Archery, LV 34%. In other words, that single arrow had directly increased his proficiency by 3%. This made it much more likely that he could raise basic archery from level 3 to level 4 before setting out tomorrow. For a split second, he even considered using that 80 gene longbow, but, mindful of the need for sustainability, he abandoned the idea. The rest of the process, naturally, involved repeating this procedure. When the lame man grew tired, Wang Ping took over. When Wang Ping grew tired, Zhao Feng took over, and by the time Zhao Feng was also exhausted, dusk had fallen. A commotion could be heard from the entrance to the nearby camp, but it soon died down, and people began trickling back from the camp in small groups. It was obvious that today's hunting party hadn't teabagged any game. Out in the clearing, the mood among the group instantly grew somber. It was only one day that was fine, but what if there was no game for the next few days either? Wang Ping and the others exchanged glances, not daring to think the thought through, but they all knew that this possibility was, in all likelihood, the most probable. All right, it's getting late. You guys should head back. The limping man spoke, then turned to Chen and asked, "Shall we continue tonight?" "Let us continue." Chen nodded without hesitation. Hitting a moving target at night was considerably more difficult than during the day, but they had no choice. The limping man nodded in understanding. Wang Ping and the others exchanged glances. "Should we come tonight, too?" Zhao Feng spoke up first. "Yeah, we'll come practice shooting too and help Chen out while we're at it." A wave of gratitude welled up in Chen's heart. He didn't refuse but replied gratefully, "That's very kind of you." The group smiled. Some of them were already considering whether to join the hunting party on their next outing. After a brief parting, Chen walked toward his home. From a distance, he could smell the aroma of meat, along with his mother's complaints. "Those people from Li settlement are being completely unreasonable. The game clearly fell into our trap. What right do they have to just take it away and leave us not even a single piece of meat? They're so overbearing. How can anyone act like that? They're just taking advantage of our small village. When the Wei brothers were around, why didn't we ever see them act so high-handed? All right, it's already happened. There's no use talking about it now." Guodong's deep voice rang out, his tone sounding quite listless. Chapter 14, a little surprise, but not much. Inside the house, the woman wore an indignant expression, while Guodong sat to one side, his face full of worry. The little boy watched the scene, unsure of what to do. Just then, a figure appeared in the doorway. He immediately ran up excitedly and wrapped his arms around Chen's leg. "Big brother, you're back." Chen smiled as he ruffled the boy's hair, then turned to his parents inside the room and asked curiously, "Dad, Mom, what happened? I just heard you mention Li's settlement outside. Did the people from our village get into a conflict with them? Was anyone hurt?" "Don't worry, no one was hurt." Guodong shook his head. How could it be that nothing happened? The woman couldn't help but blurt out, "They stole our game. Those people are nothing but bandits." "All right, let us put the past behind us," Guodong frowned, giving the woman a meaningful look. Xiao Chen was still too young to understand, but Xiao Fan was different. If he heard this, it would only cause more trouble. The woman opened her mouth to speak, then stopped. "Let us eat first." Chen frowned. No one could accept what he said halfway through. Besides, this matter seemed pretty important. "Dad, Mom, what exactly happened? I'm part of the village too, aren't I? Also, Mom, if you already know about it, then there must be quite a few others who do too. I'll just go ask around later. It'll be the same, right?" The woman shot Guodong a slightly resentful look. He hesitated for a few seconds before finally sighing, "All right, I'll tell you. But don't act impulsively after you hear it." After listening to his account, Chen finally understood what had happened. It turned out that his father had left the village with the hunting party to check the traps in various locations. They'd come up empty-handed, and just as they were about to reach the last trap, as luck would have it, a horned horse apparently startled came galloping straight toward them. These horses stood nearly 2 meters tall and were famous for the single horn on their heads. They were among the largest of the lower-tier beasts. At first, they were elated, but then they could only sigh in frustration, because at the peak of their strength, the horned horse had no means of long-range attack, so they simply couldn't do anything to it. The horned horse, naturally terrified upon seeing them, changed direction and ended up falling into the trap they had dug. It was a stroke of luck, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. However, Wodong had a bad feeling. The horned horse was clearly being chased. Perhaps those pursuers were right behind it, only temporarily left behind due to its slow speed. They had to retrieve the prey from the trap and take it away as quickly as possible, otherwise, things might take an unexpected turn. Unfortunately, just as they were halfway through the task, the people from Lee settlement showed up. An argument broke out between the two sides. The Lee settlement group claimed they had spotted the horned horse first and insisted on a share of the spoils, but the people from the Lee settlement naturally refused. However, the Lee settlement group gradually realized that not only were their opponents outnumbered, but the Wei brothers also seemed to be missing. 14 against 8, they had nearly double the numbers. So the Lee settlement demanded to take the entire kill, refusing to leave even a scrap of meat behind. In the past, when the two sides were evenly matched, neither would back down, and they might have split the horned horse evenly. But now, with the Wei brothers absent and their numbers thin, if a fight broke out, especially with the other side having archers, their own settlement would inevitably suffer the losses. In the end, not only would they walk away empty-handed, but they'd also end up with casualties. In these times, what getting injured means goes without saying. Therefore, the people in the settlement could only watch helplessly as the other side destroyed the traps and rode off with the game. Before leaving, they were even subjected to some sarcastic remarks. That's how it went. It's my fault, Wodong sighed. He hadn't planned to mention this after returning, as it would dampen morale. As it turned out, on the way back, someone in the group was so furious that they spoke up, and word spread to many others. People always need an outlet. He understood that. Dad, I think you did the right thing. Chen nodded. If we declashed with them back then, the best case scenario would been mutual destruction. If things had gone just a little differently, our entire group would been wiped out. Without you, the people left in the village wouldn't have been able to survive. He sighed inwardly. In this world, one must not only fight the beasts but also fight other people. Perhaps people are even more dangerous than the beasts. Guodong glanced at him, somewhat surprised. He had expected Chen to be very agitated, shouting about going after that group to fight them to the death. The woman standing nearby also fell silent. She understood this logic all too well, but even so, she still had to vent her anger even if it was pointless. All right, let us sit down and eat first. You've been training all day. Chen nodded and sat down at the table with his younger brother. Dinner was the same as yesterday, a bowl of thin porridge and a plate of sliced meat. Xiaofan, eat a little more. Wodong picked up a few pieces of meat with his chopsticks, intending to place them in Chen's bowl, but Chen stopped him with his own chopsticks. Dad, you eat. 1 or 2 pieces will be enough for me. Also, there is something I need to tell you. Wodong was taken aback. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a serious expression on his son's face. He instinctively withdrew his chopsticks. What is it? I'd like to go hunting with the hunting party tomorrow. What? Wodong and his wife both gasped in surprise almost simultaneously. Then, his wife said firmly, no way. How old are you, anyway? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? What if something happens? Wodong glanced at his wife and nodded in agreement. Xiaofan, I understand you want to do your part for the village. You've been practicing archery day and night these past few days, but it's only been a few days. Here's what we'll do, wait another month or 2, and then you can go out with us. His wife's lips moved, but she swallowed the words before they left her mouth. Big brother, please don't go, okay? It's very dangerous out there. His younger brother, Chen, looked at Chen with pleading eyes. Even a child this young knew what going out meant. Chen, however, shook his head firmly and said bluntly, Dad, I'm saying this because I'm confident. After we finish eating, come with me to the warehouse. Then you'll understand everything. Wait a month or 2. He seriously doubted whether the village could hold out that long. Wodong and the woman exchanged glances. Where did Xiao Fan get the confidence to say something like that? Could he have mastered archery in just 2 or 3 days? And even if he had, surely he'd only scratched the surface? In the end, Wodong nodded. Whether to agree or not, it wouldn't be too late to decide after seeing for himself. After the family finished dinner, Chen led Guodong toward the warehouse. The woman was worried, so she decided to bring Chen along as well. The family of 4 set out together. The lame man saw this and looked utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Weren't they supposed to be practicing archery? Why bring so many people along? Chen gave him a faint smile and picked up a 60-gene longbow lying nearby. At that moment, Wodong narrowed his eyes slightly, a grave expression crossing his face. If he remembered correctly, hadn't Xiao Fan been using the 40-gene bow yesterday? When had he switched to a 60-gene one? While hunting low-level beasts with a 40-gene bow might be a bit of a stretch, a 60-gene bow was more than enough to take down the vast majority of them and could even wear down some mid-tier beasts. He admitted that Chen had given him a bit of a surprise, but it still wasn't enough. Chapter 15. Tomorrow, I'll be able to go out with you guys, right? By now, Chen had come to a stop 50 meters away from the target. Reaching behind him with his right hand, he pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it onto the string. What? Guodong gasped inwardly, his eyes widening. Was he really going to hit the target from such a distance? Before he could think further, there was a whoosh. A flash of light flickered across the jet-black arrowhead, gone in an instant. In the distance, the target shook violently as an arrow struck the very center, spot on. A dull thud echoed from afar, reaching the ears of everyone present. For a split second, Wodong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hitting the bullseye from 50 meters away? Was he dreaming? The woman standing beside him also wore an expression of utter disbelief. Chen, however, acted as if nothing had happened. Calmly, he reached into his quiver with his right hand, pulled out a second arrow, and knocked it onto the string. Whoosh! The whistling sound cut through the air, sounding crystal clear in the still of the night. Thud! The second arrow also struck the very center of the target, landing right next to the first one. Wodong's mouth gaped wide, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Once could be called a fluke, but twice? Judging by his expression, it seemed he was going to keep going. Chen remained silent, his expression as calm as still water. He took out a third arrow, drew the bowstring back to full tension once more, and released it with lightning speed. Thud! 3 hits right in the bullseye. Next came the 4th and 5th arrows. Before they even realized it, sweat had begun to bead on Guodong and his wife's foreheads. They'd gone from initial disbelief to mid-stage astonishment, and now they were actually starting to feel a bit numb? Meanwhile, Wang Ping and the others had arrived at some point. Seeing this scene, they stood there in shock, speechless. Even though they could guess that Chen's archery was certainly no slouch, they never imagined it would be this good. It was practically a perfect score, wasn't it? The limping man stood to the side, the corner of his mouth twitching twice. So this kid brought his family here just to show off? Damn it, and he actually pulled it off. Just then, Chen turned around, a faint smile on his face. Dad, tomorrow, I should be able to go hunting with you guys, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, silence fell once more. This time, everyone including the limping man looked stunned. Guodong gave a wry smile. At this point, what else could he say? While his archery skills still fell short of the Wei brothers, considering Chen had only been practicing for 2 or 3 days, it was already quite an achievement. The woman standing nearby opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. I think we should proceed with caution on this matter. The lame man's voice rang out. He looked at Chen with a grave expression and said, "The wilderness isn't like the village. Not only is it dangerous, but beasts aren't stationary targets. With your archery skills, it would be best to hone them for a few more days before heading out." Yes. Hearing this, the woman hurriedly agreed. Mainly because Chen was so quick to just head out, she hadn't been mentally prepared for it at all. Wodong's eyes flickered slightly. He clearly felt the same way. But Chen shook his head and said firmly, "Uncle Zhang, I appreciate your concern, but I can hone my archery skills out in the wild as well, can't I? The lame man paused, momentarily at a loss for words. It was true, real combat always led to faster progress than routine training, whether in archery or spearmanship. It was a simple truth. As for danger, where isn't there danger? Chen said this, fixing Wodong with an intense gaze, as if to say, Dad, now you have no reason to refuse, do you? All right. Wodong seemed to have mustered all his courage to utter that single word. Tomorrow morning, you'll come out with us. Wodong. The woman gasped. Wodong shook his head at her and turned to Chen. We're going out tomorrow, so don't practice too late tonight. Go home early and get some rest. Okay. Chen flashed a smile. On the way back, the woman complained, Why did you agree to let him go? He's not even an adult yet. What if something happens to him out there? Wodong sighed. We have to go eventually. You saw Xiaofan's archery skills yourself. If we really head out into the wilderness, he might be able to take down 1 or 2 game animals, which would ease a lot of pressure on the village. The woman fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Then you have to guarantee his safety. Don't worry. Unless I die. Wodong said with absolute certainty. Even so, he wasn't particularly optimistic deep down. As Zhang Ren had said, the beasts in the wild weren't sitting ducks once they sensed danger, they'd flee, and they were fast. Ordinary people simply couldn't keep up. Of course, there were some that wouldn't flee, and those were the very definition of danger. Xiaofan could hit the bullseye from 50 meters away, but out in the wild, facing beasts at full speed, would he still be able to hit his mark? But in any case, having him join the hunting party would boost everyone's confidence considerably. Even if he missed, no one would say a word. Out in the open. The limping man's expression was mixed. Hey, kid, you're going out hunting, why didn't you discuss it with me first? Chen scratched his head, looking sheepish. Uncle Zhang, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. I talked it over with my dad at the dinner table, but I didn't get a chance to discuss it with you yet. You're still too impulsive, the limping man shook his head. Wouldn't it be better to practice for a few more days and get more proficient? Uncle Zhang, we don't have that much time left. Chen said reluctantly. Sure enough, the lame man's eyes immediately dimmed. The atmosphere, too, grew heavy. Chen didn't like seeing people look so gloomy, especially when it was caused by his own words, so he smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, could you please help me with my training from now on? It's just a small favor. After saying this, the lame man hobbled off into the distance. He could see just as clearly as anyone else that Chen was changing the subject, but faced with the village's predicament, he was powerless to help. All he could do was lend a hand during Chen's training. 4 or 5 hours passed, and everyone, including the limping man, was utterly exhausted. Even so, no one complained or showed signs of fatigue. They took turns helping Chen practice his archery. Some among them wanted to go out with Chen, but in the end, they couldn't muster the courage. Accompanied by a dull thud, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. Basic archery had leveled up. Chen finally felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, and a thought crossed his mind. Basic archery, LV of 40%, traits, physical strength LV of 4, superior arm strength LV of 4, steady shot LV of 4, horseback archery LV 2. Level 2 mounted archery meant that when aiming at moving targets, his hit rate could reach 60%, which undoubtedly added tremendous combat effectiveness to his hunt outside the settlement tomorrow. However, the fact that steady shot had reached level 4 left him a bit puzzled. As a result, when aiming at stationary targets, his hit rate reached 120%. What was the point of the portion exceeding 100%? Wasn't he at all just a guaranteed hit anyway? No, that wasn't right. He furrowed his brow. Perhaps this hit rate was just a theoretical value on the stat screen, not the actual value after aiming at prey? Chapter 16, Leaving the Fort. When aiming at a target 50 meters away, it's naturally harder to hit in windy conditions than in calm ones. What if the wind is very strong? Or if the weather is harsh with rain or even snow, the difficulty would increase even further. This is likely the significance of the slow shot trait, a hit rate exceeding 100% that can still be improved. The horseback archery trait is currently only at level 2, but it's easy to imagine that once the basic archery level increases, it too could reach or even exceed 100%, perhaps even reaching 200% or 300%. The significance likely lies in aiming at moving targets, where the target's relative speed varies. The slower the target moves relative to the archer, the easier it is to hit. Once the speed difference reaches a certain point, it may not be much different from aiming at a stationary target. Conversely, the faster the target moves relative to the archer, the harder it is to hit. Therefore, the portion of the mounted archery trait that exceeds 100% is likely intended to compensate for this gap. In short, the higher the hit rate, the better. There is no doubt about that. Chen glanced at the two preceding attributes again. As for physical strength and arm strength, there was nothing to explain naturally. The higher, the better. Level 304. Constitution 13.78. Strength 12.57. Agility 8.47. Spirit 6.05. Potential points 0.1 point a day. The rate of potential points growth is still just 1 point a day. Chen sighed inwardly, wondering what he could do to speed up this growth rate. Fortunately, he knew that eating beast meat could yield potential points. Let us call it a day. Good work, everyone. He looked at Zhao Feng in the distance and smiled. It's fine, I can keep going. Zhao Feng shook his head. Really, there is no need, Chen said, feeling a bit touched as his gaze swept over the group. Thanks for your hard work tonight, everyone. Go home and get some rest. He didn't dare say, wait for my good news tomorrow. What if, just what if, there was no prey? Wouldn't that have given everyone false hope? Fortunately, the others didn't dwell on it. They all looked worried. Brother Fan, if it really doesn't work out, just wait a couple of days before heading out again, Wang Ping stammered. Yeah. Chen smiled. The implication was clear. Well, if you really do go out, be careful. Yeah, Fan, you have to come back alive, a slight young man said emotionally. Before he could finish, Wang Ping gave him a light slap on the shoulder. What kind of talk is that? Of course you'll come back safe and sound. Right. I just don't know how to express myself. Fan 1T just come back tomorrow. He'll come back with game, the slight young man hurriedly added, and everyone burst into laughter. Chen couldn't help but chuckle either. As the others left, only Chen and the lame man remained in the clearing. When you go out tomorrow, remember to stay behind your dad and the others. Don't try to play the hero just because you know how to shoot a bow, the lame man urged repeatedly. With your talent, it would be so much better if you waited a few more days before going out. Yeah, Uncle Zhang, I got it. Chen waved his hand, feigning impatience. That's all, Uncle Zhang. I'm heading back. You should get some rest too. That kid. The lame man watched his carefree retreating figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. Oh well, he sighed to himself, hoping that the boy would come back safe and sound tomorrow, though he didn't hold out much hope that he'd actually bag any game. Early the next morning, the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain at any moment, yet it stubbornly held off, adding an intangible sense of unease. Fortunately, the people in the village weren't affected by this, because something unusual was happening right then. At the entrance, the crowd looked at Chen, who held a bow in his left hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back, and then at Guodong, standing in front of him with his usual calm expression. Guodong, are you planning to take him out hunting with you? The bald, burly man rubbed his bald head and asked, baring his teeth. Guodong nodded, judging by his expression, he wasn't joking. A stir immediately went through the crowd. What? Guodong, he is actually going to take his son out with him? Isn't that too risky? It's not necessary. How old is this child? Is he even ready to go out there? Guodong, please bring him back. How can we possibly let you go this far? An elderly man said, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. The rest of the hunting party couldn't bear to watch any longer. Guodong, they say brothers hunt tigers together, and fathers and sons fight side by side, but isn't this a bit too sudden? Besides, the speaker glanced at the longbow Chen was holding. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the 60-gene longbow from the village? Aren't you taking this a bit too far? That's right. Even for us, drawing this bow is quite a struggle. How can you make a child use a bow like this? You could have at least switched to the 40-gene one. Exactly. That's going too far. Guodong's face turned beet red as he listened. He felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall, unable to voice his frustration. Ahem. Chen quickly cleared his throat and explained, "Uncles, please don't misunderstand. I asked to come out hunting with you this morning on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with my dad." The crowd fell silent instantly. Guodong finally let out a sigh of relief. "Xiaofan, did he force you to say that?" The bald man walked over, pointed at Guodong, and said to Chen, "With Uncle Lu here to back you up, there is nothing to be afraid of." Guodong suddenly felt like he was going to spit blood, his eyes fixed intently on the bald man. "Uncle Lu, really, I didn't. I did it of my own free will." Chen was truly at a loss for words. "You really did it of your own free will?" The bald man's mouth dropped open. "Enough." Guodong shot him a glance, signaling him to shut up, then turned to the crowd. "Xiaofan has been practicing his archery these past few days, so I thought I'd take him out to broaden his horizons. Don't read too much into it. He didn't mention Chen's performance from last night, not because he wanted to spring a surprise on the hunting party later, but because he wasn't entirely confident himself. Just as he said, they treated as taking Chen out for some training to help him acclimate to the wilderness ahead of time. All right, then." Seeing this, the others didn't press the issue any further. As usual, they urged them to be careful on the way and return safely. The limping man, Wang Ping, and the others were also in the crowd, waving vigorously at Chen. Amid the worried and expectant gazes of the villagers, the 9-member hunting party slowly set off and eventually disappeared from sight. The atmosphere in the village once again turned somber and oppressive, whereas within the hunting party, the mood was actually quite lively. The bald man slapped Chen on the shoulder and said in a carefree tone, "Way to go, kid. You've got some guts, asking to come out with us on your own. Do you even know how dangerous it is out there? But I've got all of you with me, don't I?" Chen smiled. "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, the others all burst out laughing. The bald man clicked his tongue twice and said, "You're a pretty sharp kid. Don't worry." As he spoke, he raised the circular shield in his hand 1 meter in diameter and added, "If we run into any beasts, stand behind Uncle Lu." "Got it, Uncle Lu. If we really get into danger, I'll hide behind you right away." Chapter 17, Shu, that's an armored rhinoceros. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of earth. Looking around, Chen saw a vast wasteland stretching out before him, overgrown with wild grass as tall as a calf's leg. Among the grass were flowers and plants bearing colorful, unrecognizable wild fruits, a sight that stirred some unpleasant memories in Chen's mind. In addition to the wild grass, there were shrubs forming a continuous patch. Not far away, trees were scattered here and there, and there seemed to be some tree stumps nearby. This was easy to understand since they were close to human settlements. The trees had surely been cut down for building houses or as fuel. Further in the distance, the outlines of mountains were faintly visible. "That's the direction of Anshan City," the bald man said. "Anshan City?" Chen gave him a curious look. "A small city built against the mountains, impregnable. I've heard there are awakened stationed there, a place many people dream of visiting." A look of longing also flashed in the bald man's eyes. "Awakened, huh?" Chen nodded. "No wonder, but as one might imagine, getting inside wouldn't be easy." "Yeah. If you ever become an awakened, you'll be able to go in not just by yourself, but you can take your dad and the others with you, ha." The bald man joked. Chen rolled his eyes at him. Although he hadn't been here long, he was still well aware of certain basics. The earlier an awakened's abilities awaken, the better. While it's not impossible to become one later in life, the chances are very slim. Moreover, a crucial point is that these people all possess extremely high mental attributes. He glanced at his own mental attributes. He had enough self-awareness to realize that. And so, the group pressed forward while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The originally light-hearted atmosphere gradually faded as time passed and their stamina waned. Just then, a pitch-black figure appeared in the distance. Guodong, who was leading the way, immediately paled and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "Is that an iron-plated rhinoceros?" A gasp rang out from the group. Chen stared intently, stunned. Its size was nearly that of a large truck, wasn't he it? "Let us go around it. Try not to draw its attention," Guodong whispered, glancing at Chen as he explained. "This iron-armored rhinoceros is covered head to toe in scales, giving it incredible defense. Even among mid-tier beasts, it's one of the most difficult to deal with, so if we encounter it, we'd better take a detour." Chen nodded and glanced at the bow and arrows in his hands. He, too, felt that with just these, he likely couldn't breach the creature's defenses. On the contrary, if that massive beast charged at them, it would be like being hit by a large truck. Surviving would be a miracle. The group took a wide detour and only breathed a sigh of relief once the creature was out of sight. "It's not just the iron-plated rhinoceros," Guodong added. "And whenever we encounter a mid-tier beast, we'd be wise not to disturb them. Just take a detour. Otherwise, even if we manage to kill it, we'll pay a hefty price." Chen acknowledged with a nod. The term mid-tier beast was merely a rough classification, referring to beasts that required the combined strength of several adult men to bring down. Killing them is possible, but doing so without paying a price is impossible. Just like hunting that iron-armored rhinoceros, someone has to step up to face it head-on. Otherwise, the others wouldn't even have a chance to attack. It's not even certain they could outrun the beast. And for the person stepping up, even with a shield for protection, the odds are likely stacked against them. Low-tier beasts, on the other hand, are those that a single adult man can defeat while wielding a weapon. This category covers a wide range. Some may be relatively docile and simply flee when threatened, while others might injure you or even take you down with them. It's really no big deal. You'll get used to it once you've seen more of them. The bald man smiled. The others also looked as if they were used to this sort of thing. Chen smiled back at them. To be honest, he had indeed been pretty nervous just now. "Let us go. Let us check out the first trap first. Hopefully, we'll find something," Guodong said, walking forward. The others followed one after another, with Chen protected in the center. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, Guodong, who was leading the way, paused again and pointed ahead. The group looked closely and saw a wilderness rabbit nibbling on grass seeds amidst the thick undergrowth. It didn't seem to notice anyone approaching. "That's a wilderness rabbit," the bald man whispered. "This creature has poor eyesight. It can only see clearly within 10 or 20 meters. Anything farther away is blurry. But its hearing is excellent. Even a sound from 30 or 40 meters away will put it on alert." As if to prove his point, the wilderness rabbit suddenly stood upright, seemingly sensing a change in its surroundings. "That rabbit is way too big." Chen couldn't help but remark it was as big as the stray dog from his past life. No, even bigger, because it was plump and looked chubby. "Give me the arrow," the bald man whispered. "Huh?" Chen was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Uncle Lu, you know how to shoot a bow?" "I don't, but at this point, who cares? Let us give it a shot. It's worth a try," the bald man said nonchalantly. What if he actually hit it? Otherwise, once everyone took a few more steps forward, the rabbit would be gone in a flash. Guodong also looked at Chen, feeling a glimmer of hope but not daring to get his hopes up too much. "Uncle Lu, let me give it a try," Chen couldn't help but say. "All right." The bald man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Chen held the bow in his left hand in front of him and quietly pulled an arrow from the quiver. At the same time, his heart began to race uncontrollably. After all, this was his first time hunting in the wild, and he actually encountered prey. If he managed to hit it, the village would have a steady supply of food, and he'd earn quite a few potential points. But if he missed, he'd not only squander the opportunity but also disappoint his father. He tried hard to control himself, but distracting thoughts kept popping into his mind, causing even his right arm, the one holding the arrow, to tremble with nervousness. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but shake their heads silently. Still, it was only natural who wouldn't tremble with nerves on their first time out in the wild? Guodong sighed inwardly. Well, let us just treat this as practice for Xiao Fan. He'll get the hang of it after a few more tries. However, the moment Chen knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind. He aimed the arrowhead at the prey and slowly drew the bowstring back. This sequence of movements felt as though he rehearsed it tens of thousands of times, so much so that he was acting purely on muscle memory. It might sound like a long process, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Once the bowstring was fully drawn, emitting a creaking sound, the arrow whistled through the air with a whoosh. The wilderness rabbit seemed to sense the danger. Its ears twitched, and it pushed off with its hind legs, trying to leap into the air. The good news was that it did leap. The bad news was that an arrow had pierced its head, and driven by powerful momentum, it was carried through the air. After flying about 3 or 4 meters, it landed on the ground. The wilderness hare kicked its hind legs twice, then lay still. At that moment, Guodong and the others fell deathly silent, their mouths agape as if they'd been turned to stone. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Surprise. It was quite a while before the bald man's voice broke the silence. I am not dreaming, am I? I don't think so. The sound of people swallowing could be heard all around, one after another. Such a massive wilderness rabbit lay there, an arrow piercing right through its body, dead as a doornail. Guodong's face was equally etched with shock, but having witnessed Chen's archery skills the night before, he was the first in the crowd to react. The shock on his face was quickly replaced by pride and admiration. Someone couldn't resist running over to pick up the wilderness rabbit and said, somewhat laboriously, "It's almost as big as the one from the day before yesterday, at least 40 gene." Everyone turned their gaze back to Chen, their eyes brimming with disbelief. "Kid, how on earth did you do that?" the bald man couldn't help but ask. As far as he knew, only the Wei brothers were capable of such marksmanship, right? Chen felt a bit embarrassed under their stares and scratched his head. "Uncle Lu, I didn't expect to hit it on the first try either. Maybe I just got lucky?" Luck? Everyone glanced at the arrow. It had pierced the neck, hitting the vital spot dead center. Could that really be explained by luck? You're not being honest, kid. You're not telling the truth. The bald man looked completely skeptical. Have you been practicing in secret? I have practiced, but not in secret, Chen replied, at a loss for words. You've really been practicing? This time, everyone was even more shocked, and they all started asking questions at once. When did you start practicing archery? How come none of us knew anything about it? Yeah, Xiao Fan, with archery like that, you must be been practicing for at least 2 or 3 years, right? A one-shot kill from such a distance, my goodness, that's incredible. You've been keeping this a secret pretty well, haven't you? You fooled us all. If you hadn't shown us this today, we'd still be in the dark. Old Lu even said earlier that he should let you shoot an arrow. Thank goodness you didn't listen to him, otherwise, that rabbit would run off long ago. The bald man's face flushed as he rubbed his shiny head. He hadn't realized Chen's archery was this good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those things. Thinking back on it now, it was really embarrassing. Chen glanced at Guodong, who was standing a short distance away. Guodong shook his head slightly, so Chen replied evasively, I've been practicing for a while now. I knew it. That's really impressive, kid. I underestimated you back at the village entrance. The group chatted and laughed, clearly delighted from the bottom of their hearts. Even Guodong, who was usually taciturn, now wore a rare smile. His earlier shake of the head at Chen had been a signal not to reveal the truth. Otherwise, if everyone found out that Chen had achieved such archery skills after just 2 or 3 days of practice, who knows what kind of sensation it would cause. As for himself, aside from shock, he was indeed a bit curious. But the world has never lacked geniuses. Perhaps his own son was just that kind of archery prodigy? It was just like those awakened. Before awakening, they were no different from ordinary people, but once awakened, their strength skyrocketed. They could even fly through the skies and traverse the earth. In comparison, Chen seemed much more ordinary. "All right, let us keep moving forward," he said aloud. Right. The group snapped out of their daze. Catching one prey was certainly cause for celebration, but just one wasn't enough to share among the entire village. Still, it was a good start. More importantly, having witnessed Chen's archery skills, if they encountered a few more wilderness rabbits along the way, wouldn't that be? Visibly, the mood within the group grew more lively. Chen was still surrounded in the very center, guarded even more closely. It felt a bit like protecting an archer in a video game. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen glanced at a piece of information that had flashed through his mind earlier. +3 experience points. As he looked at those words, a thought crossed his mind: experience points, what is this? Could it be a reward from the system for killing the wasteland rabbit? That's highly likely, but what is it for? He glanced at his absolute panel, and his eyes widened instantly. Below potential points, another line of small text had appeared. Experience points, 3. At the same time, a plus sign had appeared next to basic archery, one that hadn't been there before. A thought struck him: was this experience point meant to boost his skill proficiency? Wait, how come the proficiency for basic archery has increased too? He was a bit dazed. If he remembered correctly, he stopped practicing after basic archery reached level 4, so the proficiency should have been 0%. Yet now, it had suddenly jumped to 3%. Keep in mind that at level 3 of basic archery, hitting a stationary target didn't even increase proficiency by 1%, let alone a staggering 3%. That was a lot to process. He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and finally reached the following conclusions. In actual combat, the increase in skill proficiency is greater or far greater than during regular practice. Killing beasts grants experience points. And while experience points cannot replace potential points for strengthening the body, it seems they can be used to increase skill proficiency. The first two conclusions have both been verified. As for the third conclusion, all he needed to do was test it. On a whim, he tapped the plus sign. Instantly, his experience points dropped from 3 to 2, while his proficiency rose from 3% to 4%. It really works. Chen was breathing heavily. This meant there was now another way to increase skill proficiency. By killing beasts to gain experience points. From what he'd just seen, the effect of this experience boost was somewhat low, far from matching the proficiency increase that a single arrow hit provided for basic archery. He surmised this was likely due to his high level in basic archery. If those few experience points were used on other skills he'd learn in the future, it would likely save him a lot of time. A person's energy is limited. There is ultimately a ceiling to how much proficiency one can improve through daily practice. The higher you go, the harder it gets. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as a bottleneck. But as long as you have experience points, none of this is a problem. With enough experience points, you can learn as many skills as you want. Besides, wasteland rabbits aren't very threatening among low-level beasts. If I were to hunt something more ferocious, or take down a mid-tier beast, I should get even more experience points. Chen thought to himself, unable to help but recall the iron-plated rhinoceros he'd encountered earlier. If he could take down a beast of that caliber, the experience points would surely be substantial, wouldn't they? Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan? Just then, a soft call rang in his ear. Chen snapped back to reality and was about to speak. The bald man made a shushing gesture toward him, then motioned for him to look toward the southeast. Chen peered in that direction and saw a jet-black rat, about the size of a wash basin, with a glossy, slick coat. Its upper body was poking out of a hole, seemingly surveying its surroundings. This was a low-level beast known as a black rat. It wasn't particularly aggressive, but it was a master at digging tunnels, making it very difficult for humans to catch. "Are you confident?" the bald man asked. Not only him, but the gazes of the others also converged on Chen, filled with high expectations. Chapter 19, How about shooting it with an arrow? I'll give it a try, Chen said, pulling an arrow from his quiver. He was just about to verify once more how this experience point had been earned, and he certainly couldn't pass up this opportunity that had come right to him, provided, of course, that he hit the mark. Fortunately, armed with the experience from last time, his movements were steady this time. As the arrow touched the bowstring, his mind entered a state of absolute calm. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air rang out. Before the black rat could even react, the sharp arrow pierced its skull, pinning it to the ground, where it struggled futilely for a moment. Once again, it was a one-shot kill, clean and crisp. Impressive! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. +1 experience. A message popped up in his mind. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His earlier guess had been correct. After all, he could indeed gain experience points by killing beasts, though the amount was a bit meager. He glanced down at his basic archery proficiency, which had risen from 4% to 6%, an increase of 2%. Not bad. He nodded to himself. Going out on a hunt not only provided him with game but also accelerated his proficiency gains. Someone who'd gone ahead had already brought back the black rat, grinning as he said, "Look at this thing, its fur is glossy and smooth, and it tastes delicious. Xiaofan, your aim is truly spot on. That is for sure." Another arrow right through the head. Not even the Wei brothers have archery skills this good. That's right, that's right. Everyone chimed in. Shin smiled, knowing these were just flattering words, so he didn't take them too seriously. All right, let us keep moving. Guodong's voice rang out again. The look in his eyes as he looked at Chen was one of both satisfaction and relief. Thank goodness they brought Xiaofan along today. In less than an hour, they already bagged 2 prey. If it had been just them, they probably wouldn't have managed it. The hunting party pressed on, encountering several low-level beasts along the way. Some were on high alert and fled at the slightest sound, while others were a bit slow on the uptake, spotted first by members of the group, who then alerted Chen. Chen, of course, never missed a shot. In less than an hour, they bagged 3 more beasts, 2 black rats and a wilderness rabbit. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. That adds up to nearly 200 gene, doesn't it? I can't even remember the last time we had such a bountiful haul. Yeah, I think it was that time we caught a horned horse, right? It weighed nearly 300 gene, and the whole village feasted on it for days. If it weren't for those people from the Li settlement who stole our game yesterday, we could brought back a horned horse yesterday too. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. All right. The bald man glanced at the speaker. Let us not bring up the past. Besides, today's haul isn't any worse than yesterday's. Yeah, it really isn't. It's all thanks to Xiaofan. Everyone tacitly skipped over that unpleasant topic. Chen, however, could see the worry etched on everyone's faces. What if just by some strange coincidence they ran into the people from Li settlement again right now? Would they set their sights on the game they were carrying once more? Most likely, they would, wouldn't they? We really need to get stronger. Chen's earlier joy faded. To be honest, if they really ran into them right now, he couldn't think of any other solution besides handing over the prey or going down fighting. All right, let us call it a day. We got enough prey already. Otherwise, if the bloodlust attracts those wasteland wolves later, it won't end well. Guodong said. Right. Those creatures are no pushover, and there are so many of them. They're the toughest to deal with. Then let us head back. Come to think of it, I never imagined we'd be able to return so soon. It's like a dream. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Although Chen was a bit reluctant to stop, he nodded in agreement. His current physical condition was stronger than that of an ordinary person, but only to a limited extent. The prerequisite for improving his strength was staying alive. Besides, with so much beast meat, he'd have plenty of potential points once he got back. After strengthening his body, he could come out hunting again and bag even more prey. Let us go. Carrying their prey on their backs, the group set off on the return journey. Xiaofan, you did great. The bald man gave Chen a thumbs up. We owe it all to you today. Without you, we'd probably have come back empty-handed again. Uncle Lou, you're too kind. Chen waved his hand. If you guys hadn't spotted the beasts, I really wouldn't have been able to find them. This wasn't just modesty on his part, it was the truth. Those beasts were hiding so cleverly that only a seasoned hunter could have spotted them. You really know how to talk, kid. The bald man burst out laughing. The men around him joined in the laughter. They'd been a bit worried that Chen might get a big head and stop taking them seriously, but now it seemed they'd been overthinking it. As the group chatted and laughed for about half an hour, a figure appeared in the distance. It's a horned horse. Someone with sharp eyes shouted. Is that a horned horse? Chen looked over and saw, some 30 meters away, a massive, solitary horned horse raising its head, as if staring right at them. It's spotted us. Someone remarked. No kidding, look, it's staring right at us. That beast is really bold, it knows we can't catch up to it, yet it doesn't even run when it sees us. Just wait until we get closer, it'll take off running. The group chatted back and forth, their tones tinged with a touch of resignation. Why don't we try shooting an arrow at it? Chen couldn't contain his excitement and spoke eagerly. He didn't have high hopes after all, missing wouldn't cost him anything, and hitting it would be a huge win. Let us give it a shot. Xiao Fan, it's up to you. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Chen took a deep breath, pulled an arrow from his quiver, knocked it onto the string, aimed at the horned horse's head, and released the string with a sharp flick of his finger. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, whistling toward its target. Just as it seemed certain to hit, the horned horse suddenly spun around and dodged it. So close. That beast reacts too quickly, no wonder it's the fastest among the lower-tier beasts. Seeing this, even Guodong sighed through gritted teeth. They could tell that if the horned horse had reacted just a fraction slower, the arrow would have certainly brought it crashing to the ground, but it was just that close. Now that the horned horse had recovered, it turned and accelerated in the blink of an eye, it would likely leave them far behind. However, just then, another whistling sound cut through the air, and something flashed by in an instant. The horned horse, which had been accelerating, suddenly stumbled, took a step forward, then toppled to the ground with a mournful cry. What? The bald man let out a cry of surprise. Before he could even finish saying what, the third arrow followed hot on its heels, piercing the horned horse's belly and pinning it firmly to the ground. At that moment, the horned horse finally fell silent. Huff huff. Chen was panting heavily, his heart pounding wildly. Firing 3 arrows in a matter of seconds had taken a massive toll on him both mentally and physically. Fortunately, it had worked. Chapter 20, could it be him? Looking at horned horse's massive form in the distance, Chen felt deeply relieved. He hadn't expected the horned horse to react so quickly. It had actually dodged the first arrow with such agility. Now that he thought about it, it made sense after all, the beast had been watching his group the whole time. Especially when he aimed his arrow at it, he could clearly feel its attention fixed on him. Fortunately, he had raised his basic archery skill to level 4 and his mounted archery trait to level 2 last night. Otherwise, with a 30% hit rate, landing that second arrow would have been no easy feat. The third arrow was just the finishing blow, though somewhat unnecessary. Plus 9 experience. A notification flashed through his mind. A look of surprise crossed Chen's face. He hadn't expected the horned horse to yield so much experience upon being slain. Combined with the black rats and wasteland rabbits he'd encountered earlier, it seemed the experience gained from killing low-level beasts fell within the range of 1/9 or 1/10. Either way, a slight difference didn't really matter. His gaze shifted downward to basic archery, and he was immediately startled to see that the proficiency bar had already risen to 30%. That meant those 3 arrows he'd just fired had increased his proficiency by 15%. Whether aiming at a stationary or moving target, proficiency really does grow fastest in actual combat. He marveled inwardly. Just then, the people around him began to realize what had happened one by one. I am not seeing things, am I? That horned horse was hit? We must not be mistaken, right? That arrow in its neck took its life instantly. So, Xiao Fan killed that horned horse before it even accelerated? What kind of archery is this? Even the way brothers wouldn't be any better than this, would they? The crowd looked at Chen, their faces filled with admiration. That's right, they were truly impressed. Even Guodong was stunned by Chen's performance. He assumed Chen was only accurate when aiming at stationary targets, but to be this skilled at hitting moving ones as well? If that's the case, did he hold something back last night? Chen smiled sheepishly. Why are you all staring at me like that? I just got lucky. If I had to do it again, I probably wouldn't be able to pull it off. However, everyone looked at him as if to say, we don't buy that for a second. Xiaofan, you already used that excuse last time, forgot? The bald man patted Chen on the shoulder. Next time, remember to come up with something fresher. Exactly, Xiaofan. What's there to be modest about? Your archery is so impressive, we're just thrilled. That's right. Today is the day our village has bagged the most game ever. When the folks back at the village see us returning with this much game, their smiles will stretch from ear to ear. That's nothing. With Xiaofan, our sharpshooter, around, we should be bringing in this much game every day from now on. Exactly. This whole trip, we were all riding on his coattails. Xiaofan, you're amazing. The crowd chattered excitedly, spittle flying everywhere. Yesterday, when the Wei brothers left, the hunting party came back empty-handed. This morning, they feared they'd repeat that failure, but the heavens had delivered a massive surprise. How could anyone not be thrilled? Chen smiled as he watched them. No matter what, he had already proven that in this world where ordinary people are as lowly as ants, he could lead the people of the village to survival. Although it was only a temporary survival for now, hope was like a spark. There would come a day when it would ignite a wildfire that swept across the land. So, moving forward, in addition to continuing to improve his basic archery, he'd better learn some more martial arts techniques to strengthen his body, all to become even stronger. Just as he was lost in thought, a broad, calloused hand rested on his shoulder. He turned to see Guodong, giving him a gentle smile. The village remained as quiet as ever. On the open space in front of the warehouse, Wang Ping and the others were still practicing their spear techniques, while the limping man stood to the side, clearly distracted. Uncle Zhang, are you worried about Brother Fan and the others? Wang Ping asked. The limping man glanced at him and said, You're such a busybody. Looks like when the others take a break later, you won't need one. No, please don't. Wang Ping felt like crying but couldn't. He regretted speaking up a bit, but he just couldn't help himself. Just then, Zhao Feng spoke up, Uncle Zhang, with Chen's archery skills, will he be able to hit the game? It'll be hard. The limping man replied without hesitation. Ha? No way. Wang Ping was dumbfounded. Brother Fan is so skilled, last time he hit every target he shot at. How could he possibly miss the game? Yeah. The others nodded in agreement. The lame man looked straight at him and asked, Kid, do you know why, before the anomaly, our traditional martial arts were no match for those foreign combat styles? Wang Ping was taken aback. The topic seemed like a bit of a leap, but he still nodded obediently and said, I don't know. Because of a lack of real-world combat experience. The lame man wore an expression that said, I knew you wouldn't know, whether it's Tai Chi, Xingyi, or Bagua, they all lack real-world combat experience. How could they possibly be a match for the others? Xiaofan's archery is the same no matter how impressive it looks. Once you're out in the wild, who knows how much of that skill you'll actually be able to use? The same goes for you guys. Look at you now, holding your guns so confidently. But if you were out in the wild, facing the beasts, you'd probably be so scared your legs would go weak, let alone hold onto your guns. The group lowered their heads. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the truth was that if they were actually sent out tomorrow, they really wouldn't dare. However, just as he was about to offer some words of encouragement, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the settlement, a noise so loud it was unlike anything they'd ever heard before. Instantly, the group exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? Wang Ping looked over in confusion. With all that noise, could the hunting party be back? No, that can't be. How could they possibly be back this early? The young man beside him instinctively objected. It's possible the hunting party is returning with game that makes sense. But didn't Uncle Guodong and the others just leave? How could they be back so soon? And with game, too? The limping man was also full of doubts. In the past, hadn't the hunting party always returned near dusk? If they ever came back before finishing their hunt, it surely meant something had gone wrong. But what if they returned early? Let us go check it out. With that, he hobbled forward. A faint suspicion stirred in his mind. Could it be they already caught something? Before they even got close, they heard people rushing about, spreading the news that this was a bountiful haul, not only several wilderness rabbits, but also a horned horse weighing 200 or 300 gene. When they reached the entrance, the crowd ahead had formed a circle, all excitedly discussing the catch. The group managed to squeeze their way in with great difficulty. Upon seeing the game laid flat on the ground, their pupils dilated rapidly, their faces filled with disbelief. However, the limping man noticed a common thread: every single one of these animals had arrows lodged in them, and without exception, they had all been struck right in the vital spot. Could it be him? His face turned ashen, and a figure flashed through his mind. Chapter 21, Shen, where is he? Shen. The Wei brothers were gone. Among the hunting party, who else besides him could use a bow? But how could that be possible? Looking at these prey, they were all killed with a single arrow. Apart from that, there were no other wounds on their bodies. In other words, these animals were likely all shot dead, and no one else had a chance to intervene. Shen, he is just a novice archer. On his very first trip out of the village, he has bagged so many animals? Is that even possible? His gaze swept over the hunting party gathered in the center, but Shen was nowhere to be seen. Wang Ping and the others gradually noticed this as well, forming a grim suspicion. Yet, judging by Uncle Guodong's expression, which was brimming with joy, it seemed odd, didn't it? More and more people were rushing in from all around. Seeing the game, they were overjoyed. Some were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. The bald man, seeing that the crowd had gathered sufficiently, called for silence. Only then did he point at the game on the ground and say, "Does anyone know how we managed to bag so much game today?" Over 100 people looked at one another in confusion. Someone said, "We shot them with arrows." That's right. The bald man was delighted and immediately zeroed in on Wang Ping in the crowd. In an instant, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of eyes turned toward him. Wang Ping steeled himself and asked, "Uncle Lu, was it Brother Fan who did it?" "Yeah, was it Chun who did it?" Zhao Feng and the others unconsciously grew tense. Their intuition told them it was likely so, but without a definitive answer, they dared not jump to conclusions. After all, Uncle Zhang had said earlier that it was highly unlikely Chen would hit any game on his very first outing. The bald man smiled broadly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "That's right. Chen shot all these animals. We went out with him today, but aside from helping haul the game back, we were practically useless." As soon as he finished speaking, a collective gasp went through the crowd. Chen, Guodong's son, the one who set out with the hunting party this morning, carrying his bow and arrows. They certainly remembered him. It had even sparked quite a bit of discussion at the time. In their eyes, it was far too dangerous for a child so young to go out like that. They didn't expect him to hit any game. Just coming back safe and sound would be a blessing. And now, according to Lu Yong, he had actually taken all these game animals all by himself? That sounded like nothing short of a fairy tale. You don't believe it? Ha, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't believe it either, a middle-aged man laughed heartily. You didn't see how cool Xiao Fan looked when he took down that horned horse, 3 arrows, 3 in a row, so fast we didn't even have time to react. That's right. The first arrow missed, and I thought it was all over. But then whoosh! It was so fast. One arrow pierced its throat and brought that horned horse crashing to the ground. That archery is truly amazing. The way I see it, with Xiao Fan in our village, we won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. In times like these, not having to go hungry is a tremendous blessing. Uncle Lu, you've been talking for ages, where's brother Fan? Wang Ping couldn't help but ask. He scanned the crowd around him again but didn't see him anywhere. Yeah, where is he? Why can't we see him? Ahem, the bald man laughed heartily, he is a bit shy, he has already gone home. But don't worry, everyone there'll be plenty of chances to meet him later. Come on, line up and let us hand out the meat. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene reached a fever pitch. At that moment, Chen was at home, looking somewhat helplessly at his mother. Mom, I'm really fine, not a single scratch. As he spoke, he spun around a few times. Are you really okay? The woman still didn't quite believe him. His younger brother nodded from the side, his expression equally skeptical. Yeah. Chen sighed, sat down, and took a sip of water. Although they lacked food and clothing, there was no shortage of water in the village. When hungry, they could drink water to stave off hunger, and if they were worried, they could heat it up before drinking. I'm glad you're okay. Only then did the woman let out a full sigh of relief. While you and your dad were out, I was pacing back and forth at home, terrified that something might happen to one of you. Thank goodness you both came back safe. Oh, by the way. She seemed to have just noticed something was off. Why did you guys come back so early today? Yeah, big brother, it was really lively at the village entrance. Did you catch some game? Chen looked at Chen with wide, eager eyes. That's right. Chen ruffled his hair and smiled. Not only did we catch some game, but it was a bumper harvest, too. A bumper harvest? Chen's mouth was practically watering. A bumper harvest? The woman paused in surprise. That's right. Chen smiled as he recounted what had happened, leaving both of them speechless. So you mean you killed all that game by yourself with your bow and arrow? The woman asked, staring at Chen in disbelief. Not exactly, Chen shook his head. Everyone pitched in. Keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings and transporting the game afterward were secondary. The main reason was that their strength in numbers, which had inadvertently avoided a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if he'd gone out alone, it would been hard to say whether he'd have made it back safely. But didn't you still do the lion's share of the work? The woman rolled her eyes and said, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't see the bigger picture. Back when the Wei brothers were here, they did most of the heavy lifting when it came to hunting, and they never said a word about how the spoils were divided. Now that it's your turn, I won't say anything either, though it would been so much better if they stayed just one more day. Yeah. Chen felt the same regret. It was just one day too late. As noon approached, Wodong returned with nearly 30 jin of meat, and the room instantly filled with laughter and cheer. I didn't plan on giving out this much, but everyone insisted. He was at a loss for words, caught between laughter and exasperation. This time, however, the others in the village also received their fair share. Each household got at least 5 or 6 jin to start with. If they ate sparingly, it would last them a week. I'll go cook it. The woman beamed with joy as she took a chunk of meat weighing at least 2 or 3 jin and walked into the kitchen. The rest was set aside for storage. Fortunately, since it was already autumn, it could be preserved for a while, though, of course, it would spoil if not eaten soon, unless it was salt cured. In the village, salt was even more precious than grain. They dared to use only a tiny bit when cooking, so using it to cure game meat was a real luxury. Chen couldn't wait. The last time he'd eaten wild rabbit meat, just 10 slices had given him 1 potential point. By his estimate, 10 slices weighed about 1 to 2 liang. For this meal, it wouldn't be too much if he ate 1 jin, would it? That would yield at least 5 potential points, and if this were horned horse meat, it would be even more. That would definitely be more than enough for 1 physical enhancement. But there was still some time left. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to Guodong and asked, Dad, do you know anyone in the village who practices martial arts like Tai Chi? Chapter 22, The Man with a Story. You want to learn Tai Chi? Guodong had just sat down when he heard this, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Yes. Chen nodded and explained, I've heard that practicing Tai Chi helps strengthen the body. I want to use it to increase my strength so I can draw a heavier bow. Although he put it that way, he firmly believed that Tai Chi could boost his attributes. After all, even basic archery could improve his constitution and strength attributes as a form of internal martial arts that was widely known in his previous life. Tai Chi couldn't possibly be ineffective. I see. A look of understanding flashed in Guodong's eyes. He thought hard for a moment, then said, I don't think anyone in the village knows how to do that. No? Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Guodong glanced at him, feeling a pang of sympathy, and consoled him, maybe there is someone, but we just haven't found them yet. How about this, after lunch, I'll go ask around. Maybe someone will know. His voice trailed off abruptly as he suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, maybe your Uncle Zhang knows it? Chen paused in surprise. Come to think of it, that might actually be the case. Since he was able to teach the village youth spear techniques, he must have some martial arts background. And with that background, it's impossible for him not to have some understanding of traditional martial arts like Tai Chi. I just remembered, Guodong said at that moment. Not long after your Uncle Zhang arrived at the village, he tried to teach us some exercises to strengthen our bodies. But back then, we were all starving, so hungry our stomachs were pressed against our backs and we were too busy leaving the village to hunt. Who had the time to stand in stances or practice boxing? Later, the whole thing just fizzled out. Is that so? That's really great. Chen was overjoyed. Yes, back then, when the Wei brothers were here, they often visited him, probably to ask for his guidance. That's right, Guodong said, lost in thought. The Wei brothers, just like you, started out using 60 gene bows. After about 2 or 3 years, they switched to 80 gene bows, and eventually reached the 100 gene mark. I suppose that's the result of their martial arts training. I also heard that before the Wei brothers left, they approached Uncle Zhang, apparently wanting to take him with them, but he refused. Chen took a deep breath. No wonder Uncle Zhang had mentioned a couple of days ago that the Wei brothers probably wouldn't be staying much longer. He'd been deeply impressed by them, and now he realized that was the reason. Everything fell into place. From the looks of it, this Uncle Zhang was indeed a remarkable figure. If his leg weren't lame, he would surely be a key member of the hunting party. Dad, who exactly is this Uncle Zhang? How did you two meet? He asked curiously. Well, Guodong looked a bit awkward. Actually, he is not from our village. Huh? It all goes back 3 years. At the time, Uncle Lu, the Wei brothers, and I were on our way back from a hunt when we came across a man covered in blood, lying face down in the grass. The blood had attracted a couple of steppe wolves, which were lurking nearby, watching him intently. At the time, I thought he was dead, but your Uncle Lu ran over to check and found he was still breathing, so he carried him back. His constitution is truly extraordinary. He managed to survive such severe gunshot wounds. Gunshot wounds? Chen exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Guodong's eyes also betrayed a look of lingering fear. I've never seen anyone with more than 10 bullets lodged in their body. Because of this, there was a disagreement among us. Some thought we shouldn't keep him. But in the end, we kept him, Chen said. Guodong was at a loss for words, saying, yeah, we already saved him, we couldn't just throw him out again. He was lying by the roadside at the time, and no one saw who had brought him in, so I took it upon myself to keep him. Fortunately, he really is lucky. After he woke up, he stayed in the village until today. At first, we were still wary of him, but later on, it turned out he really is someone we can trust. Chen nodded as well. He now understood why the Wei brothers had wanted to take Uncle Zhang with them, but the other party wouldn't agree. Although his father's management style and personality meant he couldn't retain ambitious and capable people, the upside was that a group of die-hard loyalists would gather around him. What are you talking about? You're so engrossed. A woman's voice rang out. She carried a dish of cooked rabbit meat from the side and set it on the table. It hadn't been prepared in any special way. The only seasoning was a sprinkle of salt, yet the aroma of the meat filled the air, making one's mouth water. Let us eat first. Guodong smiled. Xiaofan, we really owe you this time. Eat your fill. Chen chuckled and didn't rush to eat. Instead, he picked up several slices of meat and placed them in his younger brother's bowl. The boy's drool was practically flowing like a waterfall. Chen shouted with delight. Wodong and Chen both smiled knowingly at the sight. Only then did Chen pick up a slice of rabbit meat, put it in his mouth, and chew it slowly. Although he couldn't wait to gain potential points by eating beast meat, the act of eating itself was a pleasure in its own right. It wasn't until he swallowed the slice of meat that a message popped into his mind. Potential points plus 0.1. And so, as time passed bit by bit, Chen ate nearly 1 gene of meat before feeling about 60 or 70% full. Dad, Mom, I'm full. He put down his chopsticks and rubbed his stomach contentedly. It's no exaggeration to say this was the most satisfying meal he had since arriving in this world a few days ago. As for why he didn't eat until he was completely full, it was because his parents hadn't even touched their food. You're full already? The woman asked, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. There's still half left, eat a little more. Yeah, I'll be practicing archery later, I can't afford to run out of energy. I'm really full, Chen chuckled. I'm going to find Uncle Zhang. With that, he dashed off in a flash. That kid seems to have matured a lot, the woman remarked with emotion. He sure has. Guodong nodded with satisfaction. Chen walked along the muddy path leading to the warehouse, glancing at the absolute panel. Potential points, 5.61 point day. That's right, with this many potential points, he already had enough to enhance his body once more. But he wasn't in a hurry to enhance himself. Having just finished lunch, he was now brimming with energy. Enhancing himself right away would be a waste of a physical recovery opportunity. It would undoubtedly be better to wait until he was exhausted from archery practice. Of course, it wasn't just about practicing archery. When he arrived at the open space in front of the warehouse, he immediately caused a stir. Wang Ping and the others excitedly surrounded him, chattering away in a flurry of comments. Bro Fan, that's awesome. I heard you shot all the game this time? That's so impressive. I knew it, with your amazing archery skills, you're bound to shine out in the wild. Bro Fan, you're my idol. Please take me under your wing. Bro Fan, if I were a girl, I'd definitely have your baby. Alright. Chen, who had just finished eating, nearly threw up his meal and asked, "Where's Uncle Zhang?" Chapter 23, Tempering the Body, Refining the Flesh, Entering the Gene. Uncle Zhang? He's over there. Wang Ping and the others turned around and pointed to the limping man not far away. The latter looked calm as he glanced at Chen and said, "You're here, you did well this time, but don't get cocky. Even the horned horse is just a low-level beast. If you ever face a mid-tier beast, you'll realize that bow of yours is nothing more than a tickler to them." Well. Wang Ping and the others exchanged glances upon hearing this. Uncle Zhang was just too harsh. Fangu was the undisputed MVP of the hunting party this time. Everyone in the village was singing his praises. Would it kill him to offer a few words of praise? Chen, however, just smiled indifferently, nodded, and said, "Uncle Zhang, you're right. We ran into an iron-armored rhinoceros as soon as we set out." An iron-armored rhino? Holy crap! Wang Ping and the others were taken aback. The lame man's eyelid twitched rapidly a few times. We took a detour and didn't draw its attention. The group immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Bro Fan, you scared the hell out of me. That thing isn't something just anyone can mess with, Wang Ping said, speechless. Yeah, I heard that some people from the village provoked a few iron-armored rhinoceroses. They were chased all the way back to the village, and it didn't stop there. The rampaging beasts even rammed through the walls. It wasn't until they finally vented their fury that they left. Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to the limping man. So, Uncle Zhang, I'd like to learn some martial arts techniques from you that build up my strength. That way, if I ever do run into an iron-armored rhinoceros, I'll have the power to defend myself. Techniques to build up strength? Wang Ping and the others gaped, looking from Chen to the limping man. What's going on here? Out of the blue, how did the conversation turn to this? A flicker of surprise crossed the lame man's eyes, and he asked, "You already know about this?" "Hmm." Chen replied, "Uncle Wei and the others must have learned these techniques, right? That is how they went from being able to draw a bow with a draw weight of 60 gene at first to being able to draw a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene now, isn't it?" Wang Ping and the others froze, while Zhao Feng's breathing grew rapid. He had a vague sense that he stumbled upon something extraordinary. That's right. The limping man nodded, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ping and the others before settling on Chen. "You still remember the martial artists I told you about, don't you?" "Of course I do." Chen nodded eagerly. After the cataclysm, awakened individuals emerged among humans, their combat prowess rivals that of hot weapons. As for ordinary people, it's not that they lack the ability to defend themselves, it's just that they can't do anything but wait to die. Before the cataclysm, ordinary people could strengthen their physiques through physical training. After the cataclysm, the limits of the human body were shattered. Ordinary people can now temper their bodies to make their tendons and bones robust and their strength extraordinary. This process is called body tempering. Body tempering. Body tempering. Everyone, including Chen, let out exclamations of surprise. For Wang Ping and the others, this term was clearly something they never heard of before. Chen, however, was somewhat prepared for this. He thought of the realm section on the system. It currently showed none. If it had shown a value, it would likely be what Uncle Zhang was referring to, body tempering, right? That's right. The lame man looked serious. Body tempering is divided into 3 levels based on muscular strength, and it's not wrong to categorize it into early, middle, and late stages either. Generally speaking, the muscular force an ordinary person exerts when throwing a punch doesn't exceed 50 kilograms. The vast majority of people in the village are at this level. If one can reach 100 kilograms, they've attained the first level of body tempering and can be called a martial artist. The Wei brothers who left were at this level. They could draw a 200 gene bow with sheer strength, but would be exhausted after a single shot. A 100 gene bow is just right for them. You probably don't know what that means. He glanced at Chen and explained, a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene can pierce leather armor from over 200 meters away. It can even penetrate high-quality chain mail, and it's powerful enough to kill an iron-armored rhinoceros. Chen took a deep breath. He could currently draw a bow with a draw weight of only 60 gene, still quite a ways from 100 gene. If you reach 150 kilograms, that's the second and third levels of body tempering. Your muscular strength can reach 200 kilograms, approaching that of a human boxing champion before their mutation. With that kind of strength, you can draw a 200 gene longbow and take down targets within 400 or 500 meters. The crowd gasped in awe once more. Uncle Zhang, Chen thought of the 300 gene longbow in the warehouse and couldn't help but ask, does that mean the body tempering stage is just the beginning? Ha! Wang Ping's mouth gaped wide enough to fit several eggs. Someone this strong was just getting started? The lame man gave him an approving look. Yes. After Kati comes Lian Rou. Martial artists who reach this realm have muscles as hard as steel throughout their bodies and boundless strength. A single punch packs 1,000 gene of force, and they can draw a 500 gene warbow with one hand. Even an iron-armored rhinoceros is nothing more than a sitting duck in the face of such a martial artist. The crowd gasped in awe once more. What comes next? Chen couldn't help but ask. Beyond that lies entering the force routine. The lame man seemed lost in thought as he spoke slowly. Entering the force is divided into Ming gene, and Hua gene. Before the anomaly, I'd only heard of people reaching Ming gene. A single punch gathered from their entire body could make the air explode. As for gene, I'd heard some claim to have reached it, but the vast majority were charlatans seeking fame and fortune. Their claims were not to be trusted. As for Hua gene, that was something I'd never even heard of. But now that the anomaly has occurred, Chen started to speak but stopped short. Yes, now that the anomaly has occurred, in Anshan City 100 kilometers from here there are people who have reached Hua gene. Their power is unfathomable in fact. There are even reports of people cultivating Jinqi, the kind of energy usually found only in wuxia novels. What? Jinqi? My God! Is that true? Everyone was stunned. But mostly, they were excited. This martial artist seems pretty powerful, doesn't he? Chen couldn't help but recall what his father had said. Putting that into context with what was happening now, he grew increasingly convinced that Uncle Zhang had likely come from Anshan City. Perhaps he offended someone and was being hunted down. Could it be that Uncle Zhang is an entry-level martial artist? Don't get too excited just yet. The limping man snorted coldly, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. Even if he is a Jing-level martial artist, so what? Never mind standing before an awakened. Even if an ordinary person shot him in the head with a gun, he'd be as good as dead. Even those who cultivated true chi might not be able to stop a bullet. But it means he has the ability to defend himself in this world. Chen smiled faintly. The limping man paused for a moment, then nodded. That's true. Even at the first level of body tempering, one is far better off than an ordinary person. So, are you sure you want to learn martial arts from me? Just as Chen was about to answer, the man waved his hand. Let me finish what I'm saying first. Chapter 24, starting with the Wuji form. No matter what style of boxing it is, mastering it isn't something that happens overnight, especially for you right now. Aside from archery, you know nothing else. So, you'll have to start with the basics. Only after you've mastered the fundamentals can I teach you boxing. This process is very tedious, even more so than your archery training. It could take anywhere from a few years to a lifetime before you've truly mastered it. Are you mentally prepared for that? The lame man asked. Chen took a deep breath and replied without hesitation, I am. Good. I hope you'll truly be able to stick with it when the time comes. He spoke in an unruffled tone, but inwardly he thought, with this kid's perseverance and natural talent, perhaps he really could bring me a pleasant surprise. Uncle Zhang. Zhao Feng, standing nearby, mustered his courage and said, I'd also like to learn boxing from you. Me too. Uncle Zhang, I'd like to as well. The rest of the group all spoke up one after another. Who wouldn't want to possess strength and live a better life? The limping man wasn't surprised. He said indifferently, teaching one is the same as teaching several. I'm just afraid you won't be able to stick with it. The group immediately grew excited and swore an oath to the heavens. In contrast, Zhao Feng remained much quieter, though his eyes burned with fighting spirit. All right. The limping man waved his hand. Since you all want to learn, let us get started. Gulp. Even Chen swallowed hard. Was it really about to begin? No matter what martial art you practice, you must start with the most basic standing posture. Without it, your legs will be weak and feeble, your form will be distorted when you fight, and ultimately, you'll work twice as hard for half the result. Therefore, to build inner strength and strengthen your lower body, you must practice the standing posture. The group nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with anticipation, as if they were chicks pecking at grain. Stance training is the foundation, and what I'm about to teach you is the foundation of stance training. It's called the Wuji stance. Only after achieving some proficiency in the Wuji stance can you practice the Taiji stance. Once you've mastered the Taiji stance, you can formally begin learning Taiji Quan. If you're not satisfied, you can continue on to the three-body stance, the starting point for all variations instance training. As the saying goes, all variations stem from the three-body stance. Once you've mastered this three-body stance, you'll be ready to learn Xingyi Quan. And it's not just Xingyi Quan, you'll also be able to learn practices like the 5 animals exercises and Bagua Zhang. The crowd looked troubled upon hearing this. First, they had to practice the Wuji stance. Once that was mastered, they'd have to practice the Taiji stance, and only then could they learn Taiji Quan. As for learning Xingyi Quan, they'd have to practice the San Ti stance after the Taiji stance? How long would that take? What's the matter? Do you already find this difficult? The lame man snorted coldly. This is internal cultivation, the absolute foundation. If you practice the forms without cultivating the internal energy, your efforts will be in vain by the time you're old. Not to mention, I haven't even factored in the basic hand techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. You'll all have to start from scratch with those. It's not too late to back out now. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group. Those who wish to continue, take a step forward. Chen stepped forward with a smile. Zhao Feng followed closely behind. Wang Ping and the others exchanged glances, then followed suit. Ha! The lame man smiled meaningfully. No one else backing out? Good. Then you'll all hold the Wuji stance for an hour. Once you're done, I'll teach you the basic hand gestures. The Wuji stance requires the practitioner to stand at attention, with both hands hanging naturally at their sides, the head held high, the chin slightly tucked in, breathing naturally, and imagining oneself merging with nature. Chen took the opportunity to glance at the absolute panel. As expected, a line of small text had appeared in the skills section. Wuji style, LV 00%. He felt a surge of joy. He'd just learned another skill. He wondered what kind of abilities would unlock once he reached level 1. Stay calm and focused. Don't let your mind wander. Just then, the limping man walked past him and gave him a glance. Chen felt a bit awkward. This Uncle Zhang had a pretty sharp eye, didn't he? The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Occasionally, someone would walk by and look at the group standing rigidly at attention, completely baffled. As the minutes ticked by, the group's initial comments from ISNT this Wuji stance just standing at attention, to holy crap, my legs are so sore, and my head is itchy as something crawling on it, evolved into help me, I really can't hold on anymore. How much longer until an hour is up? It's been less than 10 minutes? You're already giving up? The limping man snorted derisively. If you can't handle it, just give up gracefully. Not everyone can become a martial artist. You have to learn to face reality. Hearing this, Chen's mouth twitched. Uncle Zhang wasn't just sharp-eyed, he had a sharp tongue, too. But he actually felt fine, probably because his physical constitution was above average and even found it somewhat easy. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer, overcome with shame. Go rest. The limping man waved his hand and looked at the others. One has already given up. If any of the rest of you feel you can't hold on either, step out. No one responded. A few more minutes passed, and one by one, others chose to give up. Another 10 minutes went by, and Wang Ping couldn't hold on either. He stepped out, his face flushed. Only Chen and Zhao Feng remained. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth tightly. No matter what, he had to keep going. He'd already lost to Chen once in archery. This time, he couldn't lose again. He, Zhao Feng, was no weaker than anyone else. This proficiency is rising way too slowly, isn't it? Chen looked straight ahead, but his attention was fixed on the absolute panel. At least 40 minutes had passed, yet his Wuji-style proficiency was only around 4%. In other words, standing still for 10 minutes only added 1% to his proficiency. To reach level 1, he'd have to stand still for at least 1,000 minutes, 16 hours. At first glance, it seemed easier than basic archery. All he had to do was stand still. 16 hours meant he could finish it in 2 days. But in reality, it was much more exhausting. Before, he'd only had sore arms and could still enjoy a massage even if it was provided by a scruffy guy. But now, his whole body ached. It was killing him. He seriously doubted whether he'd be able to go through a second hour after this. What about a third? That would probably be his limit, right? At this rate, just raising the Wuji style to level 1 would take 4 or 5 days? And this is just the very beginning, isn't it? Uncle Zhang said that you have to achieve a modest mastery of the Wuji style before you can learn the Taiji style, and only after mastering the Taiji style can you learn proper Tai Chi. Damn it, how long is this going to take? Don't forget, standing postures are just the foundation. Along with that, there are basic hand movements, basic footwork, and basic leg techniques. If I really have to follow the steps one by one, step by step, won't it take years and years? If that's the case, when will I ever actually start practicing Tai Chi? Time is of the essence. With that thought, his attention turned to his experience points. He'd earned a total of 17 experience points from this morning's hunt. If he used them to level up basic archery by 4 levels, it would only increase his proficiency by 17%. But if he applied them to the level 0 Wuji form, surely it wouldn't let him down, right? Chapter 25, He is different from you. Chen made up his mind. With a flick of his thoughts, he allocated 1 experience point to it. It was as if a flash of inspiration had struck his mind, and suddenly a strand of memory both unfamiliar and yet incredibly familiar surfaced. Wuji style, LV 054%. Just as I thought. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Chen's mouth. A single point of experience had increased the progress by half. If he added just 1 more point, wouldn't that take it up to level 1? When that happened, he would surely unlock a new trait, wouldn't he? With that thought in mind, he allocated 1 point of experience. In an instant, a warm current flowed through him, and the aches and pains throughout his body immediately subsided considerably. The sensation felt strangely familiar. Could it be strengthened body? He muttered to himself, glancing at his stats panel. Wuji style, LV 11%, trait, physical fortification LV 1. Just as expected, the level 1 physical fortification trait increased his constitution attribute by 1 point. It wasn't exactly a surprise, but it wasn't bad either. It didn't match the boost provided by basic archery, which was to be expected, given the significant difference in difficulty. I wonder if level 1 Wuji style counts as meeting Uncle Zhang's requirements. He didn't continue practicing but instead adjusted his posture slightly, watching Zhang Ren's reaction out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, when the limping man's gaze fell on Chen, his pupils contracted. He was clearly surprised. This kid does have some talent, after all. He thought to himself. For most people, even just getting the hang of the Wuji form takes at least a week. Even those with exceptional talent need 2 or 3 days. This kid, it's his first time practicing the stance, and he has already got it down pretty well. If he practices a few more times, I should be able to teach him the complete Tai Chi form. He turned his gaze with great satisfaction to Zhao Feng standing nearby. This kid does have admirable perseverance. You can tell he is secretly competing with Chen in his heart. Unfortunately, his natural talent still falls a bit short, but hard work can make up for that. Ha! Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Still not working? Well, I guess there is no other choice. He looked at the remaining 14 experience points, had a sudden thought, and added another point to Wuji style. This time, a single point of experience increased the progress by 1/3. He decided to go all out and allocated 2 more points in quick succession. In an instant, the warm current from earlier surged through his entire body once more, sweeping away all fatigue. Wuji style, LV 20%, trait, physical strength level 2. It wasn't just a physical boost, it also enhanced his experience of the Wuji style. At that moment, standing perfectly still was no longer a form of torture for him, but a whole new way to relax even for his mind. That kid. The limping man's eyes widened instantly, his face betraying utter disbelief. If no one had been watching him, he would have rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How did this guy do that? A voice seemed to be screaming inside his head. Just a moment ago, Chen had been barely at the entry-level stage. How could he have advanced so much so quickly? Even he had taken nearly a month to reach this level. Is this kid some kind of monster? His aptitude is simply astonishing. Wang Ping and the others, of course, had no idea what the limping man was thinking. They just found it a bit strange that he was staring so intently at Chen. Looks like that should be enough. Good thing I didn't act on impulse and keep leveling up. Chen snapped back to reality and noticed the look of shock on the lame man's face. He feigned confusion. Uncle Zhang, what is wrong? Is there something on my face? Ahem. The lame man coughed twice, averted his gaze, and said, nothing. Just keep holding your stance. Oh. Chen gave him a puzzled look, savoring the sense of relaxation the Wuji stance brought him. He suddenly thought to himself, once he got tired from archery practice, standing in the Wuji stance for an hour might actually be a good option? Finally, the hour was up. Zhao Feng collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and aching all over. Chen, however, looked as if nothing had happened. In fact, he seemed to be in even better shape than before. Bro Fan, aren't you tired? Wang Ping couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Bro Fan, how come you seem even more energetic? Really? Chen scratched his head, looking puzzled. I'm not really sure. It just felt pretty comfortable while I was standing there. Seriously? The group exchanged glances. Was he pulling their leg? They were all nearly exhausted and he felt comfortable? If they hadn't just experienced it themselves, they might have actually believed him. He is different from you guys. The limping man's voice rang out. You haven't even begun yet, so of course you're tired. This kid, he said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, is already qualified to learn the Tai Chi forms. What? Zhao Feng and the others gaped, completely stunned. Chen also looked shocked. His voice trembled as he turned to the limping man, part excited, part incredulous. Uncle Zhang, what did you say? I have already mastered the basics and can learn the Tai Chi forms? The limping man nodded. Once I've taught you all the basic hand movements and footwork, I'll teach you the Tai Chi forms one-on-one. Chen was beside himself with excitement, partly feigned, but mostly genuine. Wow, Fan S already at the beginner level? No way. Didn't Uncle Zhang say it usually takes people a week or two just to get started? I'm so jealous. We can't even last half an hour, but Chen S already learning the Tai Chi forms. I really want to learn them too. The others said enviously. Hearing this, the man with the limp really wanted to tell them that it wasn't just about getting started. You had to reach a certain level of proficiency before you could learn the forms, but he worried that doing so might make Chen arrogant and complacent, so he decided against it. Zhao Feng looked at Chen with a complex expression, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He thought that by holding out for an hour, he finally caught up to Chen, but it turned out they were still worlds apart. Still, he couldn't give up. Alright, next I'll teach you the basic hand positions: fists, palms, claws, and so on. Once you're familiar with these, you'll have laid a solid foundation and be ready to practice basic fist techniques, basic palm techniques, Tai Chi, and so on. After speaking, he cast a discreet glance at Chen, thinking to himself, this kid, he didn't just watch it once and memorize everything, did he? Everyone lined up in a row. This introduction to the basic hand forms was a bit more interesting than the standing meditation from earlier, but only a little. Soon, the various tongue-twisting names had everyone completely confused. Who would have thought that a single palm technique could be divided into 5 forms: young palm, in palm, upright palm, reverse palm, and horizontal palm? The most absurd part was that the upright palm was even split into 2 subtypes. Chen's head was spinning just listening to it. With so much to learn, if he had to practice it over and over until it was second nature, wouldn't even a week be too short? He looked at the new line of small text that had appeared in his skill bar. Basic hand gestures, LV 00%. Maybe he should just keep allocating skill points. Chapter 26, Tai Chi Form. About an hour or two had passed when Chen looked at his skill bar with satisfaction. Woji form, LV 20%, trait, strengthen body LV 2. Basic hand gestures, LV 10%. Basic leg techniques, LV 10%, trait, power LV 1. Basic footwork, LV 10%, trait, agility LV 1. The power trait, much like superior arm strength, increases the strength attribute by 1 point for every level gained, while the agility trait increases the agility attribute by 1 point for every level gained. As the level of the basic hand gestures increased, no traits appeared. Instead, a long, clear sequence of memories surfaced in his mind. Of course, the experience points required for the upgrade were minimal, just 1 point to advance 1 level. Basic leg techniques and basic footwork, like Wuji style, both required 2 experience points to advance from level 0 to level 1. As a result, spending 10 experience points not only yielded a wealth of memories but also boosted his constitution by 2 points, strength by 1 point, and agility by 1 point, a truly rewarding outcome. In fact, Chen had another hunch. He sensed that these basic skills likely had no level cap. As long as he had enough experience points, he could keep leveling them up indefinitely. By the same token, the resulting attribute boosts would probably have no limit either. At the same time, however, he had a concern: the improvements gained from raising the levels of these foundational skills might very well be rather modest. Just like the standing postures Uncle Zhang had mentioned, from the Wuji posture to the Taiji posture and then to the San Ti posture, this progression wasn't without reason. Not only did it go from easy to difficult, but the improvements should also become increasingly significant. That's why he raised each skill by just one level, saving the remaining 7 experience points to see how things would play out. All right. Just then, the lame man's voice rang out. He glanced at the group, whose faces were full of grim expressions. It's not like I'm asking you to memorize it all today. From now on, I'll demonstrate it once a day, and you'll practice along with me. You'll eventually get it. Besides, these are the absolute basics. If you can't even master these, you might as well give up on martial arts right now. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, everyone perked up. Uncle Zhang will definitely remember it. Exactly. It's just this little bit what's so hard about it. It's way more fun than studying. Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Uncle Zhang really did love using reverse psychology. But Wang Ping and the others seemed to fall for it every time. No wonder, after all, not everyone had lived 2 lifetimes like he had. Alright, that's it for today. You guys go practice your spear work. Chen, you stay behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the others left, their faces full of envy. Chen smiled sheepishly and said, Uncle Zhang, are you going to teach me the Tai Chi form? Seeing this, Zhang Ren felt the other guy was being a bit cheeky, which for some reason annoyed him. He snorted coldly through his nose and said, how on earth did you manage to get the hang of it on your first try? Ha? Chen scratched his head. I don't know, really. It's just a feeling standing like that doesn't take any effort, and it lets me clear my mind. It's a lot like the feeling when I smoke. Smoking. Zhang Ren instinctively licked his lips. Ahem, what does that have to do with smoking? If you can't make a good analogy, just don't. Anyway, you've got some natural talent. If you put your mind to learning the Tai Chi forms from now on, you'll be able to get the hang of it in 1 week. That's how it was for all of us back then. Yes. Chen nodded repeatedly, as if to say, what are we waiting for? Let us get started right away. Listen carefully. Zhang Ren's expression returned to normal. Tai Chi arises from Wuji and is the mother of Yin and Yang. This means that Tai Chi evolved from Wuji and is the essence of Yin and Yang. Everything in the world has both Yin and Yang aspects. When it comes to martial arts, we must discuss stance training, posture training. Stance training is divided into static postures and dynamic postures. Only after mastering the static postures can you begin practicing the dynamic ones, which is the Tai Chi stance I'm about to teach you. It didn't take long for Chen to realize that what the other person was saying was indeed true. Tai Chi form, LV 00%. Unlock requirement, Wuji stance LV2, achieved. This gave him a vague hunch: could it be that the subsequent 3 body forms including Tai Chi all had similar prerequisites? If these weren't met, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get started, and in his case, would that mean his proficiency couldn't be unlocked? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Next came the practice. The initial movements were similar to those of the Wuji stance, but soon after, he had to slightly bend his knees and slowly raise both arms, forming a circle in front of his chest. After just a few minutes, Chen felt his arms growing sore and found it difficult to keep going. Remember how I taught you to wrap up the form? For every 5 minutes you hold the pose, you can rest for 1 minute. Just make sure to stand for a full hour, Zhang Ren said casually, glancing at him. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the form, he stretched his limbs. He had to admit that this Tai Chi form was much more exhausting than the Wuji form. If he had to move on to the 3-body form later, wouldn't it be even more exhausting? Taking this opportunity, he glanced at his skill bar, and sure enough, a new line of small text appeared. Tai Chi form, LV 0.05%. He was a bit dumbfounded. Wow, only 0.05% in 5 minutes? 1/10,000th of a proficiency point per minute? To level up once, he'd have to stand for 10,000 minutes? 166 hours, non-stop exactly 1 week. He glanced at Zhang Run and thought to himself, Uncle Zhang really is a tough guy. Does he not even go to the bathroom to practice? Take your time practicing. This Tai Chi form is the starting movement for all Tai Chi routines. Mastering it will make your training twice as effective with half the effort. Don't slack off. After saying that, Zhang Ren walked over to Wang Ping and the others. Chen gritted his teeth, watching his back, and decided to put off the idea of allocating skill points for now. After all, he'd only just gotten the hang of it in 5 minutes. That was a bit too fast. He'd wait until he was ready before allocating points. Fortunately, his current physical attributes already exceeded those of an average person. Resting for just 1 minute allowed him to recover quite a bit. An hour was about to pass. Zhang Run walked over. Seeing Chen's posture, he felt a slight sense of relief for some reason. He nodded and said, "All right, that's it for the stance training practice. We'll continue tomorrow." "Yes, Uncle Zhang." Chen exhaled. After an hour, he was completely exhausted. "Rest for a bit first. We'll continue helping you practice archery later. Archery is a bit special. If you don't practice for a day, you'll lose your touch." Chen nodded. His proficiency in basic archery was now approaching 60%. With practice this afternoon and tonight, he'd reach level 5, at which point the level 3 mounted archery trait would grant him a 90% hit rate. If he were to encounter a horned horse again, his first arrow wouldn't be so easy to dodge. As for practicing pole techniques and boxing, those were meant to boost his strength so he could draw a heavier bow. Just then, his gaze fell on a figure not far away, and he asked with some curiosity, "Uncle Zhang, is Zhao Feng planning to practice archery too?" He has probably been inspired by you." Zhang Ren looked over as well. "But if he really manages to master it, it'll be a good thing for the village." Chen wholeheartedly agreed. The stronger the others in the village became, the less pressure there would be on his shoulders. Of course, the most important thing was still to strengthen himself. Barring any surprises, we'll head out of the village again tomorrow morning to hunt. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually preferred to proceed step by step, conserving some of his strength to avoid drawing too much attention. But every time he went out, he was struggling on the edge of life and death. One misstep could cost him his life. At a time like this, worrying about whether his true strength would be exposed was simply too pedantic. So, Tai Chi style, keep leveling up. Chapter 27, 4-Shot Burst. After spending a bit of experience points, the proficiency of Tai Chi style jumped by a full quarter. Chen let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the 6 remaining experience points, he allocated 3 more in one go. Instantly, a vivid memory surfaced in his mind, as if he'd been practicing for a whole month. At the same time, a warm current even more powerful than before flowed through every part of his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, leaving him feeling warm from head to toe. Tai Chi style, LV1 0%, trait, robustness LV1. A new trait? Chen's eyes widened instantly. It was obvious at a glance that this trait boosted constitution. Could it be an upgraded version of a strengthened body? Robust, each level increase adds 2 points to constitution. It really is. Chen felt a surge of delight. It seemed his guess was correct. Higher level skills provided greater attribute bonuses. But soon, his smile began to fade. That's because the experience points required to level up were much higher. In fact, if he spent the same amount of experience points on Wuji style, it would ultimately provide a slightly higher attribute bonus. Maybe there is something else I haven't discovered yet, he thought to himself. Besides, this wasn't so bad. Once he had enough experience points, he'd level up both Wuji style and Taiji style together. After all, the higher his constitution stat, the better. Only children have to choose. Adults, of course, want it all. I've got 2 experience points left, not enough to do much. Let us see how my stats look. Chen felt a sense of anticipation. Realm, none. Level, 304. Constitution, 17.78. Strength, 13.57. Agility, 9.47. Spirit, 6.05. Potential points, 5 1-point day. His constitution attribute had increased by 4 points, the largest increase among all his attributes. Strength and agility had each increased by 1 point. His spirit attribute, however, remained unchanged. The same went for his realm. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Could it be that his stats weren't high enough yet? According to Uncle Zhang's explanation of the Chu Ti realm classifications, one had to reach 100 kilograms of muscular strength to be considered at the first level of Chu Ti. If that were the case, his strength attribute would need to be at least 20 points. He was still far from that. Fortunately, he still had 5 unused potential points. I'll practice archery first. I'll aim to raise basic archery to level 5 tonight. Chen looked toward the archery target standing in the distance, a determined look in his eyes. As time ticked by, everyone knew that Chen was now the hope of the entire village. They trained with him with great enthusiasm, no longer holding back on their speed but instead using all their strength to hurl the target high into the air, increasing the difficulty. As a result, his proficiency increased faster with each hit, and everyone's stamina depleted more quickly. Before long, they were all exhausted and collapsed. Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. Let us take a break and then continue, Wang Ping said, panting heavily. Everyone here had been training all day and was already starving, not to mention that tossing the target into the air was a grueling physical task. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Chen smiled and waved his hand. After nearly 2 hours, their proficiency had only increased by about 20%. Would they even be able to complete the remaining 20%? And what about after reaching level 5? Would this manual method still work? Wouldn't they have to go out hunting to gain more proficiency? Hey, kid. Just then, Zhang Ren, who was completely exhausted, spoke up. You might want to practice rapid fire. Rapid fire? Chen paused in surprise. It's about firing as many arrows as possible in the shortest amount of time. Your hit rate on moving targets is already pretty good now, but if you keep practicing like this, your improvement won't be significant. If you can fire 2 or even 3 arrows in just a few seconds, your hit rate will improve dramatically, Zhang Ren said, looking at Chen. It suddenly clicked for Chen. Earlier that morning, when he'd been aiming at the horned horse, firing 3 arrows in a row had increased his proficiency by nearly 10%. If simply hitting a moving target yielded a maximum of 6% proficiency, where did that extra 4% come from? Uncle Zhang, I get it. He snapped to attention and looked at the target not far away. He fired an arrow, hitting the bullseye. However, the increase in proficiency was pitifully low, not even 1,000th. Chen, what's going on? Zhao Feng looked at Chen, who was standing motionless once again, and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Ren shook his head. He is probably just getting into the zone. Let us just watch and see. No sooner had he finished speaking than a whistling sound rang out. An arrow flashed past and, as expected, hit the bullseye. But just then, a second whistling sound cut through the air. Immediately after came a third. Wang Ping and the others watched in astonishment as Chen completely ignored whether the previous arrow had hit its mark. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, his right hand reached into the quiver behind him, drawing a second arrow, then a third. And remarkably, every single one of those 3 hit the mark. Thud. 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 After firing the third arrow, Chen felt his heart pounding like a drum, much like when he shot the horned horse, but this time he still had energy to spare. The fourth arrow. At that moment, his face flushed crimson and the veins on his forehead bulged. The instant he drew the bow to its fullest, it was as if a weight had been lifted, and he released the string. Thud. With a dull thud, the fourth arrow also struck the very center of the target. Wang Ping and the others standing nearby were completely speechless. They could barely make out Chen's movements. From the first arrow being fired to the fourth hitting the bullseye, had it been 10 seconds? It didn't even seem that long. Is this the limit of what the kid can do? Zhang Ren was equally speechless. In comparison, although the Wei brothers could draw a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene, they couldn't manage to fire 4 arrows in such a short time. No, even 3 would be a stretch. In terms of archery skill alone, he had already left the Wei brothers far behind. Is this the benefit of enhanced physical constitution? As expected, even practicing some basic stances brings immense benefits. Chen's heart was pounding wildly as he gasped for fresh air. He had indeed made progress, advancing from 3 consecutive shots to 4. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he hurriedly glanced at his skill bar. Basic Archery, LV 475.01%. His proficiency had jumped by 5%. At that moment, a smile spread across his face. If he were aiming at a moving target, wouldn't the proficiency gain be even higher? But this was already enough. He now knew how to quickly boost his proficiency. The only catch was that after using rapid fire once, not just his entire right arm, but his whole body felt like it was on fire, and his lungs burned with a searing heat. Can you still hold on? Zhang Ren walked over holding a bowl of water and said dryly, I told you to give it a try. I didn't mean for you to risk your life. Chen gave him a silly grin and took the bowl. Risk my life? Actually, it's not so bad. He could still strengthen his body one more time. Once he'd done that, firing 4 shots in rapid succession again shouldn't be nearly as painful. Chapter 28, First Realm Breakthrough. After taking a few sips of water and resting for a moment, Chen saw that everyone's attention had shifted away from him. He took a deep breath and tapped the plus sign next to his level. Immediately, a massive wave of heat surged from his heart, quickly enveloping his entire body. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, and his fatigue vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, the heat faded away. Realm, none. Level, 408. Constitution, 19.55. Strength, 14.92. Agility, 10.41. Mental, 6.65. Potential points, 1 point day. All attributes had increased by 10%. His constitution alone was nearly double that of an average person. With a strength attribute of less than 15 points, using a bow with a 100 gene draw weight was a bit of a pipe dream. Even the 80 gene one would likely be a stretch. His agility attribute was average. As for his mental attribute, it was downright pitiful. It's a shame that, aside from strengthening my body, I can't find any other way to boost my spirit right now. Chen thought to himself as his gaze fell on his level. To raise his physical strength level to 5 would require 8 potential points. If he were to eat his fill, he could earn that much in a single meal. Barring any surprises, he should be able to achieve this goal today. In any case, he'd keep working hard. For the next while, he practiced archery on his own. After strengthening his body once more, he was indeed much stronger. His second set of 4 consecutive shots didn't leave him as exhausted as before, though he still needed to rest for about a quarter of an hour. The third set required a half-hour rest, and his right arm felt a bit too heavy to lift. Fortunately, by evening, as the sky grew dark, basic archery finally leveled up. Feeling the exhilaration brought by the boost to both his constitution and strength attributes, he was just about to check the absolute panel when a message popped into his mind. Constitution has reached 20 points. Do you wish to break through? Breakthrough probability, 100%. What? Chen nearly cried out in surprise, his eyes widening as he stared at the message. He had some suspicions, but since the breakthrough probability was 100%, he figured he might as well go for it. The moment he selected yes, a crisp sound rang out within his body, as if something had snapped. That familiar wave of heat returned, and wherever it flowed, a slight tingling sensation followed. This gave him the illusion that his body was actually healing itself. After a few breaths, the heat slowly receded, and Chen hurriedly looked at the absolute panel. Realm, Body Tempering, Level 1. Level, 408. Constitution, 22.6. Strength, 17.51. Agility, 11.45. Spirit, 7.32. Potential points, 13 points day. Phew, just as I predicted. Chen exhaled slowly, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had broken through. From an ordinary person, he had become a martial artist at the first level of body tempering. Although his strength hadn't yet reached 20 points, he could easily draw a bow with an 80 gene draw weight, and even a 100 gene bow would be within his reach. As for the benefits of the breakthrough, judging by the increase in his spirit attribute, all attributes had received a 10% boost. It was equivalent to an extra round of physical enhancement, one that didn't require spending potential points. The only requirement was for a specific attribute to reach a threshold. Once reached, the breakthrough would occur. To break through to the second level of the body tempering realm, I suppose my constitution attribute will need to reach 30 points? And for the third level, 40? Chen pondered. It didn't seem like much. With a little effort, he should be able to reach it soon. Once he reached the second level of body tempering, advancing to the flesh refining realm probably wouldn't be that simple, would it? Perhaps it would require both attributes to reach the threshold? Never mind, it's too early to think about that. I'll take it one step at a time. After his breakthrough, Chen's confidence soared. The night passed quickly. Chen continued to practice rapid-fire shooting with his 60 gene bow. At level 4 of basic archery, a 4-shot burst used to grant a 5% proficiency boost, but now he could barely manage 3%. During his practice, he attempted a 5-shot burst once. The results were promising, with a proficiency gain of nearly 4%, though the cost was, of course, utter exhaustion. Before heading back, he made a point of bringing along the 80 gene bow. Zhang Run was only slightly surprised after all. In his view, given Chen's current skill level, using an 80 gene bow shouldn't be a problem. Compared to the 60 gene bow, the 80 gene bow had a maximum range exceeding 200 meters and an effective range of around 80 meters. If they really encountered any tricky beasts, it would undoubtedly be a huge help. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, felt the pressure mounting. The next morning, the hunting party gathered once again at the entrance to the village. Since they debagged a plentiful haul the previous day, Wodong had allowed everyone to rest for an extra 2 hours. Sure enough, everyone looked rosy-cheeked and refreshed, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Chen was among the group, listening to the waves of praise rising all around him. He felt a bit embarrassed, but mostly anxious. After all, he was merely a martial artist at the first level of the body tempering realm. While he had some standing within his own village, he paled in comparison to the people of Zhao family fortress. He'd have to work even harder. The group filed out of the camp one by one, and the drawbridge behind them slowly rose. Snap! Just then, the bald man slapped Chen on the shoulder and asked, somewhat puzzled, "What are you thinking about, kid? Why do you look so distracted?" "Yeah, Xiaofan, you're not feeling well, are you?" "It's fine if you stay at the camp today to rest. We've still got enough of yesterday's game to last a few more days." "That's right. It's not too late to head back now." A few people nearby also asked with concern. Guodong looked over as well, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. "Not at all. I was just thinking when we come across game, should I use this bow in my hand, or would the one on my back be better?" Chen snapped out of his reverie and replied with a smile. "Wow, you little rascal, you can already draw an 80 gene bow?" The bald man stared at the longbow on Chen's back, astonished. If it were him, he'd have to give it his all just to draw that bow. "Actually, I haven't tried it yet, but if I bring it along, it might come in handy," Chen explained. "That's right, the longer the bow, the more powerful it is. Back when the Wei brothers were around, they could hit game from 150 meters away," the bald man remarked with admiration. "They used 100 gene bow, didn't they? Not just anyone could draw that." So what? I'm sure Xiaofan will be able to draw it one day, too." That's right. Xiaofan is our village's sharpshooter, never misses a shot, ha ha. The group chatted and laughed, but what they didn't expect was, after walking for less than 10 minutes, a group of people approached from diagonally across the way. This group had a bountiful haul, carrying game in their hands and on their shoulders, and even dragging 2 large animals weighing 200 or 300 gene, and they, too, were chatting and laughing. The atmosphere within the group fell silent instantly. Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively gripped his longbow tighter, wondering to himself, could this group be from Li Settlement? Chapter 29, he shouldn't have done that. However, upon closer reflection, Chen realized he was overthinking it. First, his group had only just left the settlement and were coming back empty-handed. Even if the people across from them really were from the settlement, there was nothing to worry about, especially since this group was clearly returning with a bountiful haul. Second, the numbers didn't add up. There were far too many of them, nearly 30, while the settlement usually had only about 13 or 14 people. Of course, most importantly, he spotted the Wei brothers in the crowd. Clearly, this hunting party before them was likely from Zhao family fortress. It's the people from Zhao family fortress. A voice rang out from within the group. Look, Tiangong and Tian Yuan are over there. Looks like they've had a bountiful haul. After all, it's Zhao family fortress, a large settlement with over 1,000 people. It's not something an ordinary small camp can compare to. The group murmured among themselves. Let us wait for them to pass by first. Guodong whispered, a hint of unmasked sadness in his eyes. The bald man patted him on the shoulder and let out a soft sigh. The people from Zhao family fortress had also spotted Guodong and his group 100 meters away. They whispered something to one another, but the distance was too great to make out their words clearly. The Wei brothers were also among the crowd. Just then, Wei Tianyuan jogged to the front of the group and said something. Immediately afterward, to Guodong and the others' utter surprise, he sprinted toward them, holding a wilderness rabbit weighing 20 or 30 jin in his right hand. Chen was equally dumbfounded, a possibility flashing through his mind. Could it be? In the space of half a minute, Wei Tianyuan had reached the group. Brother Guodong, this is for you guys. With that, he smiled and placed the wilderness rabbit in Guodong's hands. Guodong instinctively took it, but immediately recoiled as if he'd been electrocuted, hurriedly pushing it back and saying, Tianyuan, what are you doing? Take it back right away, I can't accept this rabbit. That's right, Tianyuan. Do you know what you're doing? What will they think if they see this? Lu Yong, who was usually all smiles and carefree, now wore a stern expression. In the distance, the people from Zhao family fortress had all stopped in their tracks and were staring this way. Don't worry, Wei Tianyuan said nonchalantly. I already asked Brother Zhao earlier, he has no objections. Brother Guodong, please take it. I don't have much time. As he spoke, he spotted Chen standing nearby, holding a longbow and carrying a quiver of arrows. His heart ached, and tears nearly welled up in his eyes. What a pitiful child, not even an adult yet, and already forced to go hunting with the people of the fort. What if he encountered danger? He dared not think about it any further. Tianyuan. Just as Guodong was about to speak, Wei Tianyuan waved his hand and said, all right, that's it. I have to head back now, I can't keep Big Brother and the others waiting too long. Brother Guodong, and everyone else, take care. With that, he turned and hurried away. He made a point of running ahead to the front of the group to thank a burly, broad-shouldered man. What are you thanking me for? The burly man gave a cold laugh. Anyway, whatever you give away will be deducted from the two of your shares once we get back to the fort. Yes, I know. Wei Tianyuan gave the man a warm smile, then returned to the back of the line. Put. The burly man, however, snorted derisively, his face full of disdain. The others witnessed the scene, some gloating, some sneering, and some shaking their heads in exasperation. This newcomer actually made such a request in front of so many people, how could Zhao San possibly refuse? Otherwise, wouldn't he just look petty? As for pitiful, that was downright ridiculous. There were plenty of pitiful people in the world, homeless folks, those devoured by beasts, and yet he thought the people of Qin settlement were the ones to pity? Weren't his own family members pitiful enough? He should keep a low profile now that he has just arrived. He is so full of himself. Bro. Wei Tianyuan returned to Wei Tiangong's side and gave a chuckle. The latter shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. His younger brother was still too impulsive. If he was going to do something like this, he should have at least discussed it with him first. But it had already happened, it was too late to say anything now. Besides, he also spotted Chen in the crowd, and his nose stung with emotion. That kid, he was actually heading out of the settlement to hunt too. If the two brothers hadn't left, would this have even happened? Oh well. Their bond of many years was undeniable. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing after seeing this, could he? As for the consequences, they just have to make amends little by little. Watching the Zhao family fortress contingent march away in a grand procession, Guodong and his group remained in a daze until the very last figure had vanished from sight. So, Tianyuan came all this way just to bring us game. He still can't let go of us, someone said, their voice choked with emotion. Yeah, he must think we're having a really hard time right now. That might not necessarily be a good thing. Guodong sighed. The group suddenly fell silent. It was true, even though they weren't exactly in need of another wilderness rabbit right now, who would turn down a free gift like this? But if they were the ones from Zheojiobeo, Wei Tianyuan's actions would have seemed a bit underhanded. Even the most magnanimous person would feel a bit resentful deep down. Chen also furrowed his brow. This would make it even harder for them to gain a foothold in Zhao family fortress, wouldn't it? The stronger you are, the more suspicion you attract. Uncle Tianyuan really shouldn't have done that. It's my fault. Guodong sighed and looked at the wilderness rabbit he was holding in his arms. I should have chased after him right then. It's no use, the bald man shook his head. The moment he started running this way, it was already too late. Even if you return this prey, the outcome would be the same. Let us just hope we're overthinking this. Oh. Just then, someone snapped out of it and glanced at Chen. We should told them about Xiao Fan earlier. The fort isn't like it used to be. Everyone has enough to eat now. If they could come back. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. True, even if we told them about this, what good would it do? Zhao family fortress isn't a public restroom. You can't just come and go as you please. Alright, it's too late to discuss this now. It won't change anything. Let us just hope this matter blows over without causing a big fuss. If one day they're truly willing to come back, I'll welcome them with open arms, Guodong said. Me too. Me too. Everyone chimed in. Because of this incident, the originally cheerful atmosphere had turned somber. However, even more frustrating things were yet to come. Whether it was because the people from Zheojiobeo had already swept through the area or simply bad luck, they'd been walking for over an hour with nothing to show for it. The traps were also completely empty. The group was drenched in sweat, their mouths parched. We can't go any further. Suddenly, the bald man stopped in his tracks and looked toward the wasteland ahead. There, the wild grass grew even more lush, and even the trees which had been scarce became more numerous. In the sky, dark shadows circled from time to time, watching them. We've already walked nearly 10 li ahead lies the danger zone. Chapter 30, A Catch-22? Danger Zone? This was the first time Chen had heard that name. The bald man turned around, glanced at Chen, and said, Remember that iron-armored rhinoceros we ran into halfway through our journey yesterday? Beasts of that caliber aren't uncommon here. Most are carnivorous mid-tier beasts, and their numbers have surged. In fact, if you're unlucky, you might even encounter high-tier beasts. High-tier beasts. Chen sucked in a sharp breath. So-called high-tier beasts typically measure 3 or 4 meters or more in size, some even larger, and often possess the power to destroy a small human settlement. They're extremely aggressive. It's said that in the past, many small settlements were wiped out overnight, their inhabitants killed or injured simply because high-tier beasts targeted them, charging through the walls under cover of night. Let us turn back and check out somewhere else. Guodong glanced ahead, still shaken by the memory these lessons had all been learned the hard way, at the cost of human lives. The group headed southeast. Isn't this a little boring? The bald man grinned at Chen. Yeah. Chen nodded and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He could feel his entire back was soaked with sweat, sticking to his skin and making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. That's just the norm when you're out hunting. The bald man offered reassurance. Back in the day, we trekked for an entire day without even catching a glimpse of a single prey. And sometimes, even when we did spot one, it'd vanish in a flash. That's right. Yesterday was just incredible luck and, of course, thanks to your sharp archery skills, Xiao Fan. Otherwise, even if we de-spotted one, it wouldn't have done us any good, a middle-aged man with a large nose said with a wry smile. I see. Chen also wore an expression of bittersweet amusement. It seemed he set his expectations too high, getting ahead of himself and making improving his basic archery proficiency the main goal of this hunting trip. Hopefully, today will yield some results. He sighed inwardly and unconsciously glanced backward at the area Uncle Lou and the others called the danger zone. There should be plenty of game there, right? But with his current skills, it was still too dangerous. After that, the group chatted sporadically. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when several small black dots appeared 200 or 300 meters ahead. Chen spotted them too. The group's spirits immediately soared, and they hurriedly quickened their pace to get closer. When they were just over 100 meters away, strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces. There, 2 gray wilderness wolves were attacking a lone wild bull calf. The calf didn't seem to be fully grown, yet it wasn't much larger than the wolves. With horns as thick as a person's arm, it charged wildly from side to side, trying to gore one of the wolves to death. Unfortunately, the 2 prairie wolves worked in perfect coordination, one distracting the bull while the other launched surprise attacks, biting specifically at its vulnerable lower abdomen. By the time Chen and the others arrived, the young bison's intestines were spilling out, and blood had splattered all over the ground. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before it ran out of strength. Just then, the 2 prairie wolves that had launched the attack also noticed the group. They immediately ran off warily, their eyes fixed intently on both their prey and the humans. The wild bull, meanwhile, remained where it was, teetering on the brink of collapse. The group exchanged glances, as if to say, "Is this for real? Are we dreaming? What do you think?" The bald man cleared his throat twice. "This wild bull, should we take it? Or should we take it? Ha ha ha." The rest of the group burst into laughter. "Is there even a question? Of course we're taking it, it's a gift from heaven." "Exactly. I guess heaven took pity on us after seeing how far we'd come with nothing to show for it. My goodness, this wild bull, even though it's not fully grown yet, must weigh at least 200 gene, right? Beef 10 years ago, I couldn't even afford it. Ha, we really do have to thank those 2 beasts for doing the work for us." Guodong, however, was a bit quiet, frowning. "Dad, what's wrong?" Shen had been quite happy too, but seeing his father's expression, he asked in confusion. "Nothing." Guodong shook his head, glanced at the wild bull that would soon bleed to death, and asked, "Xiao Fan, put it out of its misery." Chen nodded. Surrounded by the group, he walked about 30 or 40 meters away and fired an arrow. The wild bull didn't even notice the commotion around it. It fell instantly, as if he'd been aiming at a stationary target. He glanced at his basic archery proficiency, less than 1%. That was a bit low. But the good news was that it gave him 5 experience points, bringing his total to 8. As he thought this, he scanned the horizon and noticed that the 2 wilderness wolves were still staring intently at this spot and at his group. They're a bit far away, over 150 meters. Those 2 beasts are pretty sharp. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Even with the 80 gene draw weight bow on his back, hitting a target over 100 meters away would be difficult, and even if he did hit, the damage would be limited. The others weren't idle either. They quickly began butchering the prey, preparing to haul it away. Guodong's brow was deeply furrowed. He, too, had noticed that the 2 wilderness wolves were still watching them. Clearly, they were far from resigned to having their prey snatched right from their jaws. These wilderness wolves were a species of beasts with a strong sense of vengeance. He feared they wouldn't let the matter rest so easily. "Let us call it a day for the hunt," he said. "I have a bad feeling about this. Besides, if we can actually drag this prey back to the camp, that's already a bountiful haul." The others all agreed. It was a windfall. What was there to be unhappy about? On the wilderness plains, the group made their way back. After 100 or 200 meters, 2 gray figures followed close behind, like glue they couldn't shake off. Shen had tried taking the initiative, But whenever he gave chase, the two wilderness wolves would run back whenever he retreated. They return. They clearly mastered the art of when the enemy retreats, we advance. When the enemy advances, we retreat. Damn it! Chen cursed inwardly. How could these bastards be so cunning? He even suspected they might have developed sentience. Or maybe his range just wasn't long enough. If he had that 100 gene draw wake bow, he could blow their dog heads off from over 200 meters away. Guo Dong. The bald man's expression also grew grave. He glanced at the two wilderness wolves. Do you think these two beasts might be calling for reinforcements? Very likely. Guo Dong nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I was worried about from the start. These wilderness wolves usually hunt in packs. It's actually a bit strange that these two are alone. Judging by their behavior, they're refusing to give up. They're most likely waiting for the main pack to arrive. What should we do? Hearing this, the rest of the group began to panic. They wouldn't bat an eye at 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, wilderness wolves. With weapons in hand and a numerical advantage, they suffer nothing more than a few scrapes. But if a large pack, 10 or 20 of them came, that would be dangerous. It clearly wasn't worth taking such a huge risk for a single prey. But that was easier said than done. Who would willingly let go of a windfall that was within their grasp? For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Guo Dong. The time had come to test the team leader. Chapter 31, Gone and Back Again. Look! They're coming! A cry of alarm rang out. The group hurriedly looked in that direction. Several hundred meters away, a number of dark figures slowly came into view. As they drew nearer, they eventually joined the two wilderness wolves. 1, 2, 3. The bald man narrowed his eyes as he counted them. 11. Add those two from earlier, and that makes 11 in total. Everyone's heart sank. In truth, they could have seen it for themselves even without him saying so. Damn, that's a lot, isn't it? Someone spat on the ground and cursed under his breath. Yeah, if there were 7 or 8, we could handled it, but 11 showing up all at once? That's a bit tricky. If we'd taken care of those two earlier, we'd be under a lot less pressure now. Xiao Fan was about to do just that a moment ago. You saw it yourself. Those two beasts are incredibly cunning. So what do we do now? Several pairs of eyes turned to Guo Dong. Chen was secretly sweating bullets, too. The wilderness was indeed dangerous. If a lone person encountered this pack, they'd likely be devoured until not even a bone was left. At the thought, he gripped his longbow tighter, his palms breaking out in a cold sweat. Forget it. Guo Dong exhaled heavily. Among the crowd, some breathed a sigh of relief, while others grew agitated. Guo Dong, they're just a dozen or so low-level beasts. What's there to be afraid of? The speaker was a middle-aged man holding a short spear, his voice booming. If they really do charge over, we can take down at least 2 or 3 with a single volley. That's right, Guo Dong. Look, they're clearly wary of us and don't dare make a move. Guo Dong, if we bring that wild bull back, it'll be enough to feed the whole village for several days. Gao Yang, I get what you're saying. Guo Dong looked at the man holding the short spear. Even if we take out 2 or 3 with a single volley, that still leaves 8 or 9. With one person against one beast, are you really so sure no one will get hurt? Gao Yang paused, taken aback. What if someone gets bitten and contracts rabies? Have you forgotten what happened to the person who was injured before? Guo Dong couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Old Gao, listen to Guo Dong. The bald man patted him on the shoulder. There aren't many of us left in the village. If we can avoid taking risks, we should. Though reluctant, Gao Yang accepted the decision and sheathed his short spear. The mood among the group also sank. They finally managed to score a windfall, only to have to give it back. Chen looked at the pack of wolves in the distance, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Reluctantly tossing down the cut-up chunks of barbarian beef, the hunting party quickly left. Of course, someone picked out a prime cut to take with them, and Guo Dong more or less turned a blind eye. Once the figures had faded from sight, more than 10 wilderness wolves began to slowly approach the spot. 2 or 3 of them were the first to start gnawing on the meat. A mixture of flesh and blood, drenched in copious amounts of blood, was swallowed into their bellies. The other wolves soon joined the fray, devouring the meat voraciously, the sound of bones being crushed echoing from their mouths from time to time. A few, thoroughly enjoying their meal, even took the time to throw back their heads and let out a couple of long howls. They were completely unaware that the group that had left earlier was now crouching low, following their every move as they crept closer. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Xiao Fan. The bald man, walking at the front, couldn't help but say, even if we go back, it's no use. At the rate those beasts are eating, with a 200 gene carcass of bone and meat, we'd be lucky if even 100 gene is left by now. The others all chimed in, though they were just as confused. Chen, however, smiled slightly and said, Uncle Lu, who said I was after that cow? The bald man stopped in his tracks, spun around abruptly, and stared wide-eyed. Are you saying you want to? That's right. Chen nodded. I want to see if there's a chance to ambush them. If there is, we can take some wolf meat back to eat, right? Whoa. Everyone, including Guodong, sucked in a sharp breath. How despicable! No, wait, how cunning. Never mind that they're a pack of beasts. Even humans might not have thought to come back for a second round, right? And Xiao Fan was right, wolf meat really is good to eat. Dragon meat in the sky, dog meat on the ground. Wolf meat tastes pretty much the same as dog meat, and it's actually quite delicious. Especially Gao Yang, who had looked so resentful just moments ago upon hearing Chen's words, his face flushed with excitement. That's more like it. As humans, to have our prey snatched away by a pack of beasts is nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. Of course, Chen wasn't acting recklessly. Seeing that they were less than 200 meters away, he lowered his voice and said, the wind is blowing from the direction of the wolf pack toward us, so it's unlikely they'll be able to pick up our scent. If we can get within 100 meters, I'm confident I can shoot down at least 4 wilderness wolves in no time. As for the remaining 7, uncles, are you confident you can take them out without getting hurt? We can. Gao Yang replied immediately, as long as those 7 beasts dare to charge, within 20 meters, a single volley from us will take out at least 2 or 3. We've dealt with them plenty of times before. They're fast, but not so fast that we can't see them clearly. That's right. If the remaining wolves try to charge, they'll get shot. Humph, I guarantee we'll wipe them out completely. Guodong found this rather appealing as well. When a single person wields a spear 2 or 3 meters long, the odds of defeating a single wilderness wolf are extremely high. First, there's the advantage of reach. Second, these beasts are stupid. They treat the spear as an extension of the human body and attack the shaft itself. Not to mention, there were 7 or 8 of them charging together. But he remained calm and asked, Xiao Fan, are you really confident you can take down all 4? Everyone's gaze turned to him. After all, this was the core of the plan. Otherwise, any misstep could very well result in casualties. Yeah, leave it to me. Chen nodded. They had already closed the distance to within 150 meters. He quietly swapped out the 80 gene draw weight bow on his back, drew an arrow with his right hand, and crouched low as he advanced. The distance grew shorter and shorter. The sound of chewing not far away seemed so clear. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This was their first time attempting a surprise attack on a wolf pack. They were so tense they could hear their own heartbeats. The risk was real, but without taking risks, how could they expect any reward? 130 meters. 110 meters. 100 meters. A few of them, 1 or 2, seemed to sense something and raised their heads to sniff the air. Unfortunately, the scent of blood was too strong. After a moment's hesitation, they lowered their heads again and tore a large chunk of meat from their prey. Xiao Fan, we're at 100 meters now, right? The bald man said tensely. Uncle Lu, get a little closer. Shen said through gritted teeth. 100 meters still not the optimal range. Ideally, he'd get within 80 meters. Of course, if they were spotted early, he'd spring into action immediately, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. In those few short seconds, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The distance of 10 or 20 meters felt as long as several kilometers. until Chen's voice rang out. "All right, Uncle Lou, this is the spot." Chapter 32, They're Coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen shot out of the grass with a whoosh, drawing his bow with his left hand and knocking an arrow with his right. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring taut. This sequence of movements seemed as though he practiced it tens of thousands of times. It flowed as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky. Before anyone could even process what was happening, a thunderous crack split the air as the arrow shot forth. 80 meters away, a wilderness wolf with its back to the group was feasting heartily. In the next instant, an arrow streaked toward it, the tip spinning wildly and pierced right through its lower back. The arrow had pierced through the wilderness wolf's soft abdomen and plunged into the grass, pinning the entire wolf to the ground. A piercing, agonizing howl caused the other wolves to look up in unison. In fact, several of them had sensed Chen's presence the very moment he raised his head. But it was already too late. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive whistling sounds pierced the air in quick succession. Thud! A crisp sound rang out, and 3 more wilderness wolves collapsed in pools of blood. Even ordinary armor would shatter like paper at this distance, let alone a few wolves. Holy shit! Yao Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he blurted out a curse. The others hadn't even had time to process what had just happened. The wolf pack, too, seemed stunned by this sudden turn of events. Staring at the corpses of their fallen comrades on the ground, they let out low, guttural growls. Huff! Huff! Chen was panting heavily now, sweat pouring down like rain. His left hand, gripping the longbow, trembled uncontrollably, as if his arms no longer belonged to him. Firing 4 arrows in a row with a bow that required an 80 gene draw weight was, as expected, too much to ask. But he had no choice since he devised the battle plan himself. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Of course, it wasn't over yet. Looking at the 40 experience points he just earned, Chen had a sudden thought. Allocate points. 8 experience points vanished in an instant. In their place, a warm current flowed through his entire body, washing away a little over half of his previous exhaustion. His arms regained their natural reflexes, and his heartbeat slowed. His physical constitution had grown stronger. Onward! Another 16 experience points vanished, and an even more powerful wave of warmth surged through him. His fatigue vanished by more than half, and not only that, every muscle in his body became firmer. It wasn't just his physical constitution, his strength had also increased. Chen didn't have time to check how the Tai Chi style had changed after 2 consecutive upgrades, just as he hadn't had time to see how the proficiency of basic archery had changed after the 4-shot burst. Another arrow was knocked, its tip once again aimed at a wilderness wolf. The beast seemed to sense danger and instinctively tried to back away, yes, not advance. It was afraid. But it was too late. In the next instant, an arrow pierced through its skull, passing clean through its body, with most of the shaft buried deep within. Awah! Awah! The wolf pack finally snapped to attention, their eyes flashing with ferocity as they fixed their gaze on Chen, the lone human standing there with his bow in hand. Watch out! They're coming! Wodong shouted anxiously, the second to jump to his feet. The next moment, swish, 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 7 or 8 burly men burst from the grass, their spears held high, their cold steel glinting in the sunlight. The remaining wilderness wolves, seeing this, instinctively took a step back. If they could speak, they would surely ask the soul-searching question, when exactly had this group of people arrived right under their noses? But the nightmare wasn't over yet. Whoosh! Almost the instant the whistling sound pierced the air, another wilderness wolf collapsed in a pool of blood. The pack, which had originally numbered 11, was now reduced to less than half. After exchanging glances, the remaining 5 wilderness wolves, in perfect unison, tucked their tails between their legs and turned to flee. What the? The expressions on the faces of the group, who had been bracing for battle, were priceless. What the hell just happened? They thought those beasts were about to charge. They been gripping their short spears so tightly their hands were cramping, but instead, they just slunk away like that? Phew! Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his right arm hanging limply at his side. He truly reached his limit this time, but even if those wilderness wolves had charged, he wouldn't have been afraid. Counting the 2 he just shot, his experience points had already reached 36. Even upgrading Tai Chi style one more time wouldn't be difficult, and it would net him quite a bit of experience. However, although these beasts lacked sentience, they still possessed the instinctive behavior of creatures that seek profit and avoid harm. In any case, he was quite satisfied with the results of this battle. Whoa! The bald man sucked in a sharp breath. Like a puppet, he mechanically turned his head and looked at Chen, saying, "Xiao Fan, is this what you meant when you said you could take down 4 at most?" Even though Uncle Gao dropped out before finishing junior high, he can still tell the difference between 4 and 6, Gao Yang said wistfully. He felt his earlier anxiety had been for nothing. There hadn't even been a chance for him and the others to step in. "Xiao Fan, you're way too fierce. All by yourself, you took out half the wasteland wolves. With skills like that, did we really need to abandon the wild ox and come back around just now?" "Yeah, wasn't that a bit of a waste of effort?" Chen gave a wry smile and said, "It wasn't exactly a waste of effort. If we hadn't done that, and actually engaged them in combat, I'd be lucky to take down 2 within 100 meters. After that, we'd have to fight them in close quarters. The risk would been too high." "That's true." The group all perked up. "Guodong, looks like you've got a worthy successor, huh?" The bald man glanced at Chen's father with a touch of envy. Guodong said nothing, but his eyes were brimming with pride. "He is an expert marksman, smart, and able to keep his cool. He just lacks a bit of experience. Otherwise, he'd probably be a better fit to lead the hunting party." He also noticed that the trust the team members had in Chen was steadily growing. "All right, everyone, stop standing there. We can talk about this back at camp. Hurry up and pack up these wolves and that wild bull. I don't know how much meat is left on it, but we can cook it up and eat it when we get back. In times like these, just having meat to eat is a blessing. Who would care if it's been nibbled on by wolves?" Everyone sprang into action. After all, there was no telling whether those wolves would summon a large pack once they returned. Although the likelihood was low, the intense smell of blood at the scene would likely attract other carnivorous beasts before long. Chen, however, stood where he was, breathing heavily. "Xiao Fan, can you hold on a little longer? Should I carry you back later?" Guodong asked with concern. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm fine, Dad. I just need to rest for a bit." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Guodong's face. He took a couple of steps toward the crowd, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled gently. "You did really well this time." With that, he walked briskly forward. He. Chen chuckled. It wasn't easy to earn a personal compliment from his usually taciturn old father. "By the way, what is the current status of Tai Chi style?" He hurriedly glanced at the skill bar on the absolute panel. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Woman. Tai Chi style, LV 30%, traits, robustness LV 3, power LV 1. After 2 upgrades, Tai Chi style had reached level 3, which explained why he'd been able to fire 2 more arrows even after exhausting his strength. "No wonder I felt my strength increase a bit. It turns out I've gained an additional powerful trait." Chen realized this with a sudden flash of understanding. The only downside was that this powerful trait seemed to add only 1 point of strength per level, whereas the robust trait added 2 points of constitution per level. He felt a twinge of regret, then turned his attention back to the absolute panel. Realm, Body Tempering, First Tier. Level, 408. Constitution, 26.6. Strength, 18.51. Agility, 11.45. Spirit, 7.32. Potential points, 63 points day. His constitution had increased by 4 points, his strength by 1 point, and his potential points had accumulated to 3. Ever since reaching the first level of body tempering, his potential points had been accumulating faster, though the interval hadn't yet reached 24 hours. By evening, or rather, he wouldn't even have to wait until then. He could go back for lunch and level up again. With my current strength attributes, using a bow with a draw weight of 100 jeans shouldn't be a problem. A gleam flashed in Chen's eyes. If he went hunting later with a 100 gene bow, he could take down trickier beasts from 150 meters away. As for weaker, low-level beasts like the wilderness rabbit, he could kill them with a single shot from 200 meters away without worrying about startling them and ruining his efforts at the last moment. Of course, if he could use a bow with a draw weight of 200 gene or even 300 gene, that would be a dream come true. Just thinking about it made Chen's mouth water. By the way, how is basic archery coming along? He snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked. Basic archery, LV 525%. Wow! Chen's eyes widened, and he was secretly amazed. Before setting out, his proficiency had been less than 10%, but now it had jumped by nearly 16% in one go. Even after deducting the 1% from the arrow that killed the wild bull, that still left 15%. If he could do that a few more times. At that thought, Chen quickly stopped himself. If he did that a few more times, he'd probably be done for. It's good enough, to be honest. Although proficiency increases the fastest in real combat, it's also dangerous. Without the people in the village as backup, if he were to face a pack of wolves alone, he'd have to run as fast as he possibly could. Practicing in the village, on the other hand, means proficiency grows more slowly, but it's very safe. Chen sighed. Sure enough, nothing in this world is perfect. In the village, people gathered in small groups of 3 or 5, basking in the sun and chatting about everyday life to pass the time. Not far away, children had gathered in several clusters, playing hopscotch and having the time of their lives. Sister Meng, just then, a little girl of 6 or 7 with pigtails walked up to a woman walking alone, tugged at her clothes, and said in a babyish voice, "Come play with us." The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face and long hair cascading down to her shoulders. She had been staring blankly toward the village gate, but upon noticing the commotion, she looked down and said gently to the little girl, Yao, you guys go ahead and play. No. The little girl tugged at her sleeve in a whiny voice, Sister Meng, play with us, play with us. A few other boys and girls ran over as well. The woman had no choice but to give a wry smile and say, all right. I'll play with you for a little while, just a little while. Yay! The children immediately cheered with delight. Meng shook her head slightly. Yesterday, the hunting party had returned with a bountiful catch, and the atmosphere in the village had grown optimistic as a result. The elders were no longer huddled indoors, and the children had regained the vitality typical of their age. However, if her dream was correct, today's hunting party wouldn't return until dusk with much to show for it, just a large piece of beef and a wilderness rabbit, perhaps. With so many people in the village, such a meager haul clearly wouldn't be enough to go around. Everyone had gotten their hopes up too soon. They really should have sat still and conserved their energy. However, in the very next moment, a figure came sprinting toward them from the distance, shouting excitedly as he ran, "The hunting party is back. Guodong and the others are back. So much game. So much game." In an instant, everyone present was startled, and immediately, whether children or the elderly, they all rushed frantically toward the village entrance. Meng, however, froze in his tracks, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. How is this possible? Before long, the entrance to the village was once again packed with people. Wang Ping and the others, of course, had rushed over the moment they heard the news. Unexpectedly, Zhang Run also made his way over. Even before he got close, he could hear gasps of astonishment rising from the crowd. My goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 whole wilderness wolves. The hunting party is just too amazing. Yeah, these are wasteland wolves. If you get bitten by one by accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. And to top it off, these wolves always hunt in packs. How on earth did Guodong and the others manage to kill so many? Ha ha ha. The bald man burst out laughing upon hearing this and said, of course they were killed by arrows. To make transport easier, the arrows had been pulled out of the wilderness wolves' bodies, which is why no one had noticed them at first glance. Sure enough, the crowd erupted in gasps once again. What? They were killed by arrows? It looks like it. Look at these wounds, they're all quite fine. It doesn't look like they were killed by gunshots. Arrows? Arrows? Wait a minute, could it be that Fan Gu killed all these wolves with arrows? Wang Ping's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The others, realizing this belatedly, turned to look at Chen, utterly stunned. In their eyes, the fact that Chen had managed to shoot down a prey as massive as the horned horse yesterday was already incredibly impressive. And yet today, he'd actually taken down 6 wilderness wolves, beasts countless times more ferocious than the horned horse? That was just too incredible. Feeling embarrassed under everyone's gaze, Chen cleared his throat twice and said, "It's all thanks to everyone. How could I possibly have done this on my own?" "Come on, Xiaofan," someone from the hunting party chuckled, "all we did was give you a visual heads up, we didn't really help at all." Exactly. If it weren't for your skill and courage in suggesting we take the detour, how could we have had such a bountiful haul today? At this point, there's no need to be modest. As they chatted back and forth, the group gradually pieced together what had happened, and the look in their eyes toward Chen slowly shifted from admiration to deep respect. Especially Wang Ping and the others, they were absolutely in awe. What kind of nerves does it take to make a detour right under the enemy's nose? And to do it without a hint of fear, remaining calm and composed otherwise, if a single mistake had been made. Chen was so flattered he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He anticipated this reaction upon his return, but he still underestimated the extent of their praise. That kid's got some skills. This move might work against low-level beasts, but it won't be so effective against intermediate or high-level ones. Zhang Ren, standing on the sidelines, curled the corners of his mouth upward, muttered a few words under his breath, then turned and walked away. "It's Uncle Zhang." Chen spotted that familiar figure and was about to follow when he suddenly sensed something. He turned to his left, his gaze locking directly with that of a black-haired woman. Chapter 34, The Extra Person. The black-haired woman blushed and quickly lowered her head. However, a woman in purple standing not far from her boldly looked at Chen, a faint smile playing on her lips. Strange. He averted his gaze. He wasn't surprised that a woman was looking at him after all, everyone was staring at him right now. But for some reason, he had a strange feeling. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was odd about it, but her gaze was different from everyone else's. Is it just my imagination? He muttered, to himself. The crowd's enthusiasm was indeed overwhelming. After saying a quick word to Guodong, he hurried off in the direction Zhang Ren had gone. "Ha? Why did Brother Fan leave?" Wang Ping asked in confusion. "He is probably just shy and embarrassed," Zhao Feng said, a look of envy flashing in his eyes. If only he could be like Chen and become a hero in the village. Of course, just daydreaming wouldn't do it, he'd have to work hard. He must be going to find Uncle Zhang. I saw he was heading in the same direction Uncle Zhang left. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry over there. But, someone glanced at the prey, a look of reluctance on his face. Oh, come on, let us go. A companion beside him yanked him away, muttering, "You'll get your share eventually. Besides, it won't be that fast, we can come back later." Did he notice me? Meng's heart was pounding non-stop, and the blush on her face lingered for a long time. No. She shook her head, as if trying to shake off those thoughts, and immediately furrowed her brow. According to the scene in her dream, the hunting party shouldn't have returned until dusk today, and there shouldn't have been many prey. But in reality, they brought back so many wilderness wolf carcasses. What on earth was going on? If she remembered correctly, this was the first time in 7 or 8 years that her dream had been wrong, wasn't it? But her sister had said their dreams never made mistakes. No, that's not right. Suddenly, her eyes widened as Chen's figure flashed through her mind. She recognized Chen. She knew he was Guodong's son. But a month ago, in her dream, Chen hadn't even been part of the hunting party that went out today. That's right. 8 people. Only 8 people. Not 9. At that thought, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. So does that mean this person is from outside the dream? Did he alter what was supposed to happen? How could this be? My sister never mentioned that something like this could happen. What on earth is going on? Zhang Ren limped along. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He stopped in his tracks and said, "Why did you follow me? Not used to being the center of attention?" Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He realized Uncle Zhang was the kind of person who deserved a good punch. Take this moment, for example. Since he knew Chen was there, wouldn't it have been better to turn around and speak to him? He might have been grumbling inwardly, but on the surface, he remained respectful. "Yeah, I'm not really used to it." Had ha. Zhang Ren turned around and chuckled twice. What's so bad about that? Lots of people would love to get treated like this, but they never get the chance. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed as Wang Ping and the others caught up, all chattering away at once, their comments boiling down to things like, "Brofan is so awesome, he is amazing," and "Brofan, you're my idol." All right. Chen was at a loss for words, his expression a mix of laughter and exasperation. He looked at Zhang Ren and said, "Uncle Zhang is talking to me right now." Ahem. The group quickly cleared their throats a few times, hurriedly looking up at the sky or down at their shoes, acting as if nothing had happened. Zhang Ren was used to this by now. He looked at Chen and said, "I just said that many people want this kind of treatment but never get the chance, and many people includes them." Ha? What kind of opportunity? As soon as Wang Ping heard this, he perked up and craned his neck to ask. Chen was speechless, thinking to himself, "Do you really think that was a compliment?" Zhao Feng, seeing this, quietly tugged at Wang Ping's shirt, and only then did Wang Ping retract his craned neck. "It's a good thing you have that kind of mindset." Only then did Zhang Ren speak in a serious tone, "The path of martial arts leaves no room for arrogance or complacency. Otherwise, a spirit of slackness will take root, causing your cultivation to stagnate. By the time you come to your senses, it's often too late." Uncle Zhang is right. Chen took a deep breath. His words weren't easy to hear, but they were sound advice. In fact, he hadn't been complacent in the slightest, but there was no harm in correcting mistakes or striving to do better. And then there's what happened today. Zhang Ren looked at him and said, "You did exceptionally well. Even if I'd been there, I'm afraid I would have chosen to give up rather than take a roundabout approach to catch the opponent off guard. In that regard, you've already surpassed me by quite a margin." Behind him, Wang Ping and the others immediately began breathing heavily. Had they heard correctly? Uncle Zhang actually knew how to give praise? Chen's pupils widened involuntarily, but he knew there was bound to be a but coming next. "But," Zhang Ren said solemnly, "if something like this happens again, I hope you try to be a hero. Better safe than sorry. What if, just what if, you hadn't shot enough wilderness wolves in the shortest possible time? What would have been the result?" Chen nodded obediently and said, "Uncle Zhang, next time, I'll be a bit more composed. Just keep that in mind." Zhang Ren nodded. No matter what, staying alive is the most important thing. As for the prey, even if we lose it, so what? As long as we're alive, we'll find another way. Chen listened, sighing inwardly. It wasn't just about the prey. If he didn't kill beasts, he couldn't gain experience points. Without sufficient experience points, while his skill levels would rise faster than average, it would still take days or even weeks. Out in the wilderness, a camp surrounded by earthen walls 3 or 4 meters high simply couldn't give him much of a sense of security. This kid still hasn't taken my words to heart. Zhang Ren sighed inwardly. It made sense when he was that age. He'd been even more rebellious than this kid, thinking he was all that and looking down on everyone else. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have. Alright, let us leave it at that. He was getting annoyed himself. There's still some time before lunch. Once we get to the warehouse, show me your Tai Chi form. Sure, Uncle Zhang. Chen agreed, but his brow furrowed slightly. His Tai Chi form had already reached level 3. If he performed at his full potential, it would be a bit too shocking. Besides, once you'd mastered the basics of this form, you could learn Tai Chi Chuan. There was no need to reveal his true skill level. So he'd just have to hold back a little. Yet even so, once they reached the open area by the warehouse, Zhang Ren's face still wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Even with a renowned master's guidance, It usually takes a martial artist a month just to get the hang of it, and that's on the fast end. The truly exceptional ones, the 1 in 100, might manage it in half a month, but one day? What on earth is this mastering the Tai Chi form in a single day? At the martial arts community, over a decade ago, such speed was simply unheard of. Could it be that after the anomaly, not only have people's physical limits been raised, but their innate aptitude has improved as well? But that didn't make sense. He glanced at Wang Ping and the others standing not far away. Weren't they still just as clueless as ever? Uncle Zhang, Chen said nervously, did I do something wrong? Chapter 35, Tai Chi completely clueless? Hearing this, Zhang Ren nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What else could you possibly have done wrong? How much more thorough do you want to be? You've mastered the basics of Tai Chi in just one day and you still think that's too long? For some reason, he felt that the kid in front of him was deliberately using that tone, but he had no proof. Not far away, Wang Ping and the others, who were practicing their stances, all looked over. Zhang Ren furrowed his brow slightly and slowly uttered two words, not bad. So now, can I start learning Tai Chi? Chen asked the question he'd been holding back for so long. Silence fell once more. You're about ready. Zhang Ren nodded. What? Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ping and the others became extremely excited. Brother Fan can learn Tai Chi now? That fast? Didn't Uncle Zhang say it takes at least a month just to get the hang of the Tai Chi stance? Yeah, you have to master the stance before you can learn Tai Chi. That means Fango is already. The speaker's mouth gaped wide, as if it could swallow a basketful of eggs. Is that true? A look of surprise and delight spread across Chen's face. That's great, Uncle Zhang. Thank you. Zhang Ren replied casually, feeling inexplicably irritated. If he didn't know Chen so well, he'd seriously suspect the other guy was an awakened. At first glance, martial arts and superpowers seem worlds apart, but that's not actually the case. The types of awakened are as varied as can be. There's nothing you can't imagine that they can't awaken. However, the awakening of supernatural abilities is like an innate talent. You either have it or you don't. It's impossible for someone to be no different from an ordinary person for years and then suddenly awaken later on. Perhaps such people exist, but he had never heard of any. Could it be that this kid really is a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million? Holy crap, has Brother Fan really taken his first steps? That's so awesome. I'm so jealous. Fan has already started practicing Tai Chi, and we're still stuck on the very basics. Sigh. Shut up. Zhang Ren spun around abruptly. Extend the Wuji stance by 10 minutes. If anyone says another word, I'll extend it by half an hour. The group instantly fell silent, sitting as still as quails. Looks like I really have no chance of catching up to him, Zhao Feng thought with a bitter smile. But for my own sake, I'll keep pushing forward. An hour passed. Chen finished the Wuji stance, winked at Wang Ping and the others, then looked at Zhang Ren with a playful grin. Uncle Zhang, what's next? Zhang Ren closed his eyes first, seemingly to compose himself, then slowly opened them and said, the reason I had you start with the Wuji form is that footwork is the foundation of Tai Chi. Tai Chi emphasizes that power originates from the heels, is generated by the legs, is controlled by the waist, and extends to the fingertips, moving from the feet through the legs to the waist and then to the hands, with the upper and lower body moving in unison as a single, continuous flow. The lower body determines the stability of the upper body. Footwork must be precise and, above all, steady, so that the upper body does not waver. Chen nodded repeatedly. Whether a person performs Tai Chi well depends first on their footwork, second on the accuracy of their fist techniques, and third on coordinating these with the basic breathing techniques. This constitutes a complete set of Tai Chi forms. Footwork, fist techniques, and breathing techniques? Chen's eyes lit up. Breathing techniques? Could it be that, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can cultivate true Qi? Zhang Ren glanced at him, as if reading his mind, and said, this breathing technique isn't some martial arts secret from a wuxia novel. It's not as powerful as you imagine. It's just one part of Tai Chi. Chen gave an awkward smile. I'll demonstrate the full routine for you first. Watch closely. Ha! Not far away, Wang Ping let out a startled exclamation, his gaze drifting intentionally or not toward the other man's leg. What s with the ha? My leg s lame, not broken. Zhang Ren retorted irritably, once everyone else has finished their sets, you'll do another half hour. Wang Ping looked utterly dejected. Soon, Zhang Ren began performing his Tai Chi routine. At first, it didn't seem like much. Most young people would have lost patience long ago, but as he watched, he found himself unconsciously drawn into it. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had become one with his surroundings. His steps were as light as a feather when he lifted his feet, yet as heavy as Mount Tai when he set them down. In fact, you would never have guessed that this man had a limp. A few minutes later, Zhang Ren slowly concluded his routine. A thin sheen of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and his complexion had visibly brightened. At the same time, Chen glanced at the skill bar on the absolute panel. Sure enough, a line of small text had appeared. Zhang Family Tai Chi, 0 Proficiency 0%. Below that was another line of grayed out text listing the prerequisites such as Tai Chi Form LV1 and Basic Footwork LV1. Fortunately, he had met all of them. He let out a long exhale. It had taken quite a bit of effort, but he had finally mastered Tai Chi. It hadn't been easy. He didn't know what kind of traits it would unlock, but surely the boost would be much greater than that of Tai Chi form, right? However, one thing was strange: unlike basic archery or basic footwork, the proficiency for Tai Chi didn't seem to be measured by levels. Instead, it was evaluated using idioms like clueless. This is Zhang-style Tai Chi, Zhang Ren's voice rang out. The true form of Tai Chi has long been lost. The various schools of Tai Chi today were all developed and refined by our predecessors based on the few moves preserved in ancient texts, combined with other martial arts, but they're all more or less the same. Mid-sentence, the sound of light footsteps drifted closer from the distance. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll teach you the details after you finish lunch. Okay. Chen found this a bit strange. Big brother. A clear, childlike voice rang out. Chen ran over quickly, grinning, and said, Mom sent me to call you home for lunch, Uncle Zhang. He shrank his neck a little in his eyes. Zhang Ren looked like a strange uncle. Uncle Zhang, I'm going to head home now. Everyone, see you this afternoon. Chen smiled and said goodbye to the group, then led his little brother home. The others had all finished their stance practice and, seeing this, went their separate ways. After all, they were all hungry by then. Only Wang Ping remained, standing alone in the open space, staring longingly at Zhang Ren. Big brother, did Mom make a lot of food today? There's so much of it. He wrapped his arms around himself. Is that so? Chen couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Are you happy about that? I'm happy. Chen nodded repeatedly, then a look of worry crossed his little face. But Mom said it's all for you, big brother. You work so hard, so you should eat more. It's okay. We'll all eat together later, and after we're done, I'll bring back even more. Sure enough, before they even reached the door, the aroma of meat wafted toward them. The table was piled high with a large bowl of meat, steaming hot. You're back? Wodong smiled. The meat just came out of the pot. Come on, dig in all you can eat today. Really? Chen smiled too. Then I won't hold back. He'd been eagerly looking forward to this feast, hoping to boost his potential points. Chapter 36, Supplies Running. In all these years, there hadn't been a single day like today with such a large stockpile. Just the meat alone would be enough to feed the whole family for a month. Is that so? Chen breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It seemed they wouldn't have to worry about food for the time being, but they'd still have to keep hunting. They couldn't just sit back and let their supplies run out. After swallowing the beef, a message popped into his mind. Potential points plus 0.2. No wonder it's beef. 1 slice is worth 2 slices of rabbit meat, he thought to himself as he picked up a second piece and put it in his mouth to savor it. Wodong and his wife also began to eat. As they ate, the woman suddenly said, "Wodong, we're almost out of rice, and the salt jar is nearly empty. Do you think we should take some of this meat to Song Fort to trade for some more?" Wodong paused with his chopsticks, then nodded and said, "We should go trade for some." Chen's ears twitched slightly as certain memories slowly surfaced in his mind. This Song Fort, like Zhao family fort, was a relatively large encampment, home to 1 or 2,000 people. The leader of the fort was said to have connections in Anshan City, 100 kilometers away, and was able to procure precious daily necessities such as rice, flour, cooking oil, cigarettes, tea, and even medicine and weapons. Firearms and ammunition seemed to be available as well, but they were sold at exorbitant prices. In some of the smaller outposts in the surrounding area, people could trade for what they wanted using gold and silver jewelry, beast meat, and the like. It was rumored that a few outposts even traded women and children. Of course, entering the fort itself was forbidden. A designated area in front of the fort was set aside for trading. If you set up a stall, you had to pay a stall fee, and in return, they guaranteed your personal safety. As a result, Song Fort's reputation in this area far surpasses that of Zhao Jiobao. "Dad, is Song Fort very far away?" he asked curiously. "A bit." Wodong thought for a moment. "About 15 kilometers, a 30-li round trip. If you want to go, it's best to set out around 3 or 4 o'clock. If you get delayed along the way and it gets dark before you can make it back, it'll be dangerous." The woman fell silent upon hearing this. But there was no other choice. Not having rice but still having meat to eat was manageable, but not having salt was a serious problem. "That's very dangerous, isn't it?" Chen's heart leapt into his throat. "Of course it's dangerous." Wodong gave a wry smile. "In these times, even if there's plenty of food, staying in the village without going out is dangerous. Actually, it's not that bad. We've been there before. Apart from a few incidents where things went wrong, most of the time, as long as we don't stir up trouble, nothing bad happens." "Then I'll go with you guys when the time comes," Chen said after thinking it over. "Well, that won't be necessary." Wodong hesitated for a moment before saying, "We're just going to trade for some supplies. It's not like we're going out hunting. It's not as dangerous as you think. Besides, we have experience with this. Nothing will go wrong." "That's right, Xiao Fan." The woman nodded as well. "Dad, I'm mainly just going to see what it's like," Chen said with a smile. He didn't really want anything to happen either, but people are unpredictable. You never know. If he wasn't mistaken, in the past, people from the village would use gold and silver jewelry to buy things like a few jean of rice or a bottle of salt and hide them so they weren't visible. Even if someone saw them, it wouldn't attract much attention. This time was different. The group was trading dozens of jean of game meat. According to his father, 1 jean of the most ordinary game meat could be exchanged for 2 or 3 jean of rice. That meant over 100 jean of rice. With 10 people, it would amount to several hundred jean. It would be hard not to attract attention. Under these circumstances, with him present, he could lend a hand if they really ran into danger. As for why the price is so high, it's because the rice and wheat used to grow here have mutated and can no longer produce ears. Although substitutes have been found, the seeds are extremely expensive, far beyond what a small village like ours can afford. Most importantly, if planted outside the city walls, it's fine during the day, but at night it's bound to attract beasts, making it very difficult. Rarity drives up the price, and with deliberate market manipulation on top of that, this is the situation we're in. Besides, he really did want to go and see it for himself. "All right, then. In a couple of days, once we've hunted some more, you can come with us." Wodong also thought Chen made a good point. In his mind, if Chen wanted to keep everyone alive, he would inevitably have to deal with these matters. "Well, then, please be careful," the woman said, her heart tightening once more. "Don't worry, Mom. Didn't Dad just say there won't be any danger?" Chen said with a smile. "That's right. Don't worry, nothing will happen. It's not like this is the first or second time." Wodong chimed in to reassure her as well. He wasn't sure if it was because Chen was coming along too, but he suddenly felt that this trip might not be as simple as he'd imagined. But what could he do? they had to go anyway. After devouring the meal in a flash, the family of four polished off the entire bowl of meat. Chen alone ate about 2 gene of meat. His belly was round as a ball. In the few days he'd been here, this was finally the first time he'd eaten his fill. No small feat. Not only that, but his potential points had risen from 6 to 28, which should be enough for 2 rounds of physical enhancement. I've got 2 or 3 days left. Ideally, I'd reach the 3rd level of body tempering. If that is not possible, the 2nd level will do. He thought to himself that if he reached the 3rd level of body tempering, he'd be able to use that bow with a draw weight of 200 gene. With a limited range, it would likely reach over 200 meters, nearly 300 meters. Whether encountering beasts or being followed by others, having such a powerful bow in hand would greatly increase the team's chances of escaping unscathed. He might even be able to venture into the danger zone that Uncle Lou and the others had mentioned. At the 2nd level of body tempering, he'd still only be able to use a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene. Of course, an effective range of 200 meters isn't bad at all. It's more than enough to handle ordinary people and some mid-tier beasts. In addition, it would be best to raise the level of basic archery by 1 more level. The hit rate for the level 3 mounted archery trait hasn't reached 100% yet. Raising it to level 4 would ensure absolute reliability. In short, he hoped everything would go smoothly, but he also had to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Dad, I'm going to Uncle Zhang's to practice martial arts. Huh? Wodong froze for a moment. When he looked up again, Chen was already gone. That kid. A wry smile crossed his face. He's working hard, too. The woman's face softened with concern. Yes. Wodong sighed. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in the village now depended on Chen's archery skills to make a living. Even he was no exception. Chen walked along the yellow dirt road, glancing at his absolute panel. Strength attribute, 18.51, just a hair's breadth away from 20. He'd originally planned to use it when his stamina ran out, but given the situation, maybe he should enhance it once first? After all, once his strength attribute reached 20, he'd be able to use a 100 gene bow normally. Practicing archery with that bow would surely make his proficiency rise even faster, right? Chapter 37, You've got some guts. I'll go ahead and enhance it once. Chen made up his mind quickly and tapped apply next to the level. A familiar wave of heat surged from his heart once more, coursing through his entire body, before slowly subsiding after a few breaths. Phew! Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't sure if it was because he'd just eaten, but this enhancement felt incredibly hot, as if a ball of fire were burning inside him, and he felt exceptionally energetic. Level 5016. Constitution 29.26. Strength 20.36. Agility 12.59. Spirit 8.05. Potential points 23 points. Stay. Experience points 36. Not bad. Now I should be able to handle a 100 gene bow with ease. A smile crossed Chen's face as he looked at the remaining 20 potential points. He could perform one more physical enhancement. He hesitated a bit. Should he use it during his archery practice this afternoon, or save it for tomorrow's hunt, when his stamina ran out? After all, this wasn't just a 10% boost to his overall attributes, it was also equivalent to a full stamina recovery. I'll save it for tomorrow. After giving it some thought, he chose the latter. Even after another enhancement, his strength was only 22 points. To draw a 200 gene bow, he'd need at least 40 points. He was still far from that. Better to save it to save his life. When he arrived at the warehouse, most of the others were already there. You're here? Zhang Ren turned around and glanced at him. I'm here. Chen nodded. From here on out, I'll be counting on you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ren waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formalities. Although you've mastered the basics of the Tai Chi form, you've only just crossed the threshold into learning Tai Chi. What lies ahead will be exhausting for you. You need to be mentally prepared. Yes. Chen started to feel a little nervous. But as he mimicked Zhang Ren's every move, his legs didn't feel as strained as he'd imagined. In fact, he found himself moving with ease. It was just that his movements rising and falling were very stiff, completely lacking the lightness and steadiness that Zhang Ren possessed. Once he finished the entire Tai Chi routine, Chen eagerly checked his skill bar. Zhang style Tai Chi, absolutely no progress 0.01%. Ha! His mouth dropped open instantly. He thought he was hallucinating and had to look again to be sure. 1/10,000th of the progress? Doesn't that mean he'd have to do it 10,000 times? At 5 minutes per set, that is 50,000 minutes 833 hours, or 34.7 days. In other words, would he have to practice for a whole month without eating or drinking just to get started? And yet, it only took 7 days to master the basic Tai Chi forms. Wasn't this taking a bit too long? How does it feel? Zhang Ren turned around. This set of Tai Chi placed high demands on leg strength, requiring constant lowering and raising of the center of gravity. It was nothing like what the elderly men and women practiced in the park before the mutation occurred. Even a young man would be panting heavily after performing a full set with skills like basic archery. As long as you switch to a stronger bow or increase the number of rapid shots, proficiency shoots up, and in actual combat, it rises even faster. Tai Chi, it seemed, could only be practiced slowly. It might improve faster in real combat, but how exactly would that work? Sparring with someone? Or using Tai Chi to kill beasts with bare hands? That just didn't sound plausible. So, in the end, it all comes down to allocating skill points. Before long, Zhang Ren walked over to continue coaching him on Tai Chi. As it turned out, Chen's guess was spot on. After several practice sessions, the proficiency gained from completing a full Tai Chi routine finally plateaued at 0.02%. To reach the entry level, he'd have to practice non-stop for half a month. That looks pretty decent. Zhang Ren nodded. That's it. Keep practicing every day, and you'll reach the entry level in 3 years. Put. Hearing this, Wang Ping and the others standing nearby nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 3 years to reach the entry level? Does it have to be that exaggerated? In comparison, the Wuji form taking a week and the Taiji form taking a month seemed downright generous. Zhang Ren looked over, snorted derisively, and said, 3 years to get the basics down, and that's for those with decent talent. For those who aren't as gifted, it might take 5 years just to get the basics down. If you can't handle that, you can always learn something else. You'll have the basics down in a year. What is it? Everyone's interest was piqued. Zhang Ren was speechless. At least in his view, it didn't matter which style of boxing one learned. The ultimate goal was always to cultivate internal power, and even to develop true chi. Those who took longer to get started might find the later stages easier, while those who got started quickly might face greater difficulties down the road. But he knew he couldn't get these young men to see reason. They wouldn't listen, and even if they did, they wouldn't understand, because he'd been just like them when he was young. Xingyi Quan. If you want a quick start, learn Xingyi Quan. But before that, you'll need to practice the 3 body stance for about 3 months. Xingyi. Xingyi. The group shouted in unison. What was there to think about? It had to be Xingyi, right? At most, it would take a year and a half to get the hang of it, whereas with Tai Chi, it might not even be possible in 3 years. All right then. Once you've mastered the basics of your Tai Chi stances, I'll teach you the 3 body stance. Zhang Ren said calmly. Uncle Zhang, I also. Zhang Ren narrowed his eyes at Chen, as if to say, are you kidding me? No, Uncle Zhang, you've misunderstood, Chen said, breaking out in a cold sweat under that gaze. What I meant was, once I've mastered the basics of Tai Chi, I'd also like to learn Xingyi Quan from you. When it comes to stances, although different styles share similarities, the improvements they bring can be cumulative. The same is likely true for boxing styles. The more you learn, the stronger you become. Oh? Zhang Ren opened his eyes wide, then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. You want to learn a second style of boxing as soon as you've just started with Tai Chi? You're pretty bold, aren't you? Wait until you've truly mastered Tai Chi, and then come talk to me about learning a second style. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen felt as if he'd been mocked. Mastery of Tai Chi? Is that so hard? Chapter 38, Tai Chi: A First Glimpse. It's very difficult, at least, that's how Zhang Ren saw it. Even for those with natural talent in the Tai Chi community, it takes at least 3 years just to get the basics down. To truly master the fundamentals, you'd need another 5 years. And to reach the next level, the realm of mastery, it's unrealistic to expect to get there in less than 10 years. By that calculation, 18 years would have passed, and in reality, that's actually on the fast side. To achieve mastery in 20 or 30 years is already quite remarkable. The realm beyond mastery, the pinnacle of perfection, was, 10 years ago, attainable only by a handful of grandmasters. Though their hair was snow white, they remained vigorous and alert, their voices resonant as great bells, a testament to their lifelong practice. As for the realm of perfection beyond that, it likely exists only in legend. Therefore, when progress slows after reaching the pinnacle of one style, many practitioners choose to explore new paths by learning a second style, such as Xingyi Quan or Bagua Zhang. On the one hand, this allows for the integration of different styles, leading to breakthroughs in one's practice almost effortlessly. On the other hand, those who can practice martial arts with unwavering dedication for decades possess a genuine love for the art. Practicing other martial arts, experiencing the differences between various styles, and appreciating their unique charms is also a source of joy. Of course, given the current upheavals in the world, it's questionable whether past martial arts experience still applies today. But Chen, who hadn't even mastered the basics yet, was already thinking about practicing a second style. He was really taking things too lightly. He shook his head, walked over to Wang Ping and the others, and began instructing them on spear techniques. Chen, meanwhile, looked at his skill bar, had a sudden thought, and allocated 1 experience point to it. His Tai Chi proficiency immediately increased by 5%. At the same time, his understanding of Tai Chi deepened slightly. Movements that had previously seemed perfect now appeared riddled with flaws. It's still faster to just add points. Chen sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Wasn't the amount of experience points consumed by Tai Chi a bit too much? Did it really take 20 experience points just to get started? Mastering the Tai Chi basics only cost 4 points. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. Once I've mastered the basics, the experience points required will only increase. Thinking of this, Chen felt both happy and a little worried. Well, let us take it slow. There's always a way. When you get there, things will work out as you go. If just getting started is this difficult, the improvement it brings must be significant. No matter how much he looked forward to it, there had to be a gradual process, even if that gradual progress was rocket-like. He took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and began practicing Tai Chi once more. After finishing this round, his proficiency increased by 3/10,000ths. It seems it doesn't necessarily take 3 years to get started. The more proficient the movements, the greater the proficiency gain. Still, I'm used to allocating experience. Chen allocated another point of experience, and his Tai Chi proficiency soared by another 5%. And so, time ticked by, second by second. Whoa! Zhang Ren, who had come over to check on him, couldn't help but gasp. He watched Chen perform Tai Chi several times. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but later, he sensed something was off. This kid was performing it more precisely with each repetition. Each time was more on point than the last. To describe it as rapid progress would be no exaggeration. If he kept up this pace, after another dozen or so repetitions, he'd likely master the basics right then and there. But how could that be? It's impossible. Mastering the basics of Tai Chi in a single day? No, in just a few hours? It's simply unheard of. Could it be his body trembled, and his pupils widened suddenly, that he actually stumbled upon the legendary martial arts prodigy? The kind who picks things up instantly? Seeing this, Chen felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Exactly, that was the reaction he was aiming for. If he were only interested in Tai Chi, there'd be no need to practice here over and over again. He could just go back and level up. But his goal wasn't limited to Tai Chi. Since that was the case, if he wanted to learn other martial arts in the future, he'd have to pass Uncle Zheng's test. If he suddenly showed up one day and told him, "I've mastered Tai Chi," even Uncle Zhang would find it hard to accept. Therefore, he had no choice but to demonstrate his progress right in front of him. Although his progress was nothing short of miraculous, was his cultivation speed really that extraordinary? Thinking this to himself, he looked at Zhang Ren in confusion and asked, "Uncle Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong?" Zhang Ren coughed violently twice and said, "No, keep going, keep going." With that, he turned and walked away, glancing back this way from time to time. Once, twice, 3 times. Zhang Ren's heart slowly rose to the back of his throat. No doubt about it, this kid was still improving. Could he really master the basics in a single day? Just then, Chen finished his form and began walking slowly across the open space. Phew! Zhang Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't master the basics in a single day. Still, judging by the way he looked, it seemed like it would only take 2 or 3 days for him to do so. Was there really any difference between that and mastering it in a single day? In an instant, he froze in place. Yeah, it seemed like there really wasn't any difference, was there? This kid, should he say, probably, fearfully, likely, or possibly was a martial arts prodigy, wasn't he? Shouldn't I be happy about this? The stronger this kid gets, the safer the village will be. But why do I feel a sense of loss deep inside? Zhang Ren looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A tear seemed to glide past the corner of his eye. It seems Uncle Zhang was more or less prepared for this. Chen let out a sigh of relief and quietly averted his gaze. He had no intention of stopping his Tai Chi training here. Since he was leaving the village tomorrow, the stronger he was, the better. With a thought, he added over 10 experience points. Boom! His heart seemed to tremble violently. All sound fell silent. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of heat welled up from within, several times more intense than during a Tai Chi form upgrade, flushing through his limbs and bones. His entire skeleton creaked, and even his feet felt noticeably lighter. At the same time, a new memory surfaced in his mind. It was as if he had practiced Tai Chi hundreds or even thousands of times, with the movements etched deep into his very bones. This process lasted a full 5 seconds. Even after the wave of heat subsided, Chen remained immersed in the sensation he'd just experienced. It wasn't until several more seconds had passed that he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The sensations coursing through his body told him that this upgrade was likely no ordinary feat. Tai Chi, first glimpse 1.2%, traits, longevity level 1, strength level 1, agility level 1. 3 traits. Chen let out a startled exclamation. No wonder it cost so much experience, and they were all new traits. He examined them one by one. Longevity, each level increase grants 5 points to the Constitution attribute. Strength, increases strength by 3 points per level. Agility, increases agility by 3 points per level. 5 points in Constitution, 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Agility, so that means each proficiency level up gives me a total of 11 attribute points? Chen's lips trembled. The Tai Chi style simply couldn't compare. It was in a completely different league. Chapter 39, Breakthrough. Body Tempering, 2nd level. At first glance, the experience cost seemed a bit high, 20 points, which was several times that of basic martial arts for beginners. But in terms of cost effectiveness, it was far superior. Take the Tai Chi form, for example. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 requires 16 experience points, yet it only increases Constitution by 2 points and Strength by 1 point, a total of 3 attribute points. That works out to roughly 5 experience points per attribute point. In contrast, the Tai Chi form costs 20 experience points for an 11-point attribute boost, meaning each attribute point costs less than 2 experience points. The value for money is obvious. Looking at it this way, the ceiling for basic martial arts is far lower than that of these advanced ones, isn't it? Let us call these advanced martial arts for now, though we didn't know what martial artists outside referred to them as. Chen thought to himself, then glanced at his remaining 16 experience points. He felt a twinge of regret for having upgraded the Tai Chi form to level 3. Wouldn't it have been better to save that experience and use it on Tai Chi Fist instead? Alas, the circumstances at the time didn't allow for it. Shaking his head, his gaze fell back on Tai Chi Fist. Although he knew that with only 17 experience points left, he certainly couldn't raise Tai Chi Fist to the next level, he still couldn't resist giving it a try at least to find how much experience was needed to reach the next tier. So, he added a single point. The Tai Chi proficiency seemed to jump up reluctantly, then refused to budge no matter what. 2%. He let out a sigh of relief. Judging by this, 50 experience points would do the trick, which meant he still needed 34 more. Fortunately, that was just a matter of 2 or 3 hunting trips. With a bit of luck, he could even manage it in a single trip. That has enough Tai Chi practice for today, he thought, looking forward to checking the absolute panel. If he wasn't mistaken, his constitution should now be over 30 points, so his cultivation realm should be ready for another advancement. Cultivation realm, body tempering, first level. Level, 5016. Constitution, 34.26. Strength, 23.36. Agility, 15.59. Spirit, 8.05. Potential points, 23 points. Experience points, 16. Sure enough, a plus sign had appeared next to body tempering, first level. Do you wish to advance? Success rate, 100%. Still 100%. Shen's breathing suddenly quickened. To be honest, he'd been a little worried that his other attributes might not keep up, causing the success rate to drop below 100%. As it turned out, all he needed was for his constitution attribute to meet the threshold. So why hesitate? He'd break through first and worry about the rest later. He tapped the button. Instantly, the sound of something shattering echoed in his mind once more. A massive surge of heat swept through his entire body in the blink of an eye, and his bones creaked faintly. Not only that, but his 5 senses also became much sharper. This must be the effect of the increased mental attribute, Shen thought to himself, feeling his focus sharpen. After a few breaths, everything returned to calm. Realm, body tempering, second level. Level, 5016. Constitution, 37.68. Strength, 25.69. Agility, 17.14. Spirit, 8.85. Potential points, 25 points. Experience points, 16. Shen looked at his stats and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Especially his constitution, nearly 38 points. He was only 3 points short of reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. However, his gaze fell on his strength stat. In comparison, it was far too low. How had the gap between his constitution and strength suddenly grown so wide? Fortunately, it was still at 25 points. If 20 points were enough to use a bow with a 100 gene draw weight, then 25 points should be a piece of cake, right? So, a few minutes later. What? Zhang Ren let out a startled cry. Wang Ping and the others, who were practicing with their spears, also jumped in surprise and looked over in utter bewilderment. This has nothing to do with you guys. Just keep practicing your spears. The group exchanged glances and turned their heads back. Kid, was what you just said true? Zhang Ren's voice was so agitated that his arms were trembling. Are you sure? Did you just hear a sound like shattering glass in your head? Yeah. Chen thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. Uncle Zhang, I'm absolutely certain. Not only that, but I also feel like my body has gotten a lot stronger. Uncle Zhang, what on earth is going on? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ren's pupils gradually returned to normal. He let out a soft sigh and said, You kid, you've broken through, haven't you? Broken through? Shen's voice trembled. Uncle Zhang, are you saying that I am a martial artist now? What? A martial artist? Fan Guo is a martial artist now? A martial artist at the first level of body tempering? Just like Uncle Wei and the others? Wang Ping, Zhao Feng, and the others, upon hearing this, could no longer remain calm. If he has reached the first level of body tempering, doesn't that mean he can draw a 100 gene bow? It's only been a few days. From 40 gene to 60 gene, 80 gene, and now, 100 gene? Brother Fan's progress is way too fast, isn't it? That's right. Zhang Ren nodded, his expression complex. That made sense. Someone who could master the basics of Tai Chi in just 2 or 3 days, how could their cultivation progress be slow when they had ample food? Although, this pace of improvement was truly astonishing. But martial arts prodigies could never be judged by ordinary standards. Chen was also momentarily stunned, seemingly dazed by this earth-shattering news. After a long moment, he tentatively asked, "Uncle Zhang, now that I'm at the same level as Uncle Wei and the others, a first-level body-tempering martial artist, does that mean I can also draw that 100 Jin Bao?" Come with me." With that, Zhang Ren turned and walked toward the warehouse. For some reason, he had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before Chen could draw those 2 bows with 200 Jin and 300 Jin draw weights as well. If he really can draw them, that'd be a good thing. He thought to himself. In this world, danger lurks at every turn. One false move could cost you your life. The stronger you are, the better your chances of survival. Here you go. Chen took the bow. It felt a few more Jin heavier than the 80 Jin one. The bowstring was taut, and when he plucked it lightly with his finger, it immediately emitted a sharp, vibrating sound. Zhang Ren handed him the quiver as well. "Don't use the arrows you've been using. These ones weigh 2 liang each. They're the perfect match for that bow of yours." 2 liang. Chen looked inside the quiver and saw arrows about 90 centimeters long, with shafts nearly as thick as a little finger and arrowheads nearly 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, gleaming coldly. The destructive power of such arrows fired from a bow capable of drawing over 100 Jin was easy to imagine. "Uncle Zhang, I'm going to try them out right away," he said eagerly. "Even though you're a martial artist now, you've only just broken through. Don't push yourself too hard," Zhang Ren said with concern. "Yeah, Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing." Chen nodded with a smile. With this bow, he could take down beasts from over 200 meters away. Even if he encountered a mid-tier beast like an iron-armored rhinoceros, he'd stand a fighting chance. Of course, it would also allow him to level up basic archery to level 6 faster. If he succeeded, who knows, maybe a new trait would unlock this time. Chapter 40, New Trait: Rapid Fire. The target lay 200 meters away. Chen took his stance, raised the bow in his left hand, knocked an arrow with his right, and, using his thumb and index finger, pulled the bowstring back inch by inch. Squeak! As the sound emanated from the bow, the hearts of Zhang Ren, Wang Ping, and the others standing nearby leapt into their throats. Could Chen really draw the bow to its full limit? This was a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin. Yet in the next instant, their eyes widened in unison as they stared in astonishment at the bow, now drawn as full as a moon. Immediately afterward, there was a crack as if a firecracker had been lit and exploded. With a whoosh so fast they couldn't even make out a shadow, the arrow plunged deep into the bullseye, its tail feathers vibrating wildly in the air, emitting a buzzing hum. That's way too strong, isn't it? Wang Ping was speechless. He actually drew it all the way back, and that sound. Is this really a 100 Jin bow? Even the beasts, how many arrows could they withstand head-on? Zhao Feng's inner shock had reached its peak, and a wry smile immediately spread across his face. He knew it would be hard to keep up with Chen, but he never imagined he'd be so far behind that he couldn't even see his heels anymore. The gap between people was truly terrifying. That kid. Zhang Ren was equally stunned. The Wei brothers could also draw a 100 Jin bow, but their accuracy was far inferior. If 2 out of 3 arrows hit the 5th ring, that was considered good. Hitting the 10th ring was almost unheard of. But Chen. Even though it was his very first time using a 100 Jin bow, he managed to hit the bullseye. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be if he possessed such archery skills. Chen, of course, had no idea what those around him were thinking. Eagerly, he glanced at his skill bar. Basic Archery, LV 526.5%. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A single arrow had increased his proficiency by 0.5%? To be honest, that wasn't too bad. 2 proficiency points equaled 1%, and 74% would take just 148 shots. It seemed like a lot, but it was much faster than practicing Tai Chi. Of course, it was also much more tiring, and the 100 gene draw weight was a major hurdle if you didn't have the strength. It was completely useless. Tai Chi is different, it only requires some mastery of stances and footwork. If I used a 3-shot or 4-shot burst, it would be even faster. With that thought, he drew a second arrow and knocked it onto the string. Snap! Another loud crack rang out. Before the sound had even faded, the arrow was already embedded in the bullseye. Then, another loud crack. The second arrow arrived in the blink of an eye, followed by yet another loud crack. A triple shot. 3 arrows in a row, all embedded in the bullseye. Wang Ping and the others watching nearby were left speechless, their minds going blank, their mouths hanging open, unable to utter a single sound. No way? Can you really fire 3 arrows in a row with a 100 gene bow? The next moment, another arrow appeared in Chen's hand. The group's jaws nearly hit the ground. Again? Just how much stamina does this guy have? However, to their relief, Chen put the arrow back in the quiver, turned around, smiled at them, and said, "Looks like I've reached my limit." Wang Ping let out a sigh of relief. "Bro fan, even though you know you've hit your limit, you managed to draw the bow 3 times in a row. We'd be struggling just to do it once. You're telling me we'd probably give up halfway through. Bro fan, you're so strong really." The group chimed in one after another, thoroughly impressed. "Alright, if you keep praising me like this, I'll get a big head," Chen said jokingly, though in reality, he still had energy to spare. However, there was no need to push himself to the point of exhaustion. The intensity of 3 consecutive shots was just right, and it yielded a significant boost in proficiency, nearly 3%. In other words, doing 2 or 3 dozen sets of 3 consecutive shots would be enough. Chen. Just then, Zhao Feng blushed and said, Could you teach me how to practice archery?" Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Wang Ping and the others standing nearby looked on with great surprise. Zhao Feng was notorious for his strong sense of pride. It wasn't easy for him to say something like that. "Sure," Chen replied without hesitation. "Why not? Anyone else who wants to practice can join in, too." After all, he needed to rest for a while after each rapid-fire session anyway. He might as well put that time to use. Besides, giving some guidance wouldn't take much time. "Really? Can we join too? Wow, me. The group immediately grew excited, but they still looked to Zhang Run for approval. "Why are you looking at me? If you want to learn, just go ahead." Zhang Run was speechless. It was as if he were the one preventing them from learning archery, when in reality, it was simply that they hadn't been able to stick with it. However, there were objective factors at play as well. When Chen wasn't out hunting, food was scarce in the village, and archery practice was quite physically demanding. Now, at least for the short term, food was plentiful, so the conditions were right for training archers. Of course, it also depended on each person's natural talent. So, taking advantage of this rest period, Chen explained some basic points to the group. Since Zhao Feng was already a step ahead, Chen went into more depth with him. Zhang Ren sat to the side, watching Chen demonstrate the movements over and over, feeling a bit uneasy. Come to think of it, could this kid be about to take his job? Though it wouldn't really matter if he did, and practicing archery was actually a good thing after all. When the skill levels are close, the one with the longer reach has the advantage. Why don't I try learning archery too? The thought suddenly popped into his head. But would it be a little embarrassing to have this kid teach me? What's there to be embarrassed about? Everyone has their own area of expertise. Besides, once I learn, I'll be using a bow that's even better than this kid's. No, it just feels a little off. It was as if 2 little figures were arguing endlessly inside Zhang Ren's head. The afternoon passed quickly. Chen went back and ate another 2 gene of meat, bringing his total potential points to 42. He didn't rush to strengthen his body after all, he just finished eating and was full of energy. He returned to the open area by the warehouse to continue practicing archery. With each set of 3 consecutive shots, his proficiency rose at a visible pace. During this time, Chen also strengthened his body once to ensure he remained full of energy. Finally, around 10 o'clock at night, a wave of heat surged up and quickly spread throughout his body, slightly alleviating the fatigue in his arms. Of course, compared to the Tai Chi upgrade, the effects of this basic archery upgrade were much more subtle after all. It was just a basic martial art, and its focus was on archery rather than physical conditioning. However, in addition to the changes brought about by the physical enhancement, a brand new memory also surfaced in his mind. Chen closed his eyes to take it all in, then suddenly opened them. This memory was a new trait. He hurriedly looked at his skill bar. Basic Archery, LV6 0%, Traits, Physical Fortification LV6, Superior Arm Strength LV6, Slow Shot LV6, Horseback Archery LV4, Rapid Fire LV1. Rapid Fire. Chapter 41, Third Level of Body Tempering. Rapid Fire, for every level gained, firing speed increases by 30%. Upon seeing this, Chen's eyes lit up with delight. This trait had come at just the right time. In his view, archery speed depended on two factors. First, the archer's own agility. The higher the agility attribute, the faster the firing rate. Second, proficiency, the ability to load arrows more efficiently and fire them in quick succession. These two factors interact to determine the final firing rate. This rapid fire trait undoubtedly falls into the latter category. I've just upgraded basic archery and regained some stamina, so I'll give the upgraded triple shot a try. Chen was eager to give it a try. Crack! 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 3 loud cracks echoed far and wide through the quiet night sky. Panting heavily, Chen exclaimed with delight, 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds. Previously, when using a 100 gene bot to fire 3 arrows in rapid succession, it would take him at least 5 seconds, and that was when he was in top form. If he was off his game, it could even take 6 seconds. Now, thanks to the improved rapid fire stat, he could do it in 3.5 seconds, almost 1 arrow per second. Don't underestimate this improvement of a few tens of milliseconds. A hair's breadth can make all the difference sometimes. The difference between hitting a target and missing it comes down to just that tiny fraction of a second. Not only that, but when facing an onslaught, a higher firing rate can eliminate more enemy forces. Its importance goes without saying. And this is just level 1. What about levels 2 and 3? A nearly twofold increase in firing rate? Chen sucked in a sharp breath. In other words, it was quite possible to fire 2 arrows per second? Or even 3? It sounded almost like a fairy tale, yet it was a very real possibility. After all, in this world, there are even awakened beings capable of bringing about apocalyptic destruction. With his goal achieved, drowsiness set in. It's getting late. I'll call it a day. He yawned and glanced around. Even Uncle Zhang had gone back to rest. At some point the training ground was completely empty except for him. But before heading back, he looked at the absolute panel, and a smile spread across his face. If he included the boost from basic archery, the average of his 3 primary attributes, constitution, strength, and agility, would be exactly 30 points, right? That meant he could break through again. Realm, body tempering, 2nd level. Level, 6032. Constitution, 42.44. Strength, 29.25. Agility, 18.85. Spirit, 9.75. Potential points, 35 points. Day. Experience points, 16. During this period, he had strengthened his body once, bringing his body enhancement level to level 6. His potential points were 2 points short of the experience required to advance to the next level. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem. A deficit of 1 or 2 points could be easily made up by eating some meat porridge tomorrow morning. He planned to save this enhancement opportunity as a trump card, to be used for restoring his condition at a critical moment. The key point is that there is a prominent plus sign next to the realm column. Actually, this plus sign had appeared when his physical enhancement level went from 5 to 6. At the time, he'd been excited for a moment, thinking he could break through to the 3rd level of body tempering. Breaking through twice in one day would be absolutely amazing. But the moment he clicked on it, his smile vanished instantly. That's because the success rate isn't 100%, it's 98%. Although it was nearly 100%, he hadn't dared to try it. According to the system's instructions, if the breakthrough failed, a few attribute points would be deducted at random as a penalty, which seemed only reasonable. To achieve a 100% success rate, the average of his constitution, strength, and agility attributes needed to reach 30 points. After his previous enhancement, the average was only a little over 29 points, but after upgrading basic archery, everything fell into place. 30.18 points. Heh, what a coincidence. The next moment, he decisively chose to break through. Crack! A cracking sound louder than the previous two echoed in his mind, and a massive wave of warmth instantly swept through his entire body, sweeping away all his previous fatigue and drowsiness. An unprecedented sense of power surged through him. Realm, Body Tempering, 3rd level. Level, 6032. Constitution, 46.68. Strength, 32.17. Agility, 20.73. Spirit, 10.72. Potential points, 37 points day. Experience, 16. Phew. Chen let out a deep breath. Breaking through twice in one day, he never thought he'd actually pull it off. With a constitution of 46, he figured firing 5 arrows in a row wouldn't be a problem. With a strength of 32, he was only 8 points short of being able to draw a 200 gene bow. A 100 gene bow was a breeze. It was just that his agility and spirit were a bit low. I wonder what the requirements are to advance from the body tempering realm to the flesh refining realm. It probably won't be that easy to achieve. Oh well, I'll take it slow. With such a big improvement today, it'll be much safer when I go to Song Fort to trade for supplies. Chen looked up at the full moon in the night sky, hoping his luck would hold tomorrow so he could bring back more game. Early the next morning, while it was still dim, the faint roar of beasts could be heard through the thin morning mist. The people in the village had already risen and were preparing to go out hunting. The women tended the fires to cook meals, their eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. By the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds and shone upon the village walls, the hunting party was already standing on the drawbridge, fully equipped and ready to go. The village entrance was packed with people. It had almost become a tradition. Be careful on the way. Stay safe. Come back soon. Exhortations rang out one after another. Zhang Ren also stood among the crowd, silently watching Chen. Given the latter's abilities, as long as he didn't act recklessly, the chances of danger were slim. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. In this world, sometimes people can be more dangerous than beasts. Bro fan, go for acting innocent? You're still trying to play it cool here? I saw everything. The bald man said smugly, I noticed it yesterday. You were staring at her. And just now when we set off, you looked over at her again. You made that young lady so embarrassed. Everyone was startled inwardly, their eyes fixed on Chen, their smiles taking on a suggestive tone. It really isn't what you're thinking. Chen shrugged, looking a bit helpless. An explanation would only be a cover-up. He was afraid it would just make things worse. Right. It really isn't what we're thinking. Is that what we were thinking? Exactly, Xiao Fan. We didn't say a thing. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret. The group looked as if they knew exactly what was going on. One of them nudged the bald guy with his shoulder and whispered, What does that girl look like? Is she pretty? Chen shook his head helplessly. Gossiping is a human trait after all. Let them have their fun. After all, they don't have much else to do for entertainment. The commotion was soon replaced by boredom. To conserve energy, the group trudged silently through the wilderness. 1 hour, 2 hours under the blazing sun, Chen's brow slowly furrowed. No way could today's luck really be as bad as yesterday's? They'd been walking for so long without encountering a single decent prey. Just then, 300 or 400 meters away, a dark shadow appeared. Prey. The others noticed it too. It was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, and they couldn't help but perk up. It looks like an iron-plated rhinoceros. Chen's voice rang out, a wry smile crossing his face. What? An iron-plated rhino? An iron-plated rhino? At those words, the group deflated like punctured balloons. Still, they pressed forward to confirm, and sure enough, it was indeed an iron-plated rhino. No wonder you're an archer, Xiao Fan, you can really see that far. The bald man gave him a thumbs up. Chen smiled. After all, he was at the third level of body tempering. With his enhanced physical condition, he could naturally see farther and hear more clearly. Let us take a detour, Guodong said grudgingly. With a beast this big, it's best to avoid provoking it if possible. Chen, however, gripped his longbow tightly. An urge surged within him to shoot an arrow at it. With his current strength, taking down such a colossal creature shouldn't be a problem. Not only would he gain a massive amount of experience points, but such a huge kill would also feed the village for many days. His only concern was that the creature was simply too massive, like a heavy-duty truck. Even if hit, it would be hard to kill it instantly. If it went berserk and started chasing the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Never mind. Let us look for other prey. Chen loosened his grip on the bow. At least he'd wait until he reached the flesh-refining realm, when he'd be confident of a one-shot kill. By the way, isn't that iron-armored rhinoceros the same one we encountered last time? Someone muttered, why does it look so much like that one? Who knows? Gao Yang swallowed hard and grumbled, these beasts all look the same, who can tell them apart? Yeah, at least we spotted it early this time. It was a close call, but we made it through unscathed. Let us keep going for another hour or so. If we still haven't found any prey, everyone can sit down for a meal and take a break, Guodong said. Everyone nodded. Xiao Fan, how are you feeling? If you're tired, why not rest for a bit? The bald man smiled at Chen. It's fine, Uncle Lu. Let us keep going. Chen smiled. A constitution of 46 wasn't something to be taken lightly. At least this long trek of over 2 hours had barely affected him. After walking for about another hour, they finally came across some prey, 2 wilderness rabbits. Chen felt a bit helpless. With such a meager haul, it wouldn't be nearly enough to trade for what they needed. 2 wasteland rabbits, that's not bad. At least it'll feed the people at the settlement for a day or two. Guodong seemed to sense Chen's thoughts and offered some words of comfort. Then, turning to the group, he said, let us have lunch right here. We'll recharge our energy, and maybe we'll find some game this afternoon. The group sat cross-legged and took out some jerky from their bags, eating it slowly with water. Since they had nothing better to do, they started chatting about the... Clearly, they were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods. Out in the wilderness, everyone remained quite wary. Ha! Just then, Chen noticed one of the men holding a bow and arrow, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. That was also a young man, who appeared to be about the same age as himself. The young man seemed to sense something. He locked eyes with Chen from a distance, then turned his head away and continued walking forward. This guy is no ordinary person, is he? Chen thought to himself. Chapter 43, Feint East, Strike West. The reason was simple, he was the only archer in the other party's group. It was highly likely that this young man was a skilled archer. The black rat held by the man behind him was the best proof of that. I just wonder what draw weight his bow has, he mused curiously. Xiao Fan, did you see that too? The bald man smiled, casting a casual glance at Chen and Guodong. That S.A., Zheng Hai's son. Ha! Chen's eyes widened. Could it really be such a coincidence? Guodong cleared his throat twice and said calmly, just as your Uncle Lu said, that Zai here he is quite strong and can draw a bow with a draw weight of 80 gene. To be honest, he'd been deeply envious at the time. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dismissive voice rang out. So what? Our Xiao Fan is using a 100 gene draw weight bow right now. Exactly. If we're really comparing archery skills, I'd say that kid is way behind. Gao Yang and the others spoke defiantly. To put it simply, Chen had single-handedly shot and killed 6 wilderness wolves in a row. Could that kid really do that? Chen felt a mix of amusement and emotion. He could tell they were genuinely standing up for him. His gaze followed the direction in which they had departed, and a sense of relief washed over him. No wonder such a small group could support an entire small village. That Zay fellow really did have some skills. If only his own village could produce a few people like that in the future, he thought, as the figures of Zhao Feng, Wang Ping, and the others unconsciously floated into his mind. After lunch, the group rested for a while before setting out on another hunting expedition. As if misfortune had given way to good fortune, within just half an hour, a herd of prey appeared in their field of vision. "Looks like a herd of sheep?" Chen blurted out. He could now make out objects nearly 500 meters away. Of course, that distance was too far for Guodong. About 300 meters was the maximum distance they could see clearly any farther, and they could only make out outlines. There were about a dozen of these sheep. They were roughly half again as large as ordinary sheep, with black, curved horns on their heads. Their bodies were snow white, and their forelegs were unusually long, strong, and powerful. It was obvious at a glance that they were built for running. At that moment, most of them were grazing, but one of them was keeping a watchful eye on its surroundings. Judging by the situation, it had already spotted their group and was staring in their direction. "Sheep? Are those antelope horned sheep?" the bald man muttered to himself. "Looks like it. This is going to be tricky, isn't it?" The smiles on everyone's faces faded. Guodong explained, "Oryx are also a type of low-level beast. They aren't very aggressive, but they're naturally cautious. Even while feeding, they have one designated to keep watch. Once they detect danger, they sound the alarm. When they run, not even a horned horse can catch up to them." "I see." Chen nodded. It was indeed just as his father had said. "And they have excellent eyesight. Just like now we've only just spotted their silhouettes, but that sentinel has probably already spotted us. I'd guess that once we get within 300 or 400 meters of them, we'll startle them. Hey, I thought we might have a chance at a big haul, but now it looks like we got our hopes up for nothing. Let us go." Gao Yang's enthusiasm waned. The others felt the same way. They suffered their fair share of setbacks before and had since learned their lesson. Rather than waste their energy, it was better to pretend nothing had happened. Hearing this, Chen felt a pang of reluctance. They'd finally come across a herd of prey. If only they could close the distance to 200 meters or even 250 meters, he was confident he could take down at least two. But his father and the others were right that antelope was extremely wary and had spotted their group. There was no doubt that the moment they entered its alert zone, the animals would flee. So, was there really no way? Actually, there was. If he had a bow with a 200 gene draw weight, this wouldn't be a problem right now. With a 300 gene bow, it would be a piece of cake. Obviously, that wasn't a realistic option. Just then, an idea struck him. Why not try a feint? Even if it failed, there was nothing to lose, but if it succeeded, it would be a bountiful harvest. "Dad, uncles, what do you think of this plan?" Chen shared his idea. After hearing it, everyone exchanged glances. "We'll distract that antelope, and Xiao Fan, you'll sneak up from behind?" The bald man's eyes widened. "That sounds like a good idea, but will it really work?" Gao Yang looked uncertain. "Let us give it a try, it might actually work. Don't forget, last time we dealt with that pack of wilderness wolves, it was Xiao Fan's idea. At first, didn't everyone think it was impossible? But in the end, Xiao Fan really pulled it off." "That's right. I think it's worth a shot, too." After discussing it, everyone agreed. "All right." Chen took a deep breath and said, "According to Uncle Gao's theory, the wolves will flee when people get within 300 or 400 meters of them. So, while you uncles are doing your best to attract their attention, don't get too close, let them run off. As long as I can get within 200 or 300 meters, I'll be able to shoot at least two of them." 2. As soon as they heard this, everyone held their breath. Wow, even if we estimate one at 150 gene, two of them would still come to 300 gene. "All right, Xiao Fan, we'll do our best." Chen nodded. He was nervous too, because this plan required cooperation from both sides. If either party made a mistake, the whole plan would fall apart. The upside was that it wouldn't be the end of the world if they failed. So, as agreed, the group gathered together, blocking the antelope's line of sight, and then slowly approached the herd in a semicircle. Sure enough, the antelope was instantly drawn in, turning its body to follow the group. Chen, meanwhile, crawled forward like a special forces soldier. After all, the antelope stood about 2 meters tall and towered over him. If he crouched and moved forward as he had when dealing with the wilderness wolves, there was a high chance he'd be spotted. Meanwhile, Huodong and the others had their hearts in their throats. Each of them moved as quietly as possible, not even daring to turn their heads and make eye contact with the antelope. "I feel like we're acting like thieves," Gao Yang grumbled. "Ha ha, what thief goes about it so openly?" The bald man laughed heartily. "Where is Xiao Fan?" Huodong asked. Someone at the back of the group discreetly glanced back and replied, "About 400 meters away." Let us get a little closer. "We need to make sure that antelope keeps its attention on us," Huodong said. And so, time passed bit by bit. With both sides now about 300 meters apart, the antelope seemed to let out a call. The other antelopes, which had been feeding, all raised their heads, their pairs of jet black eyes fixed on them. "Oh no!" the bald man cried out in alarm. "We seem to be too close. It's not going to run off, is it?" In an instant, the group felt as if the sword of Damocles were hanging over their heads. Not a single one dared to move. Chapter 44, Am I Dreaming? On the other side, Chen, crouched in the grass, dared not make a single move or utter the slightest sound, because in such a quiet moment, even the faintest rustle in the grass would be magnified infinitely. If even one of the antelope sensed that they were now caught between two enemies, it would surely take off running without hesitation. So, it was all up to Dad and the others now. "Don't panic." Huodong didn't have time to wipe the sweat rolling down his forehead. He lowered his voice and said, "Right now, we've only put them on alert. It'll take another few dozen meters before they become hostile. Let us move a little further out." The group behind him nodded, trying to keep their footsteps as light as possible as they moved in a wide circle outward. The herd of antelope watched the group's retreating figures. After a few minutes, they lowered their heads and resumed grazing. Finding a patch of fresh, tasty grass wasn't easy for them. The one on sentry duty, however, was still keeping a close eye on the group. They seemed to have let their guard down. Gao Yang whispered. It felt as if they just had a brush with death. Let us keep this distance and circle around them," Huodong said, breathing a sigh of relief. They done everything they could. The rest was up to Xiao Fan. On the other side, Chen didn't disappoint them. Taking advantage of the moment, he decisively closed the distance: 300 meters, 280 meters, 260 meters, 240 meters. He already entered striking range. A little closer, Chen thought to himself. The closer he got, the more time he'd have to strike. But just then, the antelope on sentry duty suddenly spun around 180 degrees, its gaze locking onto Chen's direction. Chen was taken aback. He quickly ducked his head and froze in place. Had it spotted him? That shouldn't be possible. Perhaps it had heard a sound or picked up a scent. What should he do? Should he spring into action and shoot immediately? Or play dead and try to slip by unnoticed? He held his breath and focused intently, peering through the gaps in the grass at the herd of antelopes. If they started to move away, he would strike immediately. After all, better a bird in the hand than two in the bush. Meanwhile, Huodong and the others were holding their breath for Chen. "Has Xiao Fan been spotted?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "Probably not. If it had spotted him, that sheep wouldn't have failed to alert its companions." "Right, it's probably just sensed something. Let us keep going and try to draw its attention over here," Huodong said. For Chen, every second of that moment felt as long as an hour. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Perhaps the antelope hadn't seen him, or perhaps it had but mistook him for a piece of wood in the grass. On top of that, Huodong's group seemed to be slowly approaching, so the antelope shifted its attention over there. Chen let out a long sigh of relief and continued to close the distance bit by bit. 220 meters, 200 meters, all the way down to 180 meters. The antelope seemed to sense something. Its forehooves scraped restlessly against the ground, and it let out a faint sound. The dozen or so other antelope that had been feeding all raised their heads, looking somewhat bewildered. But just then, a figure leaped out of the grass with lightning speed, sprinting toward the herd while drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. He moved incredibly fast. In just a second or two, he had closed the distance by another 10 meters. The dozen or so antelope seemed to freeze for a moment, as if unable to make sense of what was happening. And just like that, with a whoosh, the sound of a sharp arrow cutting through the air filled the air. Covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the nearest sentry antelope, which collapsed with a thud. Its forehooves twitched a few times before it lay still. Its neck had been pierced clean through by a sharp arrow as thick as a little finger. Blood gushed out, and the arrow itself flew dozens of meters away, embedding itself deep into the ground. However, Chen didn't even spare it a second glance. No sooner had the first arrow flown than the second was already knocked on the string. He didn't draw the bow all the way back, which allowed for a faster rate of fire. Whoosh! The second antelope fell instantly. At that moment, the remaining dozen or so antelopes finally reacted. Let out terrified cries, they all simultaneously bolted toward the distance. Chen's movements didn't falter for a moment. With a constitution of over 40 points and the bonus from the rapid fire trait, he could fire 4 arrows in a row within 5 seconds, not to mention that he hadn't fully drawn the bowstring for the first 2 shots, making his speed even faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more whistling sounds pierced the air. The last 2 antelope were both struck by arrows. Carried by their momentum, they tumbled forward another 10+ meters before coming to a stop. Yet in less than 2 seconds, this herd of antelope had covered nearly 100 meters. Even a cheetah from his past life would have needed over 3 seconds to sprint 100 meters from a standing start. Meanwhile, Guodong and the others in the distance were so stunned they were speechless. At first, when they saw Chen dart out and take down 2 antelope with 2 arrows, they had all cheered loudly. After all, with such bountiful prey at stake, no amount of effort was too much. And in the end, it was just a matter of drawing the antelope's attention far better than risking their lives against those ferocious beasts, wasn't it? But no sooner had the word great left their lips than 2 more antelope were shot down. 4 in total, 4. Not since the settlement was founded had there ever been a day with such a bountiful harvest. However, it wasn't over yet. The antelopes fled for their lives, sending mud flying in their wake. Chen aimed his arrow at the one bringing up the rear and pulled the bowstring back with all his might. In that moment, he felt the qi and blood within him boiling, and a most peculiar sensation welled up in his heart. Crack! A thunderous crack! The arrow shot forth like a meteor, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, traversing a distance of nearly 300 meters before piercing right through the antelope's lower back. The antelope let out an agonized scream and collapsed to the ground, its eyes fixed in despair on its companions ahead as they rapidly shrank into tiny black dots and finally vanished from sight. Phew! After firing that arrow, Chen gasped for breath. Strangely, his arm felt fine, but a wave of exhaustion washed over his entire body, nearly causing him to lose his balance. What is going on? He wondered inwardly. Logically speaking, his arm should have been the one to give out at this point. Could it be? He recalled that shot it had felt different from before, as if all the qi and blood in his body had been mobilized and channeled into his arm, allowing him to draw the bowstring to full tension effortlessly. Not only that, but everything around him had seemed like slow motion in a movie, frighteningly slow. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall it now, he couldn't quite pinpoint that sensation. But in any case, the discomfort throughout his body was real. Fortunately, he was used to it. Since there was no immediate danger, he'd better hold off on using that remaining skill point for now. Just in case he needed it later. Just then, Wodong and the others in the distance rushed over. Seeing the several antelopes, some near, some far, they all gaped in stunned silence. Xiao Fan, am I dreaming? The bald man looked around in disbelief. F5 Prey? Chapter 45, A Chance Encounter. It wasn't just him, the others were also frozen in shock, stunned by this unexpected windfall. They thought 4 was the limit, but who would guess that Chen would hit another one from 300 meters away? 5 prey animals? These antelope are swift runners and weigh much less than ordinary beasts, but even the smallest ones weigh nearly 200 gene. 5 of them that s 1,000 gene. If they took them back, it would be enough to feed the people in the village for more than half a month. If converted to rice, that would be at least 3 or 4,000 gene, enough to last even longer. Just imagine how thrilled the people in the village would be if they saw such a massive haul. Hee, Uncle Lou, you're not dreaming, this is all real. Chen smiled, stretched his arms, and added with a hint of regret, too bad they ran so fast, otherwise, I could be taken down one more. That's enough, that's enough. The bald man waved his hands repeatedly. Even with just these 5, it wouldn't be easy for their group to haul them back. One more would make it even harder. Thinking of this, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Could he really be worrying about having too much game to carry back? The others gradually caught on, their expressions a mix of surprise and delight. A look of concern flashed across Guodong's face as he asked, Xiaofan, is your arm okay? This was a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene. Even the Wei brothers couldn't pull it 5 times in a row. A bountiful harvest was certainly a good thing, but if Chen were to suffer lasting damage as a result, it wouldn't be worth the cost. Yeah, Xiaofan, actually, 2 antelope are more than enough. That's right, you didn't have to push yourself so hard. Gao Yang and the others spoke with genuine concern in their voices. Chen was now the team's primary damage dealer. It was acceptable for any of them to get hurt, but not Chen. If the team ever faced an unprecedented crisis, the vast majority of them would not hesitate to step in front of him to protect him. I'm really fine. Chen deliberately shook his arm, but inwardly he thought, now that we have plenty of food, perhaps it's time to bring up the topic of martial arts training. His gaze swept over the group, and he said earnestly, Dad, uncles, actually, I'm already a martial artist at the first level of body tempering, and a relatively strong one at that. So using this bow with a draw weight of 100 gene repeatedly isn't a big deal. First level of body tempering? Martial artist? What? Xiaofan, you're already at the first level of body tempering? The crowd was taken aback at first, then let out a collective gasp. They were no strangers to this term, as the Wei brothers had mentioned it before. At the time, they said that their strength was close to the first level of body tempering, which is why they could use a bow with a 100 gene draw weight, though they usually had to rest for a moment after drawing it twice. But Chen? Chen nodded with a smile. No wonder you're not even flushed or out of breath, Xiaofan. So you're already a martial artist at the first level of body tempering. Gao Yang realized with a start. Old Gao, didn't you hear what Xiaofan said? He is not only at the first level of body tempering, he is the strongest within that level. So that's the second level of body tempering? Pretty much. Anyway, he is really powerful, even stronger than the Wei brothers. Well, the speaker sucked in a sharp breath, and immediately afterward, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Xiaofan, is it really that strong once you become a martial artist? As soon as the words fell, the others' breathing grew rapid as well. Including Guodong. They'd been struggling just to survive. They had neither the time nor the inclination to practice martial arts, but after witnessing Chen's series of feats and hearing what had just been said, they were all intrigued. Yeah, you really are that strong, and it doesn't stop there. Chen looked serious. Uncle Zhang once said that someone at Zhao family fortress can draw a bow with a draw weight of 300 gene and shoot over 1,000 meters. That person is also a martial artist, though it's very likely a martial artist at the flesh-refining realm. Zhao Da? The bald man's smile faded as he said uncertainly, rumor has it he can single-handedly shoot down a mid-tier beast and come out unscathed. So, is that true? Someone nearby looked incredulous. He'd always thought it was just bragging to lure people from other villages over. Even Zhang Ren says so, I'm afraid it must be true. Guodong murmured. He instinctively felt that Zhang Ren was no ordinary man. Moreover, Chen's strength was plain for all to see. Uncles, back when the village was short on food and we were living from one day to the next, just staying alive was a struggle. Now that there is plenty of game, once we return to the village, why don't you join us in training? Chen encouraged them. Although the process will be long, as long as you persevere, your skills will grow stronger and stronger, and you'll be able to survive on your own. Really? If Xiaofan says so, how could it be a lie? Gao Yang declared emphatically, all right, as soon as we get back today, I'll start training. Count me in. Let us all do it together. Ha ha ha, great. Let us all train together. The bald man roared with laughter. They had once again been moved by Chen's words and longed to possess the strength he had demonstrated, but what mattered most was that final sentence. Rely on yourselves. That's right. In this world, you're your own rock. As elders, they couldn't possibly rely on Chen's archery skills to get by forever, could they? Just like the Wei brothers before, while they were around, the village could barely hold on, but once they left, if Chen Han-Ti stepped up, who knows what state the village would be in now? A smile spread across Chen's face. Setting aside Uncle Lu and the others, even if they could just improve their physical condition a little enough to become martial artists, it would make transporting the game back much easier. Of course, it would be even better if they had a vehicle. He thought to himself. Several thousand meters away, Zhang Ren suddenly sneezed. For some reason, he had a bad feeling, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Perhaps he was just overthinking it. The group gathered the game together, using their spears as poles and tying the game to them with ropes. Then, working in pairs, they carried the game back, which made the journey much easier. As for the extra one, Shen stepped forward. After all, dragging a 200-gene animal back was no trouble for him. Seeing this, the group's resolve to train in martial arts grew even stronger. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed. Even though the journey home was long, it didn't feel tedious or boring. However, as they walked, more than 10 figures appeared ahead. In that instant, everyone's hearts, including Chen's, skipped a beat. No way. Could they really be that unlucky, running into people from another settlement at a time like this? Just then, the dozen or so figures in the distance seemed to notice them as well, and their gazes locked. Oh no! The bald man shouted, they look like people from Li settlement. Chapter 46, actually, there was no choice at all. Hearing this, the rest of the group felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, why did we have to run into this group of people at a time like this? What do we do? Someone said through gritted teeth, they've definitely seen us too. Let us go, I'm afraid we can't get away. The others fell silent. That's right. Now that they were traveling in pairs, carrying their game, they simply couldn't move fast enough. Even a child could easily catch up to them. Damn it! If all else fails, we'll fight them. Gao Yang was an impatient sort. The last time they encountered a pack of wolves, he also advocated for a head-on confrontation. Exactly. A few days ago, that horned horse accidentally fell into a trap. It was our prey to begin with. Those bastards took advantage of our small numbers. Not only did they steal it in broad daylight, but they also slapped Guodong across the face. What? Chen looked at Guodong in shock. He hadn't mentioned a word about this that night. Guodong shook his head calmly and said, that's all in the past. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the group seething with rage and added, a wise man doesn't take a loss when he can avoid it. Preserving our strength is what matters most. If they really come to snatch it, we'll have to give up a portion. Hearing this, the others looked utterly unwilling. The situation was beyond their control. If the two sides really came to blows, their own side would likely be the one to suffer. But once they given once, they'll be asked for more and more. Could it be that from now on, all the hunting spoils from the village would have to be handed over to those people from Li settlement? Why should we? Dad, Chen said calmly, don't be so quick to concede defeat. I'm here this time. Even if they come, there's no need to worry. That's right. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their spirits soared. Last time, Han-Ti settlement relied on their slight numerical advantage and their ranged attacks. But this time, Xiaofan is here. His archery is nothing short of miraculous, far superior to those two from Li settlement. If they dare to come, they'll definitely get a taste of their own medicine. Besides, this situation isn't as simple as we think, Chen continued. Ha? Xiaofan, what do you mean by that? Everyone paused in confusion. Look closely, those are probably two separate groups. One is from Lee Settlement, and the other is from Gu Settlement, the people we encountered earlier when we stopped to rest, Chen said. The group walked a short distance forward, squinting as they strained to see into the distance. They could vaguely make out several people whose path had been cut off by Lee Settlement's men. It really did look like two separate groups. If I'm not mistaken, the people from Gu Settlement were returning to their village with their catch when, by sheer coincidence, they ran into the people from Lee Settlement. The Lee Settlement people wanted to steal their catch, and that's exactly when we showed up. Chen analyzed. Otherwise, if the Lee Settlement people had seen us, they would have come over from a distance long ago. They wouldn't still be standing there like that. Whoa! The group sucked in a sharp breath. Xiao Fan's right, that makes perfect sense. The Lee Settlement folks have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Those small settlements have been tormented by them time and again, some of them have even been completely abandoned. The bald man nodded in agreement. They didn't just run away, they starved to death, didn't they? Exactly. They stole other people's game, so naturally those other settlements had nothing to hunt. Sometimes it happened in the winter, and quite a few elderly people and children were starved to death. Damn it, those bastards. No wonder they just stood there motionless when they saw us. They were too busy robbing someone else to pay us any attention, Gao Yang cursed. Wodong, I say we take this chance to charge over there, team up with the people from Gu Settlement, and drive them away. Wodong was also tempted by the idea. His restraint didn't mean he was cowardly, he was simply worried that acting on impulse would come at a terrible cost. Right now, the people of Gu Settlement were being bullied. If he stood by and did nothing, what if the next time Lee Settlement targeted them and Gu Settlement happened to be passing by, they would do the same? In the end, Lee Settlement would only grow stronger and become even more ruthless in extorting other settlements. However, a few people in the group looked hesitant. Wodong, old Gao, I think we'd better stay out of this. Qin Ming, the middle-aged man who had earlier revealed Meng's identity, frowned and said, I know this sounds a bit underhanded, but getting the prey back to the settlements safely is the most important thing right now. Otherwise, once the people from Lee Settlement catch up, it'll be too late. Yeah, let us take this opportunity and get out of here quickly. Guodong, even if we go over there, if it really comes to a fight, the costs will outweigh the benefits. Wodong furrowed his brow, torn by the dilemma. Should they leave? Or stay? Uncles, I think that from the moment the other side spotted us, leaving is no longer an option. Chen shook his head. The reason the people from Lee Settlement aren't making a move right now is that they're afraid of causing collateral damage. They're worried we'll get involved. If that happens, the numbers on both sides will be roughly equal, and they'll have no choice but to back down. But if that happens, the people from Lee Settlement will resent us even more. Once we part ways with Gu Settlement, they'll definitely come down hard on us. Stealing our prey would likely be the least of our worries. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. Indeed, the people of Lee Settlement were nothing but bullies. Although they always used indirect methods to cause the deaths of many, if they were provoked, they were quite likely to kill to vent their anger. Gao Yang and the others, who advocated going to help Gu Settlement, also felt a cold sweat break out on their backs. That's right, unless they joined forces with Gu Settlement on the spot and fought Lee Settlement tooth and nail, they'd likely end up taking the fall for someone else. But setting aside whether Gu Settlement would even agree, even if they did, a full-scale fight would be a matter of life and death, with no easy way out. Then should we leave right away? Qin Ming asked urgently. Right. Since we know helping them won't end well, we might as well not help. Let us take this chance to get out of here. Yeah. Even Wodong was wavering. Perhaps ignoring the people of Gu Settlement was the best course of action after all? Uncle Qin, that's actually the worst option. Chen looked at him. Why? Qin Ming was dumbfounded, and he wasn't the only one. The others were baffled too. You said that stepping in to help wouldn't work, it would draw the enemy's wrath, and in the end, we'd be the ones to suffer. So why not just not help them? But now you're saying we can't not help them either? Chen didn't beat around the bush and continued, if we don't help, Gu settlement won't hold out for long before they give in, either splitting the spoils or handing over all the game. If I were a member of Li settlement, I'd only ask for half to avoid provoking them, and then they come after us. The bald man was the first to catch on, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. At that point, the people of Gu settlement would surely turn a blind eye, just as their own group had done earlier. And since Li settlement hadn't taken all the game, they wouldn't have completely enraged the other side. Chen nodded. This brings us back to that earlier choice, we'd be caught again, forced to hand over most of our game, subjected to verbal insults, and end up making them even stronger. As he finished speaking, a chill ran down everyone's spines. They finally understood the true meaning behind Chen's earlier remark that this matter isn't that simple. It seemed as though they had a choice, but in reality, they had none at all. Whether they stayed or fled, they would be caught unless they were willing to leave behind a portion of their spoils and take a gamble. If the amount of spoils they left behind satisfied the people of Li settlement, they would have narrowly escaped disaster, but that was all it would be. Human greed knows no bounds, yielding time and time again would only embolden the other side to become even more aggressive. And if the prey they leave behind isn't enough, well, there is no need to say more. The group exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Knowing the people of Li settlement as they did, they were fully capable of pulling something like this off. Xiaofan, what do you think we should do next? Guo Dong asked. There's a way, of course, and that is to strike first. Chapter 47, Luring the Enemy Deep In? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone froze for a moment. What do you mean by strike first? Xiaofan, are you saying we should make the first move? Lu Yang's mouth dropped open. Exactly. Shen narrowed his eyes, gazing at the group from Li settlement in the distance, and said, the outcome will be the same either way whether we go or stay, the people from Li settlement will catch up to us and a conflict will erupt. The only difference is the intensity of the clash. Since that's the case, let us strike first. Right now, the people from Li settlement are keeping a low profile on the surface because they're unsure whether we'll go to help Gu settlement. Even if we go over there, they'll likely just be speculating about whether we're there to help the people of Gu settlement. They'll never see through our true intentions. So, we'll pretend we're just passing through. Once we get close, we'll strike suddenly. I'll shoot their 2 archers first to neutralize the threat. At a distance of 200 meters, by the time they charge over, there won't be many of them left. Then Uncle Lu and the rest of you can move in and wipe them all out. After speaking, Chen felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't used that one opportunity to enhance his stats. And now, it had come in handy. Whoa! Everyone understood what Chen meant, and everyone including Guodong sucked in a sharp breath. This meant killing people. And not just one, but over a dozen. Dad, uncles, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to do this either. Seeing their reactions, Chen sighed. But we have no choice unless we're willing to hand our prey over on a silver platter. At the mere mention of those words, the anger of everyone present flared up instantly. Xiaofan is absolutely right. Gao Yang was the first to speak up. Damn it, these beasts may not have killed anyone with their own hands, but how many people's prey have they stolen? How many lives have they ruined? Killing them would be doing justice on behalf of heaven. That's right. Don't you all know about the people from Li settlement? Last time, not only did they steal our prey, but they also mocked us, saying, if we'd done this sooner, none of this would happened. This time, they definitely won't let us off the hook. Since that's the case, let us strike first. Right, I've put up with them for way too long. We're all human beings with one head on 2 shoulders. Who is afraid of whom? 5 or 6 people chimed in one after another, leaving only Guodong, the bald man, and a few others. Guodong. Feeling all eyes on him, the bald man spoke up, I think Xiaofan has a point. Even if the people from Li settlement let us off today for the sake of the game, what about next time, or the time after that? They'll only get worse. Unless our entire village relocates, but out there, it's probably even more dangerous than here. But wouldn't that be a bit too cruel? One of the middle-aged men said, unable to bear the thought. They did steal our game, but they didn't intend to kill us. Shouldn't we just help the people of Goose Settlement beat them up and chase them away? They stole our game and you call that not intending to kill us? Gao Yang snorted coldly. Exactly. How many people have starved to death because of them? The man fell silent at once. Everyone's gaze turned to Guodong. Guodong's expression was conflicted at that moment. He knew Chen's argument made sense and was the best choice for the village. But wasn't this approach a bit too harsh? There was one more thing that weighed heavily on his conscience. The Li settlement had nearly 100 people. They were the sons of the elderly, the husbands of women, and the fathers of children. If they died here, how would the people of the Li settlement survive? Guodong, don't hesitate. Gao Yang said anxiously, if we delay any longer and the people of the Goose settlement back down, we'll miss our chance. That's right, Guodong. Have you forgotten how he humiliated us last time? Before he left, he even slapped you across the face. Have you forgotten all that? Guodong, if we back down now, he'll only get worse. Guodong clenched his fists, his face betraying his inner conflict. Dad. Chen, sensing his inner conflict, urged him again, I know you might be worried about what will happen to these people, how the people of Li settlement will survive. To be honest, I don't know either. But I think that right now, our first priority should be our own people, whether we can survive. Those words seemed to strike a chord deep within Guodong's soul. He froze for a moment. That's right, hadn't his whole goal all along been to lead the people of the settlement to survival? If they brought back a little less game, one more person would go hungry. If they brought back half as much, half the people would go hungry. If he couldn't even protect those closest to him, what was the point of talking about protection at all? All right. He nodded firmly, his eyes flashing with their usual resolve. Seeing this, the others all breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen and Guodong, father and son, had disagreed, it would have put them all in a difficult position. Thankfully, the group had reached a consensus. As for whether they could defeat Li settlement, they didn't think it would be a problem after all. Xiaofan's strength was plain for all to see. But just then, Lu Yong thought of something. He glanced at the people from Goose settlement and asked with concern, Xiaofan, the people from Goose settlement are mixed in with the Li settlement group. If you shoot your arrow, might you accidentally hit one of them? This question caught Chen off guard. Instinctively, he wanted to say the chances were slim, but better safe than sorry. If the situation turned chaotic, anything could happen. Besides, the bow in his hand had a draw weight of 100 Jin. It could pierce through beasts, and piercing someone without armor wouldn't be difficult either. If he accidentally injured someone from Goose settlement, it would be impossible to explain. The atmosphere fell silent instantly, and the situation seemed to have reached another impasse. I've got it. A flash of inspiration struck Chen. Then let us ditch the surprise attack plan and go with luring the enemy deeper instead. Lure them in? How exactly do we do that? Everyone immediately pricked up their ears, asking questions all at once. It's simple. First, let us ignore the Goose settlement. At this point, Guodong was the only one in the group whose expression changed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Instead, he continued listening. Seeing that we have so much game and can't run very fast, barring any surprises, the people from Li settlement are bound to give chase. We'll pretend to flee to lull them into a false sense of security. Once they're all within range, I'll strike decisively. That way, we can eliminate the Li settlement group while ensuring no collateral damage. The downside is that it might dishearten the people of Goose settlement a bit, but once the dust settles and we return the game they had stolen, it won't be a problem. Chen smiled. That's a good idea. Guodong let out a long sigh. If they really were to abandon Goose settlement, he wouldn't have said much, but looking back on it later, he would inevitably feel a pang of guilt. I think this is a good approach, too. Let us do it. Lu Yong, Gao Yang, and the others all agreed. Chapter 48. You don't really think they'll help, do you? Let us rewind a few minutes to the moment their eyes met. What's that? People from Chen's settlement? A burly man holding a bow and arrow in the group asked in surprise. Looks like it.
And the one leading the way by his clothes and appearance isn't that Guodong?
Another archer narrowed his eyes.
Let me see, it really is him. That coward. Ha ha ha, is that really him?
A square-jawed man at the front of the group burst out laughing. That coward, last time we snatched a piece of game from him, he looked like he was about to argue with us. I just slapped him right across the face, and he immediately backed down, not daring to say a word.
Ha 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 ha.
The people around him laughed so hard they were doubled over, tears streaming down their faces. However, the expressions on the faces of several others were as grim as could be. They were members of the Goose settlement, whose path had just been blocked, and they were now in danger of being surrounded. It was just bad luck, really. After encountering Chen and his group earlier, they had changed course. Not long after, they came across a lone horned horse and had to exert a great deal of effort to successfully hunt it down. The group was overjoyed, discussing how this catch would keep the settlement well fed for days to come. But on their way back, they ran into the Lee settlement group, who had returned empty-handed. This wasn't the first time. As usual, the other side blocked their path and demanded that they leave the game behind, warning them not to refuse a kind offer and end up with a harsh one. The group, of course, refused to comply, but though furious, they dared not speak out. They had no choice but to resign themselves to their fate and beg the other side to take less. But when they saw people approaching, their spirits lifted.
People from Chen settlement.
Although the two sides were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods, surely they would step in to help if they saw their own people being bullied?
Besides, hadn't they also been bullied by Lee settlement before?
Filled with hope, the group watched as Guodong and his party gradually drew nearer.
Then, their eyes widened in shock. My God, people from Chen settlement, they've got so much game. What on earth is going on here?
A sense of foreboding welled up inexplicably within Jianhai.
Wait. Those guys.
At that moment, the square-faced man also noticed something out of the ordinary. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyes betrayed utter disbelief.
1, 2, 5, 5 prey. 5 prey. What? 5 prey. My goodness, how on earth did they get them? Weren't the Wei brothers among the group from Zhao family fortress the last time we encountered them? Look closely, there are only 9 of them.
The Wei brothers aren't there at all.
Then what's going on? How on earth did they manage to bag 5 game?
One by one, the others began to realize what was happening, gritting their teeth as jealousy burned within them.
Something they couldn't pull off. How could that bunch from Chun settlement possibly manage it?
They must had some damn luck. Those 5 prey must stumbled right into the trap they dug in advance.
Big brother.
A middle-aged man said with a smirk, just when we were worried about wandering around for so long without finding anything, here comes a delivery right to our doorstep. That's right, and there's quite a lot of it, big brother.
If we turn down a delivery like this, we'll be asking for divine retribution. Exactly. Let us hurry over there.
With all that prey, they won't be able to move fast. Everyone's faces were beaming with smiles, and they were all itching to get started. As for the horned horse from Gu settlement, it didn't seem quite as appealing anymore. Hearing this, the people from Gu settlement instinctively felt a glimmer of hope. If this group were heading straight for the people of Chen settlement, wouldn't that be a great outcome for them? Although, that would be a real disservice to the people of Chen settlement. However, the young man standing nearby revealed a look of deep resentment in his eyes.
No rush.
A cold smile curled at the corner of the square-faced man's mouth.
They won't get far.
After speaking, he turned to face Jianhai.
Old Gu, give me a straight answer. I don't have time to waste here with you.
That's right, he wanted Chen settlement's prey, and he wanted Gu settlement's prey too.
Just like money, who would ever say they have too much?
Seeing this, the others exchanged knowing glances and smiled.
That's right, once something's in your mouth, why would you spit it out? Brotherly.
Jianhai forced a smile and pleaded, let us leave a little for later so we can still get along.
We finally managed to catch a prey. The people back at the settlement haven't eaten in days.
If we go back empty-handed this time, people will really starve to death.
Yeah, guys, at least leave us a little something. The others also pleaded loudly, their eyes darting toward Guodong's group from the corners of their vision. They hoped the latter would notice them and come to their aid. After all, if the numbers were even, the people from Li settlement certainly wouldn't dare to make a move. Xiong's face betrayed his impatience. Did this bunch of people think they were shopping for vegetables at the market? Just then, a man with a hooked nose standing nearby whispered something in his ear. Xiong's expression changed. He nodded repeatedly, then snorted coldly and turned to Jianghai, saying, "All right, I can see you've had a rough time. I'll leave a little less than half for you." Ha! Jianghai's mouth dropped open, and he continued to plead, "Brotherly, please give us a little more. The people back at the settlement are all counting on us to bring back some game. That's right, brotherly, please, we're begging you." The group continued to stall for time. Xiong glared at them. "Mr. Gu, I advise you not to push your luck. Giving you a little less than half is already showing you plenty of face. If you make me angry, I'll take it all. What are you going to do about it? Jianghai, you guys aren't deliberately stalling to get Guodong to come and help you, are you?" The man with the hooked nose let out a cold laugh. "If that's what you're thinking, you're in for a disappointment. Look, they've already left." The members of Gu settlement looked over at his words, and sure enough, Guodong and his group were carrying their prey, gradually fading into the distance. Jianghai slumped to the ground, a hint of self-mockery crossing his face. Just as he feared, the very thing he'd been most worried about had happened after all. Although the two settlements had some ties, their relationship wasn't that close. Besides, with such a bountiful haul from Chen settlement, why would they want to invite trouble? The best strategy was to make a quick getaway while their group kept Li's settlement occupied. That's exactly what they're thinking. How naive. Do you really think they have the guts to go up against us? That's hilarious, ha. The mocking laughter of the Li settlement members felt like knives stabbing into the hearts of Jianghai and his companions. "Brotherly, just a little less than half, just a little less than half," Jianghai said humiliatedly. Zhe and the others hung their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Why didn't you just say that from the start?" Xiong's lips curled into a smirk as he watched Guodong and the others' retreating figures. These cowards, did they really think they could escape his grasp? Naive. Chapter 49, Courting Their Own Doom. Watching the figures from Li settlement speed away, someone in Gu settlement's group, eyes red with rage, gritted his teeth and snarled, "Those beasts, they're not even human. We finally managed to get our hands on this prey, and now there's only this little bit left." A man standing nearby, looking at the scant remains of the prey on the ground, choked back his words. This small portion was the head of a horned horse. Needless to say, there was even less meat to eat. Zhe clenched his fists, his hatred soaring to the heavens. More than once, he wanted to shoot Xiong dead with a single arrow, but he knew all too well the consequences of doing so. Not only would they die here, but their loved ones back at the settlement would also face retaliation. Jianghai's gaze swept over the group. He forced a smile and offered words of comfort. "Everyone, try to look on the bright side. At least we didn't come back empty-handed, right? Worst case scenario, we'll just go hunting again tomorrow." "Jianghai, that's easy for you to say, but it took us several days straight to get today's haul." "Yeah, and even if we're lucky, what if we run into those beasts from Li settlement again?" The atmosphere fell silent instantly. Morale had plummeted to an all-time low. Some were even wiping away tears. They say men don't shed tears easily, but in truth, it's just that they haven't been hurt enough yet. Just then, a man with a flat nose and thick lips let out two cold laughs. Staring at the retreating figures of Li settlement and the others, he said, "That bunch from Chen settlement stood by and watched us die. Well, now it's their turn to suffer." Hearing this, the group immediately grew agitated. "Right. Those short-sighted bastards thought they could use us to buy them time. They were dreaming. With so many prey in tow, they can't possibly run fast. It's only a matter of time before they're caught. When that happens, their fate will be even worse than ours." Exactly.
The four seemed to have found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, and their moods lifted considerably. Zay remained silent, but deep down, he too harbored some resentment toward Chen's settlement for their actions. However, he also knew that helping was a matter of goodwill, and not helping was perfectly understandable. Zhanghai, however, sprang to his feet, gazed into the distance, and said, "We should hurry after them too. Maybe we can be of some help." "What?" Zay and the other four all looked at him as if they'd seen a ghost. "Zhanghai, do you know what you're saying?" the man with the flat nose said heatedly. "When those people from Chen's settlement passed by, they didn't even glance our way, they just walked right past. Where were they when we needed their help? Now that they're in trouble, we're supposed to go help them? Are you kidding me?" It wasn't just him, the others couldn't accept it either, and they all started shouting in protest. "Dad, they weren't willing to help us. Why should we help them?" Zay said resentfully. "Sigh, helping them is helping ourselves." Zhanghai sighed. "We're outnumbered. If we run into Li's settlement, we're bound to come off worse. But Chen's settlement is different. There are only a few men fewer than the other side, and with such a bountiful haul, they might not be willing to hand it over willingly. If the two sides really do come to blows, we can side with Chen's settlement, drive Xiong away, and reclaim our prey." Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. "But what if they don't fight?" someone asked skeptically. "Even if they don't fight, we can still stand our ground to bolster Chen's settlement's morale and make the people of Li's settlement think twice. That way, the people of Chen's settlement might even be grateful to us. Otherwise, with so few of us in our settlement, we'll never escape being at a disadvantage." A few of them were tempted by the idea, but still felt a sense of reluctance or unease. "All right, everyone, let us get moving. If we wait any longer, we'll probably miss our chance." Zhanghai urged them on, grabbed his weapon, and ran off quickly. The others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. "Look, they're right up ahead." The group from Li's settlement, rushing as fast as they could, finally spotted several figures in the distance, about 500 or 600 meters away. "Damn it, are these guys rabbits or something? They sure are running fast," cursed the man holding a bow and arrow. The wasteland was uneven, and one wrong step could send you face first into the dirt. "Will that do any good?" A companion beside him snorted derisively. "It doesn't matter how fast they run unless they drop their prey." "Drop their prey? Do you think they'd be willing to do that?" "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing this, the whole group burst into uncontrollable laughter, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Boss, out of these 5 animals, how many are we taking?" someone asked as they continued the chase. "What kind of question is that? Of course we're taking them all." Xiong sneered. "Ah, that's not right. If we starve them all to death, who is going to hunt for us in the future?" "Yeah, brotherly, from a sustainability standpoint, let us leave them half a head each." "You guys have a point." Xiong thought for a moment. "That Zhanghai guy's right, always leave a little room for future encounters. Let us leave them half a head." "Brotherly, you're such a good guy. If Guodong found out, he'd be overwhelmed with gratitude." "But what if they don't want to?" Someone spoke up, and the crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the man who had spoken. He instinctively took 2 steps back and said grudgingly, "Brotherly, didn't they refuse last time? This time, it looks like they'll be even more reluctant." "Reluctant?" Xiong snorted coldly. "Do they have a choice?" As he spoke, he turned to the 2 men holding bows and arrows and said, "You two listen up. Once we catch up to them, shoot them each twice first. Give them a taste of our power so they don't start making a fuss later." "No problem, big brother. Let us just shoot that kid." One of them thought of Chen and smirked. "That little brat, what is he trying to scare with a bow that draws 100 Jin? If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll never know his place." After the group finished speaking, they sped up once more. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two groups was less than 400 meters, and it was rapidly shrinking at a pace visible to the naked eye. "Xiao Fan, they're catching up." Gao Yang glanced back briefly and said urgently. Running long distances while carrying heavy loads had left him drenched in sweat, and he could barely speak coherently. The others weren't faring much better either. Although they mentally prepared themselves, when the moment actually arrived, they were all so nervous their legs were trembling.
Xiao Fan, should we stop? Guo Dong asked. Don't stop. Chen replied calmly, keep running forward.
Better yet, pick up the pace, make them think we're scared.
The group exchanged glances and took off running once more.
Chen, holding his bow in one hand and dragging the prey with the other, ran at the rear of the group. He glanced back briefly, then looked away, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Good. Since you won Walk to Heaven on your own, I'll just have to send you straight to hell. Chapter 50. Ha, can't run anymore, can you?
Seeing Guodong and the others ahead, dashing forward like a pack of startled rabbits, the Li settlement group laughed even more wildly.
Aha, looks like they've spotted us too. So what?
They don't really think they can escape our grasp, do they? Said an archer running at the front, his tone laced with sarcasm.
Haha, old Yang, you've got to let them struggle a bit, don't you?
Just like someone drowning, even though they know the more they struggle, the faster they sink, they still thrash about desperately until the very end. Equals.
Hedgehog cat, pineapple bun.
Shared novel resources from across the web, with over 1,500 updates per month.
Copy the group number below to join the chat.
Share novel resources from Feilu, Hedgehog Cat, Dimension Princess, Pineapple Bun, and more. Over 1,500 daily updates.
Say goodbye to running out of books to read. The previous group is gone. Here is the new one. Jianchuan's new novel relay group, 312814139. Jianchuan's new free full-text novel external group, 950180909.
Resources are sourced from the internet and are intended solely for learning and exchange. The copyright of the novels belongs to their original authors.
The text is provided for personal study and preview only.
If you enjoy this resource, please purchase the official version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource inadvertently infringes upon your rights, please notify us so we can remove it promptly.
Exactly.
The crowd laughed as they gave chase, clearly confident of victory. The distance had already closed to nearly 300 meters.
Run, run.
I'll see just how far they can get. Xiong listened to the murmurs around him, licked his lips, and let a sickly grin spread across his face. Many had run past him like this before, but unfortunately, no one had ever escaped, and the people from Chen's settlement would be no exception.
Unless, of course, they abandoned all their prey. Brother! Someone is behind us.
Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from the rear of the group.
What?
Everyone slowed their pace and turned to look behind them.
Instantly, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. Is that Jian Hai's group? Damn it, they actually dare to follow us? Are they looking to die? The group was instantly filled with rage.
Even the most foolish among them knew that having someone tailing them was no good, especially since they'd just stolen most of the other group as prey.
Brother Xiong, things don't look good. Hook Nose looked grave.
Earlier, when Xiong had wanted to take all of Jian Hai's prey, it was Hook Nose who reminded him to leave a little leeway to avoid retaliation. In his view, since Guodong and the others had chosen to stand by and watch, Jiang Hai and his crew must be seething with resentment, let alone helping them. They'd probably be rooting for them to get robbed.
But now, something didn't feel right. Don't worry about them. Xiong's expression darkened.
Let us go after Guodong and his men up ahead first. They're our main targets. As for Jiang Hai and his crew, we'll have plenty of time to deal with them later. As he spoke, he looked at the two archers ahead and said, Old Ji, once we're within range, take out 2 or 3 of them first. Make an example of them to save us trouble.
No problem, big brother. 200 meters.
Another archer made a V sign with his fingers. As long as we're within 200 plus meters, those guys from Chen settlement are all sitting ducks, not a single one will get away.
Good. Keep chasing. Xiong shot a fierce glare over his shoulder, then ran forward without looking back. That single glance, however, left the members of Goose Settlement frozen in place, as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. "Zhanghai, they've spotted us. That Xiong guy is warning us. If we keep chasing them, I'm afraid," someone stammered.
Zhanghai gritted his teeth and said, "It was only a matter of time before they spotted us.
Besides, do you really think that if we turn back now, Xiong will just pretend nothing happened?"
At this point, there's no turning back. Hearing this, the group finally made up their minds. "Dad," Zay frowned, speaking with displeasure, "those people from Chen settlement are still running away even now.
Don't they realize they can't escape?"
He genuinely wondered whether such a cowardly group would even have the courage to fight back once caught, or if they'd simply grovel and hand over their prey on a silver platter. If that were the case, they'd be in for a world of trouble.
Well, Zhanghai's heart sank as well. "It's probably just a subconscious reaction, right?"
he explained. "Maybe they're trying to see if they can shake off the Lee settlement people. Once they realize what's happening, they'll probably stop, pick up their weapons, and prepare to fight back." The others behind him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of fear.
Let us hope so.
Otherwise, the next time they encountered the Lee settlement folk, it probably wouldn't be as simple as handing over the prey and walking away.
300 meters. Chen glanced back, then turned around and continued fleeing. He could already see that the two archers running at the front had drawn their arrows and were ready to fire at any moment.
Huff, huff. Wodong and the others, running for their lives, felt as if their lungs were on fire. The pain was excruciating. But since Chen Henti called for them to stop, they didn't dare slow down. Their only hope of turning the tide rested on Chen's archery skills. Without him, they stood no chance against Xiong and his men. In the blink of an eye, the distance had closed by another 30 or 40 meters.
"We're close enough now,"
Old Lee said as he knocked an arrow onto the string and slowly raised his left hand, which held the longbow, upward.
"Don't rush."
Another man chuckled, "Around 200 meters is the best range.
If it's any farther, the arrow's power just isn't quite there."
Old Lee nodded and slowly lowered his left hand again. As for the others, the smiles on their faces grew wider and wider, and their minds had already begun to run wild with fantasies. This scene also left Zhanghai and the others at the rear feeling anxious. They're about to enter archery range.
What on earth are those people from Chen settlement thinking? No matter how fast a person can run, can they really outrun a flying arrow? Hurry up and stop, take cover behind your shields, or fight back. Yeah, isn't there an archer among them? Why aren't they fighting back? You mean that guy who looks about the same age as Xiao Zhe?
If it's him, I'm afraid you've misjudged him. He's probably just holding that bow to scare people. Zhanghai's lips twitched slightly hearing this. He didn't know what to say.
True, that kid looked far too young. Not every young person could draw a hard bow like his own son could. So, had he been overthinking it?
A hint of despair flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen the people of Chen settlement being struck one after another by arrows. However, in the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. The few people from Chen settlement, who had been fleeing all along, suddenly stopped running, turned around, and looked back. Xiong and his group, who had been chasing frantically, as well as Zhanghai and his group, who had been trailing behind at a safe distance, all froze in unison.
These guys can't run anymore.
The people from Lee settlement were instantly overjoyed and ran even harder, completely unaware that the young man at the very back of their group had, in an instant, drawn his bow to its fullest, causing a bone-chilling sound to ring out from the bowstring.
Immediately afterward, crack!
A thunderous crack rang out, jarring the silence of the barren wasteland.
An arrow nearly a meter long shot forth like a jet of pitch-black lightning, flashing by in an instant.
"Little!" the man with the hooked nose shouted. The moment Chen turned and drew his bow, he sensed something was wrong. But it was already too late. He hadn't even had time to utter the word careful. The others hadn't even had time for the smiles on their faces to freeze when they heard the sound of something tearing through the air ahead, as if something were hurtling toward them at a terrifying speed. Old Lee, up ahead, stared wide-eyed as he watched a tiny black dot grow larger and larger, and then, thud! A piercingly sharp sound rang out as the arrow pierced through his chest. The immense kinetic force made him feel as if he'd been hit head-on by a car. His limbs shot forward, his body flew backward, and he was hurled into the air.
Chapter 51, Goose Settlement. Are you giving up on your prey?
Lee Settlement and the others hadn't even had time to process what had happened. They were still puzzled.
Ha! Old Lee was perfectly fine. How did he end up flying through the air? Smack! The whistling sound rang out again. This time it was old G.
He hadn't even realized the danger was upon him. He only felt an excruciating pain, as if every bone in his body were shattering.
Xiong suddenly jolted awake, looking ahead.
Immediately, an expression of utter terror spread across his face. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a single no.
Thud! An arrow pierced his chest, and a blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky. Watch out! Finally, someone reacted and let out a loud shout. Ah! Ah!
2 agonized screams rang out in quick succession.
2 more people were struck by arrows and died instantly.
In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 13-person group was wiped out. In fact, the remaining members of Lee's settlement still hadn't figured out what had happened. But Jiang Hai and the others were stunned into silence. It was the young man at the rear of the group. It seemed as though he was firing arrows while walking toward Lee's settlement. The distance was too great for them to make out his movements clearly. Yet the people of Lee's settlement were being sent flying one after another so rapidly that the second would be launched into the air while the first was still mid-flight, followed by the third and the fourth.
It was all like slow motion in a movie.
Cold sweat poured down Zay's forehead.
How is this possible? How could this be?
He had specifically observed Chen earlier and could tell he was using a bow with a 100 gene draw weight. The scene unfolding before him now confirmed that it was indeed a 100 gene bow. Otherwise, those 2 archers from Lee's settlement would never have failed to retaliate. No, it was likely that even if they had realized what was happening, it would have been too late to fight back.
This guy is way too fast. Firing 5 arrows in rapid succession with a bow of that power. Doesn't he care about his shoulder?
No, it looks like he has already stopped.
It must be. How is this possible?
The next moment, he cried out in shock.
The young man began moving forward again, firing arrow after arrow. With each twang, a figure not far away was sent flying backward, accompanied by an excruciatingly piercing scream.
Even the man hiding behind the round shield couldn't escape. The shield was pierced, the arrow passing straight through his heart, its tip dripping with blood.
1, 2, 3, 4.
More and more people were falling, and the young man's firing rate was slowing down so much so that after firing an arrow, he would take a few steps forward before releasing the next one.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Some threw down their weapons and ran frantically into the distance, screaming as they went. I beg you, I beg you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child waiting for me to come home.
Others were so terrified their legs gave out. They knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, weeping uncontrollably.
I'll fight you to the death.
Some, their eyes bulging with fury, grabbed their spears and charged forward, determined to fight to the death.
But they had all forgotten what they had said earlier: human legs cannot outrun flying arrows.
In the end, they all fell in pools of blood. If there were one phrase to describe this battle, it would be a one-sided massacre.
With the final agonized scream, the wilderness once again fell into a deathly silence. I'm sorry.
Chen lowered his bow and muttered. Once he made up his mind, he would show no mercy, for letting even one escape would lead to endless trouble later. Up ahead, Wodong and the others watched the scene with mixed emotions.
Sometimes, human life is truly fragile, not even as strong as a sheet of paper. But who could these people from Lee's settlement blame?
They had only themselves to blame. Behind them, Jiang Hai and the others stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning.
Is this a dream? The people from Lee's settlement are dead. They're all dead.
And they were all shot down by a single person. One man wiped out their entire group. It's him, that young man with the bow, someone stammered. Hearing this, the group mechanically turned their gaze toward Chen in the distance, their hearts reeling as if hit by an avalanche or a tsunami.
It's him! It's actually him. That young man they had underestimated, the one they dismissed as all bluster, the one who'd been frantically fleeing just moments ago. No one could have imagined his strength was this formidable. Lee's settlement, which had filled them with seething hatred yet left them powerless, was pitifully weak in his presence. But if he was so strong, why did he run away just now? The same went for the people of Qin settlement. A gentle breeze blew by. Gu Jianghu shuddered. He understood. He understood everything. Guodong and the others had been putting on a show the whole time. They deliberately acted cowardly and timid just to lull the people of Lee's settlement into a false sense of security, luring them within range. By then, even if the people of Lee's settlement realized what was happening, it would already be too late. They wouldn't stand a chance of running out of that fateful 100 meters. As for the few prey the Chen settlement had taken earlier, it wasn't a matter of sheer luck at all. It was that young man who had shot them down with his arrows. In fact, they had a premonition that the scenes of those prey being killed were exactly the same as what was happening now. How ridiculous! Zhang Hai let out a self-deprecating smile. He had previously thought that coming here with his group might be of some help, but in the end, did they even need his help? In their eyes, his group's presence was probably just a hindrance. The most laughable of all were the people from Lee's settlement. It would have been a piece of cake for the other side to shoot them down. They simply chose to step aside to avoid trouble, yet Lee's settlement mistook their restraint for weakness and relentlessly pursued them. Even at this point, the people from Chen settlement still chose to back down and continue fleeing. As a result, Lee's settlement became even more overconfident, and in the end, they reaped what they sowed. This was probably what they call the cycle of justice. What goes around comes around. He turned around and let out a wry laugh. Let us go. Time to head back. Now that the people from Lee's settlement were gone, there was no point in them staying here. Or rather, their arrival here had been meaningless from the start. Ha! The man directly across from him widened his eyes and said reluctantly, "But our prey." That was Chen settlement's prey, not ours. Zhang Hai cut him off. Hearing this, the group all lowered their heads. That was true, it was Chen settlement's spoils of war. Although it had originally been their own game, once it had passed through the hands of the Lee settlement people, the situation was different. If they dared to go up and demand it back, wouldn't they risk suffering the same fate as the Lee settlement people being wiped out here? Even if, by some long shot, the people of Chen settlement were willing to return the game to them, would they dare accept it? The group trudged dejectedly back along the path they had come. It's not all bad. Zhang Hai consoled them. Lee's settlement is gone. From now on, when we go out hunting, we'll never have to worry about our game being stolen again. That's true. We owe it all to Guodong and the others, and to that young man. I wonder what his name is. If we ever have the chance to meet him again, we'll have to thank him properly for helping us get our revenge. Yes, yes. The adults mused, their faces breaking into smiles to varying degrees. As for the young man Zhe, however, listening to these words left a bitter taste in his mouth. Could someone his own age really be that strong? His archery was terrifyingly fast, and his stamina was astonishing. He must be a martial artist at the first level of body tempering, no, the second level, right? At this thought, he felt a pang of resentment. If only he had enough food, his strength might not be any worse than the other guy's. Old Gu. Zhang Hai. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Zhang Hai froze. Had he heard correctly? Someone was calling his name? It must be a hallucination, right? He shook his head and took a step forward. But the voices behind him grew louder and louder. You from Gu settlement. Don't leave. Come back. Hurry back. Aren't you going to take your prey? The shouts grew louder with each wave. Chapter 52, Can we join you? Zhang Hai froze in his tracks, his eyes wide. It wasn't a hallucination? Zhang Hai, the people from Chen settlement, it seems like they're calling us to turn back, the man beside him asked cautiously. I heard it too. It sounds like they want to give the prey back to us? Really? Could something this good actually happen? Disbelief was written all over their faces. Zay said nothing, swallowing hard. If that were the case, it would, of course, be the best possible outcome. Just then, the shouts from behind rang out again, this time with a sense of urgency. This time, the group heard it loud and clear. After exchanging glances, they turned around nervously and looked ahead. They saw the people from Chen settlement standing where the Gu settlement group had been, looting the spoils of war, while Guodong was smiling and waving at them. "Zhanhai, why don't we go take a look?" "What if it's true?" someone suggested. "Yeah, we haven't done anything to them. If they really wanted to harm us, they would VE attack by now. Let us give it a try, we VE got nothing to lose." "Alright, then, let us go check it out." Zhanhai was tempted. He gritted his teeth and agreed. The group approached cautiously. When they were still 20 or 30 meters away, Zhanhai said with a smile, "Brother Chen, were you calling us just now?" As he spoke, his gaze whether intentionally or not drifted toward Chen, who stood not far away with a calm expression. He remembered it clearly, it was this young man who, all by himself, had taken down the entirely settlement hunting party just moments ago. His strength was nothing short of terrifying. Guodong smiled and nodded, pointing to the half-eaten horned horse on the ground. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be your kill, right?" "Yes, it's ours," one of the men said eagerly. Zhanhai nodded, his heart in his throat. "Then take it," Guodong replied without hesitation. The members of Gu settlement instantly felt as if a windfall had fallen from the sky. "Wasn't this a little too easy? Brother Chen, you're serious? You're not joking?" Zhanhai was still a little uneasy. Even if Guodong had asked for half, he would have accepted it. After all, if it weren't for them, they wouldn't have been able to retrieve this prey at all. "Ha!" Lu Yong, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. "Old Gu, you're quite a character. Do you really think we lie to you guys?" "Exactly. If you guys don't want it, we'll just take it." We want it, Zhanghai said, as if his tail had been stepped on. "Then why are you guys dithering so much?" "All right." Guodong smiled and looked at Zhanghai. "Old Gu, I understand what you're worried about. Don't worry, there are no strings attached. Whoever this prey belongs to should be the one to take it away." Hearing this, the men were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. From the tone of his voice, it was clear that Guodong was sincere. He truly intended to return the game to them. "Thank you. If it weren't for your generous help, we'd be going back with just that little bit of food, and we wouldn't know how to face the people back at the village." "That's right. This is wonderful, now we all have something to eat," the men said, wiping away their tears. Chen watched the scene quietly, feeling a touch of amusement but mostly a pang of sadness. In the world of adults, nothing ever comes easily. "Old Gu, don't say that." Guodong waved his hand and sighed softly. "Come to think of it, I'm the one who should be thanking you." "Ha!" The men, who had been looking down and wiping away their tears, all looked up, wide-eyed and speechless. Guodong explained. "When we first encountered you, we didn't step in to help, not because we were afraid of trouble, but because we were worried we might accidentally hurt you. That's why we pretended to flee, luring Xiong and his men to give chase. We knew this would surely disappoint you, so we didn't expect you to follow us. Yet you came after us anyway, presumably because you wanted to lend us a hand when the time came, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yong and the others couldn't help but nod slightly. Even Chen was somewhat surprised at the time. They truly hadn't expected the people from Gu settlement to have the courage to give chase. From this perspective, these individuals were certainly worth getting to know better. Among the group from Gu settlement, everyone except Zhanhai felt deeply ashamed. So that was how it all went. No wonder they'd gone to such lengths to flee despite their obvious strength. It turned out they'd been afraid that arrows, which have no eyes, might cause accidental injuries. And what about them? They, on the other hand, harbored resentment and were only too eager to see the people of Qin settlement follow in their footsteps. If it hadn't been for Zhanhai overruling the objections and leading the charge, they would never have come after them.
If that had been the case, it goes without saying that they would never have been able to bring back their prey.
Not only that, but they would have had to live in constant fear during every future hunt.
They certainly wouldn't have understood the well-intentioned efforts of Guodong and the others.
Brother Chen, I'm ashamed of myself. Zhang Hai's eyes welled up with tears. Come to think of it, we didn't really help at all. Why do you need to thank us? Yeah, we really are despicable. Back then, we misunderstood you, thinking you were heartless. Looking back now, sigh. It's okay. It's all in the past now.
Guodong shook his head and looked at the group across from him.
We're all just trying to make a living out here in the wilderness. It's tough for everyone.
It's only natural to help each other out when we cross paths.
Right. We really should help each other.
Zhang Hai and the others nodded repeatedly.
All right, let us call it a day. We've got a long way back. Take care, everyone.
As Guodong spoke, he glanced around. The Li settlement group had been stripped of almost everything they carried. They might not have left yet. As for the bodies, they wouldn't even last a night here before they were completely gone.
Xiao Fan, what are you thinking about? We should get going.
Lu Yong said with a smile. Chen nodded, his gaze resting on the members of the Gu settlement. He was thinking that perhaps now was a good opportunity to recruit them. Although there was a chance they might politely decline, the odds of that were probably slim. Just then, Zhang Hai's voice rang out.
Brother Chen. Guodong, who had just turned away, turned back around and asked with a smile, Brother Gu, is there something else? The members of Gu settlement instinctively looked at him.
However, what he said next left them stunned on the spot.
Brother Chen, could we join your Chen settlement?
At that moment, the surroundings fell deathly silent. Time seemed to stand still. The people of Chen settlement hadn't expected them to say such a thing.
Chen, however, felt a surge of joy. He hadn't imagined things would go even more smoothly than he anticipated.
With these members of Gu settlement joining them, not to mention anything else, even the trip to Song Fort to exchange supplies would be much safer.
After a long moment, Guodong asked tentatively, Brother Gu, did you just say that your Gu settlement wants to join our settlement?
Yes, that is right.
Zhang Hai was a bit nervous yet hopeful. Our settlement is just too small. Winter is coming soon, and life will get even harder then. You don't seem to have many people either.
Of course, you're very strong, much stronger than us, but if we join forces, we should be able to live better.
Chapter 53, A Secret?
After saying this, Zhang Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone with eyes could see that although Chen settlement had few people, their combat prowess was formidable. Whenever they went out hunting, they always returned with a bountiful haul.
But what about their side?
They barely managed to bag a single prey, only to have it snatched away on the way back. It was only thanks to good luck that they run into people from Chen settlement, but when compared like this, the gap was simply too vast. So, on the surface, bringing their people to merge with Chen settlement seemed like a mutually beneficial, win-win arrangement, but in reality, they were simply latching onto a stronger group.
But he had no choice.
There were simply too few able-bodied young men on their side. Every winter, people starved to death in the village, and this year would be no exception. If they merged with Chen settlement, even if they couldn't eat meat, just having a sip of soup would be enough to keep them from starving to death. Most importantly, Guodong is a man of good character and someone who can be trusted. The atmosphere was heavy. The few people from Gu settlement felt their hearts leap into their throats once again, their eyes betraying a look of uncontrollable excitement.
Of course, they had no objections to Zhang Hai's proposal.
If they could join Chen settlement, it would truly be a cause for great celebration. But what if the other side refused? After all, they were responsible for dozens of elderly, women, and children. If they were in Chen settlement's shoes, they'd have to weigh the pros and cons as well. In fact, that was exactly the case. Including Guodong, everyone felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. The Wei brothers had left, taking 2 or 3 others with them, and the hunting party was currently short-handed. Having these people from Gu settlement join them would perfectly solve their immediate problem. Besides, they were all decent people and trustworthy. But the thought of the dozens of people in the other settlement made them hesitate.
There were still over 100 people in their own settlement waiting to be fed.
Bringing back these 5 game animals would be enough to feed everyone for a while, but adding dozens more mouths to feed would put a lot of pressure on them. The atmosphere remained heavy.
The hearts of the people from Gu settlement and the others sank to the bottom. Zhang Hai's smile began to fade. He glanced at Zay standing beside him.
He hesitated, wondering whether to bring up that matter after all. Given their current strength, it was only to be expected that the people from Chen's settlement wouldn't look favorably upon them.
However, just then, a young man's voice rang out. "Dad, I think we should agree."
In an instant, everyone's gaze, without exception, fell on Chen.
"It's him!" Zhang Hai and the others were instantly overjoyed.
Their impression of Chen surpassed that of anyone in Chen's settlement. They never would have imagined he would agree to let them join. Immediately, a look of shock flashed across their eyes.
What had he just called Guodong? Dad? Was he actually Guodong's son?
Chen remained calm as he explained to the group, "Right now, our settlement is short on young, able-bodied men, especially experienced hunters. Take Wang Ping and Zhao Feng, for example. Although they're strong, they haven't been through the trials yet, and it'll take quite some time to train them. Uncle Gu and the others joining us will perfectly address this urgent need."
Xiao Fan makes a good point. Lu Yong nodded from the side. They thought of this too. It's just that. Uncle Lu, I understand what you mean. You're worried that with more people, there won't be enough food, right? Chen smiled slightly.
I don't think we need to worry about that.
With more people on the hunting party, the amount of game we bring back will likely increase as well.
After all, there is strength in numbers.
Everyone nodded.
It wasn't so much that Chen's words were particularly persuasive, but rather that the person speaking them commanded their trust.
Guodong, since Xiao Fan has agreed, we have no objections. That's right. If Brother Gu and his group want to join us, then let us accept them. Xiao Fan is right, someone said bluntly. Guodong nodded and looked at Zhang Hai with a smile. Brother Gu, have you all made up your minds? If you're really set on this, then we welcome you to join us. What? They agreed that quickly?
Zhang Hai and the others were actually a bit taken aback. They had originally assumed that even if the other side intended to agree, it would require some discussion, with the majority ultimately overruling the minority. Instead, after just a few words from the young man among them, the people of Chen's settlement unanimously approved.
Zhang Hai. A burly man standing nearby tapped him on the shoulder and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and agree."
"Yeah, Zhang Hai, if they change their minds, it'll be too late." Zhang Hai snapped out of his daze and hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, we've made up our minds.
We're willing to join your Chen settlement. Starting today, there is no more Gu settlement." Right. We're all part of Chen settlement now.
The group shouted excitedly.
Zay was a bit shy and felt a little embarrassed. Ha, all right. From now on, we're all part of the same settlement. Guodong was overjoyed as well.
Lu Yong and the others all smiled and nodded. From now on, with more people going out to hunt, the pressure would be much less if they actually encountered danger. Not only that, but the settlement had been infused with new blood and had become much livelier. Of course, they would have to work even harder, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to support so many people.
Brother Chen, this young man, is he your son?
Zhang Hai looked at Chen with a smile and asked.
Yes, he is. Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
Zhang Hai marveled. All of us had to swallow our pride in the face of Li settlement, but this young man single-handedly took them all down.
Impressive, truly impressive.
Yes, and he can even draw a bow weighing 100 jin. And not just that, he drew it more than 10 times in a row.
Is that something an ordinary person could do?
The other men all heaped praise on him. Chen smiled at them, but his smile froze when his gaze fell on Zay, standing on the far right.
That's because Zay seemed a bit defiant.
Young people are like that, he thought to himself.
Of course. Xiao Fan is the best we've got here.
Hearing this, Chen's settlement and the others swelled with pride.
Wodong couldn't hide the smile on his face, though he remained modest. Brother Gua's son isn't half bad either.
Judging by his age, he is about the same as Xiao Fan and he can draw an 80 Jin Bao, right?
Even we can't manage that.
At these words, Lu Yong and the others' eyes lit up.
That's right, this young man isn't half bad, is he? Gu's settlement's ability to hold out this long was largely thanks to him.
It was just that Xiao Fan had overshadowed him, so they hadn't noticed at first. Now that the two strong forces had joined together, life in the settlement should only get better from here on out.
Brother Gu, if we're not mistaken, your son is a martial artist too, isn't he? First level of body tempering?
They asked curiously.
Well.
Zhanghai began to stammer, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Zay lowered his head slightly, seemingly embarrassed by everyone's praise.
What's the matter? Guodong asked in confusion. Did I say something wrong?
If I've offended anyone, please don't take it to heart.
No. Zhanghai waved his hands repeatedly.
No, you didn't say anything wrong. Little Zay can draw a bow with 80 Jin of tension actually, there's more to the story.
There's more to the story?
Hearing this, Wodong and the others exchanged puzzled glances.
What did that mean? Could it be that this young man was hiding some kind of secret? Chapter 54, he is actually an awakened. Chen looked at Zhanghai and the others, then at Zay.
If he could draw a bow of 80 Jin, his strength attribute wouldn't be far from the first level of body tempering. But judging by the expressions on Uncle Gu and the others' faces, that didn't seem to be the case.
Could it be? Brother Chen, I've actually been meaning to say this for a while. Zhanghai looked at Chen. Little Zay, he is actually an awakened. What?
Upon hearing this, Wodong and the others felt their minds buzzing, their faces all betrayed expressions of utter shock.
An awakened? Zay, he is actually an awakened? Zay lifted his head with a touch of pride.
That's right, though he wasn't a martial artist, he was a bona fide awakened.
Then, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen and saw the latter wearing an I knew it expression. This made him feel a bit indignant. Had Chen known all along? Brother Gu, is what you're saying true? Wodong's voice trembled as he looked at Zay, still unable to believe it. An awakened.
A figure every city was scrambling to recruit once fully developed, capable of bringing the world to ruin.
That's right.
Zhanghai had anticipated this reaction from everyone and let out a wry smile.
When he looked at Zay earlier, he'd been weighing whether to reveal the latter's true identity to strengthen their position.
But Chen had already agreed by then. And precisely because of that, he was all the more willing to share this secret with everyone.
He is an enhancement type awakened.
By expending mental energy, he can temporarily double his strength, which is why he is able to draw an 80 Jin Bao.
Double his strength. Everyone, including Chen, sucked in a sharp breath.
No wonder Zhanghai and the others had denied it. It turned out that Zay could normally only draw a bow with a 40 Jin draw weight, but when he activated his ability, his strength doubled, allowing him to draw an 80 Jin Bao.
If he were to reach the first level of body tempering, wouldn't he be able to draw a 200 Jin Bao right away? Chen felt a twinge of envy. These awakened really are pretty powerful.
Lu Yong and the others were grinning from ear to ear, secretly giving Chen a thumbs up. They never would have imagined that there was actually an awakened in Gu's settlement. No, Gu's settlement had already agreed to join their own village, which meant that, starting today, their village now had an awakened. These days, the status of an awakened goes without saying. Having someone like that stationed in the settlement greatly enhances security. So, just as Zhanghai and the others had praised Chen earlier, everyone began praising Zay.
Chen stood by, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Still, having an awakened join them was a great blessing both for himself and for Chen's settlement.
The first awakened. That's nothing. Zay snorted coldly and said, I've only just learned how to control my abilities. A one-fold power boost is just the beginning. Everyone was startled once again. Young man, are you saying your power can be amplified twofold, threefold? Gao Yang's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a basket of eggs. A look of astonishment flashed across Chen's eyes as well. Of course, Zhe replied without hesitation. The crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Is this the true power of an awakened? Ahem. Seeing that his son was getting a bit carried away, Zhang Hai quickly cleared his throat and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, it's not that easy. Xiao Zhe has only recently been able to control his abilities at will." Recently? Chen asked curiously, can't an awakened use their abilities freely from the very beginning?
Guodong and the others also looked puzzled. Their understanding of the awakened wasn't much greater than Chen's. They only knew that they were incredibly powerful, but nothing else. After all, the awakened and ordinary people might as well be living in two different worlds.
Zhang Hai shook his head. At first, Xiao Zhe didn't even realize he de-awakened his powers. It was only when he got emotionally worked up that his strength would surge dramatically. He didn't pay it any mind at first, but as it happened more often, he gradually caught on. Once we found out, we didn't know how to help him. He had to figure it out on his own. It wasn't until 2 years ago that he finally gained full control, though using his powers still left him exhausted every time. Later, as he became more proficient, his strength boost increased from half his normal power at the start to double it now. To be honest, we didn't really help him much during that time. It wasn't easy for him to get this far on his own. The key point is, even though Xiao Zhe isn't awakened, he didn't leave us. That's right. Xiao Zhe could have left.
Everyone else said, moved. Hearing this, Wodong and the others couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect for this young man.
Chen also nodded slightly.
This guy might look arrogant, but he is actually a decent person.
Besides, judging by Uncle Gu's tone, being an awakened isn't easy, is it? So what if someone has awakened abilities? How much power they can actually unleash depends on their individual talent. Brother Gu, rest assured. The fact that Xiao Zhe is an awakened is known only to those of us here. It will definitely not get out. Guodong thought of something and hurriedly added. Right. We'll keep it under wraps. That's perfect.
Zhang Hai said gratefully.
Chen.
Zhe suddenly turned to look at him.
Chen looked at him.
Chen, I'll admit it, you're stronger than me right now, Zhe said earnestly. But as long as I have enough food, it won't be long before I leave you in the dust.
Wodong and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What was that? A challenge?
Chen paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and agreed readily, sure, I'll be waiting for you to overtake me.
Everyone burst into laughter. It was getting late, and it was time to part ways. They agreed that the people from Gu's settlement would move over the next day, and Chen's settlement would make the necessary preparations, before going their separate ways. Guodong and the others were in high spirits, discussing what Zhe had just said and dreaming of a bright future. By the way, Xiao Fan, take a look at this. Suddenly, Gao Yang pulled a palm-sized booklet out of his pocket and said with a smile. What's this? Chen stopped in his tracks and looked closely. The booklet was very thin, with only a few pages, and several large characters were written on the cover. Meteor arrow technique? He stared in disbelief, glancing from the words to Gao Yang's face. The name looked exactly like a martial arts manual straight out of a wuxia novel. Although styles like Tai Chi and Xingyi Quan were indeed martial arts, this seemed a bit different, didn't it? Uncle Gao, where did you find this? Can we actually practice it? I don't know. I just found it on that guy with the bow and arrow, Gao Yang said sheepishly. He simply figured that since it was called an arrow technique, and Chen also used arrows, he figured showing it to him might be useful. Chapter 55, Is it all a hoax? What is this? Meteor arrow technique? People nearby gathered upon hearing the commotion, and after taking a look, they were left with nothing but question marks. Why does this thing look so familiar? Lu Yong used his free hand to rub his bald head as he racked his brain. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember. Didn't someone sell this kind of thing at the Song Fort Market? The Song Fort Market? Chen asked in surprise. Guodong and the others furrowed their brows. Someone was selling this kind of thing at the market? Why didn't I remember that? That's right, I remember now. Gao Yan nodded.
It was an old man. He looked shady, with shifty eyes.
Right, that's him.
Lu Yong exclaimed excitedly, I've been keeping an eye on him for a long time.
Every time I went there, he'd have his stall set up with over 10 of these things laid out in front of him. No wonder they looked familiar. Over 10 copies. Shen was taken aback. Right, over 10 copies.
There was the 9 Young Divine Art, the Great Transference of Heaven and Earth, the Scripture of Divine Illumination, the Secret of Longevity, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, too many to keep track of.
As Lu Yong spoke, Shen listened with his eyes wide open. 9 Young Divine Art? Great Shift of Heaven and Earth? Wait, aren't these all martial arts manuals from wuxia novels? They're here too?
If this had been before he traveled through time, he would just scoffed at the idea.
What era is this, anyway? Surely no one actually believes in that stuff, right?
But things were different here. Setting aside the awakened, according to Uncle Zhang, there were people who actually cultivated true qi. If they already had true qi, wouldn't it make perfect sense for the 9 Young Divine Art to exist here too?
Now that you mention it, I remember something. Qin Ming's eyes widened. It seems like some old con artist. The time before last, I even saw someone demanding a refund from him.
The old man refused, and they got into a big argument.
Right, I remember now too.
That old man ended up lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around, causing quite a commotion. In the end, the whole thing just fizzled out.
So, did the people from Li Settlement buy this from that old man too?
Everyone's gaze toward the thin booklet in Chen's hand took on a strange look.
Chen felt embarrassed. Was it a fake after all? Good thing he hadn't had any high hopes.
Sorry about that, Shafan, Gao Yang said with an awkward smile.
I thought it might be something valuable. It's okay, Uncle Gao, don't worry about it. Shen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As they walked on, he still felt a bit of lingering resentment, so he slung the bow over his shoulder, opened the cover with one hand, and decided to see what was written inside. How should I put it? It couldn't hurt to take a look, anyway. But as soon as he saw the first page, his brows knitted into a Chuan character. Who the hell wrote this? The handwriting is absolutely terrible. And to make matters worse, the writer seemed to think highly of his own work, trying to emphasize the brushstrokes of every single character. It was a classic case of trying to imitate a tiger but ending up looking like a dog. Is this thing even legit? He asked himself once again, his mind racing. Fighting off his discomfort, Chen finally finished reading the first page, and his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. This meteor arrow technique, it actually looks pretty legitimate, doesn't it? Draw the bow like a full moon, let the arrow fly like a meteor. This archery technique emphasizes speed above all else, using a special method of generating power to increase the arrow's velocity. It was said that once a certain level of mastery was reached, one could even stimulate the qi and blood within the body to unleash a secret technique called the chain meteor arrow. The so-called chain meteor arrow technique involved firing several arrows in rapid succession, each faster than the last, so fast that the later arrows could strike the ones fired before them while still in the air. The higher one's proficiency, the more arrows one could fire. The author of this manual, fearing that readers might not understand, thoughtfully included sketches that took up 2 entire pages. Chen's gaze fell on the phrase, stimulate qi and blood. He recalled that when he had previously aimed at the antelope, he had experienced a moment where drawing the bow required almost no effort, yet his body felt as if it had been drained of all strength. Could this be what they meant by stimulating qi and blood? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He'd ask Uncle Zhang about it when he got back. He flipped back 2 more pages to the section explaining how to practice this archery technique. It was written in plain, easy-to-understand language, and some of the content coincided perfectly with his own current insights. Could this archery technique actually be real? He shuddered slightly, feeling a surge of excitement. He flipped another page forward and suddenly realized it was over.
Apart from some basic introductory exercises, there was absolutely nothing about stimulating chi and blood, let alone the chain of shooting stars technique. He flipped back a few pages, and his gaze finally settled on the hand-drawn illustrations on those 2 pages. He felt a bit annoyed. This was way too shoddy.
With just this much content, people actually bought it?
Chen slipped the booklet into his pocket.
How should he put it?
He hadn't had high expectations to begin with, so he couldn't really say he was disappointed.
Oh well.
Since he still had a ways to go back to the settlement, he might as well take stock of his gains. With a thought, the absolute panel appeared before his eyes. He de-enhanced it once before, and all his attributes had risen by another 10%.
Realm, Body Tempering, 3rd level. Level, 7064. Constitution, 51.34. Strength, 35.38.
Agility, 22.80.
Spirit, 11.79. Potential points, 37 points day. Experience points, 162. His experience points had skyrocketed.
Most of it came from the people of the settlement. Killing one person yielded 710 experience points, whereas each antelope only provided 6-7 points. At the same time, a plus sign had appeared next to Body Tempering, 3rd level.
I've actually reached the breakthrough threshold?
Chen was overjoyed and quickly tapped on it, but then his smile froze on his face. Well, he had indeed reached the threshold.
With Constitution exceeding 50 points, the breakthrough conditions were triggered.
Unfortunately, with these stats, the success rate for a breakthrough was less than 30%. To achieve a 100% success rate, the average of Constitution, Strength, and Agility had to reach 45 points. Unfortunately, aside from his Constitution meeting the requirement, his Strength was only 35 points, and his Agility was even more dismal, barely 23 points, less than half the average.
Chen let out a wry smile. He knew it wouldn't be that simple to break through to a major realm.
According to Uncle Zhang, even in a large stronghold like Zhao Family Fortress, only 1 or 2 people had reached the flesh-refining realm.
It's not too bad. A few more rounds of enhancement should get me up to standard, he thought.
Deep down, he had a hunch that while the current breakthrough only required an average of the 3 attributes, later on, the spirit attribute might be factored in, and it might not even be based on an average. I'll need to not only strengthen my body but also raise my skill levels. He shifted his gaze downward, intending to check the proficiency of basic archery. After all, firing so many arrows in a row should have resulted in a significant increase. However, as his eyes scanned the screen, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise.
Something's off.
In the skill bar, Zhang Family Tai Chi had always been at the very top.
Now, above Tai Chi, how out a line of small text suddenly appeared. Chapter 56, Meteor Arrow Technique Incomplete.
Meteor Arrow Technique Incomplete, no clue 0%. Upon seeing this line, Chen's mind went blank, as if he'd been struck by a bell.
What's going on? He was absolutely certain that this line hadn't been there before. Could it be that?
Chen's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide with disbelief. That looked like a counterfeit version of the meteor arrow technique. It was the real thing.
His heart leapt with joy. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would the system have included this archery technique? And the name is the same? No, wait, it's a little different. Chen's gaze fell on the words incomplete.
That's right, this archery technique was indeed incomplete, with quite a few parts missing. However, his gaze fell on the second half of that line of small text, no clue 0%. Whether it was the font or the color, it was indistinguishable from the small text for Tai Chi. In other words, even though this archery technique was incomplete, could he still practice it, still increase his proficiency, and ultimately unlock its traits? Chen felt that must be the case. Of course, because it was incomplete, the traits unlocked would likely be significantly diminished, and he believed the secret techniques mentioned in the archery art would also remain out of reach.
He couldn't help but feel torn. Should he spend experience points to level up this incomplete technique? Why does it always feel like a chicken rib, something that's neither here nor there, neither worth keeping nor worth discarding?
Suddenly, he noticed something unusual.
The two characters incomplete following the four characters meteor arrow technique were a distinctly different color from the rest. It seemed as though they could be clicked. Should he give it a try? The thought crossed his mind. Instantly, 3 lines of text appeared in his mind.
Incomplete technique detected, 38% complete.
Do you wish to complete it?
Completion requires meeting certain conditions. Completion conditions: body tempering, second level basic archery LV6 time required, 1 day. Completing the technique requires a certain amount of time. The higher the fulfillment of the completion conditions, the less time is required. Chen could hardly believe his eyes.
Wow, you can actually complete a cultivation technique.
To complete this archery technique, there were 2 conditions: the second level of the body tempering realm. He was currently at the 3rd level, even slightly beyond it, and basic archery level 6, which he met exactly.
So why hesitate?
Of course, the choice was a resounding yes.
Technique being completed. Current progress, 0%. Estimated time, 12 hours.
As this message flashed through his mind, Chen felt an urge to jump for joy. He was absolutely overjoyed. Without a doubt, this meteor arrow technique was definitely an advanced archery technique. For him, it was like finding a pillow just when he was dozing off. Although it was incomplete and, in fact, missing the most crucial part. He had the system, which could complete the technique.
Didn't that mean he wouldn't have to panic anymore whenever he encountered an incomplete technique in the future?
Of course, there were requirements that seemed to be related to his cultivation realm and the level of his foundational martial arts.
Who knows, there might be other conditions down the line. No matter what, this is absolutely fantastic news. Chen's lips curled into a smile.
In just a little while he'd have his hands on a brand new, hot off the press advanced archery manual.
If only there were more.
At that thought, a flash of inspiration struck him. That's right, Uncle Lu and the others had mentioned earlier that the old man at Song Fort specialized in selling martial arts manuals straight out of wuxia novels. He originally thought the guy was a complete con artist, but now it seemed he did sell some genuine items like this archery manual, though it had been heavily censored. But for him, it didn't matter. Even if he got an incomplete copy, as long as it was authentic, he could record it and eventually fill in the gaps.
Uncle Lu? Lu Yong paused in his tracks, turned around in confusion, and looked at Chen. Xiao Fan, is something wrong?
Yeah.
Chen smiled slightly.
You mentioned that old man at Song Fort who sells martial arts manuals earlier.
How does he sell them? Lu Yong didn't catch on right away.
I mean, what kind of payment is required to get them? Chen said with a smile. He wasn't sure if he just needed to read a short excerpt or if he had to read a certain amount before he could input the manual into the system. So, he'd better be prepared to spend some money just in case. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and racked his brain. I remember, at first, it seemed like it took 100 jin of rice to buy one book.
100 jin of rice for one book? Chen was taken aback. There really are suckers out there who spend that much just to buy a martial arts manual of questionable authenticity?
Judging by this archery manual, even if the old man was selling the real thing, it was probably a watered-down version.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Yong laughed heartily. That old man claimed he was the 84th generation grandmaster of the Five Peaks sword sect, the real deal, no tricks, and said that even in Anshan City, an ordinary person would have to pay 300 or 400 jin of rice just to learn the most basic fist technique. He claimed his were powerful martial arts manuals, so this was a bargain.
So what happened?
Of course, nobody bought them. People aren't that stupid. By the time we got there, the price had dropped to 10 jin of rice per volume.
That's so rip-off. Chen gasped.
From 100 jin of rice per volume to 10 jin, that's not just having the price twice over, it's practically slashing it to the ankle. Yeah, later someone got talked into buying one. He claimed it was a martial art that could help you enter the realm of inner strength.
But when the buyer went back, an expert told him it was a fake. The guy got so angry he brought a bunch of people to cause a scene.
I mentioned this earlier. The old man ended up throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground, and the whole thing just fizzled out. He suddenly thought of something, widened his eyes, and looked at Chen.
Xiao Fan, You're not planning on buying one, are you?
It wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as he did, everyone turned to look at him.
I just want to check it out, Chen explained.
There was actually a bit of substance in that book we saw earlier, just not much.
I see.
Lu Yong scratched his head. To be honest, I don't really understand it either, but that old man is at the market in Song Fort.
When we go there in a day or two, you'll be able to see him.
Xiao Fan, you'd better keep your guard up when you go. That old man isn't easy to deal with.
Yeah, he is a real sly one, Gao Yang and the others warned.
Yeah, I'll be careful then.
Chen nodded solemnly.
To be honest, 10 gene of rice for a book, even a damaged copy, isn't a bad deal. But if he ended up with a fake, he'd be stuck with it, unable to complain.
And judging by this whole series of events, that old man was very likely someone with no scruples whatsoever. We'll see if I can snag it for free.
With that thought, he couldn't help but feel a bit more excited about the upcoming trip to Song Fort. Besides, with Zay and the others joining the group, the journey would be safer. After walking for a little over 2 hours, it was nearly evening. As the sun set in the west and the village came into view, Wodong turned around and instructed the group, "Once we're back inside the village, everyone must remember not to mention to anyone that Zay isn't awakened."
Everyone nodded.
At that moment, the entrance to the village was crowded with anxious people, and faint murmurs of discussion rose and fell. However, as the hunting party came into view, the commotion subsided, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But as they drew closer, expressions of utter shock spread across everyone's faces.
F5 Prey. Chapter 57, ISNT This a bit too sudden?
Someone shouted out. No one knew who in the crowd, which had been chattering just moments ago, fell instantly silent. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes fixed on the returning hunting party, or rather, on the prey they were carrying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, no, plus the one Chen was dragging 5 pieces of game.
My goodness, when has the village ever had such a bountiful harvest? Gulp. Wang Ping swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, I'm not dreaming, am I? I don't think so.
Zhao Feng shook his head blankly. He was certain that everything before him was real, not a dream. Zhang Ren, standing nearby, also looked stunned.
Could it be that this was Chen S doing again? That must be it, there was no one else it could be.
The hunting party drew closer and closer, every face beaming with joy. The group crossed the suspension bridge and entered the village. Amid the astonished and delighted gazes of the villagers, they set the game down on the ground. We've had a great haul today, all thanks to Xiao Fan, Lu Yong laughed heartily.
In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned to Chen. Wow! Chen brother is so awesome. More than 10 children's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Chen was now among the children, looking up at Chen with admiration. Last time we brought back so much game, this time there's even more, several times as much.
He really is our village's savior.
The elders were so overjoyed they were moved to tears.
Meng, standing in the crowd, was beaming just as brightly. Uncle Lu, don't say that.
Chen was at a loss for words. Everyone played a part in today's bountiful harvest. Lu Yong and the others were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. They had indeed put in the effort hunting the antelope, but when they encountered Li settlement later on, if Chen hadn't stepped in, who knows what might have happened to them. As for the game they brought back, they'd have been lucky to get even half of it. Still, it was best not to let the others know about what happened afterward. There was no benefit in it. We plan to take this game to Song Fort to trade for grain and salt. Once we've made the exchange, we'll distribute it among you all, Wodong said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Naturally, they had no objections.
Some of them had run out of salt several days ago.
Also, I have something important to tell you all.
Wodong explained the plan for Gu settlement to join them.
Instantly, it was as if a stone had been dropped into a calm lake, causing a huge stir.
What? The people from Gu settlement are moving here? Is that for real?
This is way too sudden.
Moving here is a good thing.
There is strength in numbers, and it'll be safer for the hunting parties when they go out.
That's right.
It'll also help defend the settlement against anyone with ill intentions. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just beasts that attacked small settlements. Some audacious individuals did so as well. After all, what's a quicker way to make money than robbery? Over the past few years, quite a few settlements had been destroyed because of this. In the last 2 or 3 years, such incidents had become less frequent, but they still occurred, especially in winter, when game was scarce. However, some people were worried. But there are quite a few people from Gu settlement, aren't there? I've heard there are about as many as in our settlement. No, maybe a few less. But with so many people arriving at once, will we have enough food? Wang Ping and the others exchanged glances. Having newcomers join them was certainly a good thing. There was a time when their settlement had 300 or 400 people, but unfortunately, many had left or gone their separate ways, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women and children behind. But with so many arriving all at once, could the settlement really handle it? Everyone, please quiet down. Wodong clapped his hands. Once the murmurs had died down, he settled the matter decisively. I've already agreed to their request. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they'll all be moving here tomorrow. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. From now on, we're all part of the same settlement. The crowd's eyes widened. Some looked excited, while others fell silent, their faces clouded with worry. As for game, don't worry. Everyone has seen Xiao Fan's archery skills for themselves. Over at Gu settlement, there is someone who is not much worse than Xiao Fan. He can draw a bow weighing 80 jin and is a skilled archer. Guodong said, glancing at Chen. That's right. Chen nodded. His name is Zhe. He is about my age, and he is quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere instantly grew silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Ping and the others held their breath. Even Zhang Run looked stunned. They were well aware of Chen's talent. For him to speak so highly of someone, this Zhe must be no ordinary person. That's right. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Once the people from Gu settlement arrive, life in our village will only get better and better. Exactly. Rest assured, everyone. Lu Yong and the others chimed in. It wasn't that they were saying it on purpose, it was simply what they truly believed. Zhe, he was an awakened, after all. Hearing this, those who had been worried gradually put their minds at ease. If Chen said that person was about as powerful as he was, didn't that mean the hunting party would have even more prey in the future than they did today? What was there to worry about then? Wodong and the others exchanged smiles. This matter was as good as settled. They just had to wait for Jianhai and the others to arrive tomorrow. As for housing in the village, there was plenty after all. At its peak, the place had accommodated 300 or 400 people. But by now, with some having left and others having died, only about 100 people remained. Before long, night fell, and the air in the village was filled with the aroma of food and the sounds of laughter and cheerful chatter. Everyone was full of hope for the future, especially since so many new faces were arriving tomorrow. They were all incredibly excited. Chen had been hungry for a while. He ate 3 or 4 jin of meat all by himself. Having reached the 3rd level of body tempering, he could clearly feel his appetite had increased significantly. But this was a good thing. After all, there were currently only 2 ways to gain potential points. One was through the system's idle mode, which granted a fixed number of points each day. It was decent in the early stages, but now it was merely icing on the cake. The other was by consuming food, specifically beast meat. The more he ate, the more points he gained, provided he didn't overeat. Nearly 4 jin of beast meat had earned him 40 potential points. You're not full yet, are you? Watching this scene, the woman couldn't help but chuckle. If you're not full yet, I'll go cook some more. Although she felt a twinge of regret at having used up over 10 jin of meat for this one dinner, she knew that without a full stomach, where would they find the strength to train or hunt? Mom, are you full yet? Chen let out a satisfied belch. If he could keep eating, he certainly would. Yin Fong smiled and turned to look at Chen Shen. Dad, Mom, I'm full too. Chen Shen rubbed his round belly, his little face beaming with contentment. Dad, what about you? Chen looked at Guodong. Guodong nodded. Then let us rest for a bit, and then come practice martial arts with us, Chen said with a smile.
Martial arts?
Yin Fan looked at Chen in surprise, then glanced at Guodong.
Guodong was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Xiao Fan, if you NT mentioned it, I almost forgot.
Alright, I'll go with you to learn martial arts later. By the way, I'll go get Uncle Lu and the others.
Okay. Chen agreed with a smile. The members of the hunting party went out hunting during the day.
If they could return in the afternoon, that would be fine, but if they were unlucky and didn't return until nightfall, they'd have no choice but to train at night. They would start with the hunting party, then move on to the children, and finally the women, taking it step by step. Ideally, the vast majority of the people in the village would become martial artists. Although, this would mean one person would have to work extra hard.
Chapter 58, The Power of Qi and Blood?
Half an hour later, Zhang Ren looked at the line of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he slowly spoke. Guodong, you've all decided you're all going to train in martial arts, right?
That's right.
Gao Yang was as energetic as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, or perhaps he'd just finished a meal and was brimming with energy. Old Zhang, we've all heard from Xiao Fan that once you become a martial artist, your strength doubles. And if you reach the second level of body tempering, your strength triples.
Yeah.
If each of us were as strong as Xiao Fan, we'd be able to bring back even more game. Old Zhang, we're really sorry we didn't practice when you offered to teach us before, but this time, we're serious, please teach us.
Their eyes were sincere, and their tone earnest. Wang Ping and the others standing nearby stared in bewilderment. What was going on here?
Why had Uncle Guodong and the others suddenly come over, asking Uncle Zhang to teach them techniques for strengthening their bodies?
Could it be that from now on, they'd all line up to practice standing postures and boxing forms together? That image was truly something to behold. Ahem. Zhang Ren cast a discreet glance at Chen.
He'd been wondering why, all of a sudden, Guodong and the others seemed to have coordinated their actions. If Chen hadn't been the one behind this, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Chen smiled at him, as if to say, Uncle Zhang, good luck.
Zhang Ren turned his gaze back to Guodong and the others.
Guodong, I'm more than happy for you to train in martial arts, but let me be clear from the start, becoming a martial artist isn't as simple as you imagine.
It requires unyielding determination.
And besides, you're all getting on in years. Compared to Wang Ping and the others, you'll have to put in far more effort to succeed.
Are you really mentally prepared for that?
After speaking, he narrowed his eyes, and an aura of power radiated from his body. The group of middle-aged men immediately felt the pressure. However, first of all, they had already given Chen their word. If they backed out now, where would their pride be?
Secondly, Wang Ping and the others were watching from the sidelines. Zhang Ren, I'm ready. Guodong took a deep breath and said. Me too. I'm good as well. Then let us get started. Lu Yong and the others also spoke up eagerly. Alright, let us begin right now.
First, line up in a row, 1 meter apart. Zhang Ren cut to the chase and, just as he had taught Chen and the others, started with the most basic standing posture. Chen nodded, thinking to himself that once the people from Gu settlement arrived, he'd have them join in the training, especially that Zhe guy. He had to admit that with that guy's psychic abilities combined with martial arts, even he felt a bit of pressure.
If he could be trained properly, that would be ideal.
Bro Fan, you're amazing. Just then, Wang Ping and the others gathered around, giving him thumbs up. You actually managed to convince Uncle Guodong and the others to practice martial arts. That's impressive.
It's not just impressive, it's downright visionary. Just think about it, if our hunting team were made up entirely of martial artists, wouldn't hunting be a piece of cake?
Exactly. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
It's not as simple as you think. Even for martial artists, hunting isn't easy.
Ha! The smiles on Wang Ping and the others' faces vanished instantly.
Even for martial artists, hunting isn't easy? You'll find out when the time comes.
Chen shook his head and said no more.
By the way, Chen, what about Zhe? Zhao Feng's expression was a bit complicated. I heard you guys say before that Zay is about your age and can draw a bow with 80 gene of tension? Is that true?
In an instant, Wang Ping and the others held their breath, staring intently at Chen.
Chen nodded.
Zhao Feng and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Uncle Zhang had said that Chen was a martial arts prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent, and that competing against him would only bring them misery.
But this Zay looked about the same age as them. How could he possibly draw such a heavy bow? Could it be that he, too, was a martial arts prodigy who comes along once in a century? Are martial arts prodigies just popping up everywhere these days?
His situation is a bit special. Seeing their reaction, Chen couldn't bear to watch and said, "Don't compare yourselves to him, just focus on doing your best."
Zhao Feng and the others gave a wry, helpless smile. Sure enough, the other guy was a martial arts prodigy.
They began to understand why Uncle Guodong had agreed so quickly to let Gu Settlement join Zay alone was reason enough.
By the way, Chen, I ran into some confusion while practicing archery today. Could you teach me? Zhao Feng asked.
Sure. Chen nodded, glanced at Zhang Ren, then led the group aside. He had originally wanted to ask Zhang Ren what it meant to unleash the power of qi and blood, but it seemed the other didn't have time right now, so he'd just have to wait a little longer. According to his father's instructions, the hunting party wouldn't go hunting tomorrow. Instead, they'd go out to welcome the people from Gu Settlement. The day after tomorrow, everyone would set out together for Song Fort to exchange food.
This would give him an extra day to accumulate potential points.
Ideally, he'd reach the flesh-refining realm before departure. If that proved impossible, he'd at least boost his strength enough to use a bow with a 200 gene draw weight. Compared to a 100 gene bow, this would double his range and increase his lethality. In addition, he was in the process of completing the meteor arrow technique. He was already about 1/3 of the way through and estimated he would finish it by tomorrow morning. With a more powerful bow paired with superior archery skills, his chances of success on this trip to Song Fort would undoubtedly be much higher. After instructing Zhao Feng and the others in archery, Chen planned to practice basic archery. Although he had plenty of experience points, he did not intend to spend them on these basic martial arts. For one thing, these basic martial arts consume a significant amount of experience points for limited improvement, whereas proficiency increases rapidly, making it ideal for practice. Advanced martial arts like Tai Chi, on the other hand, have a ceiling and progress slowly, but the gains are substantial, so allocating points to them is more cost-effective. Just as he was thinking this, a figure, limping slightly, walked toward him.
"Good evening, Uncle Zhang." Chen took the initiative to greet him.
Zhang Ren looked at him quietly.
Chen gave an awkward smile.
"I'm really sorry, Uncle Zhang. I should have discussed this with you beforehand, but I got back late today, so..."
"I don't blame you."
Zhang Ren shook his head, turned around, and addressed the group that was still persevering. "It's a good thing you were able to convince them, but I hope they're mentally prepared because not everyone can become a martial artist as quickly as you did. Take the Wei brothers, for example. It took them 2 or 3 years to achieve that. Of course, in comparison, food supplies are more stable now, but he didn't know how much faster the process would be.
Let us take it slow."
Chen, however, saw things clearly.
Instead of standing by the river and envying the fish, it's better to go home and weave a net. Slow progress is still better than doing nothing at all, right, Uncle Zhang? He.
Zhang Ren chuckled. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, there is something I've been meaning to ask you."
"What does it mean to unleash the power of qi and blood?" Chen asked.
"What?" Zhang Ren whipped his head around, utterly startled.
"You can use the power of qi and blood already?" Chapter 59, Why Don't We Learn Together?
His voice was so loud that 2 groups of people nearby turned to look.
Chen was startled as well. "Ahem, it's nothing. Go ahead." Zhang Ren, feeling a bit awkward, waved them off, then fixed his gaze on Chen. "You can really unleash the power of qi and blood now? Wait, how do you know all this?"
As far as he could recall, he'd never even mentioned it because the time hadn't come yet.
"It's this."
Chen had no intention of keeping it a secret and pulled out a thin booklet.
"Meteor Arrow Technique?"
Zhang Ren read the title aloud, taking it with a puzzled look on his face. As he opened the cover, just as Chen had expected, Zhang Ren immediately furrowed his brow. He read at an incredible speed, practically skimming through the text, and within seconds, he had flipped to the last page.
Is this an incomplete copy? The next moment, he looked at Chen. Chen nodded and told him what had happened on the way back. Zhang Ren's eyes widened. He never would have imagined that such a harrowing incident had occurred on the return trip.
Fortunately, Chen had remained calm in the face of danger and ultimately turned the crisis into safety.
Uncle Zhang, let us not tell the others in the village about this just yet, Chen whispered.
Zhang Ren acknowledged him, then looked at the thin booklet in his hand and muttered to himself, this meteor arrow technique must be a genuine martial arts manual.
It's a pity so much of it is missing, but come to think of it, that's to be expected. How could a mere 10 gene of rice possibly be enough to trade for a martial arts manual?
Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement.
By the way, Zhang Ren turned his head. You must have learned the phrase stimulate qi and blood from this text, right?
Yes. Chen hesitated, wondering whether he should share his earlier experience. Zhang Ren's voice continued, the power to stimulate qi and blood is something only those at the flesh-refining realm can possess.
Only at the flesh-refining realm? Chen's eyes widened. That's right.
Zhang Ren glanced at Guodong and the others practicing their stances and said, martial artists at the body-tempering realm still have relatively thin qi and blood within their bodies. Only upon reaching the flesh-refining realm, when the qi and blood become rich and concentrated, can one unleash the power of qi and blood.
What kind of effect does that have? Chen couldn't help but ask.
Naturally, greater strength and faster speed. For example, when fighting bare-handed, activating the power of qi and blood makes your punches faster and more destructive. If you're wielding a spear or a short sword, activating it makes your swings faster and your strikes heavier.
And if you're using a bow and arrow? He paused, looking at Chen.
You should be able to draw a heavier bow, and your arrows will fly faster.
Chen nodded, understanding. No wonder he hadn't exerted much effort when drawing the bow earlier, so that's how it was.
Come to think of it, this activation of qi and blood energy is pretty similar to that guy Zay's special ability. The path of a martial artist does seem to have quite a future after all. Of course, that doesn't mean you have to reach the flesh refinement realm to activate qi and blood energy. Zhang Ren added, some exceptionally talented individuals can do it as early as the third level of the body tempering realm.
However, if one's vital energy isn't yet robust, frequently channeling it can actually do more harm than good. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen whether intentionally or not, and seeing that the other didn't seem to catch on, he breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed he'd been overthinking things.
Come to think of it, how could someone at the first level of the body tempering realm possibly use the power of qi and blood?
Even passively, it wouldn't be realistic.
Uncle Zhang, so does that mean martial artists at the flesh refining realm can activate their qi and blood without any issues? Chen asked curiously. Not exactly. Zhang Ren shook his head.
Even martial artists at the flesh refinement realm won't use it lightly unless they have no other choice, because once they do, they enter a period of weakness. During that time, even a martial artist at the third level of the body tempering realm could kill them. If they use it frequently, they deplete their qi and blood even further. In the long run, that's tantamount to ruining their own future.
Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Sure enough, one must exercise restraint.
Though the power of qi and blood is potent, it's not an awakened ability. It doesn't get better the more you use it.
Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked, Uncle Zhang, is the gene power attained after entering the gene realm derived from the transformation of qi and blood?
A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Ren's eyes, then he nodded and said, that's right. When one's physique reaches a certain level of strength, gene naturally manifests within the body. Its effects are roughly the same as those of activated vital energy, but it's more powerful and has no side effects. If one becomes a dark gene martial artist, they can even channel their internal gene into an opponent's body to cause damage, making it impossible for the opponent to defend against.
As for transformed gene martial artists,
he didn't continue, instead looking up at the starry sky with a look of longing in his eyes.
Chen nodded. He felt as though he understood.
When the energy of qi in blood becomes dense enough, it transforms into gene energy.
And if gene energy becomes dense enough, can it then transform into true qi within the body? It's very possible. The path of martial arts is endless. In any case, keep working hard. Zhang Ren withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen.
He had a premonition that this young man before him would achieve boundless greatness in the future. Perhaps he could even become the person rumored to have cultivated qi within his body. Of course, he didn't know exactly when that would happen. It could be a few years, or it could be more than a decade.
Chen nodded, feeling a bit curious. He wondered what realm Uncle Zhang was at.
He was at least at the entry into Gene realm. Judging by his performance just now, he was most likely a master of the hidden qi realm.
By the way, there is one more thing I came to discuss with you. Uncle Zhang, go ahead. You're set to depart for Song Fort in a day or two, right? Chen nodded. Song Fort is a melting pot of all kinds of people.
If a conflict were to break out, the distance is too close. Your archery skills might not be as effective as usual.
What do you mean, Uncle Zhang? Chen seemed to understand.
Zhang
Ren nodded slightly.
You'd better learn to wield another weapon. It could be a spear or a sword. Both have their own advantages. A long spear, the longer it is, the more powerful it becomes. Once you've mastered spear techniques to a certain level, with a spear in hand, you'll be invincible.
It's extremely effective against both people and beasts.
But it has its drawbacks. It's too long to carry at all times, and it's not suitable for combat in confined spaces.
A sword is different.
As a short weapon, it's only a little over a meter long and can be carried at all times. Even if you don't have a sword, in a pinch you can pick up a branch or a wooden stick and use it as a sword. In actual combat, a short sword is fierce and formidable, with great intimidating power. The downside is its short reach when facing beasts. The likelihood of getting injured is much higher than when using a spear.
After speaking, he furrowed his brow, clearly torn on Chen's behalf. Which one should he learn? Or rather, which one should he learn first?
In his opinion, he would definitely lean toward learning the spear, since that was his area of expertise. But Chen was a master of archery, so it would undoubtedly be more appropriate for him to learn a short weapon to compensate for his weakness in close combat. Besides, when dealing with beasts, if he could shoot arrows from a distance, why bother using a spear in close combat?
Uncle Zhang, how about we learn both? Chen thought for a moment and asked. Chapter 60, The 8 Extreme Spear Technique.
Looking into Chen's sincere and confident eyes, Zhang Ren snapped out of his daze.
That's right.
For most people, mastering either spear or sword techniques to a high level is already no small feat. Take him, for example. He considered his spear technique passable, but when it came to swordsmanship, he could at best offer some guidance to a beginner. He was worlds apart from true masters of the sword.
But this young man standing before him was no ordinary person, was he?
In less than a day, he demastered the basics of the Tai Chi form, something that usually took others a week or even several weeks to learn. In less than 3 days, he'd likely have grasped the fundamentals of Tai Chi Chuan.
With that kind of natural talent, might it actually be possible to learn 2 completely different weapons at the same time?
With that thought, he cleared his throat and said, Chen, are you really set on this? Let me make one thing clear, learning 2 weapons at the same time is much harder than learning 2 styles of boxing.
Yeah, Uncle Zhang, I'll give it a try first.
If it doesn't work out, I'll just drop one of them, Chen replied with a smile.
All right.
Zhang Ren furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that the phrase, I'll give it a try, sounded strangely familiar.
Chen, too, felt a surge of excitement inside.
Others might worry about getting the 2 styles mixed up, but with his martial arts panel, he had nothing to fear.
Besides, the characteristics of different martial arts could stack. Who wouldn't want to have more skills? Uncle Zhang, when learning spear and sword techniques, do I have to start from the very basics? Once I have a solid foundation, can I move on to more advanced martial arts?
Thinking of that book, Meteor Arrow Technique, Chen couldn't help but look at Zhang Ren with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain that Zhang Ren must have advanced versions of basic spear techniques. Perhaps there were advanced sword techniques as well.
Zhang Ren glanced at him, his gaze seeming to say, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
Of course you have to start with the basics, he said, his face regaining its usual seriousness the moment martial arts were mentioned. The basic spear techniques include blocking, seizing, thrusting, chopping, sweeping, and stabbing, among others. The basic sword techniques include chopping, slashing, thrusting, sweeping, and parrying. You must master all of these before you can learn true spear and sword techniques.
Got it, Uncle Zhang, Chen replied. I'm just a little curious. Once I've mastered these basic moves, what are the real spear and sword techniques I'll be learning? You're asking for the names? Zhang Ren paused, taken aback. Chen nodded repeatedly. Zhang Ren gave him a deep look.
If Wang Ping or the others had asked that question, he would have scolded them a bit. They couldn't even crawl yet, and they were already thinking about running?
But Chen, well. The sword technique is Tai Chi sword. As for the spear technique, it's Bagua great spear art, he said coldly. Chen's eyes widened.
The first one, Tai Chi sword technique, sounded pretty standard, but the second one, Bagua great spear technique, that sounded incredibly imposing.
Judging by the hint of reluctance in Uncle Zhang's expression, this must be his most closely guarded secret, right? Follow me.
Zhang Ren walked forward, letting out a quiet sigh inwardly. If it had been 10 years ago, he wouldn't have passed on anything, not even Tai Chi, let alone the Bagua long spear technique. But times have changed. Dwelling on such things now was pointless. Besides, Wodong had saved his life and looked after him all these years.
As long as Chen could master it, he wouldn't regret revealing that technique. For now, the time wasn't right.
The two entered the warehouse once more, and Chen's gaze fell on the longbow with a draw weight of 200 jin. He had originally planned to strengthen his body first, boost his strength attributes, and use this bow to practice basic archery, but now it seemed he'd have to wait a little longer.
Try this.
Zhang Ren tossed him a wooden spear over 2 meters long, with a sharp tip and a red tassel fluttering at the base of the shaft.
Chen caught it, weighed it in his hand, and said, "Uncle Zhang, doesn't this feel a bit too light?"
Light? Zhang Ren looked at him. Even though the shaft is made of wood, this spear weighs 10 jin. Don't let the fact that you can draw a bow with a 100 jin draw weight fool you. Long weapons like this aren't that easy to wield.
You'll see for yourself in a moment.
Chen hesitated for a moment but insisted, "Uncle Zhang, it's been a day, and I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. This spear feels too light, let us switch to a heavier one." He could, of course, do as Zhang Ren suggested, but that would make leveling up his basic spear techniques too slow.
How heavy do you want it? Zhang Ren looked a bit exasperated. Chen thought for a moment. 20 jin, I guess.
An average person can wield a 10 jin spear and, with daily practice, eventually swing it with ease. But his strength attribute had already reached 35 points, more than 3 times that of an average person, so he might as well start with a 20 jin spear to warm up. Zhang Ren glanced at him, turned around, pulled a long spear from the rack, and tossed it over. Chen reached out the moment it landed in his hand, his palm sank downward. This weight was twice that of the previous spear, at least 20 jin. The spear was nearly 3 meters long, its shaft jet black and radiating a chilling aura, while the tip glinted with a cold light that sent shivers down one's spine.
Let us start with spear techniques first,
Zhang Ren said, glancing at the rack not far away where swords and knives were displayed. He was skeptical about whether Chen would be able to continue learning sword techniques after mastering spear techniques tonight. When the two stepped outside and saw the iron spear in Chen's hand, Wodong, Wang Ping, and the others all looked taken aback.
Xiao Fan, is he going to learn spear techniques as well? Gao Yang asked, wide-eyed. I'm afraid so. But doesn't Xiao Fan know how to shoot a bow? And his aim is so precise he never misses a shot. Is this really necessary?
Gao Yang still couldn't wrap his head around it. If his archery was that precise, why the hell would he even bother practicing the spear?
Old Gao, haven't you heard the saying?
The more skills you have, the better. Besides, what if one day he runs out of arrows? If that happens, he can still pick up the spear and hold his own.
Exactly. Didn't you know?
Ancient archers were also skilled in close combat. Ordinary people were no match for them.
Xiao Fan really is far-sighted. The group marveled. Over by Zhao Feng and Wang Ping, the pressure was mounting. Oh my god, Brother Fan is actually going to learn how to use a spear too? Is he leaving us any way out?
Wang Ping felt like crying but had no tears to shed. He'd been planning to master his spear skills so he could cover for Brother Fan later.
He probably just doesn't want any weaknesses.
Zhao Feng said slowly.
Yeah, that must be it. If you only know how to shoot a bow, what if an enemy gets too close? They won't give you a chance to take aim. And if you don't know how to use a gun, you can't exactly go in bare-handed and fight them, can you?
Few Brother Fan's archery is already so amazing, and he is still constantly learning new things. We really need to step up our game.
Exactly.
The people from Gu settlement are moving in tomorrow, and that guy named Zhe is probably a tough opponent too.
We've got to step up our game.
As they spoke, they all unconsciously felt a tremendous sense of pressure.
Chapter 61, Basic Gunmanship, Unlocked. In the open field. Chen gripped his long gun.
He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he felt a surge of confidence, a feeling completely different from when he held a bow and arrow.
Zhang Ren watched Chen's hands gripping the spear and furrowed his brow. Still, it was understandable. Chen had never trained with a spear before and didn't know the proper grip.
Spearmanship is easy to learn but hard to master, he said slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. The easy to learn part is straightforward. Even a novice, facing an enemy with a spear over 3 meters long, won't feel too much fear. You just need to follow your instincts and thrust the spear forward. The difficulty lies in the spear's length, especially a long spear, which is at least twice a person's height, or even 4 or 5 meters.
Do you know what that means?
Chen shook his head instinctively.
Leverage. Zhang Ren uttered the 2 words.
If you consider your left hand as the fulcrum, then your right hand and the tip of the spear are the 2 ends of the lever. The spearhead acts as a force-multiplying lever. The longer the spear, the more pronounced the lever effect becomes. In this situation, even if your strength outmatches someone else's, if your technique is inferior, you'll still be overwhelmed by someone weaker than you. If you don't believe me, I'll spar with you using the strength of an ordinary person. Of course, if there is a difference of 2 minor realms or 1 major realm between us, it's a different story.
He added. I believe you. Chen said solemnly. He wasn't stupid.
He hadn't even unlocked basic spear technique yet, and he was about to spar with someone who was very likely a spear master in a spear duel.
Wasn't that?
At that thought, his body suddenly jolted.
Wait a minute.
It seemed he'd found a way to rapidly improve his spear proficiency.
That's right, sparring with Zhang Ren.
Zhang Ren didn't know archery, and besides, that skill didn't seem like something you could spar with anyway.
Even if you could, he'd just be taking advantage of him. But gunmanship was different. If they removed the gun barrels, a one-on-one duel seemed entirely feasible, didn't it?
Zhang Ren, of course, had no idea what Chen was thinking. Seeing that Chen was being quite earnest, he nodded slightly and continued, it's not just physical fitness, it's also comprehension.
I know you have a high aptitude for martial arts.
A month with a staff, a year with a sword, a lifetime with a spear. Some people can defeat someone who has trained with a staff for a year after just 1 month of practice. Others can defeat someone who has trained with a sword for 10 years after just 1 year of practice.
Aside from differences in physical fitness, it all comes down to comprehension.
But that approach doesn't work with spear techniques. He fixed his gaze on Chen clearly. These words were meant as a warning. No matter how talented a practitioner is, it's impossible to master advanced spear techniques overnight.
As long as the method is correct, someone who has trained longer than you will always be better than you. Chen nodded obediently. Maybe that is true.
But he didn't need to worry about that at all. As long as he practiced repeatedly, his proficiency would skyrocket. Mastering advanced gun techniques quickly really wasn't that hard. One last point, Zhang Ren emphasized, is something you need to pay special attention to from now on. Wang Ping and the others are still making this mistake even now. The way you're holding the gun right now, you're thinking of swinging it straight up and down, or swinging it horizontally in a straight line. Aren't you? These moves can be used, but they shouldn't be relied on too often.
Ha! Chen was taken aback.
He remembered Zhang Ren mentioning earlier that the basic techniques of spearmanship included moves like slashing and smashing. Because the spear is not only long but also heavy once it strays from the center line, it's very difficult to quickly realign it using brute force alone. The key to spear technique lies in maintaining the center line. It's somewhat easier against beasts, but if your opponent is a human, their width is only a little over 20 centimeters. In other words, if the tip of your spear deviates 10 centimeters from the center line, it won't inflict any damage at all, and yet, for the tip to deviate by 10 centimeters, your hand might have only shifted by 1 or 2 centimeters.
Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Was this what they meant by a hair's breadth makes all the difference?
So, the tip of the spear should follow an arc-shaped trajectory on the coronal plane, the so-called spear circle. This, along with keeping the base of the spear pressed against your waist, is quite counterintuitive and requires a lot of practice to internalize.
Do you understand? Chen nodded repeatedly. Just saying it isn't enough, you have to commit it to memory.
Zhang Ren snorted coldly.
All right, let us officially begin. First up was the most basic element, the ready stance.
Chen stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his body naturally upright, his gaze fixed ahead, and the spear held steadily in his hands.
Not bad. Zhang Ren nodded.
He stepped forward, a spear now appearing in his hand, and began demonstrating the basic movements.
Thrust. Counterattack. Intercept. Slash. Stab. Strike. And finally, retracting the spear. Wang Ping and the others, watching from a short distance away, felt a pang of sadness.
Because when Zhang Ren had demonstrated the moves for them, he hadn't shown nearly this many. It had been nothing more than a forward thrust. After he lowered the spear at the end, a line of small text finally appeared in the skill bar. Basic spear technique, LVU 0.1%.
Chen exhaled.
Wielding this 20-gene spear was indeed no easy task. Just one set of movements had left him with a thin sheen of sweat, though he was still far from his limit. Also, the weight of the spear likely played a role. After completing the sequence, his proficiency had increased by 0.1%. If he used the previous 10-gene spear, the increase would probably have been only about half that.
Looks like I'll need to practice 1,000 times to level up. Chen thought, feeling motivated. Let us keep going. Just then, Zhang Ren's voice rang out again from ahead. Once, twice, 3 times.
Zhang Ren sheathed his spear and turned to look at Chen.
Keep practicing like this thousands upon thousands of times until it becomes muscle memory. Then you'll have mastered the basics. What about the 8 extreme spear technique? Chen asked in a low voice. You're still a long way off.
Zhang Ren glanced at him, then looked off into the distance.
You practice here for now. I'm going over there to take a look. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Chen looked away and took a deep breath. It seemed the prerequisites for the Ba Ji Great Spear technique were quite high, didn't they?
Even so, he had no intention of spending his experience points on basic spear techniques.
So what if it's hundreds or thousands of times?
Even if it were thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions of times, he had the motivation to persevere. Ready, thrust, parry, strike, retract the spear. He focused his full attention on every movement, striving to execute each one perfectly, not daring to relax or slack off even for a moment, otherwise, he wouldn't gain any proficiency.
Going through this entire sequence took nearly half a minute.
After 10 minutes, he began to feel the strain.
Half an hour later, he was soaked in sweat. An hour later, he looked as if he'd taken a bath. He was drenched from head to toe.
Wang Ping and the others had long since been left speechless. Although their own spear training sessions would also last an hour, the movements were nowhere near this difficult, and the spears they used weighed only 6 or 7 gene. After finishing their stances, Guodong, Lu Yon, and the others who had also just started their rifle drills were stunned as well.
Gao Yang wiped the sweat from his eyes, glanced at Chen, who was still repeating the drills,
then looked at Zhang Ren and instinctively asked, "Has Xiaofan always pushed himself this hard?"
"It's been over an hour, hasn't he it?"
Zhang Ren took a look and said slowly, "That's right.
He has always been like this." Instantly, everyone fell silent.
The aching in their bodies seemed to vanish in that moment.
2 hours had passed.
Chen was panting heavily, his arms feeling as heavy as 1,000 jin. Because his form had slipped, he failed to gain any proficiency several times. The good news was that as he grew more familiar with the movements, his proficiency gain gradually increased from 0.1% to 0.15%, and then to 0.2%. He looked at his skill bar. Basic marksmanship, LV 0.35.6%.
Still more than half to go? Chen sighed inwardly.
At his current rate of 0.2% per attempt, he'd need to practice another 322 times, nearly 3 hours. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, maybe he was too close to the situation to see the big picture. Clearly, there was a faster way.
Chapter 62, Traits and Equipment. How could he speed things up? By allocating skill points directly, of course.
He'd previously been biased, believing that spending experience points on basic martial arts was a poor value. For the same amount of experience, upgrading advanced martial arts yielded far greater attribute gains than the former. However, that only became true once the level of basic martial arts was high, for example, when advancing from level 1 to level 2 or level 2 to level 3.
The higher the level, the lower the return on investment from using experience points. Going from level 0 to level 1 was a different story. Not only does it require fewer experience points, but it's also more challenging.
Investing experience points to level up at this stage is practically twice the result with half the effort.
I should have thought of this sooner.
Chen felt a twinge of regret. Still, it wasn't all bad. At least it allowed Uncle Zhang and the others to witness his hard work. It looks like today I'll not only learn basic spear technique, but basic sword technique as well. A smile flashed across his face. Immediately afterward, with a thought, he invested 1 point of experience into basic gunmanship. His basic gunmanship proficiency shot up instantly to nearly 70%.
Just as I thought. He felt a surge of joy.
Without his previous practice, raising basic gunmanship from 0 to level 1 would have only required 3 points of experience.
I wonder what kind of trait this will unlock.
His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he invested another point of experience. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through his body, washing away some of his fatigue.
It was just too subtle. My constitution has definitely improved, as has my strength. It feels like my body has gotten a bit lighter, too. Could it be that I've unlocked 3 traits at once?
He hurriedly checked his stats, and upon seeing them, his eyes widened in shock. Basic spearmanship, LV1 3.5%, traits, strengthened body LV1, power LV1, agility LV1, martial prowess LV1.
4 traits. Chen took a deep breath.
The first 3 were old acquaintances. They boosted the skill by 1 level and increased his constitution, strength, and agility by 1 point each.
For a basic martial art, that was to be expected. But what about this weapon prowess?
He looked closer.
Weapon prowess, for every level the skill increases, the block chance is additionally increased by 30%. Takes effect only when a polearm is equipped. Blocking? Chen understood.
When martial artists clash with bladed weapons, the importance of blocking goes without saying. Failing to block means injury at best, and death at worst.
The block chance is naturally influenced by the difference in physical prowess between the 2 combatants. It's a dynamic value.
This trait, however, further boosts the block chance on top of that, making it undeniably powerful.
Judging by the fine print at the bottom, it seems this isn't limited to spears. Any polearm will do. Upon reading this, Chen couldn't help but think to himself, this trait is pretty impressive. Isn't it? As the level increases and the probability reaches a certain threshold, could it even block bullets? What are you thinking about? You're so deep in thought. Just then, Zhang Ren walked over and asked.
Chen snapped back to reality and smiled. Uncle Zhang, I was reflecting on what just happened.
Oh? A hint of approval flashed in Zhang Ren's eyes. Then show me what you've got. Let me see how it works. Chen was more than happy to oblige.
Without hesitation, he demonstrated all the basic moves he practiced earlier. Although his movements weren't exactly fluid and graceful, each move was precise and methodical. It looked like the real deal. This kid really is a prodigy. Zhang Ren mused to himself. He already braced himself to some extent before coming, and the results proved him right.
Uncle Zhang, what do you think?
Chen sheathed his spear and stood at attention as he asked.
Not bad. Zhang Ren uttered the two words casually.
But you're still a long way from being able to practice the Bagua spear technique. Hearing this, Chen didn't get discouraged. Instead, he grinned and said, Uncle Zhang, I've thought of a way that might help me improve faster.
Zhang Ren was taken aback.
Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly realized something, and a strange expression crossed his face.
You aren't thinking of sparring with me, are you?
Yep. Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Is that okay, Uncle Zhang?
If he were practicing alone, his proficiency gain would likely be only half of what it was just now, maybe even less than half.
He was a bit reluctant to spend his experience points.
After all, leveling up grants 3 attribute points, not a huge amount, but not insignificant either, plus a martial arts trait that delivers immediate benefits. Hearing this, a meaningful smile flashed across Zhang Ren's face. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he sparred with anyone.
Sure.
He agreed readily. And so, a strange scene unfolded.
In the open space, Chen and Zhang Ren, each holding a spear with the tip removed, stood 4 or 5 meters apart, surrounded by a circle of onlookers.
Brother Fan is so awesome.
Wang Ping exclaimed, You've only been learning for a short while and now you're going to spar with Uncle Zhang?
Yeah,
we haven't even mastered the basic thrust yet.
Brother Fan probably doesn't stand a chance, right?
He probably doesn't stand a chance, does he?
Guodong and the others were a bit quieter, watching intently.
If you pierce me, you win.
Zhang Ren said to Chen, Come on. Chen took a deep breath, tensed his whole body, and immediately thrust his gun forward.
Clang!
A crisp sound of impact rang out. Zhang Ren's gun wavered slightly as he blocked Chen's attack, and the corner of his mouth curled up.
Kid, that's all you've got?
That one cut it.
Chen silently withdrew his gun.
He appeared unfazed, but in reality, he was secretly glancing at his skill bar.
Basic gunmanship, LV 23.6%.
It had increased by 0.1%. It didn't seem like much, but consider that this was the proficiency gain from just a single thrust.
What if he thrust twice or 3 times in a row?
Chen swallowed hard and began to move slowly. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Ren's eyes. He thought to himself, this kid's got some skills. He's not like those beginners who just stand there like idiots when they first start practicing with a gun. However, he remained rooted in place, not even turning his head when Chen walked up alongside him.
Isn't Uncle Zhang putting himself at a disadvantage like this?
Seeing this, a young man watched with bated breath.
You're overthinking it.
Zhao Feng shook his head, looking at the 2 men in the center of the arena. It's clear Uncle Zhang doesn't take Chen seriously.
The atmosphere suddenly fell silent.
Just then, Chen's spear shot forward at lightning speed.
Crack! Crack! Clang!
The spears collided, producing 3 crisp sounds in quick succession. Chen swiftly withdrew his spear and glanced at his skill panel.
3 consecutive thrusts had increased his proficiency by nearly 0.5%. Sure enough, real combat was the fastest way to improve. He's full of openings.
Zhang Ren silently assessed in his mind. If he were the attacker, he could have struck Chen with a single thrust. Still, for a beginner who just picked up a spear, this performance wasn't bad at all. The only question was how far this kid could take his spearmanship and whether he'd eventually be able to give Zhang Ren a good, satisfying fight. And so, the incessant clanging of spears continued to echo across the open field.
Chen went from 3 attacks at the start to 4, then 5.
His proficiency soared rapidly from 4.5% to 5.1%, then 6%. Finally, after nearly an hour, his proficiency reached 99.5%, then 100%. In an instant, a warm surge coursed through his entire body. Basic gunmanship has been upgraded. Chapter 63, You've earned the right to see me in action. Basic gunmanship, LV2 0%, traits, physical strength LV2, power LV2, agility LV2, weapon proficiency LV2. Chen took a deep breath and gripped the long gun tightly with both hands. An unprecedented sense of familiarity welled up in his heart, as if, in that moment, he had already practiced these basic moves 100,000 times. Whoosh! Suddenly, he thrust his spear forward like a venomous snake, striking its speed 3 parts faster than before. What? Zhang Ren, who had been daydreaming, looked startled and hurriedly pulled his spear back to block the fierce thrust. Crack! A crisp clang echoed across the clearing, the sound noticeably louder than before. Chen immediately closed in, thrusting his spear out again in rapid succession. This time, Zhang Ren was prepared and blocked them all with ease. Yet the look of shock on his face grew deeper and deeper. No, something's off. These last few thrusts were much faster than before. The spear is known as the Thief of 100 Weapons. It earned this nickname precisely because of its speed. Could it be that this kid has improved even further in just the past hour? Basic spear technique, LV2 0.3%. Chen, of course, had no idea what Zhang Ren was thinking at that moment. As he withdrew his spear, he glanced at his skill bar. The rate of increase in proficiency had slowed down once again. But he was quite satisfied to have advanced 1 level in just 1 hour. Uncle Zhang. Chen holstered his gun, looked at Zhang Ren, and said gratefully, "It's getting late. Why don't we call it a day with the gun training?" Back when he was practicing archery, Zhang Ren had served as his sparring partner, and now that he was practicing with a gun, it was no different. With the system allowing him to track his progress, he naturally enjoyed it. But for Uncle Zhang, it was incredibly tedious and monotonous. Zhang Ren holstered his gun and asked, "Are you tired?" "A little." Chen smiled. He'd been practicing spear work for nearly 3 hours. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. Besides, his stomach was starting to growl a bit. "A little?" Zhang Ren furrowed his brow slightly. "So that means you can keep going, then?" "Huh?" Chen froze, staring at him in surprise. "Don't worry about me. I've barely scratched the surface." Zhang Ren said casually, glancing at Guodong and the others nearby, "That's it for tonight. You guys can all head home." Wang Ping and the others immediately lit up with joy. Even Lu Yong and Gao Yang all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. However, when their eyes fell on Chen, the smiles on their faces slowly faded. "Xiao Fan, Dad's heading home now. Don't practice too late," Guodong advised. "Don't worry, Dad, I've got it under control." Chen smiled at him. As the group dispersed in small clusters, Zhang Ren beckoned to Chen. "Those shots you fired earlier had great momentum. Keep it up." "Got it." A fierce determination flared in Chen's eyes. Since Uncle Zhang was still up for it, he was more than happy to oblige. However, his body had truly reached its limit. Even if he could push through, the lack of power would mean the proficiency he gained afterward would be compromised. In that case, "Uncle Zhang, I'm going to use the restroom." "Go ahead," Zhang Ren said, at a loss for words. Chen chuckled. In truth, he didn't really need to use the restroom. He was worried that the physical changes caused by the enhancement might draw the other's attention. To be on the safe side, he'd better find a secluded spot. After confirming no one was around, he focused his mind. A powerful surge of heat welled up from his heart, coursing through every fiber of his body. In less than 2 seconds, his entire body had returned to peak condition. No, even better than before. Realm, Body Tempering, 3rd level. Level, 80100. Constitution, 58.67. Strength, 41.11. Agility, 27.28. Spirit,
12.97. Potential points, 38 7 points day. Experience points, 160. Not bad.
My strength attribute has finally reached 40 points. I can use a bow with a 200 gene draw weight now. Chen nodded with satisfaction. The average of his three main attributes had also reached 42 points, just 3 points short of the breakthrough threshold. He glanced briefly at the rest of the stats and turned to walk away.
All set? Zhang Ren looked over, his eyes suddenly narrowing slightly.
His intuition told him that Chen seemed a little different now, somehow more alert.
Yeah, Uncle Zhang, I'm about to start.
Chen rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Since he didn't have to go hunting tomorrow anyway, it wouldn't matter if he practiced until the early hours of the morning.
Go ahead.
Let us see how long it takes you to hit me with the spear if I don't fight back.
The corners of Zhang Ren's mouth turned up. Uncle Zhang, if I manage to hit you with the gun, will there be a reward? Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. You want a reward?
No, I was just asking out of curiosity, no hidden meaning, Chen hurriedly explained.
He had a bad feeling about this. Unfortunately, it was already too late.
Of course there's a reward. The reward is that I'll fight back,
Zhang Ren said meaningfully.
Chen was speechless. He was just about to ask what kind of reward that was when he swallowed the words.
Because this was a good thing.
His proficiency would surely increase at an astonishing rate then. It was just that he didn't have the ability right now. If Uncle Zhang intervened, the battle would likely come to a halt.
Alright, Uncle Zhang, I'll do my best and aim to hit you as soon as possible. Chen took a deep breath and said.
The crisp sound of clashing steel rang out in the air once more. This time, Chen managed to thrust his gun more than a dozen times in a row. After a brief pause, he continued, his offensive as relentless as a surging river, unceasing and unbroken.
Zhang Ren's eyes lit up with visible excitement.
Although Chen wasn't yet skilled enough to prompt him to intervene, his fighting spirit left him somewhat satisfied. Indeed, a spearman should possess this kind of unstoppable momentum. He truly looked forward to the day when he and Chen could face off with their great spears in a thrilling battle. He hoped that day wouldn't be too far off. As for Chen, watching his proficiency rise rapidly, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. When his basic spear technique was at level 2, he had to thrust 6 times in a row just to increase his proficiency by 0.3%. Now, at the peak of his abilities, he could thrust more than 10 times in a single breath, and his proficiency shot up by nearly 1%. After catching his breath, he fired off another dozen or so shots, and his proficiency shot up another 1%. It had to be said that, spurred on by such immediate and tangible results, he was brimming with energy. Before he knew it, he had entered a state of complete absorption. It wasn't until a warm current flowed through his body that he snapped back to reality. Basic spear technique, LV 30%, traits, physical strength LV 3, power LV 3, agility LV 3, weapon proficiency LV 3. At that moment, he felt that the spear in his hand was no longer just a spear, but an extension of his own body, as easy to control as his own arm. With a whoosh, the spear tip moved like lightning, so fast it left only an afterimage. Nice work, kid. Zhang Ren couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Thankfully, he learned from his previous mistake, otherwise, he would been struck this time. However, this time, Chen's attacks came like a raging storm in the blink of an eye. He unleashed more than 20 thrusts, each faster than the last. The clanging sounds were like firecrackers, ringing out non-stop. After 33 thrusts, Chen was panting heavily, a look of resignation in his eyes. He had given it his all. Yet even so, every single thrust had been blocked by his opponent, and he had no doubt that even if he threw another 100 thrusts, the result would be the same. Kid. Zhang Ren's gaze held a hint of seriousness. I admit, as you are now, you've earned the right to make me draw my sword. Chapter 64, this kid's blocking is a bit out of this world. Hearing this, Chen was startled and blurted out, Uncle Zhang, do you mean you're going to make your move next? That's right. Zhang Ren nodded slightly. You've improved faster than I ever imagined. If I keep defending like this, it's only a matter of time before you get a shot in. Chen chuckled.
Was this a backhanded compliment of sorts? Don't get too excited just yet.
Zhang Ren saw right through his smugness.
The best defense is a good offense.
When your attacks leave your opponent gasping for breath and forced to defend constantly, that is something to be proud of. But you're clearly not there yet.
I know. Chen sighed helplessly.
Just as he expected, that was Uncle Zhang's true nature.
Take a break.
And let me remind you, things won't be as easy later on as they are now, Zhang Ren said casually.
In reality, he was utterly stunned inside. What kind of monster was this kid, anyway?
Even for him, it had taken 2 or 3 years to reach this level.
And this kid in just a few hours? If he hadn't witnessed this series of changes firsthand, he would never have believed it.
If he has enough time to keep growing, his future potential is limitless.
He mused inwardly.
After a brief rest, the two stood facing each other once more.
Before we start, I want to ask you something. Sure, Uncle Zhang, go ahead, Chen nodded.
Are you currently at the first level of body tempering?
Chen's expression shifted slightly.
Oh no, he'd been so focused earlier, giving his all with every strike, that he hadn't held anything back at all. A look of I knew it flashed across Zhang Ren's eyes. If my earlier assessment was correct, your current strength should have reached the 3rd level of body tempering. In that case, I'll fight you using only the strength of the 1st level. As he spoke, his gaze returned to its usual calm.
Had Chen broken through again after his last breakthrough? Or had he broken through from the very beginning but simply hadn't told him the truth?
Perhaps it was the former, or perhaps the latter, but dwelling on these details was pointless.
Becoming stronger was what mattered most. First level of body tempering.
Chen was taken aback. He had expected his opponent to say, I'll fight you using 3rd level of body tempering strength. But he quickly realized that if Uncle Zhang were to draw upon 3rd level body tempering strength and combine it with his vast experience, he'd likely be able to beat him senseless.
Aha, Uncle Zhang, I got it.
He licked his lips, feeling a bit nervous.
Here it comes.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Ren gave his spear a sharp flick, and his entire aura shifted abruptly.
Whoosh! So fast.
Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly blocked the attack.
A crisp crack rang out.
Zhang Ren shook his head to himself. This kid still lacked experience. The next moment, he raised his front hand slightly while pressing his backhand downward. The spearhead shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming straight for Chen's chest.
Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. What? Zhang Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, Chen's earlier movements had at least a dozen openings. He'd picked one at random, and yet, it had actually been blocked? Phew!
Little did he know that Chen was also thinking to himself how close that had been. He, too, had thought he couldn't block it, but his body had reacted faster than his mind.
Watch out! Zhang Ren's voice rang out again as he gave his spear another sharp flick, launching another offensive. A series of clanging impacts echoed. Chen struggled to hold his ground.
From the very beginning, he hadn't had a single chance to counterattack. He'd been on the defensive the entire time.
Moreover, he could tell that even though Uncle Zhang was the one attacking, Chen was expending far more energy than he was. However, the longer the fight went on, the more alarmed Zhang Ren became. He had originally thought Chen's spear technique had reached a decent level. It looked the part, at least.
His attacks were full of momentum. Anyone who trained with swords or blades for a few years wouldn't stand a chance against him. Little did he know that this kid's defensive skills were even more impressive. On several occasions, just as he was about to land a hit, Chen managed to parry the attack from all sorts of unbelievable angles. Finally, after launching 2 more thrusts, he seized an opening and drove his spear into Chen's chest. Chen stumbled back a few steps, his chi and blood surging violently within him. Fortunately, he was a martial artist at the 3rd level of body tempering. Had he been an ordinary person, even with Zhang Ren holding back, he would have been sent flying backward.
Uncle Zhang, I lost. Chen gave a wry smile.
Though this was bound to happen sooner or later.
Zhang Ren replied indifferently, feeling a bit down. Do you want to keep going? Or should we take a break? It's fine, Uncle Zhang. Let us keep going, I can still hold on. Chen's tone was firm.
Because he noticed that after that brief sparring session, his proficiency in basic spear technique had skyrocketed. It was now nearing 3%.
3%? What did that even mean? This was level 3, basic spear technique.
Even the 33 consecutive thrusts he executed earlier had only increased his proficiency by less than 1%. If he put in a little more effort, he felt that by tonight, his basic gunmanship would reach level 4 at the very least. By then, perhaps just like with basic archery, he'd unlock a new trait. Of course, even if he didn't unlock a new trait, it wouldn't matter, because he'd be one step closer to meeting the requirements to learn 8 extreme spear technique.
All right. Zhang Ren nodded.
He couldn't believe it either. Even using only the strength of the first level of body tempering, shouldn't it have taken him more than 10 shots to deal with this kid?
3 shots should have been enough, right?
This time, as soon as Zhang Ren finished speaking, Chen fired the first shot.
Not bad, you've learned to seize the initiative. Zhang Ren nodded.
After blocking the attack, he thrust his spear forward. Chen hurriedly raised his spear to block, and then found himself caught up in Zhang Ren's rhythm.
The 8th thrust.
Chen was struck on the shoulder and stumbled back a few steps. Proficiency increased by 1.5%, a bit less than last time. I need to hold out longer,
he thought to himself.
The longer it lasted, the more his proficiency would rise and vice versa.
Zhang Ren's brow relaxed slightly. That's more like it, but it's still 1T enough.
The two clashed for the third time. This time, after Chen struck decisively, he prepared to thrust a second time, but Zhang Ren had anticipated it, and the battle once again became one-sided. Fortunately, Chen held out for a long time and wasn't until the 11th thrust that he was struck in the torso. And so, the two traded blows back and forth on the open field. About an hour and 20 minutes later, that familiar warm sensation surged through him once more.
So that's how it is.
Chen nodded to himself. By this point, Zhang Ren had already thrust his spear 10 times. The two had exchanged blows dozens of times, and a smile spread across Zhang Ren's face.
The next 2 moves would decide the outcome.
The 11th thrust. The 12th thrust. A look of surprise flashed across Zhang Ren's face.
What's going on? It seemed like this kid's blocking speed had gotten faster? Was it just his imagination? That shouldn't be possible. Now!
A sharp gleam flashed in Chen's eyes. His spear shot upward like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking Zhang Ren's chest right before his astonished eyes. In that instant, the proficiency stat on his interface jumped by nearly 2%. Chapter 65, Meteor Arrow Technique, unlocked. The atmosphere was eerily quiet.
Zhang Ren, struck by the spearhead, stood there motionless, as if frozen in place.
The smile on Chen's face slowly faded as he thought to himself, could it be that Uncle Zhang was actually shaken by my attack? Still, considering how many times he'd been struck by my spear, landing even a single hit on him wasn't easy. If it weren't for the skill upgrade, he might not have succeeded at all. He glanced at his skill bar. Basic spear technique, LV for 1.8%, traits, fortitude LV of 4, power LV of 4, agility LV of 4, weapon proficiency LV of 4, critical strike LV of 1. Critical strike, for every level the skill increases, the attack hit rate or block success rate increases by 30%.
Effective when wielding a polearm.
That's right, after upgrading basic spearmanship to level 4, a new trait had unlocked, critical strike. This was one of the reasons he managed to land a hit on Zhang Ren. Moreover, the level 4 weapon proficiency trait provides an additional 120% block chance. This allowed him to hold out for a few more rounds against Zhang Ren's onslaught.
Well done.
Just then, Zhang Ren's voice rang out slowly, his gaze toward Chen tinged with a touch of complexity. Although my own carelessness played a part, you seized the opportunity and struck decisively. That was very good. Chen scratched his head sheepishly.
Earning praise from Uncle Zhang was truly no small feat.
Zhang Ren looked at Chen calm on the outside, but with a storm raging within. He hadn't expected that he'd underestimated this kid's natural aptitude. Even during sparring alone, his growth had been this rapid. He even felt that if they continued, he wouldn't be a match for the other guy, even with just his ordinary human strength.
Uncle Zhang, shall we continue? Chen asked eagerly.
In just one night, his basic gunmanship had shot up from level 1 to level 4. It was like riding a rocket. Plus, that shot that hit him had increased his proficiency by nearly 2%, and this was level 4, basic gunmanship. Using simple multiplication and division, he calculated that if he hit his opponent 50 more times, basic gunmanship would level up again. However, Zhang Ren's next words doused the fire burning in his heart.
It's getting late. Let us call it a day. Zhang Ren holstered his gun and headed toward the warehouse. Oh. Chen obediently replied and followed behind him. It wasn't exactly a huge disappointment after all, the human body isn't made of iron.
He could enhance his physical recovery, but his opponent couldn't.
Uncle Zhang. Can I learn level 8 spear technique now? Chen asked, feeling a bit anxious.
He'd already raised basic spear technique to level 4. Surely he'd reached the threshold to learn level 8 spear technique, right?
You want to learn level 8 great spear technique?
Zhang Ren turned around, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward.
Yeah, why not?
Chen had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach.
It's still too early. Zhang Ren turned back around and limped forward, saying as he went, let us talk about it once you've mastered your Tai Chi.
Ha!
Chen's mouth dropped open in surprise. Does learning level 8 great spear technique have anything to do with mastering Tai Chi?
Of course, level 8 great spear technique has nothing to do with Tai Chi, but it does have to do with Bejiquan. In the arts of literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world in the martial arts, Bejiquan stabilizes the universe.
Bejiquan's movements are simple and unadorned, yet its style is fierce and explosive.
If you want to learn the 8th level spear technique in Bejiquan, you must at least reach the minor mastery level in both. As I've said before, I won't teach you a second martial art until you've at least achieved great mastery in Tai Chi. Do you understand now?
I see.
Chen scratched his head.
So it turns out there's more than one prerequisite for the 8th level spear technique?
First, master Tai Chi to the great achievement level, then reach the minor achievement level in Bejiquan. Only then can I learn the 8th level spear technique.
I'm afraid that's going to take quite a bit of practice.
This Bejiquan sounds pretty formidable too. It'll definitely be worth learning. You don't need to rush things. Zhang Ren reassured him. In the meantime, if you master the basic spear techniques, you'll be able to learn the level 8 great spear technique with half the effort and double the results.
Chen hurriedly replied.
That's right. With Uncle Zhang as my sparring partner, improving my basic spear techniques, proficiency has been incredibly easy, much faster than it was with basic archery back then.
Come to think of it.
From archery at the very beginning, to boxing later on, and now spear techniques, Uncle Zhang has taught me everything without holding anything back. Not only that, but he has also willingly served as my sparring partner. He would always keep this kindness in his heart.
Zhang Ren gave a soft
After the two put their spears away, Chen suddenly felt a wave of hunger wash over him.
He glanced at the campfire outside. Uncle Zhang, are you hungry?
It was one thing not to mention it, but as soon as he did, Zhang Ren's stomach growled.
Let us roast some meat to eat,
Chen said with a smile. Previously, game had been scarce, so they had to ration their food. But after these 2 successful hunting trips, they naturally decided to eat their fill. Otherwise, their potential points would accumulate too slowly.
After eating nearly 3 jin of meat, Chen left, fully satisfied.
Not only had he filled his stomach, but his potential points had also increased by more than 20. Watching Chen's receding figure, the corner of Zhang Ren's mouth twitched slightly.
Oh well, after all, he was the one who had hunted all that game.
Thinking this way, he felt much better.
Early the next morning, the settlement came alive. Early risers began cleaning out empty houses in preparation for the imminent arrival of Zheng Hai and his group.
Guodong, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, also left the settlement to meet them. After all, the entire population of Gu settlement was on the move, mostly the elderly, women, and children, all carrying luggage and belongings. If they encountered danger, Zhang Hai and his small group alone would inevitably be unable to handle everything. When Chen woke up, he felt he'd never slept as soundly as he had the night before.
That's right. He thought of something and eagerly looked at the absolute panel.
If his calculations were correct, more than 12 hours had passed since yesterday afternoon.
That meant the meteor arrow technique had been unlocked.
Meteor arrow technique, 0 proficiency 0%.
Great. Chen couldn't help but pump his fist.
In addition to Zhang family Tai Chi, he now had another advanced martial art, meteor arrow technique. If he counted the Bajiquan and Baji spear technique he was about to learn, that made 4 in total. If he mastered them all, he would be able to shoot down enemies from 200 or 300 meters away, and he wouldn't have to fear close quarters combat either. Even unarmed, he could use his fist techniques to hold his own against an opponent, though, of course, it would be best to avoid that. A flesh and blood body simply couldn't stand up to swords and blades, at least not for now.
However, he furrowed his brow.
Having more advanced martial arts is naturally a good thing, but his experience points seem to be running low. Just for Zhang-style Tai Chi alone, advancing from level 1 to level 2 would require 50 experience points. If he were to advance to level 3, he'd likely exhaust all the experience he'd accumulated this time. Fortunately, he currently only had 2 advanced martial arts. Just then, the sound of soft footsteps approached from afar.
Chapter 66, Tai Chi, a modest achievement. Xiaofan, are you awake? Yin Feng tiptoed in.
Seeing Chen sitting up, she paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. When your dad left, he told me not to wake you up. He said you trained so hard last night and it's rare for you to get a good lie in.
Have Dad and the others already left?
Chen's heart skipped a beat, but when he realized they weren't going out hunting just to meet up with the people from Gu settlement, he relaxed again.
Yes, they should be back this afternoon.
If you're tired, you should sleep a little longer, Yin Feng said softly. While everyone else was praising her son for being such a great hero of the village, she was only concerned about whether Chen was tired.
No, thanks. I'm well rested now.
Chen shook his head and glanced toward the bedside. Sure enough, even his younger brother, Chen Shan, had run off. It seemed they'd practiced too late last night after all. But if he had to choose again, he'd still do the same, and not just that, he'd do it again tonight as well. He just wondered if Uncle Zhang would have that much free time. The faint sound of a crowd drifted in from outside. He quickly got up, stepped off the bed, and gave an awkward smile.
Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry.
Yes, I prepared it for you a long time ago. Yin Feng hurriedly replied.
Breakfast consisted of some congee and beast's meat.
Under his mother's watchful gaze, Chen finished his breakfast. He glanced at the dozen or so potential points he'd gained, wiped his mouth, stood up, and headed out, saying as he walked, Mom, I'm going to see Uncle Zhang.
Why not go after lunch?
Yin Feng said reluctantly.
There is still some time before noon, I can't waste it.
With that, Chen had already disappeared through the doorway.
Yin Feng let out a soft sigh.
Today, I'll start by practicing Tai Chi to raise my proficiency to the minor achievement level, then move on to archery and the meteor arrow technique.
Tonight, I'll see if I can squeeze in some basic spear training. Chen pondered as he walked.
The importance of Tai Chi goes without saying. Not only does it provide a large number of attribute points, but it's also the stepping stone to learning other martial arts. Oh, and now it's the stepping stone to spear techniques as well.
Archery is also fundamental, at least for now.
With his current strength exceeding 40 points, he can already use a bow with a draw weight of 200 Jin. When he goes hunting, his effective range should be around 400 to 500 meters, right? The significance of meteor arrow technique goes without saying. As an advanced archery technique and one rumored to have secret techniques, it's bound to be no simple matter. He was curious to see if it was really as legendary as the manual claimed. As for basic spear techniques, with Uncle Zhang's help, his progress was rapid. Though the attribute points gained were minimal, every little bit helped. Not to mention, there was also a martial trait that provided an additional boost to his block chance.
He had a hunch. Could this block function not only against long weapons but also against arrows? If so, once his block chance was high enough, would he no longer have to worry about being targeted by bows and crossbows from a distance? A distance of several dozen meters could be covered in the blink of an eye. By the time Chen arrived at the clearing, Wang Ping and the others were already there. Not only that, but 2 or 3 adult men who hadn't gone with them were also practicing their spear techniques. Xiao Fan is here? Did you get some rest? I heard you practiced until past midnight last night before heading back? Smiles lit up their faces. Yeah, Uncle Chen, I'm all rested up now, Chen said with a smile to the man leading the group. You're here? Zhang Run walked over. Yeah, Uncle Zhang, sorry I'm late. Chen chuckled. I plan to practice some Tai Chi first, then work on my archery, and we'll practice spear work together tonight. Zhang Ren nodded in agreement. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. With that, he turned and walked off into the distance. Chen took a deep breath and looked at his skill bar. Zhang style Tai Chi, first glimpse 1.2%, traits, longevity level 1, strength level 1, agility level 1. According to Uncle Zhang, after the entry level comes minor proficiency, followed by mastery, and only then great proficiency. He needed to level up 3 times. He glanced at his experience points again 160. That was more than enough to reach minor proficiency. Perhaps he even had a chance at mastery, but great proficiency would definitely be a tall order. I'll aim for minor proficiency for now. He made up his mind and began practicing Tai Chi. His first move was already at the beginner level. Not far away, Zhang Ren raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, just as I thought, this kid has already mastered the basics of Tai Chi. He felt a twinge of melancholy. When he himself had started practicing Tai Chi, he was only 6 or 7 years old, and it had taken him 2 or 3 years just to reach the beginner level. But getting from the basics to a modest level isn't that easy. He thought to himself, Chen came over today and immediately started practicing Tai Chi. He must be eager to learn Bagwazang sooner and eventually master the 8-level spear technique. However, it really wasn't that easy. As he was thinking this, he noticed that a familiar scene was playing out once again. With Chen's Tai Chi, after each set, the next one was just a tiny bit better than the last. Though it was only a tiny improvement, after a dozen or so sets, the difference was already significant. How is that possible? Could it be? His eyes widened suddenly. Another set of Tai Chi came to an end. Chen finished his form, silently added a point of experience, and his proficiency immediately rose by 2%. Not bad, not bad. He nodded slightly. At this rate, he'd reached the minor achievement level after about 50 repetitions. And since he was only adding 1 point each time, it all seemed so natural. Thinking about the upcoming increase in his proficiency level, a hint of anticipation welled up in his heart. He wondered if it might unlock a new trait. Time passed slowly. Zhang Ren let out a soft sigh. Indeed, this kid's talent seems to grow stronger the more he practices, whether it's archery, stance technique, boxing, or spearmanship. Perhaps he really is a martial arts prodigy who comes along once in 1,000 or even 100 years. Some time passed, and as the final point of experience was applied to Tai Chi, Chen felt a warm current surging through him. Crack, crack, crack. His entire skeleton crackled in rapid succession, like popping beans. All his previous fatigue vanished in an instant. Not only that, but he could feel that his understanding of Tai Chi had reached a whole new level. Although he was still completely baffled by concepts like guiding Qi with intent, the body following the spirit, bending and stretching as needed, and relaxed yet not relaxed, he could sense a faint glimmer of understanding in the haze. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. Meteor arrow technique, clue less 0.1%. He muttered to himself, glancing at his skill bar. Zhang family Tai Chi, slight proficiency 0.2%, traits, longevity level 2, strength level 2, agility level 2, blood circulation level 1. Ha! An extra trait? Chen's eyes widened in surprise. But wait, an extra trait had appeared, yet he didn't feel anything at all. Could it be that this trait isn't very useful? Chapter 67. Have you guys been working this hard all along?
Blood circulation. For every level the skill increases, health recovery speed increases by 30%.
Health recovery? Chen paused in surprise.
He recalled Uncle Zhang mentioning yesterday that martial artists at the flesh-refining realm could unleash the chi and blood within their bodies akin to a power-up in anime but would subsequently fall into a state of weakness. Therefore, it shouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary.
So, was this blood circulation meant to come into play at such a moment? It seemed decent enough?
But upon further reflection, he sensed it wasn't quite that simple. Only martial artists at the flesh refinement realm could harness chi and blood, whereas those at the body tempering realm, including ordinary people with weaker constitutions, could only rely on pure physical strength.
Just like when he drew a bow and arrow, he used muscle strength and expended stamina.
From this perspective, chi and blood seem to be a higher level form of energy. If this blood revitalizing property could even restore chi and blood, there was no reason it couldn't restore stamina as well. I'll see how it works when I practice archery later. This time, advancing my Tai Chi mastery not only unlocked new traits but also granted a large number of attribute points. On top of that, basic spear technique leveled up several times, providing additional attributes.
Mastery level, body tempering, 3rd level. Level, 80100. Constitution, 65.67. Strength, 46.11. Agility, 32.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 88.7 points day. Experience points, 111.
His constitution stat had already reached an astonishing 65 points.
Chen estimated that even martial artists in the early stages of the flesh refinement realm wouldn't have a constitution this high.
His strength was at 45 points, and his agility was nearly 33 points.
The average of these three stats is 47.6.
This has already surpassed the 45 points required to break through to the next realm.
Chen felt a surge of excitement and tapped the plus sign next to realm.
Sure enough, the success rate for breaking through at this moment had reached 100%. In other words, as long as he tapped yes one more time, he would become a flesh-refining realm martial artist in the very next moment. Chen licked his lips, feeling an inexplicable thirst come over him. He had originally thought that reaching the 45-point threshold would involve some twists and turns, at least 2 or 3 rounds of physical enhancement, but the process turned out to be much easier than he imagined. He only enhanced his body once the rest of his attribute gains came from practicing martial arts.
Should I break through now? Or wait a little longer? This question popped into his mind.
But he quickly made up his mind, he'd wait a little longer. He still had over 100 experience points left, more than enough to raise the proficiency level of his other martial arts by 1 more rank. Plus, there was basic spear technique, even if raising that by 1 level only added 3 attribute points. With the 10% boost to all attributes from a breakthrough, that would still mean an extra 0.3. It's time to practice the meteor arrow technique, but before that, he glanced toward the storage room. I need to swap out my bow for a stronger one. Just then, a considerable commotion came from the direction of the settlement's entrance. It seemed louder than usual when the hunting party returned.
Guodong and the others are back,
a middle-aged man exclaimed.
Sooner than expected?
Yeah, it's a 10-li walk from Gu settlement, and there are quite a few elderly people and children with them.
I didn't think they'd arrive by noon. Should we go check it out?
As they spoke, several of them glanced over at Chen, who was just walking into the warehouse at that moment.
Never mind.
Guodong and the others are taking care of things over there. There won't be any problems.
Yeah, let us keep practicing with the crossbow.
At the village gate, the place was bustling with activity. The group from Gu settlement with the elderly and children in tow, carrying large and small bundles, looked nervously at the settlement before them and the large crowd gathered there.
Is this Chen's settlement? There are so many people.
The people of Chen's settlement were also staring curiously at the new arrivals. Everyone just stared at each other, and the atmosphere was rather awkward.
Ahem.
Guodong cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, then spoke up, "From now on, there will be no more Gu settlement.
We're all part of the same village, is that okay?"
Lu Yong and the others exchanged glances, and Lu Yong was the first to shout.
"No problem.
From now on, we're all part of Chen settlement, no distinctions between us."
That's right.
Seeing this, the people of Chen settlement all chimed in as well. Zhang Hai nodded repeatedly, then turned to the crowd behind him and said, "You've all heard it, from now on, we're all part of the same village. Everyone, including me, must follow Brother Guodong's lead. Rest assured, our lives will definitely get better and better from here on out.
Don't worry, we won't go hungry anymore."
At the thought of never going hungry again, everyone's eyes lit up. They had already heard last night that the Chen settlement hunting party had brought back 5 game animals in a single outing, so they had no objections to moving there. In fact, they were even looking forward to it. Now that Zhang Hai had spoken, their inner longing was reawakened, and their emotions gradually settled.
That's right.
From now on, our lives will definitely get better and better.
Guodong nodded.
They couldn't rely on Xiao Fan forever, so they were working hard training in martial arts so that one day, they could survive on their own strength. Guided by their leaders, the people of Gu settlement moved in one by one. There were plenty of empty houses, they could easily accommodate at least twice as many people. Zay walked among the crowd, looking around, but didn't spot that figure. He glanced at Guodong, who was leading the way ahead, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Chen, where is Chen?"
Guodong and the others were taken aback. "Xiao Fan?
He must be over at the warehouse, practicing archery." Lu Yong laughed heartily.
"He went to practice archery?" Zay nodded slightly.
This was more or less what he'd expected. If Chen were sleeping in, that would have been a real surprise.
No wonder Chen's archery is so impressive, he must practice every day. Zhang Hai said approvingly.
"Yeah, Xiao Fan works really hard,"
Gao Yang remarked with a sigh.
"Not only does he practice archery every day, but he has also taken up spearmanship."
"What?" Zay blurted out, "Doesn't he use a bow and arrow? He is practicing spear techniques too?"
Gao Yang gave him a look that said the young man was still too inexperienced.
"Xiao Fan isn't just practicing spear techniques, he is practicing boxing too." "That's right.
The rest of us are still practicing the most basic standing postures, but I hear Xiao Fan has already started learning the basics of boxing."
"What?" This time it was Zhang Hai's turn to be taken aback. His gaze swept across Gao Yang and the others in turn. You guys practice martial arts too?"
"Yeah, we're all practicing martial arts.
We trained all night yesterday."
The group spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, feeling a secret sense of satisfaction. Sure enough, Zhang Hai and his companions all sucked in a sharp breath. Look at them every time they return from a hunt, they're training, constantly striving to improve.
Now look at themselves, they just lie down as soon as they get back. How could the gap not be huge? All right.
Guodong was at a loss for words. He didn't want to burst their bubble, so he simply said, "Brother Gu, since we're all part of the same village from now on, why don't you join us in martial arts training starting today?"
"Really? We can, too?" The group couldn't believe their ears.
It wasn't that they didn't know ordinary people could become martial artists, it was just that, first, they didn't have enough food, and second, they didn't know the proper methods.
Now that both conditions were met, did that mean they, too, could become martial artists like Chen?
Of course.
Guodong nodded with a smile. Not just them eventually, it would be best if everyone in the village practiced martial arts. "Uncle Chen, can I go over there now?" Zay asked eagerly. Chapter 68, Beast Emperor Level? Chen walked into the warehouse, his gaze settling on the second bow.
This bow was nearly as tall as he was. Its bronze-colored body gleamed, and the bowstring was taut clearly. Drawing it back would be no easy task. He shifted his gaze to the right, landing on the last bow. This bow was nearly 2 meters long, with a jet-black body and a black bowstring, giving off an ominous, menacing aura.
"Don't even look at this one."
Just then, a voice came from outside the door, and Chen turned around.
Zhang Ren limped in.
Even though you're at the third level of body tempering now, it's still too early for you to draw this bow with a 300 gene draw weight. That one with a 200 gene draw weight is just right for you.
Chen acknowledged him, then asked with a hint of curiosity. Uncle Zhang, how powerful is this 200 gene bow? Zhang Ren narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly uttered two words, very powerful. Very powerful? Chen repeated, thinking to himself, of course I know it's powerful, but just how powerful is it, exactly? Zhang Ren seemed to have read his mind and asked, I remember that the first time you guys went out, you encountered an iron-armored rhinoceros, right? Chen nodded. He remembered that even from several hundred meters away, he felt a powerful sense of pressure emanating from the creature. Later, they encountered one again. At that time, he'd been holding that same 100 gene bow, and he'd actually been itching to give it a try. If you'd been holding this 200 gene draw weight bow back then and hit the iron-armored rhinoceros in the head from within 100 meters, you could have killed it instantly. One arrow and it's dead? A look of disbelief flashed across Chen's eyes. That beast was as big as a heavy-duty truck. It must have weighed at least several metric tons. That's right. Zhang Ren locked eyes with him. The iron-armored rhinoceros is considered one of the top-tier mid-tier beasts. Its entire body is covered in scales, and its defensive capabilities are on par with a light armored vehicle. Forget a handgun, even an assault rifle would struggle to kill it. Instead, it would only enrage it. Do you know how fast an iron-armored rhinoceros can run when it's in a full-on sprint while enraged? How fast? Chen asked instinctively, a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. 30 meters per second. Zhang Ren uttered the words. 30 meters per second. Chen's head was buzzing. What did that even mean? It takes an average person between 13 and 15 seconds to sprint 100 meters, that is 6 to 7 meters per second, corresponding to an agility score of 10. And his current agility was only 32, 3 times that of an average person, which meant he could run about 20 meters per second. And what about this? That iron-armored rhinoceros, which looked so clumsy, actually had a sprint speed of 30 meters per second? Faster than him? A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Thank goodness he hadn't acted on impulse that day, otherwise, even he wouldn't have been able to outrun the iron-armored rhinoceros, let alone his father and the others. Now you know why your father and the others go out of their way to avoid this creature, don't you? Zhang Ren spoke up. However, not all mid-tier beasts have defenses as formidable as the iron-armored rhinoceros. In terms of firearms, an assault rifle is usually enough to take down most mid-tier beasts, whereas the iron-armored rhinoceros requires a sniper rifle or a large-caliber machine gun. Uncle Zhang, are you saying that an arrow fired from this 200 gene draw bow packs the same punch as a sniper rifle? Chen's eyes lit up. Pretty much. Zhang Ren said slowly. A sniper rifle typically has a range of nearly 2 kilometers. From over 1,000 meters away, it can cut a person in half. Within 100 meters, the bullet can penetrate 3 centimeters of steel plate. Even a light armored vehicle couldn't withstand a shot like that. And this 200 gene draw weight bow can do the same, piercing 3 centimeter thick steel plate within 100 meters and holding its own against a military rifle within 500 meters. Chen looked at the 200 gene bow hanging on the wall. Had he become this strong without even realizing it? This was just a 200 gene bow. What if he switched to the 300 gene bow hanging behind it? Wouldn't its power rival that of a sniper rifle? Don't get too excited just yet. I'm only telling you this so you can understand the power of this bow. Zhang Ren said coldly, it's true that its power is formidable, but to kill an iron-armored rhinoceros with a single arrow, 2 conditions must be met. First, you must be within 100 meters. Second, you must hit a vital spot. Otherwise, you'll only wound it, causing it to go into a frenzied state. At that point, it'll take the beast only about 3 seconds to charge from 100 meters to right in front of you. Can you imagine what it would be like to be struck by nearly 2 metric tons of force? Chen paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile. 2 metric tons, let alone a human body, even a large truck would be smashed to smithereens by such an impact. Of course, if you could fire another arrow within those 2 or 3 seconds as it charges, the probability of killing it would be much higher. But how many people could remain as steady as a rock in such a situation?
Uncle Zhang, hearing you say that, it sounds like it would be much better if we were wielding a sniper rifle or a large caliber machine gun. We'd just have to hold down the trigger and turn the enemy into Swiss cheese, right?
That's easier said than done.
Zhang Ren said calmly, have you ever considered that, let alone closing the distance to 100 meters? Even at 200 meters, would an iron rhino just stand there and do nothing? Once you provoke its hostility, even we martial artists without firearms or ammunition might not be able to outrun it, let alone the fact that most people using these weapons are ordinary civilians.
Chen nodded upon hearing this.
Modern firearms are powerful enough to kill a mid-tier beast, but the process is by no means as easy as one might imagine.
And that's just a mid-tier beast. High-tier beasts are even harder to deal with.
Not only is their defense on par with a heavy armored vehicle, but even large caliber machine guns or grenades can't do much to them.
The most terrifying thing is their speed.
As Zhang Ren spoke, a look of deep apprehension flashed in his eyes.
Their speed? Chen couldn't help but ask. Close to 100 meters per second.
Zhang Ren slowly uttered the words.
100 meters per second.
Chen sucked in several sharp breaths.
That's more than twice the speed of a mid-tier beast, and its defense is several levels higher.
Faced with such high-tier beasts, never mind their own settlement, even Zhao family fort, no, perhaps even Song fort would be doomed to destruction, wouldn't they? Just then, a terrifying thought arose in his mind.
Uncle Zhang, even if these are high-level beasts, aren't they just average among all beasts?
Zhang Ren paused for a moment, then nodded.
That's right.
Above high-level beasts, there are elite level, commander level, beast king level, and the strongest of all, beast emperor level.
Beast emperor level? Yes. These are the most terrifying beings among the beasts.
Even the weakest beast emperor level beast can, with a single casual strike, unleash the power equivalent to a medium-range ballistic missile carrying several hundred kilograms of explosives, easily flattening an entire street and wiping out tens of thousands of people. At full power, it's at least equivalent to 400,000 metric tons of explosives detonating simultaneously, a force comparable to a nuclear bomb. 10 years ago, the vast majority of our cities were destroyed just like that.
Chen was speechless. Chapter 69, S-Class Awakened.
The original host's memory of this period was very vague. He didn't know if it was due to a lack of understanding or some other reason.
Uncle Zhang, what happened next?
He asked hurriedly.
For beasts this powerful, it seemed that among human weapons, only nuclear weapons could possibly counter them, right?
Later, after several years of planning, the leadership at the time finally deployed thousands of nuclear warheads, enough to wipe out a medium-sized country. That time, they lived up to expectations and did indeed kill 2 beast emperor-level beasts.
However, afterward, various regions suffered retaliation from the remaining beast emperor-level beasts.
The same tactic proved difficult to repeat, and our Yin nation found itself in a precarious situation, on the verge of collapse.
Did the Awakened step in? Zhang Ren nodded.
To be precise, it was the strongest group of Awakened who intervened.
Mobilizing the full might of the Yin Kingdom, we finally cultivated 3 S-Class Awakened, the Thunder Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the War Emperor.
The 3 joined forces and fought a fierce battle against the 3 beast emperor-level beasts within our Great Yin territory for 10 days and nights before finally driving them back. Once the beast tide receded, the 3 S-rank Awakened each took command of a city, specifically, the 3 megacities within our Yin Kingdom, each with a population exceeding 10 million. Chen nodded. With populations exceeding 10 million, they were indeed megacities. That battle won a brief period of peace for our Yin Kingdom. In addition to the 3 megacities, large, medium, and small cities began to emerge across the land, each guarded by powerful Awakened who drew survivors from all regions.
Of course, only an extremely small minority can actually enter. Most people are forced to settle outside the city walls.
Their dwellings stretch for 100 li every day. They stand at their doors, gazing toward the city walls, waiting for the day they might secure a spot to enter the city.
Like Anshan City?
Just like Anshan City. Chen fell silent. He could well imagine the situation. There were far too many people and not enough resources for ordinary people, securing a spot to enter a city, even a small one, was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The night was far too dangerous for ordinary people, so those who lived too far away to reach the city had no choice but to stay behind and build their own settlements for self-defense.
It seemed that only by becoming an awakened could one be admitted into the city. Zhang Ren sighed. It can't be helped.
It's not just our Yin kingdom, it's the same in other countries around the world. In fact, more than 9 out of 10 nations have already been wiped out. Now, the human race as a whole is at a disadvantage. We can only defend ourselves passively. Even so, over the past few years, quite a few small and medium-sized cities have been overwhelmed by waves of beasts. It's disheartening to hear, but that's the reality. Those large human settlements are safe, but they're also precisely the places that attract the most powerful beasts. Those living outside the city walls, waiting for the day they can enter, might not even have their bones left by the next day. As for those scattered across the land, building fortified camps to protect themselves, they're, in a sense, better off as long as they don't court disaster. It's unlikely they'll encounter a high-level beast. Of course, once targeted, vanishing without a trace can happen overnight.
So, we're currently in a delicate balance with the beasts. Once a 4th beast emperor emerges among them or a 4th S-rank awakened appears in our Yin kingdom, that balance will be shattered? Chen's voice rang out.
At least that's how it looks for now. Zhang Ren's tone carried a hint of resignation.
Chen took a deep breath. So this was the calm before the storm. Perhaps an even bigger storm was brewing? Don't overthink it.
Zhang Ren looked at him.
Just focus on what's right in front of us.
After all, even with his strength, there was practically nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was probably pray that an A-class awakened would break through as soon as possible to become the 4th S-class awakened. However, it was obvious that it wouldn't be that simple back then. It took the combined efforts of the entire nation just to produce 3 of them.
Chen gave a brief reply.
There was no denying that the atmosphere was heavy. If he were an ordinary person, upon hearing this, he'd likely have no choice but to accept his fate.
But he wasn't.
Beast Emperor level beasts were indeed incredibly powerful. Even a casual basic attack could unleash a terrifying force equivalent to thousands of metric tons of explosives.
But he believed that sooner or later, he'd be able to do the same. Zhang Ren took down his longbow and, while he was at it, grabbed the quiver of arrows beside it.
The arrows inside this quiver were slightly larger than the previous ones. Judging by their weight, they were likely around 150 grams. Chen reached out to take them, then watched as Zhang Ren unstrung the bow with a draw weight of 300 kati.
Uncle Zhang?
He looked at him in confusion. Oh, I'm planning to practice my archery as well. Zhang Ren said calmly, there are more and more people in the village now, and the number of those who want to practice martial arts will also increase.
Not everyone wants to practice spear techniques, right? Chen understood, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This was indeed a good thing.
If Uncle Zhang could master archery, given his martial arts cultivation level, a single arrow fired by him would be no less powerful than that of the flesh refinement realm martial artist at Zhao Family Fortress. In fact, even if there were a stronger bow, he had no doubt that, with Uncle Zhang's skills, he could draw it. The two walked out, one in front and one behind, when suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps grew louder as they approached.
It was Zay.
After asking Guodong about it, he had rushed here eagerly. The thought that Chen was training hard while he was wandering aimlessly with the others made him feel a pang of guilt. When he finally arrived, he scanned the area and spotted Chen at once, but the next moment, he froze in place.
Ha! Zay?
Chen spotted him too, looking a bit surprised, then warmly introduced him to the group.
So this is the Zay we've been hearing about.
Wang Ping and the others thought to themselves, their eyes all fixated on the bow in his hands.
It really was a bow with an 80 gene draw weight?
It seemed that, just as Fan Gu had said earlier, this guy was a force to be reckoned with.
So it's little Zay? Why do you come alone?
Yeah,
where's your dad and the others? Didn't they come with you?
Zay, however, seemed not to have heard them, and said in a trembling voice.
Why your bow?
As he spoke, his gaze seemed welded to the bow. He remembered clearly that the bow Chen had used earlier wasn't nearly this big.
At that, everyone else's gaze turned toward it as well. Is that 200 gene bao?
Wang Ping's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
His mouth agape, he exclaimed in shock. Brother Fan, you can draw a 200 gene bao now. A 200 gene bao? 200 gene.
The others all sucked in a sharp breath.
200 gene? Is this a bao with a draw weight of 200 gene? Zay's head was buzzing. Are you kidding me? Didn't this guy used to use a 100 gene bao? It's only been one night, and he has already doubled it? Aren't I supposed to be the awakened one? I just wanted to give it a try.
Chen said with a smile.
Give it a try.
The crowd was speechless. Knowing Chen as they did, when he said he'd give it a try, there was a 90% chance he'd actually pull it off. Suddenly, Wang Ping let out another gasp, pointing at the bao in Zhang Ren's hand nearby.
Look, guys. Isn't that the 300 gene bao Uncle Zhang is holding? Everyone looked over again.
Old Zhang, you. The few men standing nearby could barely get their words out. They knew Zhang Ren was a tough guy, but they never expected him to be this incredible.
I'll give it a try, too. Zhang Ren let out a couple of dry laughs.
The group was completely speechless. Zay stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone.
Is Chen's settlement really this powerful? Chapter 70, Convinced in Heart and Mind.
A hard bao with a draw weight of 200 gene is a target killer unless you're standing several hundred meters away. No target can withstand a single arrow. However, the settlement was only 200 or 300 meters long and wide, so Chen and Zhang Ren had no choice but to carry the targets out of the settlement.
Zay hesitated for a moment, but followed them anyway.
He wouldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Once outside the village, they looked out to see wild grass growing everywhere. There wasn't a whisper of wind in the air, it was utterly silent. Chen placed the target 500 or 600 meters away, then ran back. With his left foot forward and his right foot back, he raised his longbow, aimed the arrow at the bullseye, and slowly drew the bowstring. Zay looked at Chen, then at Zhang Ren, whose face was set in concentration, and finally gazed into the distance.
Are you kidding me? To his eyes, that target was nothing more than a tiny, minuscule black dot. How could anyone aim and hit it?
The bowstring was drawn bit by bit, the muscles in Chen's arms bulged, and the veins were clearly visible, yet from start to finish, there wasn't the slightest tremor. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was only a second or two before the bowstring was fully drawn, like a full moon. Zay's breath caught in his throat, it felt as if something were lodged there, and he couldn't utter a single word. Immediately afterward, a sound louder than firecrackers rang out. An arrow over a meter long and as thick as 2 fingers shot out like lightning. In less than the blink of an eye, a crisp sound came from the target 500 or 600 meters away as the arrow pierced through it and flew past.
So fast. Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
When he used that longbow with a 100 gene draw weight, the arrow's speed was roughly over 100 meters per second. He could barely make it out. But with this longbow, which had a 200 gene draw weight, the arrow shot out at near the speed of sound. Even he could only see a blurry afterimage.
It's definitely fast, about the same speed as a regular handgun bullet, Zhang Ren remarked from the side.
Zay stared at the two of them, frozen in shock. He had heard that crisp sound perfectly clear. It was indeed the sound of the target being pierced. To hit the target from 500 or 600 meters away, what kind of terrifying archery skill was this? Yet these two were casually discussing how fast the arrow was, as if missing the target would have been the real surprise.
Chen glanced at his skill panel.
Basic Archery, LV 645.5%. The battle that had erupted earlier at Lee's settlement had boosted his basic archery proficiency by about 45-point-something%. In other words, this single arrow had increased his proficiency by 0.3%. Just a single, ordinary arrow could yield such a significant boost that was quite impressive. If he were to max out the remaining proficiency, it would only take a little over 100 arrows. Of course, given his stamina, firing 20 arrows in a minute was pretty much his limit. If he were to rapid fire, say, 3 shots in a row, he'd likely be completely exhausted.
Uncle Zhang, why don't you give it a try? Chen handed him the bow and arrow. While you're at it, I'll take a look and correct any flaws in your form. All right. Zhang Ren took the bow and arrow, recalled Chen's earlier stance, drew the bowstring, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target. Uncle Zhang, you're too tense. Your body is too stiff, and your hands are shaking a bit. Chen spoke as he corrected his form. Zhang Ren felt a little embarrassed, but Chen's mastery of archery was beyond question. After readjusting his stance, Zhang Ren released his fingers. Shortly after the arrow flew out, a crisp sound rang out from the distance once more. Clearly, he hit the mark. Zhang Ren took a deep breath and pulled a second arrow from his quiver. Zhe watched from the sidelines, feeling a bit ashamed. He had always thought his archery skills weren't exceptional, but they weren't bad either. Yet, according to Chen, many of his mistakes were the kind beginners commonly make. If he didn't correct them early on before they became habits, his archery skills might never improve. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Zea's forehead. Was it still too late for him to correct his form now? After about 10 minutes of instruction, Zhang Ren stepped aside to practice on his own. After all, he knew there was a considerable gap between knowing and doing, a gap that could only be bridged through practice. Chin. Zhe seized the opportunity and stammered, "Could you give me some pointers, too?" After saying this, he felt a bit nervous and didn't dare look Chen in the eye, afraid of being rejected. After all, they'd known each other for less than 2 days, and he even boasted that he'd leave Chen in the dust, yet now he was actively asking for guidance. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't quite add up. Sure. However, the very next second, Chen agreed without hesitation. You agreed? Zhe looked up, his face a mix of surprise and delight. Chen was both amused and exasperated. What, did you think I'd say no? Zhe didn't say anything, but the look on his face gave away his true thoughts. Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "We're from the same village, aren't we?" Zhe nodded vigorously. That's right. As of this morning, Goose Settlement no longer existed. Chen, thank you. I'll admit, your archery skills are indeed much better than I imagined, but one day, my skills will surpass yours. He said this with a determined look on his face. All right, I'm looking forward to that day, too. Chen smiled. It's always good to have a goal if it helps Zhe keep growing and getting stronger. However, Ze's aptitude was far inferior to Zhang Ren's. The latter would make a mistake once or twice, but never a third time. Zhe was different. He was always spreading himself too thin, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Chen had a positive outlook. Archery, after all, was similar to marksmanship, easy to learn, but difficult to master. You might be able to hit the target from within 10 meters, but at 15 meters, you'd fail, not to mention the distances they face now, often well over 100 meters, 200, or even 300 meters. To hit the target, there were simply too many factors to consider. After teaching for about 20 minutes, Chen returned to his position, his gaze falling on meteor arrow technique. Skill proficiency, 0. Although the shot he fired earlier had raised his basic archery proficiency slightly, his meteor arrow technique proficiency remained unchanged. In other words, the only way to improve my meteor arrow technique proficiency is through rapid fire. With that thought, Chen raised his longbow and aimed at the target. Crack! A loud crack rang out. Zhe, standing nearby, glanced over with a touch of envy, but before he could dwell on it, a second crack, then a third. Ze's eyes widened instantly. What was going on? How many shots had just been fired? Few. Chen's chest heaved violently, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Sure enough, with a powerful bow requiring a draw weight of 200 Jin, 3 consecutive shots were already pushing him close to his limit. 4 in a row would likely be too much for his body to handle unless, of course, he channeled the power of his vital energy. But first, it wasn't necessary, and second, he didn't even know how to do it. But just then, he seemed to hear the sound of fluid flowing inside his body like a small stream, gurgling and rushing. As it flowed past his chest, his breathing steadied slightly. As it flowed past his arms, he clearly felt the trembling lessen considerably. It's blood activation. His eyes lit up. Chapter 71, Traits, Aiming, and Superhuman Stamina. He could feel his body constantly recovering, much faster than usual. Without a doubt, the blood circulation trait was taking effect. His guess was correct. Blood circulation not only restored chi in blood but also replenished stamina. This is great. Chen couldn't contain his joy. With his recovery ability enhanced, what used to require over 10 minutes of rest after 3 consecutive shots might now take only 10 minutes. And this was only level 1. What if the blood circulation trait reached level 2 or level 3? The rate of chi and blood recovery would nearly double. For a martial artist, the importance of such powerful recovery abilities goes without saying. Thinking of this, he felt an urge to allocate all his future experience points to Tai Chi. No rush. Let us see how quickly the meteor arrow technique improves first. He looked at his skill panel. Meteor arrow technique, complete novice 0.1%. Chen rubbed his eyes, almost suspecting he'd misread it. A single 3-shot burst only added 0.1% to his proficiency? Keep in mind that, basic archery, level 6, basic archery, no less added a full 0.8%, if that had been a 4-shot burst, there is no doubt the increase would have exceeded 1%. And that was with a bow with a draw weight of 200 Jin. If he switched to one with a draw weight of 100 Jin, wouldn't the increase be just a few 10,000ths of a percent? Chen took a deep breath. It would take 1,000 3-shot bursts just to reach the beginner level. At his current pace, one 3-shot burst every 10 minutes, that's 6 bursts per hour. 1,000 times 166 hours 7 days. And that's just the basics. Reaching the minor achievement stage would require even more time. I'd better invest some points. That's way too long, I can't afford to wait. Chen made up his mind and invested 1 point of experience. The proficiency of meteor arrow technique immediately increased by 5%. 20 points, not much. With a thought, he allocated another 19 experience points to it. His body showed no visible changes, but a new piece of information appeared in his mind. Meteor archery, first glimpse 0%, trait, aiming level 1. Aiming level 1, active skill. Consumes a small amount of mental energy. When activated, slightly improves vision for 1 minute. Duration increases by 1 minute for each level gained. It's actually an active skill? Chen was quite surprised. An active skill right from the start? No wonder it's an advanced martial art. It consumes mental energy to improve vision? As he spoke, following the instructions in his mind, he focused his thoughts, and in an instant, a slight sense of fatigue washed over him. At the same time, he felt a warm sensation in his eyes, causing him to close them involuntarily. When he opened them again, everything around him was crystal clear. It was as if the video resolution had been upgraded from Ultra HD to Blu-ray. Not only that, but he could see farther as well. When he looked into the distance where previously he could only make out objects within 500 or 600 meters, and beyond that, only their rough outlines, he could now see about 600 or 700 meters away, an increase of 30%. It's not just static vision, my dynamic vision has improved as well. Chen muttered to himself. For instance, when wild grass swayed in the wind, he could clearly see its trajectory of movement every second, something that had been unimaginable before. Before long, the warm sensation in his eyes subsided, and the scenery before him grew blurry once more. Chen felt a bit reluctant to let it end. Although it didn't grant any attribute points, this trait indirectly boosts my combat effectiveness. Moreover, the better my eyesight is, the greater the improvement, and excellent eyesight is crucial for an archer. It's a shame that the next upgrade will only extend the duration. He shook his head and glanced at his experience points. He had 91 left. Advancing to the next minor tier shouldn't be a problem. The real dilemma was whether to upgrade meteor arrow technique or Tai Chi. As his primary means of dealing damage at the moment, the importance of his archery skills goes without saying. The question was whether advancing to the next proficiency level would unlock a new trait. If not, it would be equivalent to merely improving his aim by 1 level, a rather modest boost to combat effectiveness. If he chose to advance Tai Chi,
it would grant several attribute points and a 30% recovery effect if a new trait were to appear as well. That would be an even better deal.
Never mind, I'll go with archery first.
Although he was also drawn to the Bagua spear technique, archery had the highest priority. Being able to attack others while remaining out of their reach, how great is that?
Next came hand-to-hand combat.
He realized that, compared to weapon-based martial arts, hand-to-hand combat focused on improving physical attributes and raising one's upper limits.
After all, if your physical conditioning wasn't up to par, you wouldn't even be able to draw a powerful bow. What good would it do then? Lastly came spear techniques, to address his weaknesses.
Just in case he ran out of arrows against a powerful enemy one day, or if an opponent closed in, he could pick up a spear to fight back. That way, he wouldn't end up like archers in video games, who have to take their hands off the keyboard and wait to die once a warrior gets up close. As for sword techniques, he'd keep them as a backup option. If he had enough experience points in the future, he'd learn one just in case. Having made up his mind, he invested 1 experience point in meteor arrow technique. To his delight, his proficiency increased by about 3.33%.
Looks like 30 experience points will do it. 91 minus 30 leaves 61. I wonder if I can level up one more time.
A look of anticipation flashed in Chen's eyes. After investing another 29 experience points, Chen felt a cool current coursing through his body, nourishing every part of him.
Every muscle in his body slowly tensed, and the sensation didn't fade until several seconds later.
Chen clenched his fists and clearly felt his strength increase, and not just a little. Meteor arrow technique, slight proficiency 0%, traits, aim level 2, superb stamina level 1.
Superior stamina. For every level this skill increases, the strength attribute permanently increases by 5 points. Just as I thought.
A smile spread across Chen's face. This trait was clearly an enhanced version of superior arm strength, and not just a slight enhancement, but a full 5-fold boost. The essence of meteor arrow technique lies in speed. With increased strength, he could draw the bowstring faster, which effectively boosted his arrow shooting speed.
I have 61 experience points left. I wonder if that's enough to level up again.
Deciding to give it a try, he allocated 1 point, and watched as his proficiency instantly surged past the 1% mark. Under Chen's expectant gaze, it settled at 2%.
Phew, 50 points was enough.
Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder if the next proficiency level will unlock the rapid-fire meteor arrows. After a brief pause, he allocated the 50 experience points. That warm sensation in his eyes returned, and his sense of strength increased, but other than that, no other changes seemed to occur. Chen checked his mind but found no new memories.
Didn't I unlock any new traits this time? He gave a wry smile.
Once the physical changes had completely faded, he looked at his skill bar. Meteor arrow technique, mastery 0%, traits, aim level 3, superb stamina level 2. As it turned out, his hunch was correct. No new traits had been unlocked this time.
Actually, that's not bad.
The duration of aim has reached 3 minutes, and I've gained an extra 10 points in strength.
Chen consoled himself.
As for the so-called secret technique, raining meteor arrows, it would most likely be unlocked at the next proficiency level, right?
Too bad he had no more experience points left. Chapter 72, Basic Archery Level 8. Chen let out a soft sigh and looked at the absolute panel.
Realm, Body Tempering, 3rd Tier.
Level, 80100. Constitution, 65.67. Strength, 56.11. Agility, 32.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 113.7 points day. Experience points, 10.
The increase in strength from 46 to 56 was massive. With a little effort, he estimated he'd even be able to draw Uncle Zheng's 300 Jin Bao. However, using it still feels a bit of a struggle. It's not as natural as the Bao he currently holds. Additionally, his potential points have reached 113, which is more than enough for 1 physical enhancement.
Don't forget there's also one more opportunity for a realm breakthrough.
From the perspective of maximizing benefits, it naturally makes sense to stack stats as high as possible so that the rewards from the breakthrough will be greater, but he can't be too rigid about it. Chen planned that, barring any unexpected dangers along the way, he would wait until he had maxed out both the advanced martial arts Tai Chi and meteor arrow technique before attempting the breakthrough.
It might not yield the absolute maximum benefit, but it's still significant. After all, he couldn't just keep putting it off indefinitely, could he?
He spent the rest of his time practicing basic archery. He didn't rush, he simply fired arrow after arrow at the target, shooting about 20 arrows per minute and increasing his proficiency by 6%. Of course, after firing so many arrows, he needed to rest for over 10 minutes, otherwise, his body simply couldn't handle it. Fortunately, the level 1 blood circulation effect reduced his rest time by a third, which also accelerated his proficiency growth. After about 2 hours, Chen felt a faint warm current flow through his entire body. Clearly, given his current stats, the attribute point bonus from raising basic archery by 1 level was too small. Basic archery, LV 70%, traits, physical strength 7, superior arm strength 7, steady shot 7, horseback archery 5, rapid fire 2. Chen's gaze settled on the last trait, rapid fire. Yes, that was exactly what he valued. The level 2 rapid fire trait increased his firing speed by 60%. In other words, whereas he could previously fire a maximum of 20 arrows per minute with this 200 gene draw weight bow, he could now fire 26 or 27. Under full exertion, a 3-arrow burst that originally took about 5 seconds could now be completed in just over 4 seconds. At first glance, this seemed far worse than before, but in reality, this was a 200 gene draw weight bow. Its power was more than double that of the previous one. Keep going. Let us aim to raise it another level. It'd be even better if a new trait appears. Chen took a brief rest, fired another arrow at the target, then looked at his skill bar. Proficiency had increased by less than 0.1%, which was to be expected. Shooting 1,000 arrows will raise basic archery to level 8. At a rate of 27 arrows per round per minute, and 6 rounds per hour, that is 162 rounds, so 6 hours should be enough. Chen's expression turned serious. Factoring in the afternoon, it would be plenty of time. His determination to raise basic archery to level 8 stemmed from a specific plan. Once basic archery reached level 8, he'd be able to complete a 3-arrow burst in about 3 seconds. Even if he were to encounter a mid-tier beast like an iron-plated rhinoceros, a distance of 100 meters would be more than enough for him to fire 3 arrows, and it would take the iron-plated rhinoceros just over 3 seconds to charge that distance. With a 200 gene bow, a single arrow hitting a vital spot would be enough to kill an iron-horned rhinoceros on the spot. If all 3 arrows missed the vital spots and failed to kill it, he'd have no complaints. He'd just have to accept being trampled to death. Just then, Wodong's voice drifted out from the settlement. It's time for lunch. Zhang Ren put away his bow and arrows and turned to Chen. I'll call it a day for today. After all, there were still quite a few people here waiting for him to coach them this afternoon. And if he added the people from Gu settlement to that, there would be even more. Chen smiled. Uncle Zhang, shall we practice spear work tonight, just like yesterday? Sure. Zhang Ren paused for a moment, seemingly a bit surprised, then agreed without hesitation. He was quite pleased to see that Chen was willing to devote so much time to spear techniques. Zay, this afternoon, why don't you go over to the warehouse with Uncle Gu and the others to learn martial arts? Chen turned to Zay, who was standing nearby. Martial arts? Zay looked puzzled. Yeah. If you practice boxing but don't build your physical strength, it'll all be for nothing when you're old. The same goes for archery. No matter how skilled you are, it won't help against a mid-tier beast if you don't improve your physical conditioning. Okay, I get it. Zay looked at the bow and arrows in his hands with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. But Chen was right. Whether for ordinary people or martial artists, the stronger the body, the better, and that was especially true for him. After all, as an awakened, he could double his strength. The 3 of them carried the target back to the settlement. To Chen's surprise, his family ended up dining with Zay's family. At the table, Wodong and Jiang Hai chatted animatedly, their conversation filled with constant laughter and merriment.
Yin Fang and Zhang Hai's wife were also chatting and laughing together.
Chen and Zhe, however, remained relatively quiet. The former was thinking to himself that he absolutely had to raise his basic archery to level 8 this afternoon, while the latter was determined to train hard this afternoon to break through to the first level of body tempering as soon as possible. That way, with the boost from his special ability, he too would be able to use a longbow with a draw weight of 200 Jin. Only Chen was completely absorbed in enjoying his meal. After lunch, Chen left the village alone to continue practicing archery. Guodong, meanwhile, led Jianghai and a few others to practice stances in front of the granary.
Although the village now had enough food, it still wasn't enough to support everyone's martial arts training.
Take Chen, for example, he now ate nearly 10 Jin of meat a day. After training, the others would eat their fill, consuming 3 or 4 Jin each. Therefore, priority had to be given to the young adult men. Time passed until the sun set in the west, and night was about to fall.
Xiao Fan, come back quickly.
From the watchtower, a man's anxious voice rang out. The faint roar of beasts could be heard in the distance. It was already the time when beasts were active. If Chen was still outside, he might very well attract some powerful beasts.
Okay, I'll be right back.
After saying that, Chen looked at his nearly full proficiency bar and decisively unleashed a 3-arrow volley. The moment the third arrow left the bowstring, that familiar faint warm current surged through him. Once more basic archery had leveled up. Basic archery, LV 80%, traits, physique 8, superior arm strength 8, steady shot 8, horseback archery 6, rapid fire 3.
Phew!
Chen let out a sigh of relief. He finally managed to do it before dark. With rapid fire level 3, unless he was unlucky enough to encounter a high-level beast, no mid-tier beast could withstand the force of 3 sniper rifle rounds within 100 meters. On this trip to Song Fort, he shouldn't have to worry about encountering beasts anymore. However, he couldn't let his guard down. In the post-apocalyptic world, people might be even more dangerous than those low to mid-tier beasts.
Chapter 73, My Superpower is Precognition.
Packing up his target and walking into the village, Chen could sense that it had become much livelier. In the distance, he could faintly hear children playing and a mother's scolding voice.
For a moment, it almost felt as if the apocalypse hadn't happened at all.
Chen smiled and shook his head as he walked toward his home. After dinner, he'd go find Uncle Zhang to practice his spearwork.
Chen?
Just then, a voice as clear and melodious as an Orioles song rang out behind him.
Chen turned around.
In the twilight, a woman with long hair was looking at him timidly.
Is that her? Chen's pupils contracted.
The woman standing before him was none other than Meng, the one Uncle Qin had mentioned earlier. Back then, she had given him a strange feeling, which had led to a misunderstanding among the group. But over the past couple of days, he'd been so absorbed in martial arts that he'd almost forgotten about it.
Are you looking for me? Meng bit her lip, looking quite embarrassed. Are you free right now? There is something very important I want to tell you. Something very important? Chen paused for a moment.
Then wait here for me a moment. I'll go back and let my parents know I'm leaving, otherwise, I'm afraid they'll come looking for me.
Okay.
Meng agreed, watching Chen's figure quickly disappear into the distance, her hands unconsciously resting over her heart.
If I do this, will I be letting my sister down?
She bit her lip. My sister told me not to reveal this to anyone, or else I'd end up just like her. But if I choose to keep quiet, someone will die, someone who has been so good to me.
Just then, a figure approached quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen smiled at her. You're Meng, right? Meng's eyes widened. Uncle Qin mentioned you. Chen explained, then asked, what was that important matter you mentioned earlier? Meng glanced around, looking as if she'd done something wrong, then whispered, can we talk inside?
It won't take long. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen's eyes. He nodded and stepped inside.
A campfire was burning in the room.
The furnishings were simple, but at least it was tidy.
He had just sat down on a stool.
There was a soft click.
Meng closed the door. Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. What was going on? Even if it was something very important, was it really necessary to close the door? Besides, it was already late, no one would be wandering around with nothing better to do. Meng seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a bit unusual as well and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, it's not what you think. It's because this matter concerns my safety, so I can't let anyone else know." "It concerns your safety?" Meng nodded, walked over to the table, and sat down. After hesitating for a moment, she said slowly, "Actually, I'm unawakened." Chen's eyes widened instantly, and a look of shock spread across his face. You're unawakened? Meng met Chen's gaze, her expression calm. Chen took several deep breaths. No wonder she'd been acting so cautious, but wait, something didn't add up. He asked, puzzled, "Miss Meng, if you're unawakened, there is absolutely no need to keep it a secret, is there?" "For other types of awakened, maybe, but not for me." Meng picked up on the subtext in Chen's words. She lowered her gaze to the table and said, "Because my ability is to foresee the future." Chen froze in place, as if turned to stone. To foresee the future? Although this was indeed a type of ability, could there really be an awakened with a power so overpowered it was practically a game-breaking glitch? "I know you don't believe me, but both my sister and I, our awakened abilities are to foresee the future." Meng's tone was a bit nervous. "So what about your sister?" Chen instinctively glanced around. There were only the two of them in the room. He also remembered Uncle Qin saying that Meng had arrived here alone, not with anyone else. "My sister, she's in Anshan City." A deep sadness welled up in Meng's eyes. "In Anshan City?" Chen instinctively wanted to say, "Isn't that a good thing? It's a place so many people would kill to go." But Meng's gaze told him the situation wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. "What about your sister?" "My sister's been taken captive." Meng's eyes were red-rimmed. "Although we're both awakened and have the same ability, our control over our powers is worlds apart. My foresight of the future only appears in the form of dreams, and what I foresee isn't 100% accurate, it's subject to my control. But my sister can use this ability at will, foreseeing whatever she wants." Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly understood. "So, your sister on the surface, she is being protected, but in reality, she is under house arrest, constantly predicting the future for others." Meng looked at Chen, a flicker of anxiety passing deep in her eyes. Before revealing her true identity to Chen, she had feared more than once that she would meet the same fate. But time reveals a person's true character, and over the years, Wodong had treated everyone in the village equally, a stark contrast to the leaders of other villages. And Chen, as his son, shared that same compassionate and righteous heart, which was the main reason she found the courage to speak up. "So is your sister doing all right?" Chen had a bad feeling. As expected, Meng shook her head and said, her voice choked with emotion, "My sister has been draining her life force. I'm afraid she won't live much longer." "What?" Chen was startled and looked into her eyes. "Does using their powers cause awakened people to drain their own life force?" Meng shook her head gently. "Generally speaking, no. It's just that our powers are a bit special." "A bit unique?" Ordinary people have their limits, and so do the awakened. They can't do things beyond their capabilities, even if they want to. But we're a bit different. Theoretically, we can foresee anything as long as our minds can hold up. So you're saying that if our minds can't hold up, we'll have to pay the price with our life force?" As Chen finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. A hint of surprise flashed in Meng's eyes, then she nodded. "That's right. Not everything can be predicted. The more people involved, and the more powerful they are, the greater the price we pay. My sister once told me that we have an inner warning about whether something can be predicted, what the cost would be, and whether we can bear the consequences. But even though she knew all this, those people forced her to keep using her ability to foresee the future. In just a few short years, she aged to look like she was in her 70s or 80s. But. Meng sobbed uncontrollably, "She is my twin sister." Chapter 74, I dreamed that something happened to you.
Meng sobbed as she recounted her sister's ordeal. As Chen listened, he unconsciously clenched his fists, a surge of rage welling up from the depths of his heart.
Sure enough, one must never underestimate the evil in human nature. In the apocalypse, ordinary people would turn on one another just to survive. If one were to say that those who do not look out for themselves will be destroyed by heaven and earth, then the awakened are certainly in a far better position than ordinary people today, yet they show no mercy toward their fellow awakened either. At first, when they first learned of Sister Meng's ability, they were all very friendly. But as time went on and they tasted the sweetness of foreseeing the future, things spiraled out of control. Some of the awakened couldn't stand it anymore, but in the face of the silent majority, they were forced to leave. Those who remained grew increasingly ruthless day after day. The entire story can be summed up in 2 words: cannibalism. However, deep down, he had his doubts. Namely, even if that group didn't know Meng possessed the same ability as her sister, wouldn't it have been unrealistic for them to let her go? After all, for Meng Shui, her younger sister was her Achilles heel. If she ever refused to cooperate, that group could use Meng to threaten her. In fact, that's exactly what they'd been doing all along. You're wondering how I managed to escape, aren't you? Just then, Meng asked. Yeah.
Chen hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. Even though you're an awakened, your abilities can't be used in combat, and your physical prowess is nowhere near that of those people. They have people watching you every second. They wouldn't give you a chance to escape.
I didn't escape, they let me go.
Meng lowered his head and said, that time, they wanted to go into the territory of an elite-level beast to steal a certain fruit. Eating that fruit can drastically boost one's mental power.
Elite-level beasts? Chen's breath caught in his throat.
If high-level beasts were equivalent to a light-armored vehicle bulletproof and impervious to blades, then elite-level beasts, in terms of defensive capability, were practically on par with a heavy tank. Forget sniper rifles, even some howitzers would struggle to inflict substantial damage against such creatures.
What's even more terrifying is that they're incredibly fast, generally reaching 200 meters per second. It's safe to say that every elite-level beast possesses the power to destroy a small city.
They knew this was dangerous, so they wanted to take my sister along and have her make predictions along the way. But this time, she was adamant, unless they were willing to let me go, she'd rather die than continue making predictions for them.
Did they agree? Chen was a little surprised.
They did. Although I don't know the exact details, when I heard the news, my mind went blank. I cried and screamed that I didn't want to leave, but my sister practically begged me to go.
I still remember those words to this day. Tears welled up in Meng's eyes once more. She said I had to leave. She didn't have much time left.
While she was still alive, she would constantly use her precognition to check whether those people in Anshan City were secretly investigating or following me. But she wouldn't last more than a few years.
From then on, I'd have to rely entirely on myself.
She also told me to remember under no circumstances to ever mention my ability to anyone, or else I'd repeat the same mistakes.
Chen understood.
Indeed, in the face of the ability to foresee the future, no underhanded maneuver could remain hidden. The awakened in Anshan City understood this as well, which is why they didn't waste their efforts. After all, to them, Meng was just an ordinary person. However, her sister was right about one thing: all of this depended on her still being alive. Since Meng Shui had the ability to foresee the future, Meng as her twin sister might well possess it too. Given those people's moral standards, they would surely rush to search for Meng's whereabouts after Meng Shui's death. After all, if they found her, it would be a windfall. If they didn't, they'd lose nothing.
Your sister told you to keep this a secret, yet you still chose to tell me? Aren't you worried that I might be just like those people? Chen asked, his expression serious. Meng shook her head. I believe you're different from them. You're a good person. Besides, I've already told you if you were like them, it would be too late for me to say anything anyway.
After speaking, her body trembled slightly. Clearly, she wasn't as composed on the inside as she appeared on the outside.
Chen was at a loss for words.
Well, he was indeed a good person, but hearing it put that way just felt a little odd.
Don't worry.
I won't betray your trust, and I won't reveal your identity either. Hearing Chen's assurance, Meng let out a sigh of relief, then added in a low voice, although I can predict the future too, I can only do it through dreams, and the people in those dreams are always random.
Yeah, I know. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Predicting the future was fine, but relying on it too much wasn't good. Over time, it could sap one's drive to improve, turning a person into a good-for-nothing who didn't know what to do unless they knew the correct answer. Therefore, his attitude was to go with the flow.
If it happened, great. If not, it didn't matter.
As long as he kept improving his own abilities, he'd always be able to overcome any difficulties he encountered.
If he couldn't, he'd just keep improving until he could.
Seeing that Chen truly had no intention of taking advantage of her, Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what the future held, for now, the person standing before her seemed trustworthy. The reason I came to see you this time is because last night I dreamed that something had happened to you guys.
Chen's eyes widened, but he didn't interrupt her.
Meng continued, I dreamed that a group of people was waiting about 2 kilometers outside the gates of Anshan City. The leader was holding a pair of binoculars. As soon as you came out, they immediately mounted the horned horses standing nearby, and after you'd gone a short distance, they galloped toward you.
On horned horses?
Chen was startled.
How many of them were there?
About 30.
Meng paused to recall the scene.
There were about 30 of them, all armed with bows and arrows. The leader was bald and very burly.
Just as they were 700 or 800 meters away from you, I saw that you must have spotted them.
You told the others to hurry while you planted your spear in the ground and drew the bow from your back.
Chen couldn't help but feel nervous.
At full speed, the horned horse could reach 100 kilometers per hour, that is, nearly 30 meters per second.
600 or 700 meters, that's 20 seconds. Was he really confident he could kill 30 people in 20 seconds?
There was another point, the enemy was all armed with bows and arrows, which meant they could attack him when he was about 200 meters away.
Would he still be safe by then?
Chapter 75, Watch out for that bald guy.
You're impressive.
A flicker of surprise crossed Meng's eyes. When they charged to about 500 meters, you drew your bow and knocked an arrow.
You fired an arrow almost every second, never missing a shot.
Within 10 or so seconds, half of that group had fallen to your arrows.
You even hit 2 people, one in front and one behind, with a single arrow.
Chen nodded upon hearing this. That was just par for the course for him. However, his face didn't show much joy, because Meng had mentioned that half of the enemy's forces were still left.
What happened next?
Next, those men must have entered range.
Under the command of that bald guy up front, everyone took aim at you. And what about me? Chen asked instinctively. Running away was probably out of the question.
If he'd been there, he'd have had only 2 choices, either keep shooting and get hit by their arrows in the process, or grab a spear and see if he could block the hail of arrows.
You? A look of admiration flashed in Meng's eyes.
I saw you hesitate for a moment, then toss aside your bow and grab the spear lying nearby, using it to block every single arrow that came flying at you. A hint of surprise and delight also appeared in Chen's eyes. It must have been his basic spear technique kicking in, combined with the lethal strike skill and his weaponess traits. His block success rate was frighteningly high.
But doing so put him on the defensive.
Even if these men couldn't harm him in the short term, what about Dad and the others? After those men fired several more rounds at you, the bald leader realized he couldn't take you down. He jumped off his horse, brandished a battle axe, and charged toward you, while he ordered the others to chase after Uncle Guodong and the rest. Meng paused for a moment, then said, "That's where my dream ended."
That's enough. Chen let out a wry smile.
Setting aside his own fate, Dad, Uncle Lu, Uncle Gu, and the others certainly wouldn't fare much better in the face of the mounted archers. They'd be nothing more than living targets. As for Zhe, he might not even have time to fire an arrow, since he would inevitably become the enemy's primary target.
That really was a terrible outcome. From what you're saying, this is what's going to happen tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Meng nodded, then added hesitantly, I think if you don't go tomorrow, you should be able to prevent this from happening. I appreciate your concern, but I'm afraid this matter isn't quite that simple. Chen took a deep breath and said, you mentioned earlier that those people have been waiting outside for us to come out, right?
Yeah, I saw that bald guy with the binoculars, she replied quickly.
That means they've had their eyes on us for a long time, probably from the moment we entered Songfort.
So even if we don't go tomorrow, we'll still be targeted if we go the day after tomorrow.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Meng thought for a moment, nodded, and looked a bit dazed. There must be their lookouts outside Songfort, specifically picking out targets.
If what happened in your dream is really going to happen, then we absolutely have to go tomorrow,
Chen said without hesitation.
Huh? A look of confusion crossed Meng's face.
She had willingly revealed her identity just to warn everyone not to go tomorrow, but after hearing her, Chen had actually become even more determined to go.
She found it hard to accept.
Chen glanced at her and explained, because of your precognitive ability, I already know their situation. But if we don't go tomorrow and go the day after instead, there's a high probability we'll run into them anyway, and by then, the situation might be different from what it is tomorrow.
You plan to strike first? Meng looked shocked. A flash of murderous intent crossed Chen's eyes.
In the dream, I spotted them right away, but it was still too late. I ended up on the defensive.
But if I strike first, the outcome will be very different.
Although his range hadn't changed, it was still around 500 meters. First, he could catch his opponent off guard. Second, accelerating takes time. Don't underestimate these two time differences, they're enough to determine the outcome of many things.
Meng paused for a moment, thinking back. Did Chen actually have that kind of ability?
Then, she stammered, then you absolutely must be careful of that bald guy leading them, he is very powerful. He blocked both of the arrows you shot with his axe.
What? Chen couldn't believe it.
Are you sure he blocked both of my arrows? As soon as he saw you aiming at him, he raised his long axe and blocked both arrows you shot at him, one by one.
Meng whispered. Chen's expression shifted.
It seemed this was a master of long weapons. No wonder, at the end of the dream, he ordered the others to leave so he could face Chen one-on-one.
How far away was I when I aimed at him?
400 or 500 meters. Meng paused to recall, he was charging at the very front. None of the men at the forefront seemed to be carrying bows, they were all holding shields. The first one you aimed at was the bald man. After he blocked your shot, you took aim at the others, including those holding shields, and in the end, they all fell to your arrows.
I see. Chen understood.
Following the principle of capture the king first to subdue the bandits, it made perfect sense for him to aim at the bald man first. He just hadn't expected to hit a brick wall, wasting 2 arrow shots in the process. If he could do it over, he'd either shoot him dead first while he was off guard, or he would wait until the enemy was within a range of 100 or 200 meters. At that distance, the force of a single arrow would be enough to shatter the long axe in his hand, leaving him with no way to block it. As for which approach to take, he would have to play it by ear when the time came. After giving it some thought, he looked at Meng and said, Miss Meng, thank you for the reminder.
If you hadn't warned me, the consequences could have been unimaginable.
It's okay, it's okay. Meng blushed and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, it was thanks to you all taking me in and feeding me back then that I'm still alive today. Besides, if anything happened to you, the people in the settlement wouldn't survive either.
Chen nodded slightly.
That was true. If anything happened to them, the remaining residents of Qin settlement would have no choice but to wait for death. He felt he'd been careful enough, but the world was still far too dangerous. Of course, there was one possibility he couldn't rule out, that Meng's words were false, and nothing like that would happen in the future. Though that seemed unlikely judging by her previous demeanor, she didn't seem to be making it up.
Let us leave it at that for now. Rest assured, I won't mention this to anyone.
Shin stood up, walked to the door, then turned back and said, if what you said is true, I won't force you to make any predictions in the future.
Meng's eyes welled up with tears.
Chen nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out. He still needed to verify this information.
Chapter 76, Departure for Song Fort. Riding horned horses, 2 or 3 dozen of them, and they can shoot arrows? At the dinner table, Wodong's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Fan, are you talking about that band of horse bandits? As soon as she heard those 2 words, Yin Fong, sitting nearby, was so startled that the chopsticks in her hand fell onto the table. Horse bandits? Shen was taken aback. Was there really such a group? Yes. A look of deep apprehension flashed in Guodong's eyes. Those men ride horned horses, moving as swiftly as the wind. Most of them are skilled archers. They specifically target those weaker than themselves, and sometimes they raid villages, plundering everything before burning them to the ground. Shen's eyes widened. These people were nothing short of beasts. Many small settlements in the past were destroyed by them. Later, I heard that a group like this had appeared near Songfort. Their leader is a fierce-looking, bald man. A few years ago, he was at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. By now, he might even be at the 3rd level. His voice trailed off abruptly, and a look of terror spread across his face. Xiao Fan, are you saying that if we go there tomorrow, there's a good chance we'll be targeted by this gang? In an instant, the atmosphere at the dinner table dropped to freezing point. Yin Fong trembled uncontrollably. Why don't we just skip tomorrow's trip? Those bandits kill without batting an eye. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'm just checking things out. Chen smiled slightly and said, how likely is it that they de-single us out and not anyone else? Besides, Dad, you've been to Songfort before. Nothing ever happened, did it? That's right. Nothing ever happened when we went before. Wodong said this, a hint of worry creasing his brow. In the past, whenever they went there, they did bring some valuable items to trade for grain, but they didn't bring much, so it wasn't always enough to catch the other side's interest. But this time was different. With so many goods, even the people of Zhao family fort would be tempted if they saw them. However, if they didn't go, their grain would run out, and their salt reserves would be depleted. What if they traded for just a little less, but 1 gene of meat could be traded for 3 or 4 gene of rice, enough to feed the people in the village for several days? Winter was just around the corner, and hunting would become much harder. Then they simply had to secure more grain. He found himself torn. Chen ate his meat in silence. There were 20 or 30 of them, led by a bald man. Everything matched what Meng had described. Either Meng knew this in advance and said it on purpose, or she truly could foresee the future. In any case, I'll go there tomorrow, and then I'll know everything. There was no reason not to go. If Meng was lying and nothing happened, that would naturally be for the best. If everything turned out exactly as Meng had said, and he still couldn't defeat these people even knowing what was coming, he might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. After finishing their meal and resting briefly, the two headed to the warehouse to practice martial arts. The warehouse, which had been completely empty not long ago, was now packed to the brim. There were only about 20 people actually training, but the surrounding crowd of onlookers was so large it was almost laughable. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The open area was once again nearly deserted. Aside from Chen and Zhang Run, only Zhe remained, still practicing archery. Going to Song Fort tomorrow? Zhang Run asked. Chen smiled. Besides exchanging supplies, I'd also like to see what Song Fort is like inside. It's definitely a bit different. There's a weapons shop there, you should check it out. A weapons shop? Chen's interest was piqued. Do they sell any good stuff there? Zhang Ren glanced at him. Half the bows in the settlement were bought there. There are also swords and daggers made from special metals. They can easily cut through mid-tier beasts. Of course, you can find these things at street stalls too, but you'll have to keep your wits about you so you don't get ripped off. Yeah, I'll be careful. Chen couldn't help but think of the old man who sold martial arts manuals. Tomorrow, he'd go meet him. That's all for now. It's getting late. Go back and get some rest. Be extra careful tomorrow. With that, he hobbled off toward the warehouse. Chen watched his back, then called out to Zhe, who was still practicing archery. Zhe, let us head back. We have to get up early tomorrow. You're heading back too? Zay asked from a distance.
Chen was speechless. It seemed Zay was really out to get him. No wonder so many others had been trickling back to rest one after another, yet he still wouldn't leave. After returning, he ate another meal, gaining nearly 20 potential points. Chen let out a satisfied belch, sat on his bed, and looked at his skill panel. Basic Spear Technique, LV, 638.9%, Traits, Physical Strength LV at 6, Power LV at 6, Agility LV at 6, Weapon Proficiency LV at 6, Critical Strike LV 3. Sure enough, after nearly a whole night of sparring, Basic Spear Technique had risen another 2 levels. Now, he could barely hold his own against Zhang Ren, which was why his proficiency was increasing so rapidly. No wonder I was able to block several rounds of arrows in Meng's stream. Chen mused. If he kept improving at this rate, blocking bullets with a spear might actually become a reality. Let us take a look at my stats. His gaze shifted upward. Realm, Body Tempering, 3rd level. Level, 80100. Constitution, 69.67. Strength, 60.11. Agility, 34.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 168 7 stay. Experience, 10. Compared to last time, because both Basic Archery and Basic Spearmanship had been raised by 2 levels, his Constitution and Strength attributes had each increased by 4 points, and his Agility attribute had also increased by 2 points. 60 points in Strength, that's more than enough to draw that 300 Jin Bao. Chen muttered to himself. However, doing so would significantly slow his firing rate. In comparison, the 200 Jin Bao he currently used offered both greater power and a faster firing rate, making it the best choice. There was also another opportunity for a breakthrough, a chance to strengthen his body. I hope nothing happens tomorrow. He let out a soft sigh. Otherwise, he'd have to kill again. The night passed quickly. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, as the sky began to grow light and many were still fast asleep, the hunting party was already fully prepared and ready to go. Unlike before, everyone had covered their mouths and noses with black cloth, a suggestion from Chen to prevent them from being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. A crowd had already gathered at the village entrance, and Meng was among them. We're off. Everyone, go back home and wait for our good news. Guodong waved to the crowd. A dozen or so people, paired up in twos, shouldered their game and headed out. Be careful. Stay safe. Make sure you come back safely. Words of encouragement kept ringing out behind them. Chen shifted his gaze away from his mother and younger brother, and just then, his eyes met Meng's. The next moment, he gave her a slight nod, slung his bow and arrows over his back, gripped his spear, turned around, and walked forward. Be sure to come back safely. Meng clasped her hands in front of her and prayed silently. She had done everything she could now, it was all up to Chen. Chapter 77, maybe they aren't from Li settlement after all? On the endless wilderness, the occasional roar of a beast rang out, making the group on the march feel a little tense. Those damn beasts, someone cursed. 10 years ago, they lived peaceful lives. Though they toiled day and night to make ends meet, after a hard day's work, they could at least sit down to drink some beer and enjoy a good meal. Now, even staying alive was a luxury. You never knew whether tomorrow or some unexpected disaster would come first. Don't worry, it'll be light out soon, Guodong said with a smile. Once we get to Song Fort, we'll trade for food and salt, and get some money too. You can all buy whatever you want. At those words, the group's faces immediately lit up with joy. The few from Gu settlement exchanged glances. Could it be that they get a share too? Old Chen. Zhanhai started to speak but stopped short. Guodong waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. He mentioned it to Chen last night, and since Chen had no objections, his old brothers certainly wouldn't have any either. This little perk was something the members of their hunting party deserved. Chen, walking behind them, overheard the conversation and asked Zay curiously, "Isn't it true that at Song Fort, you can only use gold and silver or barter? Can you actually use money there?" Zay paused for a moment, then asked, somewhat puzzled, "You haven't actually been to Song Fort,
have you? Over there, if you want to trade, besides buying with gold and silver or bartering, you can also use currency. However, currency from before the anomaly can't be used. The current currency uses the yuan as its unit, with denominations of 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, as well as 100 yuan, 1000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan, the highest denomination being 10,000 yuan. Shen listened, wide-eyed. This sounds so familiar? But it was indeed a new currency unit. The previous unit had been the soul. To express gratitude for the contributions made by the awakened over the past 10 years, the backs of banknotes of different denominations feature portraits of different awakened figures. For example, the highest denomination 10,000 yuan features the Thunder Emperor on the back, while the 1,000 yuan note features the War Emperor, and so on. If anyone were to make a contribution greater than that of the Thunder Emperor, perhaps a 100,000 yuan bill would be issued, bearing his portrait on the back. I see. Shen nodded. It was indeed a pretty good design. He then asked, what is the purchasing power of a 1 yuan note? It can buy 1 jin of the most ordinary rice. Zay held up one finger. Shen nodded. 1 jin of the most ordinary beast meat would cost 3 yuan. How much does it take to buy 1 gram of gold? There isn't that much. Zay shook his head. Generally, a gold ring will only get you a few jin of rice. A gold bracelet or necklace might fetch a little more, maybe 10 or 20 jin. After all, you can't eat these things. It's only when you're truly at the end of your rope that you'd have to trade them away. I see. Shen thought to himself that it really was cheap, but it certainly wasn't very useful. It was just like in the desert, where a bottle of water could fetch an exorbitant price. It all depended on supply and demand. By the way, once you have some money later, is there anything you'd like to buy? Zay asked curiously. We'll see when the time comes. Maybe something nice, Shen shrugged. Zay went, oh. After walking for about half an hour, everyone had settled down, and they just kept moving forward. Another hour passed. Everyone, let us give it our all. We're only an hour or so away. Wodong turned around to encourage the group. But just then, a noise rang out from behind them. Shen instinctively turned his head to look and froze in surprise. A vehicle. A large truck was heading their way, not fast, but not slow either. It would likely catch up in a minute or two. It's the Zhao Jiabao crew. Lu Yong recognized them at a glance. Those guys are really rich. They drive every time they go to Song Fort. Yeah. Just the round trip alone burns through quite a bit of gas. It takes several jin of rice to get just 1 liter of gas. Gao Yang's tone was a mix of envy and jealousy. That round trip 30 li took them half a day on foot, exhausting them to death, and they had to worry about encountering beasts, even though the chances were slim. But the people from Zheojiabao arrived in just over 10 minutes, exchanged their goods, and were back in another 10 minutes or so. Let us let them pass first, Guodong said. Although the people from Zheojiabao usually treated them with nothing more than disdain, never showing any hostility. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if they saw all this game and got the wrong idea? It was better to be prepared just in case. The group set down their game and stood to the side, watching the large truck slowly approach. There were about 20 people in the back of the truck, all looking this way, their faces showing varying degrees of surprise. Which settlement is that? How did they manage to bring so much game? They're all masked, so it's hard to tell, but it looks likely settlement? Or maybe Chen settlement? Chen settlement doesn't have that many people, does it? It looks likely settlement. These guys must hit the jackpot, huh? The people on the truck began to murmur among themselves. In a corner, Wei Tiangong and his companions exchanged glances. At first, they also thought it was Li settlement, but the more they looked, the more familiar these people seemed, especially the eyes of the man at the very front. It was Guodong. So, were these people from Chen settlement? Could it be that they brought along a few young men from the village? That made sense, counting Wang Ping, Zhao Feng, and the others. Their numbers were just right. The Wei Tianyuan brothers both breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed that life in the village had been manageable after they left. They even managed to accumulate this much game to trade.
They must have dressed like this to avoid being recognized, right? That's good.
As for them, life at Zhao family fortress was nowhere near as good as they imagined. But just then, a voice rang out that sent shivers down their spines.
Should we rob them? The game these Lee settlement folks have 8 out of 10 chances it was stolen from other villages anyway. There's no harm in us robbing them too, right?
Yeah, there are only 13 or 14 of them, and we've got over 20 here.
What's there to be afraid of?
Third brother, what do you think? Everyone turned their gaze in unison toward the middle-aged man sitting at the very front, a man with a sullen expression and a pair of narrow, slanted eyes. Zhao San's lips curled slightly as he said, "It's not out of the question."
No, that's not a good idea.
No sooner had Zhao San finished speaking than a hurried voice cut in. The gazes of the dozen or so men immediately turned toward him.
Wei Tianyuan lowered his head and stammered, "What if they're not from Lee settlement? Wouldn't we be robbing the wrong people?" Yeah. Maybe they're from another village?
The others chuckled nervously.
The man who had been stirring things up earlier frowned upon hearing this and said irritably, "Even if they're not from Lee settlement, so what?
If they dare to resist, we'll kill them all right here."
Exactly. Who cares where they're from?
Let us just take it first and worry about it later, right, brother Zhao San? The others turned to look at Zhao San, all rubbing their hands in anticipation. Normally, they didn't steal game from other villages not out of kindness, but because they looked down on it. But this situation was different. It was tempting enough to make them consider it.
After all, it was on their way, why not? Wei Tiangong and his companions felt their hearts leap into their throats. What should they do? If a conflict broke out between Zhao San and Guodong's group, whose side should they take? Chapter 78, It's time to let Uncle Wei and the others return. Never mind. Let us just let them off this time.
After saying this, Zhao San glanced intentionally or not at Wei Tiangong and his group.
Ha! Ah, what a shame. The others wore expressions of reluctance mixed with resignation. Wei Tiangong and his group finally let out a sigh of relief.
If a fight really broke out, they'd probably end up siding with Guodong and his crew, wouldn't they? This turn of events would undoubtedly alienate the people of Zhao family fortress completely, and it would be very difficult for their families inside the fortress to get out safely.
Just as I thought.
A cold smile played at the corner of Zhao San's mouth. He wondered why Wei Tianyuan had reacted so strongly earlier. It seemed highly likely that this group was from Chun settlement after all. Even though they outnumbered them, if a fight broke out, the tide of battle would likely turn in an instant. Even if they weren't from Chen settlement, when it came to fighting over prey, he probably couldn't count on them to be of much help.
Zhao San's gaze turned cold. In that case, what use were they? First-level body tempering?
There weren't many of them in the fort, but there were still quite a few.
Still, it would be a waste to kill these few.
Fine, once they got back, he'd make them do hard labor just like everyone else in the fort. The truck drove past, and nothing happened.
Chen's tense nerves gradually relaxed.
He caught most of the conversation from the other truck.
It seemed the people from Zhao family fortress weren't exactly up to much, were they?
Uncle Wei and the others had come to their rescue yet again. As they watched the group from Zhao family fortress disappear from view, envy flashed in everyone's eyes. How wonderful it would be if they had a vehicle of their own. It would save them so much hard work. If they were unlucky enough to encounter beasts, they wouldn't even be able to run away. Just then, Chen's voice rang out, "Dad, did you see Uncle Wei and the others?"
Everyone paused in surprise.
I did.
Guodong turned his head, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. It wasn't just him. Lu Yong and the others also felt their spirits sink.
Dad, I think it's time to bring Uncle Wei and the others back, Chen said earnestly. Now that the village was thriving, it didn't seem right that Uncle Wei and the others who had been the village's greatest contributors in the past weren't here. Unexpectedly, no one immediately agreed. The atmosphere was eerily quiet.
Xiao Fan.
Just then, Lu Yong said with a hint of bitterness in his voice, "We'd love to have Uncle Wei and the others come back too, but this matter isn't as simple as you think." "That's right," Gao Yang sighed from the side. "It's easy to get into Zhao family fortress, but getting out isn't so simple. Over the past few years, many who went in regretted it and tried to leave. Most of them died inside. The few who managed to escape met a miserable end. They didn't survive for long."
"What?" Chen's eyes widened. "Does that mean once you agree to join Zhao family fortress, you can't change your mind otherwise? The only outcome is death?" "Pretty much." Lu Yong nodded.
"I also know a thing or two about Zhao family fortress." Zhang Hai took a deep breath and said, "Don't be fooled by Zhao family fortress's glamorous exterior, it's actually rotten to the core. The three Zhao brothers, relying on their strength, bully men and women at will within the fortress, doing whatever they please. Anyone who dares to resist them meets the same fate, death. Not just ordinary people, even martial artists who cross them can't expect to live a peaceful life."
Chen took a deep breath. "Aren't they just local warlords?
Or perhaps this is simply a common occurrence in the post-apocalyptic world."
"What about Uncle Wei and the others?"
He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
It was easy to imagine what kind of people had managed to stay at Zheojiabao and survive until now.
Given Uncle Wei and the others' personalities, they'd likely struggle to fit in.
It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen then.
Xiao Fan is right.
Guodong's voice was hoarse.
"When we run into them later, I'll ask Zhao San how we can get Tiangong and the others released.
That's our only option. Let us hope they'll let them go." As Lu Yong and the others spoke, they had absolutely no confidence in the outcome. Not a single one of the Zhao brothers was a pushover.
Back then, Tiangong and the others had hesitated precisely because of this concern.
In fact, aside from Zhao family fortress, Song Fort was a better option, but its requirements were too high.
Not only did one have to be a martial artist, but one also had to pay a fee to be considered a member of the fortress. There was no way around it. There were simply too many people scrambling to get in. Even a martial artist at the first level of body tempering wouldn't fare much better there.
In comparison, Zhao family fortress had much lower requirements. Anyone except the elderly could enter, and instantly at that.
Martial artists were treated well there. Not only was it much safer to join the main group on hunts when they went out, but they also received a generous share of the spoils upon their return. Chen clenched his fists. His intuition told him this matter would likely not be so straightforward. Because of this, the atmosphere within the group had grown noticeably heavier. It wasn't until they were 2 or 3 li away from Song Fort that the mood began to lighten.
Chen looked around and noticed that there were actually signs of human habitation here.
These weren't the kind of settlements you'd expect, but rather isolated cottages, some surrounded by walls, while others had none at all. Their doors stood wide open, revealing pitch-black interiors. It was impossible to tell if anyone was inside.
"These are people with nowhere else to go."
Zayas' voice rang out. "No village is willing to take them in, and Song Fort won't let them get too close, so these people have no choice but to live here.
They go to Song Fort to beg during the day and return before dark. You'll see them in a little while." Chen nodded.
The wall was only a little over a meter high. It wouldn't stop an ordinary person, let alone a beast. If someone were to slip out at night to relieve themselves, they might very well be dragged off by a beast. The further they walked, the more people they encountered. They even came across a few small settlements with walls 2 or 3 meters high and watchtowers, from which people were looking in their direction.
"That looks like the Lin family settlement." Zay followed Chen's gaze. "It's a bit larger than our settlement. I've heard it's not easy to get in." "Is that because it's close to Song Fort?" Chen asked. "Yeah, Song Fort has a large population and quite a few martial artists. I've heard there are even a few cannons inside the fort that once repelled a high-level beast, so a lot of people who can't get into Anshan City settle for trying to enter Song Fort instead." Chen thought for a moment and asked. "Living inside Song Fort is definitely safe, but the area around it might not be." "You're absolutely right." Zay nodded. "The more people there are, the stronger the scent they give off, and the more it attracts beasts. Those beasts can't get into Song Fort, but ambushing these people isn't difficult.
If a high-level beast appears, it's highly likely it will attack these areas first.
High-level beasts. Chen took a deep breath and looked back at Lin family village behind him.
There was no doubt about it, if high-level beasts were to attack here, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Actually, it's the same in those cities, including the areas surrounding those 3 megacities.
The stronger the security, the more people flock there. Zay continued, it's just that the vast majority of people can't get in, so they pay a high price to live in houses built nearby, which counts as securing the right to enter the city.
Eligibility? So are there other conditions?
Well, take the nearest one, Anshan City for example. If an ordinary person wants to get in, they have to settle in one of the surrounding villages, work for free on the city's construction for a few years, and then pay a fee just to get on the waiting list. As for when your turn comes, you'll just have to wait and see.
Zay shrugged. Do people really do that?
Chen furrowed his brow. There was far too much room for manipulation here.
Besides, weren't the Awakened guarding Anshan City the very ones who deplaced Sister Meng under house arrest?
Of course.
Otherwise, where do you think I got this information? It's all from the gossip on the streets and alleys of Songfort.
We're almost at Songfort.
Someone shouted excitedly.
Chen looked up ahead and saw, 300 or 400 meters away, a city wall more than 10 times the size of their own settlement, looming like a colossus that had suddenly appeared in the wilderness.
Chapter 79, It's Chen's settlement after all. We're finally here. Yeah, it's been a rough journey. My shoulders are almost numb. Songfort is really huge, isn't it? I heard there are nearly 2,000 or 3,000 people living there? What has that got to do with us? We'll just trade what we have and leave.
True.
The group chatted animatedly, their tones ranging from joy and envy to amazement and indifference. Everyone, stay alert. And don't let those people get too close. Guodong turned back and instructed them.
Soon, Shen spotted the very people his father had warned them about. Starting about 200 or 300 meters from the gates of Songfort, the ground was littered with people lying haphazardly, gaunt and emaciated, barely clothed, and a foul stench could be smelled from a distance. As Chen and his group approached, these people sat up from the grass, their eyes fixed intently on the game the group was carrying, drooling.
Please, give us something to eat.
Sir, have mercy, I haven't eaten in 3 days.
Guys, just give me a bite to eat, and I'll do anything you ask.
The pleas rang out incessantly.
Chen's heart wavered.
After all, it was his first time witnessing such a scene, and he found it hard to bear. But the next moment, he steeled his resolve. When one is prosperous, one should help the world. When one is poor, one should take care of oneself. For him now, simply keeping the people of his village alive was already the absolute limit. All around, some people plucked up the courage to approach, only to be driven back by men wielding spears in the group. The further they went, the more of these vagrants there were. Some didn't even have a single piece of clothing on. They lay on the ground, motionless. Some knelt on the ground, bowing their heads repeatedly, while others fixed their gazes on a single point, as if plotting something. The crowd began to grow restless.
Everyone, keep calm. Don't make a move, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The men roared angrily.
To be honest, they were used to seeing such scenes on the road, but today's encounter was a first. If they didn't handle it properly, they might all end up dying here today. Chen also gripped his spear tightly and stayed on high alert. He felt somewhat relieved that he heeded Uncle Zhang's advice and practiced his spear techniques. Perhaps sensing that this group wasn't to be messed with, the commotion in the crowd gradually subsided, and the pleas grew fainter.
Phew, that was a close call. Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken.
Yeah, if our presence had been any weaker just now, the consequences would been unimaginable. There'll be another round when we head out later, but they probably won't dare to target us again.
The group chatted among themselves.
At this point, they were less than 100 meters from Songfort. The area was visibly tidier, and occasionally people approached from other directions, some with their faces covered, others without, but without exception, they all remained quiet. Chen kept his eyes on his surroundings. He noticed that at least a dozen pairs of eyes had swept over him and his companions. Sometimes, when he caught their gaze, they would quickly look away, pretending nothing had happened. I'm afraid some of those eyes belong to that band of horse bandits, but there is no rush. Let us take care of the main task first. He withdrew his gaze and began to survey the massive structure before him. The walls, built of blue stone, stood a full 4 or 5 meters high and stretched out on both sides, with a circumference of roughly 2 kilometers. On top of the walls stood quite a few people, fully armed.
What is that? Chen's pupils suddenly contracted.
On the gatehouse, several pitch-black cannon muzzles were trained directly at them, sending a chill down his spine.
Those must be the cannons Zay mentioned earlier, the ones that repelled the high-level beasts. He swallowed hard and looked down.
At the base of the walls were 3 gates, 1 large and 2 small, all manned by fully armed soldiers. The small gate on the left was crowded with people lined up in a long queue, carrying game in their hands or on their shoulders. Clearly, like him and his companions, they had come here to exchange supplies. The one on the right appeared to be an exit. As people emerged, they handed over a small slip of paper before being allowed to pass. The large central gate was wide enough for 3 vehicles. Occasionally, vehicles drove in and out, but most of the time it stood empty.
In fact, several vehicles were parked outside the city walls, including the large truck from Zaogiobeo.
It was clear that this gate was reserved for people of status and standing. Simply having a vehicle wasn't enough to gain passage.
Let us get in line too.
Everyone, keep it quiet. Those city guards really will shoot if they have to. As Guodong spoke, he gave Chen a meaningful look. If there was anyone in the line who hadn't been here before, it was him. The group lined up at the back of the queue and waited patiently.
From ahead, voices like these could be heard from time to time. How many people? 15.
Entry fee, 15 yuan, or the equivalent in beast's meat.
You must present this slip to leave the city before 5 p.m., or face the consequences.
And don't cause any trouble.
The group filed into the city one by one. Immediately afterward, similar exchanges rang out once more.
It seems we have to pay an entry fee to get in, and we have to be out before dark.
Chen pondered. It seemed they would also check everyone's identity after dark to prevent anyone from sneaking into the city. Most likely, the residents here had something akin to an ID card, while they, as outsiders, did not.
Still, this was quite a moneymaker. 1 yuan per person, with hundreds of people passing through each day, that would amount to several hundred yuan.
And that was just a single day's earnings. Soon, it was Guodong and the others' turn. Guodong took out the pre-weighed beast's meat.
One of the officers weighed it, then nodded. The man in charge of registration handed over a stack of slips of paper and said expressionlessly, "Keep these safe.
Hand them back when you leave.
Get out before dark, and don't cause any trouble."
Okay. Guodong quickly took them and handed them out to everyone.
Chen received one, a small piece of paper, about the size of an ID card. At the very top were the 3 large characters pass, and below that was the date, November 12th.
Next. The man's voice rang out again from behind them.
Chen followed the line into the city and, for a moment, felt a bit dazed. Before him lay a wide concrete road. On both sides were numerous shops, the most conspicuous of which was a store that bought beasts' materials several times the size of an ordinary shop. In addition, there were places to stay, eat, and get foot massages, and quite a few people were around. In some spots, people had set up street stalls and were hawking their wares loudly.
It was just like a marketplace.
It wasn't just him. Everyone who entered was gazing at the surrounding scene, their eyes filled with longing.
Ahem, Guodong cleared his throat lightly.
All right, let us go trade in our items first. That shop not only buys beasts' materials but also sells all kinds of weapons.
Xiao Fan, see if there is anything you want to buy.
Sure.
Chen had an idea.
He'd heard Uncle Zhang mention this before he came, so now was the perfect time to check it out. Then, he'd go find that old man selling martial arts manuals. Finally, he'd deal with that band of horse bandits if they were still at their usual spot.
Just then, a group of people came walking toward them.
One of them said in a sarcastic tone, "I was wondering why you looked a bit familiar on the road. Aren't you from Chen settlement?"
Why are you sneaking around like this? Are you ashamed to be seen? In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity turned to Guodong and his companions. Chapter 80, Strength is the Ultimate Truth. People from Chen Settlement? They're from Chen Settlement? What's Chen Settlement?
Most were puzzled.
It's one of the villages east of Song Fort. Strange, what kind of crazy luck did they have this time to bag so much game? A full 4 antelope that'll get them quite a few good things, one tiet? That's worth 3 or 4,000 yuan. The group, already carrying such a large haul of game, had attracted quite a bit of attention. Now they became the center of attention at the scene. Whispers filled the air. Some knew about Chen Settlement, others didn't, but now, everyone had memorized the name. A flash of anger flickered in Lu Yong and the others' eyes. That guy did that on purpose. Chen glared at the man who'd spoken, who wore a sneer and looked rather smug. Guodong, your village has been pretty lucky, huh? So much game, how do you manage that? Yeah, I remember a while back, some folks from our village even gave you a rabbit. Looks like that was a waste of effort. Congrats! You'll make a nice chunk of change this time, right? Next time, don't make us have to help you out again. Sarcastic remarks rang out one after another from the Zhao Jiabao group. It was like a wealthy man who, one day, suddenly discovered that the poor young man next door was now driving a luxury car. Of course he wouldn't feel comfortable about it. Wei Tiangong and his companions looked worried. They hadn't expected that just as they finished exchanging goods and were about to leave, they'd run into Guodong and his group and have their identities exposed right there in public. Guodong's expression shifted slightly. His gaze lingered briefly on Wei Tiangong and the others before settling on the man leading the group. He whispered, "Third brother Zhao, could we discuss something?" The surrounding chatter ceased abruptly, and even Zhao Laosan looked a bit surprised. Oh? A mocking expression crossed his face as he said, "What do you want to discuss with me? The village has been on a lucky streak lately, and with this catch, I'd like to bring Tiangong, Tian Yuan, and the others back. I wonder if that's possible." Guodong's tone was somewhat submissive. It was unavoidable after all. Wei Tiangong and the others' families were all in Zhao family fortress. Without the consent of Zhao Laosan and the others, leaving was out of the question. Upon hearing this, a stir arose within the Zhao family fortress group. Some were surprised, some jealous, and others snickered coldly. Tears glistened in the eyes of Wei Tiangong and the others. Guodong had indeed remembered them. The moment the settlement began to prosper, he thought of bringing them back, and deep down, didn't they long to return as well? Wei Tianyuan almost spoke up, but was held back by his eldest brother, who gave him a sharp, warning glance. The 3 Zhao brothers were all tough characters. If you offended them, they were capable of anything. Oh, so you want them to go back? Back to your Chen settlement, is that it? Yes, I don't know. Before Guodong could finish, Zhao Laosan cut him off. You're a bit of a joke, aren't you? Why are you asking me if they want to go back to your Chen settlement? Why don't you ask them? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a burst of roars of laughter. Ha ha ha, exactly. Guodong, are you a little off your rocker? Someone said, pointing to his own head. For something like this, why not just ask the people involved? If they want to go back, is third brother Zhao going to stop them? Exactly. You've lived this long for nothing. Wei Tiangong, Wei Tianyuan, did you hear that? He is asking if you're willing to go back. Yeah, give him an answer. Don't keep him waiting too long. A surge of anger welled up in Lu Yong and the others. These people from Zhao Jiabao were way too arrogant. They were insulting the entire village right in front of everyone. But a sense of helplessness immediately set in. So what if they were arrogant? Zhao Jiabao was the strongest settlement in the area, and that was precisely why they dared to strut around so brazenly, unafraid of drawing anyone's ire. Chen took a deep breath. Getting angry now would only play right into their hands and give them something to laugh about. Besides, given the situation, Uncle Wei and the others were essentially caught between a rock and a hard place. They wouldn't agree to come back. Sure enough, the next moment, Wei Tiangong spoke with a smile.
Wodong, your concern is appreciated, but we're doing just fine here. You don't need to worry.
That's right, Wodong.
Third brother Zhao treats us well. Every time he returns from a hunt, he shares plenty with us. We're doing great, really, we are.
Wei Tianyuan forced a smile. Tiangong. Wodong's lips trembled, he didn't know what to say.
Alright, you've seen for yourself, it's them who don't want to go back with you, not that I'm holding them back. Zhao San spread his hands.
Anything else?
No, just please step aside, we're in a hurry.
Exactly.
Wodong looked at the Wei brothers for a long moment, let out a deep sigh, and led his men to clear the path.
Wodong, you guys got lucky this time, but you might not be so lucky next time.
With that parting remark, the group from Zhao family fortress strode off.
Wodong, Tiangong, and the others had no choice.
Yeah, their families are all in Zhao family fortress, they can't just abandon them, can they?
Sigh, if only they hadn't gone.
Lu Yong and the others were both angry and helpless, and Zhang Hai and the others felt the same way though. In truth, this outcome had been expected all along.
I know. Wodong felt terrible.
He thought there would at least be room for negotiation, but who would known the other side wouldn't give them a single chance. Dad, Uncle Wei, and the others will come back, Chen said firmly.
Leave this matter to me.
Wodong paused, a glimmer of hope lighting up his heart.
Xiaofan, do you have a plan?
The others quickly turned to look at him, their eyes brimming with hope. I wouldn't exactly call it a plan. Chen watched as the men from Zheojiobao and the others filed out through the fort gate, one by one. The people of Zheojiobao are so arrogant simply because our strength doesn't match theirs. They're backed by martial artists at the flesh refining realm. Once I reach the flesh refining realm, or even the chi condensation realm, a single word from me will be enough to make them hand our people over willingly. The crowd's spirits soared.
That's right. Xiaofan is absolutely correct. Strength is the ultimate authority.
If our strength surpass theirs, how dare they talk to us like that? Damn it, once we get back, I'm going to train even harder so that one day, I can stomp right on their faces. Zay looked at the group who had been dejected just moments ago but were now brimming with fighting spirit, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Is that even possible?
Chen silently averted his gaze. That said, the man from Zhao family fortress was likely at least in the mid-stage of the flesh refining realm, or even the late stage. Even if he'd just broken through, his chances of winning weren't great. One wrong move and he might end up losing his own life. But it didn't matter. That day wouldn't be too far off. He hoped that by then, Uncle Wei and the others would be safe and sound. Otherwise, what good would reaching the late stage of the flesh refining realm or even entering the chi refining realm do? Zhao Laosan and the rest would all have to die.
Chapter 81, A Huge Sum of Money?
2 kilometers southwest of Songfort, several men were peering through binoculars toward the main gate. Behind them, more than 20 others stood or crouched, each holding a longbow, carrying a quiver of arrows on their backs, and with a long sword hanging from their waists. Further back, a large herd of horned horses grazed quietly.
We spotted a flock of fat sheep. My goodness, they've bought so much stuff to take back.
Oh my god, what's that, a crate of liquor? The speaker couldn't help but lick his lips. Liquor! It really is liquor.
Oh my god.
Boss, why don't we just rob them?
Kill the men and take everything back. Do you all want to die?
The bald, scar-faced giant beside him growled and snapped, take a good look, who are they?
Zhao Laosan?
Wait, they're from Zhao family fortress.
Zhao family fortress.
The group behind him swallowed hard. Although they were horse bandits, they still understood the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhao De was a martial artist at the flesh refining realm who could draw a 500 gene bow. He killed one of their own. If they killed him, they wouldn't be able to survive in this area anymore.
Go somewhere else?
In their line of work, territories were strictly divided.
Would other horse bandits even welcome them there?
Let us just wait for that group to come out. Someone nearby said, we all saw it clearly. That group carried 4 pieces of game inside. There were 15 of them in total, but only 2 knew how to use bows and arrows. With so many of us, we could take them down without breaking a sweat.
The bald giant nodded. Then let us wait for them to come out. Don't rush into action, at least wait until they've traveled a li or two first.
Got it, big brother.
It's not like this is our first time doing this.
The others laughed. Riding their horned horses, they moved as swiftly as the wind, but if they got too cocky, they could be wiped out in a matter of minutes.
For antelope that's got to be worth 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, right?
Yeah, that LL get us a lot of good stuff. Tisk, TSK, TSK.
Hunting s always nerve-wracking, one slip up and the beasts will kill you. Nothing s as easy as murder and robbery. And it's fast, too.
Right, and it's fast.
The crowd erupted into laughter once more.
Song Fort Weapons Shop, selling all kinds of weapons high quality at low prices. We also buy all kinds of beast materials. We pay top prices for mid-tier beast materials, prices for high-tier beasts are negotiable. Shen looked at the sign in front of the door and thought to himself that the shop's name was indeed concise and to the point, not flashy at all. Glancing inside, he saw that the space was nearly 100 square meters, extremely spacious, filled with all kinds of bladed weapons. People were bustling about, making it quite lively. To his slight surprise, he didn't see any armed guards anywhere. But upon further thought, it made perfect sense. Anyone who caused trouble here must be out of their mind.
Excuse me, are you here to sell beast materials?
A lovely young woman in a tailored suit stepped forward and asked warmly.
Yes. Guo Don nodded.
All right, please follow me. With that, the woman walked off to the side. The group followed her immediately. This wasn't their first time going through this process. After walking several dozen meters, they turned into a spacious courtyard, which was filled with people and buzzing with voices.
Everyone was haggling. A group of men approached.
The one leading them, a burly, broad-shouldered fellow, said in a gruff voice, "You're selling all these antelope horn sheep, right?"
"Yes, my friend."
"What's your offer?"
Guodong asked with a smile. "Antelope horn sheep, low-level beasts. The meat isn't great, but it's not bad either. 3 yuan per gene."
"Ha?"
Gao Yang's mouth dropped open as he asked, "Weren't you buying them for 3 yuan 50 per gene just a little while ago?"
The burly man shot him a glance.
"You said it yourself, that was a while ago. Market conditions are different now. Are you selling them or not?"
The group exchanged glances, feeling a bit helpless. In the vast Song Fort, this was the only place that bought beast materials. If they didn't sell here, were they supposed to go all the way to another place to sell? That wasn't realistic.
We'll sell.
3 yuan it is," Guodong said with a forced smile.
"Why didn't you just say so earlier?"
"You guys, come with me." The man pointed at the group carrying the game.
"He's really pushy."
Watching them walk away, Zay stood where he was and muttered under his breath.
"Yeah." Chen nodded helplessly.
Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Several people were seen carrying in a wild boar as big as a small truck. The boar was entirely black, its fur as fine and sharp as needles, every hair standing on end. Its 2 tusks, each as long as an adult's arm, gleamed with a lustrous sheen. On its forehead were 2 large holes, deep enough to expose the bone, clearly fatal wounds. They appeared to have been caused by gunshots, and the blood around the wounds had already dried up.
"Everyone, be careful.
If you break those 2 tusks, you wouldn't be able to afford them even if we sold you." The speaker was a man in his 20s holding a sniper rifle in one hand. He had a crew cut, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, and bulging muscles on both arms, giving him a fierce appearance.
"Whoa! Master Lu is here. Master Lu is amazing to actually take down such a huge porcupine. Impressive. Master Lu, please come inside. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you the highest price for this porcupine."
Several burly men welcomed him inside with warm enthusiasm.
"Who's that?" someone nearby asked curiously. "You don't even know him?
Have you heard of the Storm Martial Arts Hall in the fort?"
Whirlwind Martial Arts Hall? Of course I know it.
I've heard the master is a gene-level martial artist who can kill a mid-tier beast with a single punch.
That's right.
This young man is the second disciple of the Whirlwind Martial Arts Hall. I hear he reached the flesh refinement realm in his 20s. When we encounter a mid-tier beast, we all have to take a detour, but this guy just charges right in with his sniper rifle and fires a few shots. He's a total badass. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the air.
Put.
Upon hearing this, Zay snorted derisively, a hint of disdain in his voice. Killing a mid-tier beast with a sniper rifle, he could do that too.
What was there to brag about? That's interesting. Chen wore an expression of keen interest.
Combining a martial artist's speed with the power of firearms was indeed a formidable combination. However, for them, this method wasn't very practical. For one thing, firearms were expensive. For another, they were only sold within Song Fort, and as outsiders, they weren't eligible to purchase them. They could only buy bladed weapons. This was another aspect that highlighted Song Fort's competitive edge.
Just then, Wodong walked over with his group. It was clear that everyone's eyes were brimming with amusement. Xiao Fan.
Wodong walked up to Chen and said in a low voice, 4 pieces of game, totaling 1,012 gene.
At 3 yuan per gene, that comes to 3,060 yuan. Half of that 1,530 yuan is yours.
As he spoke, he pulled a wad of bills from his pocket and handed it to him. The others formed a circle around the two of them, shielding them from prying eyes.
There were indeed many people here, but outside, the crowd was even more mixed.
Chen stared at the colorful stack of bills, momentarily stunned.
Chapter 82, Intermediate Armor-Piercing Arrow. So this is the new currency?
Most of the bills were purple, each worth 100 yuan, with 2 or 3 pale blue ones worth 10 yuan each. Seeing Chen stand there dumbfounded, the others thought he was too shy to accept it and urged him repeatedly.
Xiao Fan, take it. You've earned every bit of it. That's right. If it weren't for you, we'd have starved to death long ago. Come to think of it, this money should all be yours anyway. We're all just riding on your coattails.
By comparison, each of them could only get a little over 10 yuan as a token of appreciation for their efforts. But even so, it was a huge improvement over before. They used to trade their valuables for money and still couldn't even get enough to eat. Zay stood to the side and swallowed hard.
1,500 yuan.
He'd never seen that much money in his life.
All right, I'll take it then. Chen nodded and reached out to accept it.
It was what he deserved. There was no need to feel embarrassed. Besides, he was just planning to stop by the weapon shop to see if he could find something he liked to buy, or perhaps pick up a few martial arts manuals to further improve his skills.
Wodong scanned the group and instructed, I'll give you all an hour now.
Go ahead and buy whatever you want at the street stalls, but be careful, there might be pickpockets mingling in the crowd.
Meet back at the entrance of the grain store in an hour. Got it.
Gao Yang, Zhang Hai, and the others all nodded. They were seasoned veterans. They were well aware of such basic precautions. Soon, only Chen and his son, Lu Yong, and the 5 of them, Zhang Hai and Zay, remained in the square. Understanding Chen's intention, the group headed together toward the weapons shop outside.
It was the same woman as before. Seeing them approach, she beamed, Gentlemen, what would you like to buy?
I'd like to take a look at the bows you have here.
Chen replied.
Upon hearing Chen's voice, the woman's gaze fell on the bow slung across his back, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes.
Judging by his voice, this masked man in front of her didn't seem very old, yet the bow he was carrying?
Sure, please follow me, the woman quickly recovered, explaining as they walked, Gentlemen, my name is Zhu Yan, you can just call me Little Zhu. If you're looking at bows, that is quite a coincidence. Just a few days ago, our shop received a shipment of bows and arrows from Anshan City.
Really?
That is quite a coincidence, Lu Yong said with a smile. Zhu Yan led the group to the northeast corner, where the walls were lined with all kinds of longbows ranging from those as long as an arm to ones over a person's height, a dazzling array.
Your arrows are way too expensive. Can you knock down the price a bit? A man's voice rang out from the side.
Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry, said a woman, also dressed in a suit and tie, flashing an awkward yet polite smile.
These are genuine armor-piercing arrows, no discounts. But 200 yuan per arrow is really too expensive. Could you knock a little off the price? Pleaded the man carrying the bow and arrows.
Yeah, sweetheart, this isn't the first time we've shopped at your store.
Can't you give us a discount for being regular customers? We'll buy two, can you knock a little off the price?
Several of the man's companions chimed in as well. The woman shook her head helplessly. After all, she was just an employee, she had absolutely no authority to negotiate prices. Besides, Song Fort was the only place within dozens of li that sold armor-piercing arrows, nowhere else carried them.
To put it bluntly, take it or leave it.
The men exchanged glances, then finally gritted their teeth, grabbed two quivers, and headed to the counter to pay.
Chen turned his gaze back to Zhu Yan and asked, "Did I just hear them mention something about armor-piercing arrows?" Zhu Yan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly nodded.
"Yes, please come this way." She walked over to where the men had been standing and pulled an arrow over a meter long from a quiver hanging on the wall.
"Is this the armor-piercing arrow?" Chen asked instinctively.
The arrow was very slender and long, with a chisel-like tip that radiated a chilling aura. Wodong and the others seemed to be seeing this for the first time as well, their eyes widened in astonishment.
Zhu Yan smiled faintly and said, "Gentlemen, don't underestimate this armor-piercing arrow. Do you see the arrowhead? It's forged from first-tier primordial alloy."
"First-tier primordial alloy?"
Zhe gasped softly. Chen, however, was completely baffled.
Primordial alloy? And first-tier, at that? It seems you're quite the connoisseur, brother. Zhu Yan set down the quiver and picked up a steel plate from nearby.
This is a half-centimeter thick steel plate. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to inspect it.
Lu Yong glanced at the others, reached out to take it, examined it carefully, and nodded.
It's definitely steel. Zhu Yan picked up an armor-piercing arrow and ran it across the surface.
Immediately, a deep scratch appeared on the steel plate.
The men's eyes widened instantly.
If I can do this with my strength, I'm sure you guys could easily cut right through this steel plate.
Let me give it a try.
Chen took the steel plate, held the armor-piercing arrow in one hand, and with a mighty thrust, the arrowhead slowly sank into the steel plate before piercing right through with a plop.
That's impressive. His eyes lit up. If he used this kind of armor-piercing arrow when fighting a mid-tier beast, wouldn't it be even more powerful? That's amazing. So this is an armor-piercing arrow?
If an iron-armored rhinoceros were hit by an arrow like this, I'm afraid it wouldn't stand a chance.
That's right.
Zhu Yan smiled and nodded. This armor-piercing arrow is actually a mid-tier armor-piercing arrow, specifically designed to take down mid-tier beasts. Even an iron-armored rhinoceros can be killed from within 100 meters with this arrow, paired with a powerful bow capable of firing 100 Jin.
The group sucked in a sharp breath.
In their minds, the iron-armored rhinoceros was practically a godlike creature, one they'd normally have to give a wide berth if they ever encountered it. From what I overheard earlier, these armor-piercing arrows are pretty expensive, right?
Chen asked.
Yes,
200 yuan each. But they're definitely worth every penny. Zhu Yan hurried to add.
Her eyes were filled with anticipation.
200 yuan each. Guodong gasped.
If he remembered correctly, a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin sold for only about 100 yuan.
So this single arrow was worth as much as two bows? I'll take 3. Chen decided after a moment's hesitation. After all, isn't money meant to be spent?
With these armor-piercing arrows, if he ever encountered an iron-armored rhinoceros, he was confident he could take it down from within 200 meters. As for other mid-tier beasts, they were a piece of cake.
Wodong and the others exchanged glances, none of them objected.
First, it was Chen's money, he could spend it however he wanted.
Second, these armor-piercing arrows were indeed powerful though expensive, they were worth the purchase. Zhu Yan bowed repeatedly.
3 armor-piercing arrows for 600 yuan, she'd get a commission of several dozen. With that in mind, she asked again, "Sir, we've just received a new shipment of heavy arrows.
Would you like to take a look? Heavy arrows? Chen's interest was piqued. Let me see. Chapter 83. You're spending money pretty fast, too.
Before long, Chen saw the heavy arrows the woman had mentioned. These heavy arrows varied in size, but without exception, their arrowheads were large and heavy.
The most extreme one had an arrowhead as big as 2 or 3 adult fists. Are the arrowheads on these heavy arrows also made of first-tier primordial alloy? Chen asked. Well, of course not. Zhu Yan gave an awkward smile.
They're just made of ordinary metal.
Boss, you're carrying a bow with a draw weight of 200 Jin on your back, right?
Firing these heavy arrows with such a powerful bow gives them great power and speed. They're incredibly effective against mid-tier beasts.
The downside is that their range is rather short.
Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Those formidable mid-tier beasts all have very high defense, so armor-piercing arrows are the perfect choice. These heavy arrows, while powerful, lack armor-piercing capability.
But wouldn't they work well against people?
The thought suddenly popped into his head.
That's right.
He immediately recalled the bald, burly man Meng had mentioned. The guy seemed to have exceptional blocking skills, having parried 2 of his arrows in quick succession from 300 or 400 meters away. As the saying goes, even the strongest crossbow loses its power at the end of its flight. It cannot pierce even the finest silk. At a distance of 300 or 400 meters, the arrow's speed would inevitably slow considerably. If the distance were within 200 meters, he didn't believe the opponent could block one arrow, let alone a second or third. But what if he used heavy arrows? If they couldn't be blocked, it would be certain death. But if they were blocked, was he really sure they could be blocked? How much does one of these heavy arrows cost? He asked.
Zhu Yan's face lit up with delight, and he immediately pointed to the one in the middle. This one is cast entirely from steel, weighs over 400 grams, and fits perfectly with the bow on your back, boss. 50 yuan each. 50.
Zhang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, that's a bit too expensive.
Lu Yong and the others standing nearby nodded vigorously. It was far more than just a little expensive.
Sir, these heavy arrows aren't cheap to begin with. They're only sold in Anshan City, and we paid a fortune to get them, Zhu Yan complained.
I'll take 3 of them, too,
Chen said, wincing slightly at the cost. In the blink of an eye, he spent half of his 1,500 yuan, leaving him with only 700 or 800. But of these 2 types of arrows, he would need one right away, and the other would be indispensable moving forward.
Never mind.
As long as I take down a mid-tier beast, I'll make back the money I spent in no time.
He reassured himself. Sure thing, boss. Zhu Yan beamed.
Boss, I heard you were looking at bows earlier, right? What kind of bow were you looking for?
One with a draw weight of 300 Jin? Or 400 Jin? We even have ones with higher draw weights.
Oh?
Chen immediately asked, what's the highest draw weight for a bow you have here? The one we currently have in stock is 500 Jin.
But boss, if you want a higher draw weight, you can place a special order, though I can't say for sure when it'll be ready.
Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It's like this. Zhu Yan hurried to explain.
Bows with a draw weight of 300 Jin or higher are much more expensive. While the materials for the bow body are easy to find, suitable materials for the bowstring are scarce.
They can basically only be obtained from mid-tier and high-tier beasts.
Mid-tier beasts are one thing, but high-tier beasts, to be honest, even though I live inside the fortress, if I hear that high-tier beasts are roaming nearby, I'd be so nervous I wouldn't be able to sleep for days. That's why bows with a draw weight of 500 Jin or higher are even more expensive.
I see. Chen nodded.
So, for bows with a draw weight between 300 and 500 Jin, the bowstring material must come from mid-tier beasts, while bows with a draw weight of 500 Jin or more require high-tier beasts? So, what exactly are the prices like? Never mind the 200 Jin bow on his back, even a 300 Jin bow would eventually become obsolete for him. To go head-to-head with Zhao family fortress, he'd need to be able to draw at least a 500 Jin bow, right? A 100 Jin bow costs 100 yuan, a 200 Jin bow, 200 yuan, a 300 Jin bow, 300 yuan, a 400 jin bao, 800 yuan, and a 500 jin bao, 2,000 yuan.
Zhu Yan glanced at Chen.
As for bows with a draw weight of 500 jin and above, the price starts at 5,000 yuan at the very least, and whether you can actually buy one depends on your luck.
Chen was secretly amazed.
These high-grade beasts are really valuable. Even a single bao made from their tendons can fetch several thousand or even over 10,000 yuan.
A beast that big must yield quite a few bows, right? And that's not even counting the other materials.
As for bows with a draw weight of less than 300 jin, they might seem expensive at first glance, but compared to this, they're practically a bargain. He couldn't help but think of the 300 jin bao back in the village. Once Uncle Wei and the others left, if they ever found themselves truly at their wits' end, they could always sell that bao to make ends meet. Of course, they certainly wouldn't get that much for it if they could sell it for 100 yuan, that would be thanks to the kindness of the locals here.
Zhu Yan looked at Chen with an expectant gaze. Boss, what draw weight are you looking for? Wodong and the others turned their gaze to Chen.
The village did have a 300 jin bao, but if Chen wanted to buy one, he'd have to settle for a 400 jin or 500 jin model.
However, the money he had on him probably wouldn't be enough. With that in mind, Wodong gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaofan, why don't we just buy the 400 jin one for now?"
If he chipped in some more money, they should have just enough, but if they bought the 500 jin one, they wouldn't have enough left for grain and salt. Chen glanced at his father, cleared his throat, and said, "Let us wait until next time." Lu Yong and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
"All right, boss."
Zhu Yan gave an understanding smile, but she soon thought of something.
"Boss, since you bought armor-piercing arrows, I assume you're planning to hunt a mid-tier beast? Why not pick up a dagger as well? The daggers here are also made from original-style alloy, which makes cutting through mid-tier beasts a breeze. Otherwise, an ordinary knife would become dull and break in no time." Chen thought that made a lot of sense.
"How much?" "The smallest one is 300 yuan, but it's only about 10 centimeters long, and the blade is made of first-tier original-style alloy. A better one costs 600 yuan, it's about the size of a palm, with 1/3 of it made of first-tier original-style alloy. An even better one costs over 1,000 yuan, it's about the same size, but it's almost entirely made of original-style alloy and is very durable."
"I'll take the 600 yuan one." Chen let out a soft sigh.
The man did have a point. Ordinary knives were no match for a mid-tier beast, and this dagger could also serve as a self-defense weapon. But doing so meant that of the 1,500 yuan he'd originally been carrying, a huge sum, he'd be left with less than 200 yuan.
"By the way, boss, it looks like you know how to use a gun. Are you thinking of switching to an alloy muzzle?"
"No."
"Okay. Actually, we just got a new shipment of alloy combat knives."
"Oh?
You don't need them? All right. Boss, come back and visit us again sometime."
Zhu Yan watched Chen and his companions walk out of the store with a touch of reluctance. The streets were bustling with people, but the atmosphere among the group was very quiet.
After a moment, Lu Yong gritted his teeth and said, "That's damn expensive, isn't it?"
"Yeah, it's faster than robbing someone for money," Zhang Hai gasped.
Zay looked at Chen and thought to himself, "You spend money just as fast as you earn it."
Chen smiled and said, "It is a bit pricey, but it's money well spent."
"That's true." The group nodded. Lu Yong suddenly remembered something.
"Xiaofan, I remember last time you said you were going over to the street stalls to find that old man selling martial arts manuals, right?"
"The old man selling martial arts manuals?"
Zhang Hai and his son exchanged glances. They felt they had a vague memory of it, but it was hazy.
"Yeah." Chen laughed, "I was just about to head over there. Come on, I'll take you to check it out." With that, Lu Yong strode forward. Chapter 84, You Get What You Pay For.
As the group walked down the road, they saw from a distance that there were quite a few street stalls lined up on both sides, with vendors' shouts rising and falling in a constant chorus.
"Come take a look. Old books and newspapers, buy them for some entertainment.
Once you're done reading, you can even use them to wipe your butt.
It's a surefire win. Anyone want a mirror? Combs, toothbrushes, towels, all on sale. Skincare products, anyone interested? We also got soap and shampoo. Anyone want to buy Go or Chinese chess sets? They're a real bargain. Most stalls were sparsely attended. The occasional passerby would ask the price, shake their head, and walk away. The cheapest of these trinkets cost at least 1 yuan. 1 yuan could buy 1 jin of ordinary rice, enough to feed a family of 3 for 2 days if they ate sparingly. In contrast, the stalls at the intersection were packed shoulder to shoulder. As Chen approached, he realized that everyone there had come to buy meat. Lu Yong explained from the side, "These people are all from Song Fort or nearby villages. They set up stalls here to sell meat, and the prices are much higher than what they get by selling directly to those who buy beast materials. But we don't have that much time. Yeah, otherwise we could traded for more grain to take back." Wo Dong's tone was full of regret. There are pros and cons to everything. Chen smiled, and just then, a voice reached his ears. "Don't miss out top-quality martial arts manuals on clearance sale, originally costing hundreds or even thousands of yuan, now everything is 10 yuan, all 10 yuan. Pick whatever you like, choose whatever you want. Everything in the store is 10 yuan, buy anything for 10 yuan. You can't lose with 10 yuan, and you won't be ripped off for 10 yuan. True value for money, everything is a bargain, nothing is expensive. It's all 10 yuan. Take a look, come and see." A frail, elderly man could be seen energetically hawking his wares to passers-by. Unfortunately, the people walking by couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. The old man muttered a few words under his breath, then sat back down where he was. "That's him." Lu Yong pointed at the man and said to Chen. Chen's heart leapt with joy. In fact, he had already spotted him even without Lu Yong's reminder. "Dad, Uncle Lu, I'm going over to take a look." Upon hearing this, Zay's face betrayed a look of confusion. Wasn't he that old man a con artist? What was Chen going there for? Was he just asking to get scammed? "We'll come with you." Guodong was a little worried. The group walked over toward him. The old man sensed someone approaching. He looked up, his eyes immediately lighting up, and spoke enthusiastically, "Gentlemen, what are you looking to buy? I have all kinds of martial arts manuals here, like the Tathagata Divine Palm, the 9 Yang Divine Art, the Vajra Invulnerability Technique, the 72 Grappling Techniques." Chen waved his hand, signaling him to stop, then asked, "How much do you sell these martial arts manuals for?" "So you're a young brother, are you?" The old man was overjoyed. "They're all 10 yuan each, 10 yuan for every single one. If you buy the whole lot at once, I can give you a 20% discount." The people around them watched the scene and shook their heads silently. These guys must have just arrived here. How could they actually believe this old con artist? A man standing nearby couldn't help but speak up, "Guys, you'd better go check out somewhere else." Hearing this, the old man was so furious he could have burst a blood vessel. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and bite the man a few times. "Thanks for the heads up, buddy. We're just browsing," Guodong said with a smile, thanking the man. The man shook his head and walked away. Seeing this, the others said nothing more, because the previous groups who'd been scammed had all said the same thing. "Guys, don't listen to that guy's nonsense, he is slandering me. You get what you pay for here. If you don't believe me, just buy a copy and take it home to read for yourselves." The old man widened his eyes, looking as if he'd been deeply wronged. Hearing this, Wodong and the others all sneered inwardly. "Buy one to take home and read? If you buy one, you'll be taken in." Chen, however, nodded slightly in a sense. You couldn't say the old man was wrong. The next moment, he asked tentatively, "Can I take a quick look at this cultivation manual before buying it?" "Sure, of course." The old man replied without hesitation, "You're free to look through any of these 10-odd manuals, but only a little at a time, don't look too much." "All right." Shan agreed readily. "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." He crouched down and picked up the nearest volume, the Tathagata Divine Palm.
Before he could even open the cover, he heard the old man slap his thigh excitedly and exclaim, "Young man, you have excellent taste. This Tathagata divine palm is said to be a peerless martial art passed down by the Buddha to mortals to save all sentient beings and ward off calamities. It consists of 10 forms, each with a unique effect. Not only is its power astonishing, but its applications are truly limitless." "Is that so?" Chen gave a non-committal reply, flipped open the first page, and began to peruse it. His intuition told him that this martial arts manual in his hands, no, all the manuals on this stall were, at a conservative estimate, 9 fake and 1 real. It was entirely possible they were all fakes. "That's right." The old man beamed like a flower, but deep in his eyes, a flash of intense contempt flickered. "You greenhorn, let alone a fake Tathagata divine palm. Even if I put the real thing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But if you want to look, go ahead and have a good look." As he suspected, Chen found the characters not only ugly but also obscure and difficult to read. Still, it didn't matter that he couldn't understand them as long as the system could record them. With that in mind, he glanced at his skill bar, but nothing had changed. Could it be that I haven't looked at enough pages yet? After scanning it once, he turned the page and quickly skimmed through the second and third pages. Still, there wasn't the slightest change in his skill bar. Could it be a fake after all? Chen wondered to himself. "Young man, isn't that enough?" the old man said with a smile. "Just a little more, just a bit more," Chen pleaded. "Yeah, let us see a little more, okay? Don't worry if we like it, we'll definitely buy it from you." Lu Yong and the others behind him chimed in. "All right." The old man gritted his teeth, his face betraying a look of utter disappointment. He hadn't just been waiting here for half a day, it had been 2 or 3 days already. No one had taken the bait, and now that a group of suckers had finally shown up, he couldn't let them get away. Chen made the most of his time and read 2 more pages. He was already halfway through, but the skill bar in his mind remained completely unchanged. He had a feeling that this book in his hands was almost certainly a fake. "I don't really understand this one. Maybe I'll just swap it out for another." He put the Tathagata divine palm back where it belonged and casually picked up a copy of 9 Yang divine art lying nearby. The old man froze for a moment. He was just about to reassure Chen not to lose heart that he could buy it and study it at his leisure when the young man went and swapped it out. It was a bit of a curveball. "Ahem." He cleared his throat lightly and said, "Young man, it's perfectly normal not to understand it at first glance. Do you know what kind of person can grasp it instantly? A martial arts prodigy. Only a martial arts prodigy can do that. For ordinary people like us with average talent, we need to read it over and over again, studying it year after year, before we can truly understand it, especially this 9 Yang divine art you're holding, which is a peerless martial art. Once mastered, it allows one's inner energy to grow at an astonishing rate. Even ordinary punches and kicks can unleash immense power. It also enables one to deflect external attacks, makes one immune to all diseases and poisons. Ah, young man, this is going too far. You've already flipped through nearly half of it." Chapter 85, The Shadowless Swift Blade, Lightness Skill, Walking on Water. "Oh, really?" Chen hurriedly apologized, his tone sincere. "Sir, I'm truly sorry. I wasn't paying attention and accidentally read too far." It's fine. The old man waved his hand, wearing an expression of magnanimity. "Young man, both the 9 Yang divine art and the Tathagata divine palm you saw earlier are peerless martial arts. If you buy them both, I can give you a discount 9 yuan per volume." "How about that? But this one is still too profound, I can't make sense of it. Maybe I'll take a look at something else?" Chen blinked. He was starting to question his own judgment. Were both of these books fakes, or had he simply read too little to meet the system's criteria? Either way, he decided to skim through all of these dozen or so books first. If he didn't find anything useful, he'd spend 10 yuan on one to verify it. He'd just treat it as a learning experience. "All right." The old man hesitated for a moment, but nodded anyway. Compared to the customers who'd come before, this kid in front of him was much more straightforward. Unlike some people who ask a question after every single sentence they read asking for ages only to end up buying nothing and wasting his time. Seeing Chen pick up a book, look at it for a while, put it back, pick up another, and put that one back too, the people from Chen's settlement who had been arriving one after another all froze in surprise.
Guodong, what is Xiao Fan doing? Is he picking out martial arts manuals? But doesn't this old man sell nothing but fakes?
Yeah, don't let him pull a fast one on you. Guodong was at a loss for words, saying, he is probably just picking them out. But Xiao Fan must know what he is doing, we'll just watch. The others exchanged glances, realizing there really wasn't much they could do to help. Meanwhile, the old man had fallen silent.
At first, whenever Chen picked up a particular manual, the old man would enthusiastically explain it.
But this kid kept putting them down halfway through, one after another.
This kid, could he be here just to pick a fight?
He furrowed his brow slightly. Just then, Chen's heart suddenly began to race.
Got it. That's right, he found a genuine one.
The specific details were as follows.
Shadowless Swift Blade incomplete, 0 understanding 0%. Collection progress, 36%.
Completion requirements, body tempering, 3rd level basic sword technique, level 5.
Requirements not met, cannot be completed.
This sword technique is extremely fast. Often, before an opponent can even see your movement, the blade is already right in front of them, hence the name, Shadowless Swift Blade.
Coincidentally, he had just bought a dagger.
A dagger is neither a sword nor a knife, but it can be used as either, making it perfect for practicing this technique. That way, even if someone closed in on him and he didn't have time to use his gun, he could still defend himself with the dagger. At this thought, Chen was overjoyed, but he dared not let it show in his eyes, for there was no telling whether other manuals he hadn't read yet might also contain genuine techniques. And as the old man who had written these techniques, he surely knew them inside and out. So if the old man noticed anything unusual about him, there was no way he'd be able to keep freeloading.
Could this kid have figured out that this blade technique is the real deal?
Little did he know, the old man had indeed noticed something amiss. But just then, Chen, just as he had done before, put the manual back where he found it and picked up another one nearby.
Hey, young man, are you going to buy anything or not?
Seeing that half the manuals had been perused yet the kid still showed no intention of buying, the old man grew impatient.
I'll buy one, of course I will. Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. So after looking through all these, you haven't found a single one you like?
I have, but I just want to see if there's anything better further down the line, Chen said with a smile. The old man's gaze drifted intentionally or not over one of the manuals, thinking to himself, of course there is, but even if you saw it, you'd miss it. Of course, if you bought them all, you wouldn't miss a thing.
It's just, how should I put it? It's only a fragment. After all, it's just 10 yuan, what more could you ask for?
Chen let out a sigh of relief and picked up another manual. The title sounded familiar, Lightness Skill, Walking on Water. At first glance, it looked like the kind of martial art manual you'd find on every street corner.
But if it were the real thing, that would be a different story.
After reading a page, Chen glanced at the skill bar in his mind and immediately felt a surge of joy.
Another one.
Water walking incomplete, 0 proficiency 0%.
Collection progress, 10%. Completion requirements, body tempering level 2, basic agility LV 3. Requirements not met, cannot be completed.
Basic agility? He couldn't help but wonder. He was familiar with basic footwork, but what exactly was basic body movement?
Never mind. Now isn't the time to dwell on that.
The top priority is to keep reading and increase the collection progress. He turned the page and quickly scanned the second page. In the skill bar, the collection progress for walking on water rose at a visible pace. Halfway through the page, Chen consciously set the manual down.
Collection progress, 30%.
In other words, even if he read this entire manual cover to cover, he wouldn't reach 100%. That old man was indeed cunning. He quickly skimmed through a few more manuals, all of them were fakes. In the blink of an eye, only two remained. One was Invincible Vajra Divine Art, and the other was Mighty Vajra Palm. To be honest, Chen felt the trip had been well worth it. 2 martial arts manuals in a row, and he'd gotten them for free, without spending a single penny. But then again, human desire knows no bounds. If even one of these remaining 2 were genuine, that would be fantastic. Not to mention, just looking at the title, it was incredibly imposing.
Young man, isn't that enough?
Just then, a hand stopped him. The old man's smile faded, and he said in a displeased tone, "You've looked through so many manuals up ahead, surely you must have found one you like by now? If not, it doesn't really matter whether you look at these last 2 or not."
Hey, this old man's getting feisty. Gao Yang found it amusing.
Every time he passed by before, the old man had been all smiles, even if he did curse under his breath, but seeing him with such a sour expression was a first.
Well, that's normal, right?
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Lu Yong and the others nodded.
Xiao Fan was just browsing without buying, and he'd been at it for ages. If they were in the old man's shoes, they probably wouldn't have put up with it this long either. Chen paused, his gaze locking with the old man's, and a strange feeling welled up inside him.
What's going on? Could it be that these last 2 manuals are actually the real deal?
Of course, it wasn't out of the question that the old man was playing hard to get. He thought for a moment, then smiled.
Old man, there are only 2 left. Just let me take a look. Once I'm done, I'll definitely buy them.
The old man glanced at him and said, "Buy them first, then we'll talk."
I'll buy them after I look at them. I'll look at them after I buy them. You won't let me look if I don't buy them?
No.
You really won't? I really won't.
The old man shook his head, his tone firm. He suspected this kid had been sent by some scoundrel just to make a fool of him. He was putting on such a serious act if you called him an expert. He hadn't even been able to tell the 2 genuine copies from the fakes earlier.
Chapter 86, The Invincible Vajra Divine Art Incomplete. The atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly.
Fortunately, the crowd behind him quickly came to his aid.
Xiao Fan, if he won't let us see it, forget it. Who even wants to read it anyway? Gao Yang sneered. This old con artist who here doesn't know him?
Exactly.
Tathagata S Divine Palm, 9 Young Divine Art. Do you really take that stuff from novels seriously?
Forget buying it, we wouldn't take it even if you gave it to us for free.
Put.
Hearing this, the old man let out a cold laugh.
A bunch of blind fools. What? Old man, what did you just say? Go ahead and say it again if you dare.
Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then realized what had happened, and one by one, they were furious.
So what if I say it again? The old man said defiantly, are you planning to beat me up or something?
You. The crowd suddenly realized they were truly at a loss as to what to do with this guy. Forget about hitting him, even if they so much as touched him, he'd flop to the ground and wouldn't get up without 100 yuan.
Sigh, fine. Just then, a sigh rang out.
Chen's hands were suddenly holding 200 yuan bills. No one knew when they appeared. The old man's eyes widened suddenly, and drool nearly dripped from his mouth. The first dozen or so books, even though I can't understand them, they look really impressive. I was thinking I'd buy them all once I finished reading the rest and take my time going through them later. But, Chen glanced at the old man regretfully, if they won't let me look at them, so be it.
I won't understand them anyway. I'm leaving. With that, he stood up and started to walk away. Hey, young man, don't go.
The old man panicked and grabbed Chen's arm.
Who said you can't look? You can look, you can look. Really? Chen didn't believe him.
Of course it's true. The old man grinned.
As long as you buy them all after you've looked through them, I'll give you a 20% discount. No thanks.
Chen shook his head. You've already ruined my mood, and on top of that, you insulted my dad and the others.
Forget it, forget it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The old man immediately bowed to the crowd, apologized, and then looked at Chen with pleading eyes.
Young man, is that okay now?
Man, he has got some thick skin. Gao Yang marveled, feeling he couldn't hold a candle to the old man.
If you didn't have thick skin, how could you be a con artist?
True. Listening to everyone's sarcastic remarks, the old man's smile remained just as warm. Making money isn't something to be ashamed of.
Once the money is in hand, it's not too late to curse him.
It's okay. Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're the one who asked me to look at it, I didn't force you."
No, go ahead, go ahead.
The old man urged him on. His gaze was fixed intently on the 200 yuan Chen had slipped into his pocket. Chen picked up the copy of the Great Strength Vajra Palm and carefully flipped through the pages one by one. In the skill section, there wasn't the slightest change.
Another fake. He thought to himself. He no longer had any expectations for the remaining book.
Just then, a strange look flashed across the old man's eyes, though it vanished in an instant. After finishing the first page, Chen looked at the skill bar in his mind and froze on the spot. Invincible Vajra Divine Art incomplete, 0 proficiency 0%.
Collection progress, 3%.
Completion requirements, grand completion of the 13 Heroes External Cultivation, 9th layer of the Golden Bell Shield.
Requirements not met cannot be completed. The Invincible Vajra Divine Art, could it actually be real?
This. He felt as if he randomly bought a lottery ticket at a roadside kiosk, only to discover later that he actually won the 5 million jackpot. The collection progress was only 3%.
Not only that, but these completion requirements seemed exceptionally high, didn't they? 13 Heroes Horizontal Training Grand Completion? Golden Bell Shield Level 9?
In other words, not only did he have to obtain these 2 martial arts techniques, but he also had to cultivate them to a very high level. The key question was, where on earth was he going to get these 2 martial arts techniques?